When a prodigious individual from the real world traverses into the realm of Pokemon animation, he discovers that the prevailing rule here is money equates to power. Starting with the so-called orphan aura of a useless chip, fear not. With a sharp economic mind, he embarks on a journey of wealth accumulation to nurture a Gyarados and cultivate resources, ensuring even a Caterpie receives top-notch nutrients. Witness the protagonist as he subverts conventional wisdom through the premium training method. There are no weak Pokemon, only trainers reluctant to spend. Chapter 1. Mercenaries in the Viridian Forest. Viridian City, nestled in the western region of Kanto, is aptly named for its eternal greenery, embraced by mountains and forests. Its origins lie within the vast expanse of the Viridian Forest, which is home to the greatest variety and quantity of Pokemon in the Pokémon World. If we consider the nearby Cerulean City, which attracts visitors with its breathtaking scenery and aquatic performances, and Goldenrod City, which thrives on the fame of its psychic queen and flourishing commerce, then Viridian City's allure lies in the boundless resources hidden within its verdant sea. Setting aside the illegal risks associated with capturing and selling Pokemon and Pokemon eggs, merely gathering the exceptional herbs found in the Viridian Forest yields profits that spark envy. Not to mention the annual tales of fortunate adventurers who, through sheer luck, stumble upon treasures like miracle seeds that permanently enhance Pokemon moves, leading to overnight fortunes. Consequently, the Viridian Forest is inundated each year with aspiring adventurers, not only trainers but also bounty hunters. Do not be mistaken, these bounty hunters are not akin to the infamous Hunter Jay. They are registered with proper guilds. Naturally, every group has its share of unscrupulous individuals, but the perception of bounty hunters as a reckless lot is particularly pronounced. Countless such souls meet their demise amidst the perils concealed within this beautiful forest each year. At this moment, in a desolate corner of the Viridian Forest, a young man of approximately 6 feet in height, with tousled brown hair, is sprinting wildly through the trees. His handsome visage is a tapestry of joy, excitement, and trepidation, even exhibiting a hint of ferocity. As he runs, he cannot resist glancing back, where he catches sight of several black and yellow shapes darting rapidly through the forest. These diminutive figures, brimming with vigor, close in on him at an astonishing speed, their wings stirring the air as branches and leaves sway in their wake. As they draw nearer, their appearance becomes clearer. Resembling large yellow hornets, they possess only 4 legs instead of 6. Their bodies are segmented into 3 parts with a rounded head, a sharp mouth, and 2 antennae, all 4 legs affixed to the abdomen. Their tails are banded in yellow and black, culminating in a venomous stinger. With slender hind legs and thick white stingers on their forelegs, they boast 2 pairs of intricately patterned wings on their backs. Indeed, these are the fearsome Beedrills of the Viridian Forest. Known for their aggressive nature, Beedrills exhibit fierce territorial instincts. Any intruder is met with a swarm of their wrath. Had he not encountered a foolhardy novice who provoked a large portion of this Beedrill swarm by meddling with a Kakuna, he would have prudently avoided this territory as he had in the past. The dashing youth, Tetsuya Tamaki, escapes in a frenzy, a bittersweet smile gracing his features as the sound of Beedrill wings thrumming behind him grows louder. Yet, a flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes. Though this endeavor was spontaneous, he knows this area intimately. Moreover, throughout his frantic flight, he has gradually evaded the majority of the Beedrills, leaving only 3 in pursuit. With thoughts of the potential rewards upon success, Tetsuya's countenance transforms into one of calm confidence. Gazing at the shadow of a bird soaring low alongside him, Tetsuya calculates the time and distance before shouting upwards. Pidgey, use Gust against the Beedrills. The avian form responds to his command, deftly veering in midair and flapping its wings vigorously, generating a powerful current aimed at the pursuing Beedrills. The Beedrills, buffeted by the gust, struggle to maintain their speed, and it becomes evident that Tetsuya is about to widen the gap and escape. However, rather than fleeing, he swiftly pivots to command Pidgey once more. Utilize Gust again, but increase the intensity. The Pidgey, attuned to Tetsuya's intentions, promptly alters its approach, flapping its wings with renewed vigor. What was once a mere breeze transforms into a tempest, sweeping towards the Beedrills. Their bodies become uncontrollable as insect wings, though capable of rapid flight, prove inadequate against the force of a bird Pokemon's gale. The trio of Beedrills, thrown off balance, collide with tree trunks, and one, battered and bruised, succumbs to defeat, while the other 2 struggle to rise. Use quick attack on those two Beedrills and finish them off, Tetsuya commands with unwavering composure. Pidgey darts towards the adversaries, shimmering with a faint light, and suddenly accelerates, crashing into the two recovering Beedrills. They are sent sprawling once more against the trees, rendered incapacitated. Well done, Tetsuya praises from a distance. The Pidgey responds with a chirp, landing beside the spoils, panting as it tends to its ruffled feathers. Tetsuya strides over to the three unconscious Beedrills, opening his backpack to retrieve a pair of thick gloves, carefully collecting their stingers. While all three stingers are venomous, the one on the tail possesses the strongest toxicity, making it the most sought after in the market. Though the price is modest, every little bit counts. Tetsuya meticulously preserves the stingers, stowing them in his bag. Thank you, Pidgey. Tetsuya smiles at his companion, who is now alert and wary after preening its feathers. He produces a spray bottle from his pack, and the Pidgey flutters down to his side. Tetsuya gently spritzes the healing solution on its minor wounds, offering a restorative orange berry afterward. All right, we can prepare to head back. He sighs in relief after administering the spray. However, this is merely a preliminary treatment to ensure no lingering injuries remain. A visit to Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center in Viridian City is essential. Tetsuya recalls Pidgey into its Pokeball, surveys his surroundings, and swiftly departs in one direction. Behind him, the three Beedrills, stripped of their stingers, lie in a stupor. What fate awaits them? Perhaps they will awaken in time to flee, nursing their wounds and regenerating their stingers over the months, or they may become prey to other Pokémon attracted by the commotion. Yet, such matters are of no concern to Tetsuya. Chapter 2. A Marvelous World and an Outsider. Tetsuya strolls leisurely along the forest path established by the League, where human presence is sparse and a gentle breeze caresses his face, further uplifting his already buoyant spirits. One need not wonder why this safe path is devoid of trainers after all. The Pokémon League periodically assigns tasks to clear the surrounding 2 kilometers of wild Pokémon to ensure smooth passage. In this context, it is hardly surprising that no Pokémon would venture close over time, let alone yield any rewards. Trainers embark on adventures in the evergreen forest, not for monetary gain, but to hone their skills, thus avoiding the main thoroughfares. Moreover, there's a well-known adage in the Pokémon world. True trainers are those who continually forge new paths within the primordial woods. Therefore, the rarity of human presence is not peculiar. However, this had little to do with Tetsuya. As he gazed at the breathtaking sunset, he tightened the straps of his space backpack and quickened his pace towards the city of Evergreen. Upon arriving at the Evergreen Pokémon Center, the melodious chime of his Pokémon watch signaled him. Tetsuya swiftly approached the healing station, presenting his League identity card to Nurse Joy. Greetings, Trainer Tamaki. Your Pidgey has fully recovered. Please take your Pokeball, Joy said, her professional smile unwavering after confirming his identity through the machine. Tetsuya sincerely expressed his gratitude before promptly departing with his Pokeball. It wasn't merely politeness, he genuinely felt thankful for the healing of his Pokémon, and, importantly, no one wished to offend the Joy family. Although most Joys are quite understanding, a minor lapse in etiquette would not provoke their ire. However, should you ever give a Joy reason to deem you an inadequate trainer, congratulations, for you would find yourself barred from any services at Pokémon centers across the entire League. Yes, any services. This includes healing, as well as the acceptance and submission of various tasks, registration for regional tournaments, and even participation in official forums and trading. Fortunately, such incidents have been exceedingly rare throughout League history, so there is no need for excessive concern. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Tetsuya strolled through the bustling architectural landscape, feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude and disconnection. It dawned on him that he had spent 16 years in this world. He reflected on his previous life as an ordinary individual who, upon awakening, found himself transported to this fantastical realm, a place reminiscent of an animated universe. To make matters more poignant, he had been reborn as an infant, akin to the unfortunate characters often depicted in novels, left abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage. The sole consolation was the remarkable advancement of society and technology in this world compared to his former life, ensuring that welfare services were adequately provided. When orphans reached the age of 3, the League would dispatch individuals to teach them the fundamentals of literacy. Upon mastering these basics, they could proceed to school for foundational knowledge. Following a successful examination, orphans could select various subjects for further education based on their academic performance. The cost for advanced studies was a mere 1,000 League coins per subject, limited to a maximum of 3. Tetsuya was one such exceptional talent, or perhaps even more illustrious. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his reborn soul, he had not been a particularly brilliant individual in his previous life. Yet in this one, he exhibited an extraordinary capacity for learning, to the extent of remarkable photographic memory. Consequently, coupled with the League's leniency regarding examination requirements, Tetsuya completed his literacy and foundational studies by the age of 7, a full 3 years ahead of the typical timeline. Moreover, his outstanding performance led the League to waive the fees for his selection of 3 advanced subjects, a staggering sum of 3,000 League coins of fortune for a child of his age. Thus, Tetsuya harbored a deep-seated gratitude towards the League, as it was the expertise acquired through these 3 disciplines that allowed him to survive in this world. Pokémon studies, pharmacology, and berry studies, these were the subjects Tetsuya chose to pursue. Ever since he left the orphanage at 12, he had relied on the first 2 to sustain himself in the evergreen forest and progressively improve his living conditions. This is not an exaggeration. While the average individual requires 4 years to grasp a single subject, Tetsuya mastered all 3 within 5 years, achieving remarkable proficiency. The teachers at the League School even speculated that he might pursue a career as a Pokémon scholar. Yet, Tetsuya was acutely aware that, as an orphan, even if he were to become a Pokémon scholar, he would likely end up struggling to make a living due to the lack of research accomplishments. Thus, he opted for a profession that promised quicker financial rewards. As he contemplated this, he halted his steps, raising his gaze to the prominent sign above the entrance, Bounty Hunter Center. A smile graced Tetsuya's lips as he stepped inside. At trading counter number 2, Tetsuya waited briefly in line, and soon it was his turn. The staff member maintained a neutral expression. Please place the items you wish to sell on the table in front of you. Familiar with the process, Tetsuya promptly retrieved his belongings from his backpack before the staff member could finish speaking. 5 Beedrill stingers priced at 2,000 League coins each, totaling 10,000 League coins, is shedding from an Arbok, unfortunately not from an Arbok itself. Valued at 50 League coins per gram, totaling 620 grams, equating to 31,000 League coins. And you have Beedrill honey? Quite audacious and fortunate. It is valued at 1,000 League coins per gram, with 421 grams here, amounting to 421,000 League coins. In total, that comes to 462,000 League coins. The staff member skillfully calculated the prices, expressing mild astonishment. Listening to the staff member's appraisal, Tetsuya, though prepared, was still pleasantly surprised by the generous sum. Once the earnings were credited to his account, he accepted his identity card from the staff member, leaving the trading area with a casual commendation. Upon entering the task hall, Tetsuya approached a machine emblazoned with red and white Pokeballs. Codename, Mercenary, submitting task number 5736-77400, he stated as he inserted his League identity card into the machine. The screen immediately displayed his photograph alongside his bounty hunter codename, Mercenary, and the status of his task completion. A red beam swept over him. Identity confirmed. Code name Mercenary. Task number 5736-77400. Please place the required items at the lower entry point. The machine screen displayed this message, and Tetsuya retrieved a large bundle of herbs from his backpack. These were the stargrass required for his task, which grew sporadically in areas densely populated by grass-type Pokemon. The harvesting difficulty was moderate, yet it consumed a considerable amount of time, and the task issuer requested a substantial quantity. He deposited the herbs into the designated receptacle, and the machine automatically sealed the lid. Detecting. Chapter 3. The Golden Finger and Reality. The detection passed, confirming the completion of the task. Your task difficulty level is C, with a completion rate of 100. And a reward of 50,000 Alliance coins, after tax, has been credited to your identity card. You have completed 0 S-level tasks, 0 A-level tasks, 1 B-level task, 42 C-level tasks, 132 D-level tasks, and 201 E-level and below tasks, currently placing you at C-level as a hunter. The machine swiftly flashed through the text. Jia paid no mind to it. After confirming the reward had been credited, he withdrew his identity card and departed from the hunter's hall. He first visited the general store to purchase some fairy food and daily necessities. Jia spent 50 Alliance coins to take a Doodly special car back to his small villa located in the suburbs of Changpan City, which was surrounded by a few common fruit trees. Changpan City, situated near the Changpan Forest, is sparsely populated. Although the housing prices in the city center are high, the suburbs offer more typical rates. Furthermore, the prices in the city center are not excessively high. As most trainers and hunters visiting for adventures do not reside there for long, accommodations at the Pokémon Center suffice. Jia noted that the value of his suburban villa was comparable to that of a restroom in Jinwang City, when converted to the prices in Changpan City. It equated to a rather modest single-room house, which seemed absurd. It is not hard to understand, as occasionally Pokémon would venture out of the Changpan forest, with aggressive ones even entering homes to attack humans. Thus, most people prefer residing in the city center, where such worries and dangers are minimized. However, Jia was indifferent. After all, he was somewhat of a trainer and could easily handle these issues. Upon returning home, he released his BB bird, pouring some bird food into its designated bowl, adding a portion of his own specially formulated recipe, and finally placing a bowl of milk beside it. Watching BB bird begin its meal, Jia entered the bathroom to take a shower. After finishing his shower, Jia emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair. His bare torso bore the scars accumulated over the years, while the 8-pack abs and powerful biceps attested to his excellent physical condition. Observing that BB bird had finished its dinner and was now frolicking in the backyard, Jia plopped down onto the sofa, silently invoking Zero and activating BB bird's panel. As his thoughts shifted, streams of data and reports rapidly filled his mind, revealing a blue panel visible only to him. BB bird classification: bird Pokémon type, normal flying height 1, 3 meters, average 1 m, weight 36 kilograms, average 30 kilograms, ability keen eye. Thanks to its keen eye, accuracy will not be lowered. Hidden ability: broad chest, will not be affected by defense reductions. And Pokémon with this ability are generally stronger than their peers. Skills: tackle, sing, peck, sand attack, gust, quick attack, whirlwind, feather dance, agility. Tornado, inherited, level 33, elite, potential, champion breeding plan. It is advisable to conduct targeted strength training on this Pokémon's wings, followed by massage relaxation. Specific techniques: recommend enhancing reaction speed, supplemented with neural drugs, formula, 20G shiny grass. Recommend strengthening bone density, supplemented with a bone enhancement recipe, formula, 10G Caracaras bone. 20G milk. Gazing at the data provided by Zero, Jia's eyes gleamed. BB bird had leveled up compared to yesterday. Although level does not entirely represent strength, it accurately reflects the current state of the Pokémon. Jia pondered the level at which the next champion tier would be displayed on the panel. He only knew that levels below 5 are considered juvenile, levels 5 to 15 are beginners, levels 15 to 30 are ordinary, and anything above 30 marks BB bird as elite. Observing this arithmetic progression, it seemed the champion tier would require at least level 45, with a high probability of 50 being a critical threshold. Jia was uncertain at which level BB bird would evolve. Based on his experience and knowledge, he speculated that BB bird would evolve into a B-drill after reaching a panel level of 3 or 4 more. With a thought, he closed the panel and began to eat the dinner he had brought back. Zero was a product of Jia's crossing into this world. Although he did not comprehend the specifics, it likely related to the intelligent computer chip implanted in his mind from his previous life, possibly merging with his soul during the time-space traversal. Jia had initially been unaware that he had crossed over with this chip. It was not until he turned 11 that an energy surged within his mind, triggering the activation sound, and he instinctively called out the name of his former intelligent chip, Zero, causing the panel to appear. Jia discovered that as long as he observed a Pokémon within his field of vision, the panel would automatically display the aforementioned information, including breeding plans, though it was based on his own integrated knowledge. Consequently, for wild Pokémon and Pokémon eggs, Zero could only ascertain a rough estimate of their level and potential, unable to provide further plans due to Jia's lack of deeper understanding. Only upon becoming his Pokémon and undergoing meticulous training, with complete data, could Zero present more specific plans and skill mastery. This was already enough to make Jia overjoyed. The Pokémon world, reliant on these creatures, encompasses a variety of professions, such as researchers, breeders, trainers, and many more subdivisions. Among them, high-level trainers are the most coveted profession. Zero undoubtedly could assist him in becoming an exceptional trainer and breeder, as long as he could acquire sufficient knowledge. Even if he was uncertain of how to proceed, Zero could offer the most reasonable advice. The level display allowed him to clearly grasp his Pokémon strength progression, and potential enabled him to select outstanding Pokémon, while the breeding plan served as a basis for his growth. Unfortunately, all of this required financial resources. Jia let out a wry smile. Although he had managed to earn a considerable amount through his abilities during the 4 years of living independently, it regrettably amounted to merely a drop in the ocean concerning the cost of nurturing Pokémon. Jia gazed out at BB Bird. Initially, when he discovered his golden finger, he believed himself to be the center of the universe, imagining a divine beginning. However, he quickly regained his composure. Not only could he not aspire to divinity, But even the starter Pokémon issued by the Alliance would be beyond his reach, let alone slightly lesser Pokémon eggs that he likely could not obtain. After all, this world values strength. A Pokémon with excellent aptitude has a significant chance of creating an outstanding trainer. The appeal of quasi-divine Pokémon lies in the fact that each one, after training and evolving into its final form, can achieve at least champion level, with many ultimately becoming champions, and a select few with extraordinary talent even vying for the title of champion. This results in powerful quasi-divine offspring being held within the hands of the ruling class of this world, even if quasi-divine eggs appeared on the black market. Their prices were beyond Gia's imagination. As for the starters, they are Pokémon distributed alongside the Pokédex by each region to their direct lineage, requiring a continuous annual fee of 500,000 for 10 years, along with clear family background checks confirming ties to high-ranking members of the Alliance, making it utterly unrealistic for Gia. Chapter 4. Memories. The starter Pokémon primarily consist of 3 elemental types: water, fire, and grass, with various species differing across regions. In Kanto, one finds the Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur, each possessing 3 evolutionary stages and immense potential. Furthermore, the Alliance employs specialists to assess the general aptitude of these Pokémon, ensuring that the starter Pokémon entrusted to novice trainers are invariably of excellent quality and gentle temperament, with proper nurturing. Attaining the status of a quasi-champion is certainly within reach. In the black market, the prices of starter Pokémon do not rival the exorbitance of divine eggs, as not every natural talent is exceptional. Nevertheless, even so, a single starter Pokémon egg commands a market price exceeding 20 million Alliance coins, a staggering sum indeed. To put this into perspective, as of yesterday, after accounting for his expenses, Gia had earned just over 450,000 Alliance coins in the past 4 years. The purchase of his villa cost a mere 800,000 Alliance coins, with the majority of his finances funneled into the nurturing of his Pidgey. Despite this, after more than a year of training, his Pidgey had barely reached the elite level, a slow progression attributed to Gia's financial constraints. Lost in thought, Gia recalled that his first Pokémon had not been the Pidgey he currently owned, but rather a Rattata. As a newcomer to society, Gia had only received a scholarship of 10,000 Alliance coins from the Alliance, while sufficient for a modest living and securing employment. Aspiring to be a trainer with such meager means was a daunting prospect. Even the cheapest Pokémon egg in the black market, that of a Caterpie, demanded a steep price of 50,000 Alliance coins, despite the fact that most Caterpies hatched from such eggs could not evolve, possessing combat abilities tantamount to 0. Wild Caterpies, captured and stored in Pokeballs, could be acquired for only 10,000 Alliance coins, but these two had no chance of evolution, rendering them utterly useless. If any could evolve into a Metapod, they would not be so cheap. After all, considering the growth cycle of bug-type Pokémon, they would have evolved long ago. Gia, however, was unwilling to resign himself to fate. In this world, becoming a trainer was his only glimmer of hope for altering his destiny, especially since he possessed a unique advantage. Thus, he braved peril and ventured alone into the Viridian Forest, determined to take a gamble. If he could procure a Pokémon egg, regardless of its quality, Gia was confident he could surmount the initial challenges. Fortune smiled upon him. After enduring a harrowing encounter with a Beedrill and being chased away by a Caterpie Silk, he stumbled upon an egg left behind by a Rattata. Though its potential was merely ordinary, and it could not evolve into a Rattata, Gia returned to Viridian City and hatched the egg. Despite lacking the means to raise the Rattata according to the prescribed guidelines, he devoted himself to its care. Once the young Rattata matured past its juvenile stage, Gia registered as a bounty hunter, embarking on his journey to earn a living, naming himself Mercenary as a nod to his previous existence. Though the income was modest and the journey arduous, over 2 years of adventures, Gia and his Rattata gradually amassed a small fortune. Yet, fate is often capricious. During one particular expedition, Gia and his Rattata encountered a swarm of Spearows. In that battle, although Gia survived, his level 18 Rattata fell victim to the relentless onslaught of the Spearows. Grief-stricken, Gia lamented the loss. Once a Pokémon perished, it could not be resurrected, unless one were to find a Ho-Oh, an improbable feat thus. Gia resolved to return to the black market, ready to leverage his knowledge and the capabilities of his Zero to select a Pokémon of exceptional quality for nurturing anew. The black market, as its name implies, is a marketplace shrouded in darkness, officially unrecognized by the Alliance. The Alliance's regulations explicitly prohibit the trading of Pokémon, including eggs. However, in a world driven by profit, many are willing to take risks, leading to the emergence of the black market. Gradually, it expanded, becoming an unwritten realm of shadows, although the Alliance disapproves. It tacitly acknowledges its existence, for it provides the lower strata of society with a glimmer of hope. As Gia navigated the black market, Cloaked in a dark robe that concealed his figure, he found others adopting a similar guise. Approaching a stall selling common Pokémon eggs such as Caterpies, Beedrills, and Pidgeys, he inquired about the price of a Pidgey egg. The vendor, noting Jie's youthful voice, was not surprised. Such inquiries were commonplace. He calmly responded, "The standard price in the black market is 250,000. Jie was neither shocked nor felt that the vendor was attempting to deceive him. As the vendor stated, the pricing for these ordinary Pokémon eggs was indeed uniform throughout the black market. His inquiry was merely a form of verification. While Pidgeys may lack strength and are ill-suited for fierce battles, they possess the same number of evolutionary stages as the starter Pokémon, ultimately evolving into a Pidgeot. They are not only aesthetically pleasing, but also formidable in power. Were it not for the fact that most Pidgeys possess mediocre potential, the chance of evolving into a Pidgeotto is already rare, and an evolution into a Pidgeot is even more extraordinary. Thus, the price of Pidgey eggs would be far greater." Jie casually selected an egg and placed it into his bag, producing a prepaid anonymous savings card to complete the transaction. He then turned to leave. The vendor, unconcerned, confirmed the funds were accurate and awaited the next customer. Though he sensed Jie's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, he had meticulously scrutinized all the Pidgey eggs before making his selection. He did not believe that an egg produced by a Pidgey leading its lineage would yield a quality Pokémon. Moreover, there existed no instruments capable of assessing the potential of the Pokémon within the egg. Even the most skilled appraisers relied on rudimentary observations of the juvenile Pokémon's development, fur, and lineage for their assessments. It was inconceivable that this child, whose demeanor screamed of common origins, could possess any unique advantages. Little did the vendor know that Jie wielded the power of Zero, an entity beyond this world. Jie's heart raced with exhilaration, but being in the black market compelled him to suppress his emotions, hastening his steps back to his rented room. Once inside, he could no longer contain his excitement. He retrieved the Pokémon egg and fervently called out in his mind, "Zero, unveil the status panel of this Pokémon egg." The blue panel promptly appeared, and Jie's gaze fixated on the line indicating potential. There, 2 words were displayed, champion. This was indeed a champion-level Pokémon, and Jie nearly shouted in disbelief. It is important to note that during his previous 2 years of adventures, he had only encountered wild Pokémon of elite quality. He had never even glimpsed a quasi-champion. Jie could scarcely fathom that his desperate venture into the black market would yield such an astonishing surprise. Initially, he had intended to spend a significant portion of his savings on a more promising Pokémon egg, perhaps one from a Sandshrew, aiming for an elite potential that could evolve into a Sandslash, which would have sufficed as a respectable Pokémon. He had planned to reserve some funds for nurturing, confident in his ability to raise it effectively. Who could have predicted that upon entering the black market, he would discover that this Pidgey egg possessed champion-level potential? Jie could hardly believe his eyes, even suspecting that Zero might be malfunctioning. Chapter 5, The Exceptional Pidgey and the Evolution Stone for 3 consecutive years. Zero's judgments had never faltered. Grounded in his own knowledge framework, even if mistaken, this Pidgey was at least infinitely close to a champion's caliber, possessing the potential of a quasi-champion. Moreover, this would allow for greater financial resources to nurture Pokémon. Without hesitation, Jie decisively acquired this Pidgey egg. Subsequently, the Pidgey's growth validated Zero's assessment, as its strength and physique surpassed that of its peers. Upon hatching the Pidgey, Jie diligently followed the nurturing plan provided by Zero, utilizing his savings. Before long, the Pidgey transitioned from its juvenile stage into that of a novice Pokémon. By this time, it had mastered skills such as Tackle, Growl, Sand Attack, and the inherited move Tornado, along with an exceptional hidden ability, robust chest muscles. This likely accounted for the Pidgey's champion-level potential as indicated on Zero's panel. Tornado, a Dragon-type move, led Jie to speculate that it might have descended from a powerful Dragon-type Pokémon combined with a Pidgey or Pidgeotto, resulting in its mastery of the move and superior physical attributes. Most likely, it was a Pidgey, as the vendor at the time seemed incapable of handling a Pidgeotto and its kind. Under Jie's scientific training and the Pidgey's outstanding qualifications, it was evident that its size significantly outstripped that of its contemporaries. However, Jie did not rush into the forest for adventures to complete tasks. Although he had spent approximately 300,000 on expenses, he had diligently saved around 550,000 Alliance coins over the past 2 years, with just under 250,000 remaining. He had enough to train the Pidgey for a while longer. The fate of the Rattata had taught him to exercise utmost caution. It was unlikely he would encounter another Pokémon of such high potential. Thus, Jie opted to train and battle the Pidgey in the safer peripheral areas until it reached level 15, officially transitioning from a novice Pokémon to a standard one. Observing his dwindling savings, he steeled himself to continue his journey to the Bounty Hunter Guild to accept new tasks. Even then, Jie restrained himself from taking on relatively advanced missions for greater rewards, choosing instead to undertake the simplest E-rank tasks. Deciding to wait until the Pidgey evolved before tackling higher D-rank tasks. In the span of about a month, the Pidgey evolved into a Pidgeotto, reaching level 18. Jie thus abandoned the E-rank tasks, as their rewards were simply insufficient. The standard earnings for an E-rank task were below 3,000 Alliance coins, while D-rank tasks ranged from 3,000 to 30,000, and C-rank tasks from 30,000 to 100,000. Jie was unaware of the specifics surrounding A and S-rank tasks, as he had not encountered them, likely due to his trainer level and hunter permissions. Generally, a typical D-rank task would yield at least 15,000, requiring at least 7 or 8 E-rank tasks to match that, let alone C-rank tasks. Thus began Jie and Pidgeotto's true life as bounty hunters. Lost in thought, Jie contemplated Pidgeotto's champion-level potential. Initially, facing challenges in terms of strength and finances, he had limited resources to invest in Pidgeotto, resulting in a period of slow progress following its evolution. However, in relative terms, its advancement was remarkably swift compared to others of its kind. Eventually, Pidgeotto grew stronger to level 25, becoming capable of completing a few C-rank tasks. It was only then, with Jie's substantial investment, that Pidgeotto's strength began to rapidly increase, mastering an array of skills. Nevertheless, following previous trends, Jie estimated that it would still take around 6 months for Pidgeotto to evolve into Pidgeot and attain quasi-champion status. Today, Jie couldn't help but smile at his recent achievements. From tasks and additional gains, this adventure had netted him a staggering 512,000, and after deducting expenses, he was left with 500,000, nearly equivalent to his regular 2-month income, not to mention the remarkable item in his backpack, which ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. Ascending the stairs into his study, Jie carefully retrieved his most significant find, a radiant orange-yellow stone adorned with a faintly visible flame emblem. It was the rare evolution stone, specifically the Fire Stone, with Zero's panel indicating a quality score of 89 points. For reference, the finest perfect Fire Stone boasted a mere 100 points. This was undeniably valuable. Jie recalled a purchase post he had seen on a Pokémon forum, where individuals offered up to 20 million for an ordinary Fire Stone, with some even deemed priceless in the market. How much more, then, was the high-quality Fire Stone in his possession worth? Jie estimated he could sell it for at least 40 million Alliance coins. Fire-type Pokémon were exceptionally formidable, and the energy contained within the Fire Stone could rapidly and stably enhance a Pokémon's Fire-type capabilities, making it even stronger. Furthermore, both Vulpix and Growlithe required the Fire Stone for evolution, rendering high-quality Fire Stones even more coveted, as both Arcanine and Ninetales were strikingly powerful and the preferred choice among the affluent. Although Jie was perplexed as to why such a stone would be found within a Beedrill nest, he nearly fainted from joy upon discovering it. He had initially intended to gather some honey after witnessing a hapless trainer provoke a swarm of Beedrills, thereby weakening the nest's defenses. After all, experienced hunters often shared tales of encountering novice trainers annually and profiting from the situation. Jie himself had experienced such an event once every 4 years. Beedrill honey was a prized ingredient in high-end beauty and whitening cosmetics, also serving as a supplement, much adored by affluent women, keeping its market price high. To Jie's astonishment, while collecting honey, he discovered the Fire Stone hidden within the nest, an unexpected windfall. However, he faced a dilemma regarding how to manage this Fire Stone. While he yearned to keep it for future training of Fire-type Pokémon, he envisioned that his primary team would likely consist of Blaziken or Charizard, which did not require the Fire Stone for evolution. Although using it to rapidly boost strength was a possibility, it seemed somewhat extravagant, especially since he currently lacked the funds to procure eggs for either of those Pokémon. Unless he sold the Fire Stone and sought to purchase an egg for either Torchic or Charmander from the black market, ideally one of exceptional quality, he could rely on Zero to assist with identification. Thus, Jie realized he could only choose one option, the Fire Stone or the egg for either Torchic or Charmander. Of course, using the Fire Stone for evolution with Growlithe was also a viable option, yet wild Growlithe were exceedingly rare, often referred to as legendary Pokémon, primarily held by the Jusha family. If one were a commoner, acquiring a Growlithe would prompt inquiries from the Jusha family about their willingness to join them. This was a coveted opportunity for many, as marrying into the Jusha or Joy families held significant prestige. Undoubtedly, for Jie, this remained an elusive dream, regardless of the choice. In that moment, he found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 6. choices and Pokémon items after a moment of contemplation. Jia resolved to set aside the Firestone, as he was not in a hurry to reach a final decision. Whether to retain the Firestone to accelerate the strengthening of his future main Pokémon, or to sell it in favor of acquiring a sufficiently powerful Pokémon. Then gradually amass funds for training, the distinction was not particularly pronounced. At present, Jia's primary objective remained to enhance the strength of his Pidgey. At least to evolve it into a Pidgeotto. Fortunately, today he had garnered some additional resources to invest in Pidgey's training. Once Pidgey evolved into Pidgeotto, Jia would gain the confidence to undertake more challenging C-rank tasks, and perhaps even dare to confront B-rank missions. Cultivating his next Pokémon would then become less financially burdensome. And he could contemplate how to manage the Firestone later, as he had no doubt it would find a buyer. Jia carefully secured the Firestone, tucking it into the inner pocket of his clothing. Such a valuable item was too precious to be left in his home safe. For one could never predict the actions of thieves, not to mention the presence of mischievous wild Pokémon, like Meowth, which were quite adept at pilfering. Subsequently, Jia opened his Pokémon computer, intending to utilize this time before sleep to peruse the shared experiences of trainers on the forum. After all, some distinguished trainers often uploaded their battle videos to the forum for aspiring trainers to learn from, albeit at a cost, with prices varying according to the trainer's level. Only trainers of at least Elite 4 caliber, possessing 3 or more elite Pokémon, were granted access to such services. Setting the video aspect aside for the moment, Jia clicked on the forum, where a glaring post had been pinned by the administrator at the top: cherished items sale, self-designed requests. This section was filled with trainers hawking their wares, predominantly selling held items. A scant few were offering evolution stones, and upon inspecting the images, Jia noted that their quality fell short of his Firestone. Habitually, he scrolled through to see if any new items had been listed for sale. And soon his eyes brightened. Sharp Beak for sale, no exchanges, private message with price, clown climb, read a post selling a flying type item. Jia distinctly recalled that this post had not existed a few days prior. Checking the posting time, he saw it had been listed just yesterday, suggesting it had yet to be sold. He examined the enhancement effect, which was a mere 6. Jia frowned slightly. No wonder. Typically, items that enhance attribute-based moves, such as Charcoal or Miracle Seed, would offer effects ranging from 5 to 20, with prices varying significantly based on their efficacy. Studies indicated that the majority of items could boost skill power by 10 or more, classified as standard items, while only a minority fell below 10, deemed deficient. This Sharp Beak, being a deficient item with only a 6 enhancement, could not be entirely dismissed. Yet it was exceedingly rare, a peculiarity Jia had only encountered once in his 16 years. However, oddities were welcome. Jia relaxed his brow. Such an item would not depreciate in value, and if purchased, reselling might be more challenging. Nevertheless, having this item would marginally strengthen Pidgey, and every bit of enhancement counted. He could always sell it later, and if the effect were better, the price would be entirely different. Relegating it to the status of items in the forum, admired from afar, but not within reach. He glanced at the bids below, all hovering around 1.8 million, and nodded slightly. This aligned well with his expectations, for while similar items had not appeared, those with an 8 effect had previously sold for less than 3 million. Such prices were not exaggerated. One must consider that items with a 10 effect typically commanded prices above 8 million, and during scarce availability, even 10 million might not secure a purchase. Powerful items like Dragon Fang or Curved Spoon would require an even greater investment for equivalent effects. The discrepancy in pricing between standard and deficient items, despite a mere 1 or 2 percentage points in effect, stemmed from research findings. Data revealed that standard items effectively increase skill power by a tier, while deficient items merely enhance damage. In simpler terms, if comparing two similar items, one enhancing by 8 and the other by 10, assuming a skill power of 60, the former would yield a boosted power of 64.8, while the latter would reach 66, a seemingly negligible difference. However, during practical testing, discrepancies arose despite precise target data. Using a move cancellation experiment as a case study, they conducted comparative tests: no item versus no item versus 8 enhancement item, and so forth. The results varied, with the 10 enhancement item inflicting slight damage, while the 12 item demonstrated its potency against both the unenhanced and the 8 item. The findings indicated that while standard items merely increased damage output, they also elevated skill levels, resulting in a performance that could dismantle opposing moves, a phenomenon not observed with deficient items. The above insights were drawn from a research paper by a scholar at the Professor Oak Institute in Pallet Town, titled On the Differences in Move Enhancement Between Standard and Deficient Items. Jia understood the general premise. Standard items invariably outperformed deficient items by more than a factor of 2, thus justifying their elevated prices. After all, Jie was not an expert in energy studies and grasped little beyond this basic understanding. Returning to the matter at hand, Jie sent a bidding message to the seller, prepared to spend 2 million while reserving an additional 400,000 for himself to acquire this beak. Although its effect in battles against trainers might be marginal, it would considerably ease his battles against wild Pokémon, aiding him in task completion and financial accumulation. However, the seller's swift response darkened Jie's expression. Chapter 7. The Jester is myself and the training of Pidgey. Jie, what? The Jester is myself? Jie was utterly bewildered. But this isn't a problem. After all, a defective item inherently lacks significant value, and a mere 6 effect isn't in high demand. The price of 2 million is quite reasonable, if not slightly excessive. Confused, Jie bombarded the seller with a series of question marks in hopes of clarifying the situation. Before the seller could respond, Jie noticed that the post had been updated. Sold for 28 million. Jie exclaimed in disbelief. Who on earth would spend such a sum on a worthless item? This is madness. He felt a pang of envy and incredulity. At that moment, the seller replied to Jie's inquiry. Apologies, my friend. I was overly excited. You must be a trainer, right? The 2 million price is already on the higher end for trainers, but 2 collectors approached me and bid it up to 28 million. My apologies once again. The seller's politeness struck Jie. After reading the response, he began to understand the situation. Pokémon collectors are a niche group passionate about acquiring rare Pokémon and unique items, predominantly consisting of the wealthiest individuals. With money no longer a status symbol, they seek to prove their worth through the collection of increasingly rare items. It is said that their gatherings are primarily for showcasing their collections, with the rarer the item, the more it is praised. Jie realized he had underestimated the value of a 6-effect defective item. While trainers might find it lackluster, for collectors, such rarity is of immense value. With a wry smile, Jie felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was not overwhelming. He had only been hoping to see if he could purchase it, unaware that 2 collectors would emerge midway with their financial clout. Not acquiring the item was so bad. At least he saved 2 million, which he could invest in further training for Pidgey. Jie thought to himself, one day, when I have amassed a fortune, I shall indulge in such pursuits too, perhaps. Yet he remained perplexed by the mindset of the affluent. Why invest in such items when one could simply train Pokémon with that wealth? Regaining his composure, Jie continued to peruse the forum, only to find a plethora of purchase requests and inflammatory posts. For instance, Fire-type Pokémon are all worthless. If you disagree, come debate. Intrigued, Jie clicked on it and found a wave of disparagement in the comments. Do you even have a Fire-type? You're broke. Indeed, they were deemed worthless, merely overshadowing the common grass, steel, bug, and ice types. Honestly, aren't Charizard and Blaziken handsome? So what if they have weaknesses? Their aesthetics are top-notch. Who can't just kick a little child? Dog head emoji. Another user chimed in. That may be true, but I still think Ninetales is superior. And Vulpix has such a gentle temperament. Look at that wealthy individual. Vulpix is already rare, and they don't even regard Firestones. As Jie read on, he suddenly realized something amiss. Amidst the insults, the comments began to shift towards discussing which Fire-type Pokémon was superior, with users providing theoretical evidence for their breed's trainability. Jie had an epiphany. The original poster was fishing for reactions. Ineffective thread. Does anyone know which Fire-type Pokémon is suitable for training? Responses: none, not suitable, too costly. Ineffective early on. Effective thread. Fire-type Pokémon are all worthless. If you disagree, come debate. Jie learned that most comments revolved around common sentiments and viewpoints. After a spell of monotony, he closed the forum. Opening the video section, Jie noticed notifications about the latest Quartz conference finals from yesterday and several updates from trainers he followed. After paying the fees, he eagerly watched them in succession. 5 videos cost him 1,000 league coins, but for the opportunity to learn from esteemed trainers, Jie felt no remorse. Not to mention, he occasionally perused researchers' papers at a cost of 5,000 coins without explanations, a necessary expenditure. A night of silence passed. As dawn broke, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fresh aroma of the Viridian forest across the city. The distant sunrise appeared particularly soft, heralding the arrival of a new day. It was the transition between spring and summer, with a refreshing coolness in the air. Jie donned a black sleeveless top and engaged in his daily physical exercises in the backyard. A competent trainer or bounty hunter must possess good physical fitness to increase the chances of survival in perilous situations, a lesson Jie had learned through years of experience. Beads of sweat glistened on his chiseled features, soaking his tousled brown hair. After completing his last set, Jia exhaled deeply and reached for the towel hanging around his neck to wipe away the perspiration. Releasing Pidgey, he said, "Go enjoy some freedom for a bit. Eat some berries if you get hungry. I'm going to take a shower." The liberated Pidgey chirped in acknowledgement and took off into the sky. Jia stepped inside to shower. After drying his hair, Jia emerged clad only in light blue casual shorts, revealing the youthful vigor of his physique. Donning a sweatshirt, he stepped outside to find Pidgey had returned, perched on a branch of the berry tree. Upon seeing his trainer, Pidgey waved its wings in greeting. "Good morning. We're about to commence today's training," Jia replied with a smile. Pidgey flapped its wings, indicating readiness. "First, let us warm up. Today we'll cover 120 miles. Meeting at the usual spot, Jia retrieved a weighted vest and addressed Pidgey. The obedient Pidgey flew close to Jia, allowing him to affix the equipment. Once secured, Pidgey soared into the sky, initiating its first training session of the day. Jia stretched and began to jog at a leisurely pace behind Pidgey. For Pidgey, 120 miles was merely a standard distance, as wild Pidgeys roam territories of up to 60 miles. With the added weight, Jia's Pidgey required about 25 minutes to complete the warm-up. Without the extra load, that time could be reduced to 15 minutes. The evolved form, Pidgeot, would be even more impressive, as even wild Pidgeots can reach speeds close to Mach 2. Jia eagerly anticipated how swift his Pidgey would become upon evolution. Would Pidgey slack off? In this world, the ambition to grow stronger is ingrained in Pokemon's very genes, making such behavior improbable. Moreover, Jia and Zero could effectively demonstrate training results through data analysis, alleviating any concerns. For Jia, this leisurely jog served as a perfect opportunity to cover the 6 to 7 kilometers to their training location. It may sound extravagant, but in the Pokémon world, physical capabilities are often monstrous, especially considering Jia's commitment to consistent exercise. This distance was trivial for him. Breathing in the fresh air, Jia jogged to their training ground. Situated at the intersection of Viridian Forest and the city, albeit in a secluded area surrounded by dense trees, he performed stretching exercises while waiting for a moment. The vibrant BB bird gracefully descended onto the open ground, signaling the end of its warm-up session and the beginning of agility training. Jia approached to assist BB bird in shedding its weights. As before, the directive was to swiftly navigate through the dense jungle ahead. With a swift gesture, Jia commenced the next round of practice without allowing BB bird a moment's respite, fully aware of its stamina. Demonstrating keen awareness, BB bird immediately transitioned into the next exercise upon removing the weights. It became a blur of yellow, darting through the foliage, occasionally colliding with tree trunks due to its excessive speed, only to swiftly recalibrate and resume its flight. Jia produced a laptop, continuously adjusting the data based on BB bird's performance. An hour later, he called for a break as BB bird began to show signs of fatigue. The weary creature landed beside Jia, panting. Jia applied some ointment to the scrapes BB bird had incurred during training. "Let us rest for a moment before proceeding to the next exercise," he suggested. BB bird cast a mournful glance at its trainer, though accustomed to the exertion. Fatigue was an unavoidable companion. With a cheerful smile, Jia retrieved a yuzu fruit from his pack and offered it to BB bird, who eagerly devoured it upon seeing it. The yuzu fruit, a variant of the orange fruit, bore a similar taste, yet the former was significantly more effective in replenishing energy and priced accordingly. After a lucrative day yesterday, Jia indulged BB bird with the yuzu. Typically, it subsisted on oranges for recovery. Once the yuzu was consumed, it was time to resume training. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, its glaring rays making it difficult to open one's eyes, prompting Jia to finally call a complete halt to BB bird's exertions. Upon returning home, Jia, disregarding his own hunger, promptly prepared a nutritious lunch for BB bird in accordance with Plan 0 from the morning's training. This approach lent genuine significance to their efforts. Otherwise, it would merely be a drain on resources. Once BB bird began to eat, Jia retreated to the kitchen, retrieving a steak from the refrigerator to prepare. Before long, Jia placed a plate adorned with steak on the dining table, while balancing a glass of milk in his right hand, and commenced his own meal. Throughout the morning, Jia had expended over 10,000 Alliance coins, including the modest 500 for his large carton of milk, with most of the expenditure directed towards BB bird's nutritional needs. In the afternoon, they engaged in battle training, continuously challenging trainers and their Pokémon at the Pokémon Center's battleground, occasionally stopping by Nurse Joy for a quick recovery. In the evening, they ventured to the marketplace to procure various items, and after enjoying dinner, the day's training came to a close. Thus, 2 weeks passed in a seemingly ordinary manner, during which BB bird successfully ascended to level 36. Jia, observing his rapidly dwindling wallet, could not help but chuckle ruefully. Chapter 8. Clearing tasks and variables within the brief span of less than half a month, Jia successfully expended 500,000 Union coins, depleting his prior surplus. It was his inaugural experience in spending such a considerable sum all at once. The outcome, however, was promising. The rate at which his BB bird ascended to level 36 far surpassed the previous standard cultivation, more than doubling its pace without the expenditure of those 500,000 coins. Jia felt an inkling that BB bird was now merely a step away from evolution. Yet, upon examining both the data he had analyzed and the information provided by Zero, along with the cultivation plan, it became evident that BB bird's progress had stagnated. Jia surmised that perhaps something essential was still lacking. After all, the process of Pokémon evolution is a mysterious one. The exact requirements for successful evolution remain elusive. It could be a deficiency of energy, a lack of combat stimulation, or perhaps the influence of the Pokémon's own will. There are myriad possibilities. Thus, he resolved to undertake some tasks to earn funds while patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Jia remained remarkably composed, understanding that evolving BB bird into a Pidgeot would not be a trivial endeavor, even considering its exceptional qualities among its peers. Moreover, many BB birds in the world had failed to achieve evolution. Anxiety would yield no results. Numerous seasoned trainers on forums advised allowing nature to take its course. Some Pokémon evolved while eating, others during training, and some post-arduous battles. There were numerous precedents. Jia maintained unwavering confidence in both himself and BB bird, reassured that they would not suffer the fate of some Pokémon that languished for months or even years without evolving to their final forms. Their potential and investment were evident. He first took BB bird to the Pokémon Center for recovery and subsequently shared a meal with it. After storing BB bird in its Pokeball, Jia strolled to the Bounty Hunter Center, eager to see which tasks might alleviate his financial pressures. Upon entering the task hall, Jia adeptly inserted his identity card into the machine and began to peruse the available tasks. Task ID 1978-917-0519. Task level B. Requirements: a recently shed skin from an Arbok, no longer than 1 week. Reward: 250,000, 400,000 Union coins, subject to quality assessment. Long-term purchase: Task ID 2879-857-9871. Task level B. Requirements: more than 50 beedrills poisonous stingers. Reward: 100 Union coins each. Long-term purchase: small quantities only. Task ID 6784-616-9849. Task level C. Requirements: 300 milliliters of Stunky S flower nectar. Reward: 35,000 Union coins. Long-term purchase: small quantities only. Task ID 6965-746-2445. Task level C. Requirements: protect a suburban farm from Pokémon disturbances for at least 3 days. Reward: 10,000 Union coins day. Long term. Task ID 7646-640-0178. Task level C. Requirements: 100 G of red heart grass. Reward: 40,000 Union coins. Countdown: 1 day. Task ID 7807 for 861986. Task level C. Requirements: clear a swarm of Caterpie near the main road of the Viridian Forest. Maximum strength comparable to an ordinary peak Butterfree. Total of 4. Reward: 70,000 Union coins. Countdown: 11 hours. Most long-term tasks were excessively time-consuming, rendering them less efficient in terms of profit for Jia compared to temporary tasks. The task involving the Arbok skin appeared promising, yet Jia was ill-equipped to confront such a fierce predator. He turned his attention to 2 temporary tasks that piqued his interest. After contemplation, Jia opted to accept the second clearing task, as the swarm was ideally suited for BB bird to handle. Although the first task was simpler, it demanded more time and offered lesser rewards. Jia was eager to witness BB bird's progress, while data and battles against trainers provided some insight. They could not compare to the intensity of real wild encounters. Regrettably, tasks of the same level could only be undertaken one at a time, while lower-level tasks permitted a maximum of 3. This regulation was customary, primarily instituted to prevent individuals from monopolizing tasks, leaving others with little to do. One might wonder why not gather resources during the clearing, return to submit the clearing task, and then immediately acquire a collection task to submit in one fell swoop. However, other hunters were not naive. Many were keen to accept collection tasks, and it appeared this particular task had just been posted, hence the lack of takers. By the time Jia completed his series of actions, the task would likely have vanished. After successfully accepting the task and inputting the information, Jia withdrew his identity card and exited. Having trained that morning, he carried various healing items and tools, thus requiring no additional preparation. He activated his Pokémon wristwatch, which had transmitted the activity location of his task to his personal map. Following the main road, he soon arrived at the vicinity of the Caterpie swarm. Concealed behind a tree, Jia observed the positioning and number of these Pokémon. A Butterfree was busy gathering nectar. It likely had just migrated. As this location was perilously close to the road, making it prone to attacking passers-by, Jia reasoned. Do not be deceived by the seemingly docile nature of Butterfree. Their wings are cloaked in toxic powder that can repel water droplets. When they flap their wings vigorously, this powder disperses into the air, causing discomfort upon inhalation. Occasionally, other powders may mix in, potentially inducing drowsiness or paralysis. This posed a significant threat to humans. Carelessness could lead to perilous consequences. Jia released BB Bird and signaled it. Understanding the cue, BB Bird soared into the sky, circling above. Utilizing Zero, Jia assessed the information concerning the entire swarm, which aligned closely with the task details, revealing that only 3 Butterfree reached the ordinary peak level. However, Jia's brow furrowed in surprise. Zero identified 1 Butterfree as an elite, indicating that one had recently achieved a breakthrough. Given that its potential was indeed elite, this was not entirely unexpected, yet it posed a complication for Jia. Had it merely been 4 ordinary peak Butterfree, even with the addition of over 20 inconsequential Caterpie and Metapod, BB Bird would have been more than capable of handling the situation. Jia contemplated abandoning the task, knowing that the worst-case scenario would be a 3-day period without accepting additional tasks. After all, facing a newly evolved elite Butterfree alongside 3 ordinary peak Butterfree would not be a simple task for BB Bird. Frowning, Jia acknowledged that had BB Bird not made significant progress, he would never have dared to accept such a task prior to its elite breakthrough. The variables were simply too great. This task serendipitously coincided with encountering a wild elite Butterfree. This marked Jia's first experience with such a formidable wild Pokémon, especially in such a peripheral area close to Viridian City. Calculating in his mind, an elite Butterfree could fetch a price of 1,000,000 in the black market. If it possessed psychic abilities, the yield could soar to 2,000,000. Jia gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed, though fraught with danger. With the enemy in the open while he remained concealed, the opportunity to eliminate 2 Butterfree first would significantly increase his chances. Jia retreated a distance, recalling BB Bird to his side. A solitary individual, accompanied by a sprite, cautiously navigated around the colony, perpetually seeking an opportunity to strike. The 4 Butterfree remained blissfully unaware of the hunter lurking in the shadows, indulging themselves in the nectar of blossoms. As they drifted further away from one another, the distance between the pairs of Butterfree steadily expanded. Jia and his companion, the Pidgeotto, stealthily trailed behind 2 Butterfree, both of ordinary peak strength. Upon noticing that the other 2 Butterfree had vanished from sight, Jia decisively commanded Pidgeotto to advance. In a flash of lightning, they approached and executed a wing attack with swiftness and precision. Indeed, after rigorous training, Pidgeotto had successfully mastered the wing attack, demonstrating formidable might. In a breathtaking display, Pidgeotto surged forward, aglow with a faint luminescence, colliding forcefully with the 2 Butterfree, sending them crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Pidgeotto executed a graceful aerial maneuver, flapping its wings vigorously, channeling white energy into its feathers, and launched a second assault on the Butterfree, who were just beginning to recover from the initial strike. Still struggling to regain their composure, the Butterfree flapped their wings, but Pidgeotto unfurled its expansive wings, harnessing immense kinetic energy and the power of flight. Darting between the 2 incapacitated Butterfree, with a resounding thud, both were sent reeling from the impact of Pidgeotto's powerful wings. Jia, unyielding, moved with great speed, delivering a decisive blow to ensure their defeat. Pidgeotto immediately activated its ability, its body becoming weightless as it swiftly collided with the 2 Butterfree, now unable to rise. The air was filled with 2 dull thuds. The Butterfree were unable to muster any resistance or unleash their skills, swiftly succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing Pidgeotto's series of dazzling maneuvers, Jia nodded in satisfaction. The wing attack had effectively compensated for one of Pidgeotto's previous shortcomings. Although it had been swift, its repertoire of attacks had been limited. The preparation time for Tornado was excessively lengthy, and the damage inflicted was not as substantial, making it challenging to conclude battles swiftly. Previously, when Jia encountered Beedrill, he had to adopt a strategy of retreat and attrition. However, with the newfound wing attack, he could effortlessly dispatch 5 or 6 Beedrill of approximately level 20. Jia tossed a Pokeball, capturing the 2 Butterfree, which served as one of the tokens for his mission. After securing the miniature Pokeballs in his backpack, He fed Pidgeotto an orange berry to replenish the energy it had just expended, then stealthily returned to the nesting site of the Butterfree colony. Only an elite Butterfree and a Butterfree of ordinary peak strength remained. Gia patiently awaited their return, prepared to seize the opportune moment for a decisive strike. Chapter 9. Evolve. Pidgeot soon, the two Butterfree returned. With his keen eyesight, Gia noticed the Butterfree heading home from a distance. He quietly instructed Pidgey and began to retreat slowly. Pidgey flapped its wings vigorously in the air, generating an increasingly powerful wind. Initially, only minor whirlwinds formed between its wings, but as Pidgey gathered strength, these whirlwinds grew larger, transforming into two fierce vortices. This was not the end. As the wings converged and exerted force, the two wind vortices began to merge. With a powerful flap, Pidgey sent the combined force roaring towards the Butterfree, where they completely fused in midair, becoming a violent tornado. The description of this scene may seem slow, but the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. The two Butterfree barely had time to react before the winds ensnared them, rendering them unable to move as they were forcibly drawn into the tempest. The howling winds stirred up clouds of dust. After a while, the dust settled. Gia focused his gaze and saw that the ordinary Butterfree lay unconscious on the ground, while the elite Butterfree gasped for breath, remnants of purple energy still shimmering around it. Gia's eyes glinted. It possessed psychic energy. This Butterfree indeed mastered psychic abilities. Without time to revel in this discovery, Gia quickly commanded Pidgey, flash and charge. But be careful of the powder. Pidgey, glowing faintly, surged towards the Butterfree, which would not simply acquiesce. Confused by the sudden assault from a human and Pidgey, the Butterfree had sustained heavy damage. Nevertheless, its wild instincts prompted it to unleash a flurry of purple powder towards Pidgey while it struggled to retreat. Pidgey arced gracefully through the air, utilizing the wind to evade the toxic powder and collided directly with the Butterfree. The Butterfree emitted a cry of agony, yet it did not cease its struggle. Its antennae glowed with a bright purple light, casting a psychic spell upon Pidgey. Pidgey felt a sudden constriction, immobilizing it momentarily. Straining to rotate and break free, it retaliated with a wing attack. Gia remained calm, guiding Pidgey for the next assault. The Butterfree's psychic control was merely a desperate act, and its grip could only hold Pidgey for a fleeting moment. As Pidgey exerted itself to spin, the Butterfree lost its hold. Once liberated from the psychic force, Pidgey struck the Butterfree with its glowing wings. With a resounding thud, the Butterfree was knocked to the ground, incapacitated. Gia hurried over, casting a Pokeball without a hint of resistance, capturing the psychic Butterfree within. He exhaled in relief. This was indeed a valuable find. He casually captured the other Butterfree as well, completing the primary objective. Now, he merely needed to catch an ordinary Butterfree to substitute for the psychic one for reporting purposes. Your meal is sorted out, Gia chuckled at Pidgey, who appeared slightly fatigued after the battle. Although Gia had anticipated Pidgey's progress, its performance still surprised him. The mastery of wing attack had refined Pidgey's combat style, alleviating concerns over a lack of close-range offensive capabilities. Before this skill, even if he chose such a fighting style, the absence of a decisive attack would have forced them to rely on gradual wear-down tactics, which were inefficient and risked greater injury. Gia watched as Pidgey approached the Caterpie colony to enjoy its meal, wearing a paternal smile. Soon, Pidgey finished its meal. Though most of the Caterpie had fled, and Gia could not be bothered to pursue them, the 4 Butterfree had been captured, while the remaining Caterpie were merely novice or even juvenile, lacking the strength and potential to survive here. They would either be eliminated by other Pokémon or seek new colonies to inhabit. The task merely required clearing this area, something Gia had done before with familiarity. He and Pidgey easily found a solitary ordinary Butterfree in the Viridian Forest, swiftly capturing it in a Pokeball, ready to return and report. Just as Gia prepared to recall Pidgey and head back, a radiant light suddenly enveloped Pidgey, illuminating its entire body. Gia's eyes widened. Pidgey was about to evolve. Despite having imagined various scenarios for evolution, Gia was utterly unprepared for such a sudden transformation. It was a delightful surprise just before his return. He anxiously watched as Pidgey became enveloped in a brilliant light. Quickly, the light dissipated, revealing a striking Pidgeot before Gia. Pidgeot bore a striking resemblance to Pidgey, yet its form was grander, with a broader wingspan and shorter talons, reminiscent of an eagle. Its brown feathers complemented a creamy body, with striking plumage of red and yellow atop its head, creating an impressive display in the air. Its magnificent wings served not only to intimidate, but also to conjure powerful storms, and its gaze radiated a regal aura. Gia, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Pidgeot, exclaiming, "Well done, Pidgeot." Pidgeot responded with a joyful cry, mirroring its master's delight. Gia instructed Pidgeot to stay by his side, summoning the status panel. Pidgeot, category, Bird Pokémon type. Normal flying height, 1. 85 meters, average 1. 5 meters. Weight, 45 kilograms, average 39. 5 kilograms. Ability, keen eye, thanks to its keen eyesight. Accuracy will not be lowered. Hidden ability, big pecs, no reduction in defense effects, and Pokémon with this ability are stronger than their peers. Skills, tackle, growl, peck. Sand attack, gust, quick attack, whirlwind, feather dance, agility, hurricane, inherited, wing attack, roost, air slash, double team, return, etc. Level, 38, elite, potential, champion training plan. It is recommended to focus on targeted training for this Pokémon's wings, followed by massage relaxation techniques. Enhance reaction speed, supplemented with neural drugs, strengthen bone density, using a bone-strengthening diet. J.A. gazed at the panel, speechless with excitement. The evolution from Pidgey to Pidgeot marked a monumental transformation in both size and strength. Chapter 10. The Mighty Pidgeot and its Entanglements. The most immediate manifestation of Pidgeot's evolution was a remarkable advancement in its level, which had surged by 2 ranks. Likely due to the residual energy absorbed from its earlier training. Furthermore, the transformation in its physique was striking. Superior nurturing and exceptional potential had elevated Pidgeot well above the average standards of its peers. Its robust pectorals endowed it with a formidable appearance, with its weight significantly exceeding that of its predecessors. Now, standing on the ground, Pidgeot towered slightly over Jia, and when it unfurled its wings, it could envelop Jia entirely, exuding an impressive and grandiose presence. Additionally, Pidgeot had mastered 4 new skills: Roost, Air Slash, Shadow Clone, and Quick Attack. Each of these abilities was paramount in enhancing Pidgeot's power. Roost allowed for the restoration of health while negating its flying attributes, serving as a crucial strategy against electric-type moves when necessary. Air Slash, a technique that unleashed blades of air from its wings, offered not only mid-range offensive capabilities but also compensated for Pidgeot's previous limitations in attack power and range. Shadow Clone proved to be an exceptional tactic for confusing opponents and evading their skills, while Quick Attack, when combined with various techniques and training, enabled Pidgeot's massive form to engage in combat with astonishing agility and finesse, leaving adversaries bewildered. Jia speculated that despite Pidgeot's level only rising by 2, it could effortlessly take on 4 or 5 unevolved Pidgeys. Suppressing his excitement, Jia reminded himself that Pidgeot had only just evolved and required a thorough examination at the Pokémon Center. Although he had the data from zero, it was prudent to proceed with caution. Hastily, Jia recalled Pidgeot into its Pokeball and sprinted toward the Pokémon Center. "Hello, Trainer Yamuki. Your Pokémon has completed its examination, all is normal, and its development is exceptionally good. Congratulations on evolving into Pidgeot," Joy said with a warm smile. After confirming his identity, she handed Jia the Pokeball containing Pidgeot. "Thank you, Nurse Joy. I appreciate your efforts," Jia replied with a smile. Joy nodded graciously, indicating no need for formality, and Jia turned to leave. As Joy watched Jia depart, she glanced at his profile information and made a simple notation. In the records of the Joy family, it was noted that a Pidgey evolving into its final form, Pidgeot, possessed the potential to transcend into a quasi-champion. This indicated that even without natural talent, Jia could become a seasoned elite trainer solely through Pidgeot, if fortune favored him further and Pidgeot's potential was even greater. Its future prowess could be formidable. Moreover, Jia was quite young and had risen from an orphan background, nurturing his Pidgey for over a year before it evolved into Pidgeot. This not only demonstrated good fortune, but also indicated the makings of a training prodigy. During the examination, Joy noted that Pidgeot was exceptionally well cared for, suggesting that Jia had an innate talent for nurturing Pokémon. Joy greatly admired Jia's approach to his Pokémon. Even as a commoner born into adversity, Jia was deemed to have considerable potential to become a quasi-champion, if not a true champion. Those with champion potential naturally warranted careful record-keeping for future investment. Despite the slim chances, Joy merely fulfilled her family's duty and soon returned to her busy tasks. Unbeknownst to Jia, Joy had marked him as a potential training talent while he was still contemplating his recent gains. "My luck has been splendid lately. This task has yielded a substantial profit," he mused. Upon submitting his task, Jia did not immediately receive his rewards. He would need to wait approximately 2 hours for the funds to be transferred. For such cleaning tasks, the Hunter Center not only recovered designated leader Pokémon, but also dispatched personnel for verification, which consumed time. Previously, there had been incidents where individuals submitted ordinary Pokémon as leader specimens, leading to the realization that proper verification was necessary. However, Jia had completed the cleaning, so he remained calm while awaiting the notification of the transfer. First, he needed to visit the black market to sell the newly captured Butterfree. which possessed psychic abilities, his most significant profit from this endeavor. Draped in a similar dark cloak, Jia entered the black market and rented a temporary stall for 1 hour at a cost of 1,000 Alliance coins. Although Jia was not impoverished, he felt a twinge of regret over the expense. It seemed exorbitant. One should not find it peculiar that a black market has an administrative office. After all, such clandestine transactions require order, especially since they can be quite lucrative, and many families lack the means to manage them. Hastening to his stall, Jia placed the Pokeball containing Butterfree on the table and wrote on an accompanying wooden board, Butterfree, elite level, psychic ability, auction in 1 hour, highest bid wins. Starting price, 1,200,000. Concise and to the point. Though he had never sold a Pokemon before, Jia had frequented the black market over the years and was familiar with the basic dynamics. An elite Butterfree with psychic abilities was rare in the black market, and auctioning it was the most profitable strategy. Jia settled comfortably behind the stall, awaiting the arrival of wealthy patrons. Before long, his stall attracted attention. One by one, cloaked figures approached, skillfully placing bids. 1,220,000, 1,250,000, 1,300,000, 1,320,000. Within just half an hour, the price soared to 1,600,000. After another half hour, Jia emerged from the black market administration with a beaming smile, having concluded the auction. Oh yes, upon arriving home, Jia could no longer contain his excitement and erupted in cheers. 200,000. That is the final price. Initially, he had anticipated selling it for around 2,000,000, perhaps 1,900,000, but he was pleasantly surprised by the final bid. Sitting on the sofa, he chuckled at his balance. At that moment, the 700,000 Alliance coins from the cleaning task also arrived, but Jia felt no particular thrill, merely pocket change. Feeling a sense of inflated pride, he marveled at the tangible figures, which were far more impactful than those of the Firestone. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that combined with his previous savings, he had just over 4,000,000, a sum insufficient to purchase even 1/5 of a Charmander egg. Suppressing his excitement, Jia began to contemplate his next steps. Initially, he had no intention of raising a second Pokemon just yet, but with this unexpected windfall and Pidgeot's evolution, he could expedite his plans. This way, even if he used the proceeds from the Firestone to acquire an egg, he would possess enough savings and strength to nurture a second Pokemon, fostering a virtuous cycle. The question now was which Pokemon would he choose as his second companion. After finishing dinner for himself and Pidgeot, Jia slowly ascended the stairs, deep in thought. Chapter 11. Planning and selling the Firestone. Jia pondered for a moment before opening his computer to commence his planning. This world is a tangible realm. In the early stages, teams specializing in a singular attribute possess a distinct advantage in both cultivation and battles, as their methods and resources are relatively uniform, and their combat strategies are rather straightforward. Consequently, many ordinary elite trainers opt to nurture a single type of Pokemon to enhance their strength. After all, while cultivation methods may vary, they largely converge, allowing for a swift accumulation of combat power. However, the more formidable trainers seldom confine themselves to nurturing only one type of Pokemon. Even those specializing in dragon types often incorporate various secondary attributes into their teams. There are numerous reasons for this. Firstly, there is the issue of resources. It is challenging to ensure that one can provide at least 6 primary Pokemon of the same type with sufficient cultivation materials. The materials acquired during adventures are diverse, making it difficult to guarantee they align with one's cultivation needs. Even with mutual exchanges, assembling the right combination proves arduous. This is particularly true for powerful Pokemon, as the materials required for their cultivation are not easily obtainable, even for those with wealth. Secondly, there is the tactical aspect. Trainers who focus solely on one attribute tend to employ relatively straightforward strategies. Moreover, the concept of attribute advantages cannot be overlooked in battles where strengths are comparable. Attributes often dictate the outcome. A certain flying-type champion exemplifies this point well. Furthermore, a team composed of Pokemon with a single attribute struggles to maintain versatility, which is especially critical for trainers who live in the wild. A lack of versatility equates to insecurity and, ultimately, death. Jia contemplated the configuration of his team from the perspective of his previous gaming experiences. He envisioned a simple division of roles, akin to tank, damage dealer, and support, albeit less distinctly defined. For instance, while he yearned to have a Happiny as the team's healer, under the control of the Joy family, that aspiration was more a fantasy than a dream. Therefore, Jaya resolved to acquire more knowledge and consider becoming a humanoid nurse instead. As for Pokémon capable of healing, there are indeed options, such as Shinado, which tops Jaya's list of desired Pokémon. However, the difficulty level, while certainly lower than that of acquiring a Happiny, remained daunting. Jaya first contemplated the role of Pidgeot within his team, concluding that it currently lacked sufficient damage output to be an effective assassin. Pidgeot could utilize quick attack in conjunction with various skills, enabling it to strike swiftly before retreating. Additionally, its mid-range attacks were not weak, allowing for effective harassment and damage from a distance. In the wild, Pidgeot could serve as an excellent mount and scout for mobility and reconnaissance. Nonetheless, its damage output was still relatively low. Only upon mastering skills like Tailwind and Brave Bird would Pidgeot truly attain a one-hit knockout capability against opponents of similar levels, a feat it had yet to achieve. Consequently, Jia believed that his second Pokémon should embody a warrior-like role, capable of facing adversaries head-on with superior melee capabilities and robust defensive skills, enabling swift resolution of conflicts. This narrowed down his options considerably, prompting Jia to frown as he made adjustments on his computer. For melee combat, it was preferable to have fighting attributes, or at least fighting moves. In this context, Lucario's pre-evolution, Riolu, appeared to be the most suitable choice, though the difficulty was significant, warranting further consideration. Nidoking was also a commendable option, yet it required a moonstone for evolution, which was even pricier than a firestone. Thus, it was dismissed. Scyther had a fragile build, leading to its exclusion, and the same reasoning applied to Mismagius. As for Krogunk, it was similarly discarded for the same reasons as Nidoking. On the other hand, Golem seemed promising. But while Jia was aware of its evolution via the use of a trade stone, the specifics of the process were not common knowledge, resulting in its dismissal. Akin to Machoke. Snorlax? Forget it, it was far too costly to raise, truly unfeasible. Jia systematically eliminated one option after another, until only two Pokémon remained, Electabuzz and Torchic. It was not that these were the only suitable candidates. Rather, Jia had selectively ruled out others, such as Hitmonchan, simply because he found them unappealing, not sufficiently stylish, with no further reasons. As for Electabuzz, this was one of the few Pokémon whose evolution method Jia was familiar with from his previous life. He found it sufficiently stylish to research its evolution, which occurs when Electabuzz is equipped with an Electorizer. Although the market price of the Electorizer was not negligible, it was not exorbitant either. Jia speculated that most ordinary trainers were unaware that the Electorizer could facilitate Electabuzz's evolution into Electivire. Those who did know were often reluctant to pay a high price for it, as that would raise suspicions. Consequently, the price of the Electorizer remained in a stable, moderate range, which was fortuitous for Jia. In summary, the investment required for nurturing either Electabuzz or Torchic was comparable. The Electabuzz egg was slightly more affordable, but necessitated the Electorizer. Conversely, the Torchic egg was pricier, yet did not require any additional materials for evolution, allowing for straightforward cultivation. Jia stretched lazily and glanced at the time. This simple selection process had consumed an hour, and it was already past 9 o'clock. Given the sheer variety of Pokémon available, shutting his computer, Jia took a shower and then retired to bed, intending to rise early for some exercise, sell the Firestone, and also browse the black market. It was indeed a busy schedule. As Jia drifted into a haze of thoughts, his mind became a jumble, and he soon succumbed to slumber. A night without incident. Jia emerged from the bathroom, having just completed his morning workout. After storing Pidgeot, who had enjoyed a hearty breakfast, he strolled towards the city center's trading hub. The trading center, situated adjacent to the Bounty Hunters Center, served a different purpose. While hunters sought various materials for item crafting, the trading center primarily catered to trainers in need of cultivation resources. Upon entering the hall, a colossal screen greeted him, brimming with an array of exchange and purchase information from various trainers. Below, numerous computers allowed interested trainers to search for keywords in real time to facilitate transactions and exchanges. While the Pokémon Forum served merely for information exchange and initial trade intentions, private transactions were also possible, albeit with inherent risks that the participants had to bear. Most trainers opted to finalize their trades at the trading center, even if it required a one guarantee fee, as this was far preferable to falling prey to deceit. Jia first visited the appraisal station to assess the purity of his Firestone, subsequently uploading the certification to the trading center's backend to post his listing. Firestone of quality 89 for sale. Payment options include cash or materials, electric or fire. After that, Jia settled into the waiting area, browsing the forum while awaiting offers. Chapter 12. High prices and visiting the black market store. The high-quality Firestones are undoubtedly the most coveted items. Just a minute after Jia logged onto the Spirit Forum, his Spirit Watch began to emit a series of notifications, signaling that bids were being sent through the back end. Although Jia was prepared, he was still taken aback. Staring at the direct notification of a trade offer of 99, he felt slightly bewildered. Frowning, he sensed that something was amiss. After all, even if high-quality firestones were rare, it seemed implausible that so many individuals would be eager to purchase them, or that there would be such a wealth of affluent buyers. Upon checking the back end, Jia's expression darkened. Indeed, the messages confirmed his suspicions. 10 effect charcoal for 10 million. Not a penny more, my good brother. Taking a deep breath, Jia decisively added the phrase clown ascent to his sale title. He also set a minimum price of 28 million, having learned a costly lesson from his inexperience. Rubbing his temples to alleviate his headache, Jia approached his trading computer and began sifting through the information. The league system had automatically set his newly established minimum price as the filter criteria. Refreshing the backend revealed 12 messages. Now, this was a more reasonable array of offers. Cash offers of 30 million, 35 million, 32 million. 3 million for a choco fruit valued at 330 million, and 2 million for a candlewood fruit. Jia systematically eliminated the lower bids, retaining only the three highest offers: 45 million in cash, 42 million in cash, and 3 million for a choco fruit, and 43 million for a candlewood fruit. The choco fruit is utilized for nurturing fire-type spirits, enhancing the intensity of the fire energy within them, while the candlewood fruit serves a similar purpose for electric-type spirits. Other varieties include the water-type thousand fragrance fruit and the grass-type luazi fruit, which are commonly exchanged resources among elite trainers, collectively referred to as energy fruits. While their yield is not insignificant, it falls considerably short of the demand. The more advanced fruits, such as the sand scale fruit or dragonfire fruit, rare fruits that enhance spirit capabilities, are typically only found in the wild. Jia had yet to hear of anyone successfully cultivating these rare fruits artificially. The three offers, each valued at 45 million, placed Jia in a position of decision. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the 45 million cash offer. After all, he was still uncertain about which second spirit he would acquire, and he wished to explore the black market to select a specimen with exceptional qualifications. Exchanging for nurturing materials prematurely could necessitate further exchanges if the attributes did not align. So opting for league currency seemed more prudent, as he could always purchase later. Moreover, the initial nurturing process does not require an abundance of energy fruits, and storing them could be cumbersome. He could simply procure a small quantity from the league mall, albeit at a higher price per unit. For larger quantities, he could seek purchases at the trading center. Upon confirming the transaction, Jia handed over the firestone to the league staff. After a series of operations, the 55 million, after deducting the guarantee fee, swiftly entered his account 3 hours later. Normally, this process would take longer, as it requires confirmation of receipt from the buyer. However, fortune favored him. The buyer was located in the adjacent Hualan city and had opted for expedited service at an additional cost of 10,000 league currency. Consequently, 2 hours later, the buyer confirmed receipt of the firestone, and naturally, the funds were promptly transferred to Jia. Exiting the trading center, Jia glanced at the balance notification on his Spirit Watch, unable to suppress a smile. His elation overflowed. This was far more exhilarating than yesterday's 2 million. For the first time across both his lives, he possessed over 8 digits in savings, and it was not even starting with a 1. Alas, he would soon need to spend more than half of it. Jia slowly made his way toward the black market. Finding a place to don a standard black robe, he began to search for his target. The black market is primarily divided into 2 areas, the stall area and the black market store, which is quite straightforward. The former is where idle trainers sell items. Much like Jia selling his Butterfree, they merely pay a stall fee to set up shop. The latter involves organized groups entrusting the black market to sell in bulk, effectively serving as a vast point for spirit egg sales, categorized by attributes and vendors. The suppliers in the latter are typically large families, poaching teams, or organizations akin to Team Rocket, who sell their spoils for money or resources. One might wonder why the League does not clear these markets. Jia has often speculated that the puppet masters behind various regions' black markets might be powerful figures, rendering the League incapable of a thorough cleanup. Thus, rather than creating chaos through incomplete purges, it is more beneficial to allow the black market to develop with a semblance of order, providing the lower-class citizens with an illusory opportunity. Jia first perused the stall area, where there were merely 4 or 5 stalls selling Fire Chick or Electabuzz spirits and their respective eggs. The combined total of these 2 types did not exceed the fingers on both hands, totaling merely 8, and their potential was not particularly high. Although difficult to find, Jia did not intend to use spirits with potential below the elite level as his main team members. As a traveler equipped with a golden finger, Jia's aspirations extended far beyond merely being an elite trainer. His goal was to ensure that if he acquired an Electabuzz, it would possess king-level potential. While the Fire Chick should ideally be of near-champion caliber. After all, as one of the starter Pokémon, Fire Chick is quite sought after. Do not underestimate the significance of starter Pokémon. They have been carefully analyzed and deemed the most suitable for novice trainers over many years by the league, a fact substantiated by numerous trainers. Where there is demand, there is supply, and given that Electabuzz appears to have only one evolutionary form, it does not enjoy immense popularity. Thus, in comparison, there are significantly more Fire Chick eggs available in the black market than Electabuzz eggs. The greater the quantity, the higher the likelihood of stumbling upon a gem, naturally raising Jia's standards. In the stall area, Fire Chick spirits accounted for 6 of the 8 available, leaving only 2 Electabuzz, both with ordinary and elite level potential. Jia was not disheartened, as it was exceedingly rare to encounter high-quality spirits in the stall area. The vendors here typically sell spirits or eggs acquired during their adventures, with no guarantees regarding their potential. However, the black market store presents a different scenario. Jia moved to the right side of the stall area, where a large gate awaited, staffed by personnel verifying the assets of those seeking entry into the black market store. The basic requirement is to present a savings card with a balance exceeding 5 million league currency. Otherwise, entry is denied. This screening serves to prevent excessive numbers of individuals from entering, which could lead to potential damage to the spirit eggs without the means to compensate. While the black market would ultimately teach him about reasonable compensation, such matters could be rather troublesome. Therefore, it is more efficient to verify assets up front. This marks Jia's first venture into the black market store, and he is uncertain about what awaits inside. Upon reaching the gate, Jia produced the prepared anonymous savings card, which contained more than enough, 10 million, to meet the asset verification requirement. Chapter 13. Takeoff. The black market attendant took the savings card, inserted it into the device, and after verification, returned the card to Jia. Jia accepted it without hesitation and stepped into the black market store. Before him lay a hall adorned with white tiles, leading to a series of doors, each marked with different attribute symbols. Upon his entrance, a female attendant, waiting nearby, approached him with an inquiry. "Good day. How may I assist you?" Jia glanced at the voluptuous and scantily clad waitress, feeling a sudden flutter in his heart, a reaction typical of a 30-something virgin, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, women would only hinder his speed in throwing Pokeballs. His voice emerged from beneath the black cloak. "Where can I find the eggs of Electabuzz or Torchic? Let me there." The waitress slightly bent forward, revealing her ample figure, and guided Jia onward. As for the Torchic eggs, the previous customer is still selecting. "Please, allow me to take you first to the storage room for Electabuzz eggs." Jia nodded, signaling her to proceed. The attendant led him through a door marked with a lightning bolt, entering a space divided into small rooms, each labeled with the names of various Pokémon eggs. Soon they reached the room housing Electabuzz eggs, where the attendant skillfully used her work card to unlock the door. Inside were 3 shelves filled with Electabuzz eggs. Although the further back one went, the sparser the eggs became. The 3 shelves corresponded to 3 different price tiers, and the attendant continued her explanation as Jia remained silent. For Electabuzz, the prices are 1, 2 million, 1, 5 million, and 1, 8 million. The pricing is determined by our black market assessors, who evaluate the potential traits of the Pokémon that may hatch from these eggs. The higher the potential, the greater the price. The assessment criteria mainly consider the strength of the parents and the overall condition of the egg. Of course, errors can occur. We can only guarantee that these Pokémon have at least elite potential. There have been instances where customers purchase the highest-priced eggs only to hatch Pokémon of elite status, just as there are cases where the lowest-rated eggs produce champions. I hope you find an egg to your liking, and please be careful not to damage any of them. With that, the attendant stepped aside, allowing Jia to begin his selection. After all, trainers often have peculiar ways of choosing their Pokémon eggs. Some would select based on patterns they favored, while others felt drawn to a specific egg after viewing them all. There were all sorts of quirky individuals. The attendant, well trained, knew that once she had provided the essential information, her role was merely to observe unless the customer required further explanations or engaged in destructive behavior. Complaints could lead to dire consequences. Jia paid no mind to the attendant standing aside. He discreetly summoned Zero and began examining the first shelf. Elite, elite, elite. Every egg was of elite potential. Jia couldn't help but marvel at the truth behind the saying, "You get what you pay for." The public stall was uniformly priced at 1 million for Electabuzz eggs and 2 million for Torchic eggs, which were relatively lower. However, the public stalls offered fewer eggs and lacked the same potential. Most were of inferior quality. Having swiftly scanned the first shelf, Gia found no surprises beyond a few outliers, 2 or 3 eggs with near-champion potential. He moved on to the second shelf, noticing that, according to Zero's display, the eggs there were indeed superior to those on the first shelf. The proportion of eggs with near-champion potential had risen from 20 to 50, albeit only about 10 eggs in total. Unfortunately, none of them matched the champion level he sought. Upon reaching the third shelf, he found only 5 eggs on display. Gia felt a flicker of excitement. Luck seemed to be on his side. Among these 5 Pokémon eggs, 1 exhibited elite potential, 3 were near champions, and the remaining 1 was perfectly at the champion level. He briefly relished the misfortune of trainers who would spend the maximum amount only to end up with an elite Pokémon. Gia waved over the attendant and pointed to the champion-level egg, instructing her, "Please record this one and take me to the Torchic eggs next." The attendant retrieved her device, made a note, and after confirming that the Torchic egg room was unoccupied, led Gia out. The prices for Torchic eggs were 2 million, 5 million, and 3 million. They soon arrived at the room containing the Torchic eggs, where the attendant provided a brief overview before stepping aside, becoming practically invisible. The price variations for Torchic eggs were more pronounced, as high-potential Torchics attracted a greater demand among trainers. GS swiftly scanned the first 2 shelves, finding no surprises. Although the assessors in this world were not as accurate as Zero, they could still make a rough judgment based on various factors. He quickly approached the third shelf, which boasted 12 Torchic eggs, more than double the number at Electabuzz section. GS silently prayed for Lady Luck, or rather, the favor of Giratina. Though he had completed the basic task of obtaining a champion-level Electabuzz, acquiring an even better Torchic would be nothing short of splendid. He examined each egg. Near champion, near champion, near champion. Champion, near champion, near champion. By the time he reached the 10th egg, there were still no surprises, only 2 champions, and none with elite potential. Gia felt relaxed. After all, the odds of finding an egg with potential for a near champion or champion were exceedingly slim. No one would willingly sell such valuable eggs. They would rather take their chances. Even if they lost, they would still end up with a champion, which was a fair trade, if not a profitable one. The black market was not that amateurish. Just then, upon spotting the 11th egg, Gia's eyes widened beneath his cloak, and his fist clenched tightly. A quick glance at the last egg revealed it to be a near champion, utterly worthless. He pointed decisively at the 11th egg and told the attendant, "This one. Let us proceed to check out." The attendant noted a change in Gia's tone, but could not discern its nature. Complying with his request, she activated her communicator. Soon, another male attendant arrived, equipped with a specialized device for transporting Pokémon eggs. Gia observed as the eggs were carefully placed into the device, and without hesitation, he handed over 2 unmarked savings cards, one with 1 million and the other with 2 million. The attendant verified the cards and her smile grew more genuine. Instructing the male attendant to assist in placing the eggs into Gia's spatial backpack, the transaction was complete. The female attendant escorted Gia out of the store, returning to her team with a satisfied smile, having earned 50,000 Alliance coins. Our protagonist, Gia, exited the black market with a brisk yet cautious pace, seeking a place to remove his cloak and stow it away. Once assured that no one was following him, he hurriedly made his way home. Upon entering and shutting the door behind him, Gia immediately slapped himself. The sting was real. Cautiously, he retrieved the Torchic egg he had just purchased, activating Zero once more to confirm its details. Indeed, the egg of this fiery chick harbors championship-level potential. It ascended directly from a mere contender to that of a champion without intermediate steps. Gia executed a stunning 360-degree spin, launching into the Armstrong cannon, and, akin to a husky, he exuberantly cavorted in the living room for half an hour. Only after incessantly mumbling to himself did Gia manage to calm his frenzied excitement. Although the credentials of the evaluator remain a mystery, she must surely be a benevolent soul. Gia fervently wishes for their longevity. To put it in perspective, the odds of Gia encountering such a situation are akin to an unexpected attorney arriving at one's doorstep to announce an inheritance of 10 billion. All in cash after taxes. The shock level parallels the experience of a truck delivering this inheritance directly to one's front door. Gia's hands trembled with anticipation. What? There remains a possibility of error with Zero? Flee, as far as one can. No one would dare utter such words to Gia at that moment, lest they face his wrath. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, attempting to soothe his tumultuous emotions. Soothe them. Gia released his Pidgeot, who was met with an unexpected embrace, enduring a vigorous preening of its feathers. Pidgeot, in despair, pondered whether its trainer had lost his sanity after nearly 2 years of training. Half an hour later, Gia meticulously groomed Pidgeot's feathers with a specialized comb, chuckling to himself. Pidgeot lay on the ground, relishing the attention. though the sporadic laughter behind it sent shivers down its spine. Once Gia finished grooming, he prepared Pidgeot's lunch, allowing it to frolic nearby. It was only then that Gia began to regain his composure, as the sheer surprise of the situation was overwhelming. Championship potential signifies that, with adequate resources, Gia may possess a champion-level Blaziken, which could easily elevate him to the status of a king, or even enable him to challenge for the championship. Although the resources required would likely be in the 10-digit range, the hope remained substantial. Gia felt like the chosen one, first encountering an egg with kingly potential, and now a chick egg with championship promise. He considered himself the favored child of fortune and vowed to treat any future encounter with Celebi with the utmost generosity. He retrieved his computer, momentarily neglecting his lunch. Given that the fiery chick possessed championship-level potential, the previous nurturing plan seemed inadequate. Gia began to fervently revise the chick's developmental plan based on his knowledge and Zero's insights. 2 hours later, at 2 in the afternoon, his growling stomach prompted him to finally set aside the computer. Having completed the revisions, he uploaded the updated plan to his smartwatch and entered the kitchen, preparing his lunch and afternoon tea while simultaneously troubleshooting any remaining issues. Chapter 14. Spending money like water and reflections on the future. Gia continuously scrolled through his planner, confirming there were no issues before he began to enjoy his lunch. He simply decided to go shopping in the afternoon. After quickly finishing his meal, he stowed the fire chick's egg into his backpack and, having retrieved his Pidgeot from basking in the sun in the backyard, set off towards the Alliance Mall. As dusk approached, the city of Tokiwa and the Tokiwa Forest were bathed in a golden hue from the setting sun. After a whole afternoon of intense shopping at the Alliance Mall and Trading Center, Gia returned home, laden with a bounty of items and a sense of exhaustion. Naturally, his wallet had also taken quite a hit, despite having prepared himself for the expenditure. The reality of swiping his card for such a vast array of goods was still heart-wrenching. Gia collapsed onto his sofa at home, feeling more fatigued than after any adventure. After struggling to prepare dinner for both his Pidgeot and himself, he began to tally the items he had purchased. First, he had acquired 6 luxurious Pokeballs produced by Shiru Company, providing a comfortable environment for both Pidgeot and Fire Chick, while also preparing for future mainstays. Beyond their basic features of fire resistance, shockproofing, waterproofing, and electric-proofing, these luxury balls had an interior space that vastly exceeded that of regular Pokeballs, with automated simulations to create suitable living environments for Pokémon. Additionally, they could be linked to the trainer's own Pokémon wristwatch for real-time monitoring of the Pokémon's health status. As for concerns regarding data leaks, Gia shrugged it off. Knowing it was an inevitable risk, he considered the monitoring system to be relatively rudimentary and prone to fluctuations, thus not a cause for worry. Moreover, Shiru Company had never concealed this aspect, and trainers were well aware of it. The products from Shiru Company were undeniably exquisite, making minor data leaks seem inconsequential, and their promise of confidentiality was generally trusted. Gia also purchased various other items from Shiru Company to upgrade his equipment, including a matching Pokémon wristwatch, a spatial backpack, and a tent, all of which were significantly more effective than his previous gear. For instance, the capacity of his backpack had increased from 10 cubic meters to 50. The equipment also featured simple interconnectivity, allowing the wristwatch to control settings within the tent, among other functionalities. In total, he spent 1.5 million Alliance coins at Shiru Company, benefiting from trade-ins of his old equipment, which were also from Shiru. Next, he visited the Devon Manufacturing Company store, where he spent 500,000 on the latest navigation device and drone, and another 1 million on 2 fully equipped outdoor adventure suits, which boasted temperature regulation, environmental detection, positioning, and transformation capabilities. He also purchased a complete set of training equipment for Fire Chick, costing 1.5 million, and upgraded Pidgeot's weight training gear for an additional 300,000. So far, Gia had spent 4.8 million Alliance coins, and this was only a portion of his total purchases. The next items he bought were the nutritional supplements needed for Fire Chick, sourced from Kinro City, designed to moderately enhance the attributes of young Pokémon. Essentially, if he continuously fed these supplements until Fire Chick matured, it would possess slight advantages over those that did not receive such nourishment. One set of supplements included 7 types: Constitution, Energy, Special Attack, Special Defense, Physical Attack, Physical Defense, and Speed, each bottle containing 10 milliliters, to be administered thrice daily. The young Pokémon stage lasts approximately 20 days, necessitating 60 sets. The price? Gia could only chuckle at the exorbitance. Each set cost 50,000, totaling 3 million for 60 sets, with no discounts or negotiations permitted. Additionally, young Pokémon required various vitamins, and the store clerk assured him they had it prepared. Through scientific formulation, he was offered compound vitamin tablets, with a recommended intake of 2 per day for 40 days, costing 200,000. Jia reluctantly paid. Moreover, Jia had also received a nurturing plan from Zero. The total cost for the necessary herbs amounted to 600,000, and assorted berries totaled 1,000,000. While purchasing Pokémon materials from the trading center set him back another 1,000,000. Thus, another 2,000,000 was spent on Fire Chick. Though Jia estimated that an additional 8,000,000 in resources would suffice for Fire Chick to swiftly advance to the elite level. Otherwise, the expenses for merely the young Pokémon stage would be overwhelming. Thankfully, the food for his Pokémon was relatively inexpensive, costing only 600,000. Now that he was financially stable, Jia wished for Pidgeot and Fire Chick to eat well, thus replacing the original solid pellet food with energy cubes, purchasing a month's worth. Although costly, the nutritional value was superior. Had he known how to make energy cubes himself, he could have synthesized them from berries. Next came the nurturing for Pidgeot. Jia estimated that until Fire Chick reached elite status, he would refrain from taking on further tasks, focusing primarily on training Pidgeot. Thus, he invested 7,000,000 in nurturing materials for Pidgeot. After calculating all his expenditures, Jia realized he had spent a staggering 13,000,000. He gazed at the balance on his card with a wry smile. This morning, he had nearly 49,000,000 Alliance coins, and now, just over 12 hours later, it had dwindled to approximately 6,000,000. His assets had shrunk by a staggering 90%. However, he considered these investments necessary. While it wasn't as if Fire Chick couldn't grow stronger without these resources, the rate of progress would undoubtedly slow, as exemplified by Pidgeot. Had Jia been able to provide Pidgeot with this level of training while it was still a Spearow, it likely would have reached its current strength in merely 6 months. Yet, Jia understood that his current progress was incredibly remarkable, especially compared to other ordinary trainers. After all, he was a transmigrator with a golden finger. Fortunate enough to encounter 2 high-quality Pokémon eggs and a premium Firestone, coupled with an extraordinary memory and rapid learning pace. If this did not qualify as exceptional, one would have to seek out the true prodigies of this world. Initially, Jia had merely planned to become a champion by the age of 30. Gradually growing stronger with the aid of accumulated experience and Zero, aiming for a position within the Alliance's upper echelons by his 40s. The class stratification in this world was severely rigid. Even with a sense of protagonist privilege, Jia found it challenging to ascend to high ranks, as he was ultimately an orphan without the support of a family faction. However, observing his current trajectory, he felt his objectives might be achieved several years earlier than anticipated. There were both advantages and disadvantages to this. According to Jia's original estimates, although his rate of progress was impressive, it could hardly be deemed monstrous. After all, there were countless geniuses in this world, such as Professor Oak, Dragon Master Dewey, Sinnoh Champion Cynthia, and the current Alliance President Mr. Damalanki. Even Shiba had reached quasi-champion status before the age of 30. Jia's performance would only serve to garner attention as long as he found a supportive ally. He could steadily ascend within the Alliance system. However, should he exhibit overly prodigious talent, even with a hint of luck perceived by others, it would become arduous for him to casually seek a benefactor, necessitating careful selection. Ultimately, most families aspire to have such extraordinarily gifted prodigies join their ranks. If that proves unfeasible, they are often extinguished in their infancy. This compels Jia to seek a sufficiently powerful benefactor who will also protect him, thus ensuring a modicum of safety. This is a source of persistent trepidation for Jia, which is why he refrains from extensively utilizing the potential detection capabilities of Zero to generate wealth. Jia can relatively effortlessly acquire high-quality Pokémon eggs, as the talent assessment of the hatched Pokémon is significantly simpler than that of the eggs themselves. Moreover, the price differential between the two can be at least doubled. For instance, an egg with potential that can only be classified as between elite and near champion might sell for 12,000,000. Once hatched, if the talent is determined to be elite, its value may drop to 10,000,000, but if it is classified as near champion, it would immediately escalate to 20,000,000. This is why Jia opts to purchase Pokémon eggs. Aside from the issue of intimacy, price is a considerable factor, for with Zero, he need not expend exorbitant sums to procure high-quality juvenile Pokémon. Additionally, it is highly unlikely that he would stumble upon a significant find like a champion potential Torchic. This method of buying and reselling could have allowed Jia to swiftly amass initial capital. Had he pursued this route, he would likely already possess 6 primary Pokémon, all at least at the elite level. However, Jia has never employed this method in his 16 years. It is not out of fear of the League discovering him, as 1 or 2 instances would likely pass unnoticed. The crux of the matter lies in Jia's upbringing in J-Band City. This poses a grave risk. Although Jia did not possess extensive knowledge in his previous life, he was at least aware that the leader of the J-Band Gym, Sakaki of Earth, is the head of the largest organization in Kanto, Team Rocket. Furthermore, there is only one black market per region, and Kanto's black market is conveniently located near J-Band City. If one were to suggest that there is no underlying intrigue, Jia would vehemently disagree, willing to stake his life on it. Should Team Rocket suspect something amiss with Jia, they could easily abduct him for dissection and research, a fate far worse than death. Jia certainly does not dare to wager his life. He has consistently maintained a steady trajectory in his progress over the years, yet with a champion potential Torchic before him. Failing to seize the opportunity would render him more stagnant than a mere fish out of water. Moreover, as long as he does not reveal the rapid advancement of the Torchic all at once, others are unlikely to discern any issues with its potential. After all, Jia is outwardly recognized as a genius, and nurturing an exceptional Torchic to progress swiftly is relatively manageable. Coupled with the possibility of encountering various fortuitous adventures during his escapades, this ambition hardly seems excessive. Once Jia has secretly developed sufficient strength to ensure his own safety, he can confidently and boldly pursue further enhancements. Until that time, Jia believes it prudent to adopt a more cautious approach. Those reckless protagonists would soon be able to wield swords atop their graves. Chapter 15. The hatching of the Fire Chick and the panel of a highly qualified Pokémon. Jia ascended the stairs, carrying an incubator with a Fire Chick egg nestled inside, and entered his room. He carefully secured the incubator on the desk and then laid down on his bed, activating the projection mode on his newly purchased wristwatch to pay for and view the papers published by the Alliance researchers. As the night deepened, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and Jia gradually succumbed to slumber, leaving only the incubator and its glowing egg, which flickered intermittently with a faint red light. 2 days later, at midday, the sun shone brilliantly. Jia had just concluded a training session with his Pidgeot and returned home to prepare lunch. Suddenly, the egg in the incubator began to emit a radiant white light. Jia's heart leaped with joy. It was a clear sign of imminent hatching. Reminiscent of his experiences with Pidgey years ago, after calculating the time, he realized that the Fire Chick egg had been in the incubator for over 50 hours, aligning perfectly with the expected hatching duration, without any premature emergence. Moments felt like an eternity, and gradually, the white light began to wane. Chow! A tender voice resonated as a Pokémon, primarily orange in hue with 2 tiny wings, materialized before Jia. The Fire Chick, wide-eyed, gazed up at the impressive figure before it. Most newly hatched Pokémon instinctively regard the first creature they encounter as kin, and the Fire Chick was no exception. Hello there, little one. Jia greeted the Fire Chick with a warm smile. Chow! The Fire Chick squinted its eyes into a narrow slit, chirping joyfully. Jia gently extended his hands, cradling the freshly hatched Fire Chick and smoothing its ruffled feathers. The little creature lay languidly in his palms, its fluffy plumage radiating warmth. Being newly born, the Fire Chick's body was still quite fragile, and it soon drifted into a peaceful slumber under Jia's attentive care. Jia carefully placed the sleeping Fire Chick into a small bed he had prepared specifically for young Pokémon. In his mind, he recalled the analysis of the Zero panel, opening it to assess the Fire Chick's attributes. Before long, a blue panel, visible only to Jia, appeared in his line of sight. Fire Chick, classification, Chick Pokémon type, fire height, 0, 18 meters, average, 0, for meters, weight, 1 kilogram, average, 2, 5 kilograms, ability, Blaze, increases the power of fire-type moves when health is low, hidden ability, speed boost in battle. The Pokémon's speed increases over time until it reaches its maximum. Moves, Scratch, Peck, Growl, Revenge, Inherited, Burnout, Inherited, Quick Attack, Inherited, Level 1, Hatchling Stage. Unable to battle. Potential, Champion Breeding Method. As a hatchling, focused primarily on development. Materials include nutritional potions, Mareep milk, vitamin tablets. After the hatchling stage, it is advised to prioritize training the Pokémon's leg muscles. The development level post-hatching is 1.44 times that of its peers, with the potential for further growth through training. Post-weight training diet includes Chansey's egg. Additionally, it is recommended to mix spicy cherry berries and cocoa berries to enhance the fire-type energy intensity within the Pokémon, gradually increasing the proportion of cocoa berries. Note, the Pokémon's fire-type energy intensity is detected to be 1.5 times that of its counterparts, indicating exceptional fire-type talent. The ratio of spicy cherry berries to cocoa berries has been adjusted from 5:1 to 3:1. Furthermore, based on the Pokémon's performance, without specific data, its reaction time is at least double that of its species, showcasing exceptional fighting talent. Further plans require a detailed report. Additionally, the development of the speed boost ability requires further exploration, as referenced in Dr. Xiaoxianjuan's paper research on the speed boost hidden ability of Fire Chick. Jia gasped in astonishment at the analysis provided by the Zero panel. Setting aside the extraordinary talents mentioned, he was bewildered by the three inherited moves: Revenge, Burnout, and Quick Attack, which were either exceptionally powerful or possessed remarkable tactical value. Moreover, they encompassed fighting, fire, and psychic types respectively. What kind of lineage did this Fire Chick hail from to inherit such a diverse array of moves? It was well known that a typical Blaziken would not possess Revenge or Quick Attack. This revelation completely upended Jia's understanding of the knowledge he had accumulated over the years in this world. The trio of inherited moves clearly illustrated why this Fire Chick exhibited such high fighting and fire-type potentials. An inherited fire-type signature move fundamentally determined the internal energy quality of the Pokémon, implying that those with slightly inferior qualifications would never inherit a move like Burnout. Additionally, Revenge and Quick Attack further enhanced its physical attributes and reflex capabilities. It was evident that inherited moves and qualifications were mutually reinforcing. Inferior qualifications would not yield superior skills, while excellent inherited moves would elevate the Pokémon's overall potential. Upon viewing this panel, Jia felt a profound sense of assurance. It was hard to believe that this Pokémon did not possess champion-level potential. Even a top-tier Pidgeot had only inherited a single Tornado move, hardly a powerful signature attack. Yet, the inherited moves of the Fire Chick boldly proclaimed, "I am a second-generation prodigy." Moreover, the data presented by the Zero panel unequivocally indicated that the Fire Chick possessed talents that exceeded the norm compared to its peers. The fractional increase of 0.5 translated to percentages ranging from 30 to 90, a strikingly outrageous figure. In high-level battles, possessing just a 10% advantage over an opponent typically sufficed to dominate the match, let alone the Fire Chick's comprehensive superiority in talents. To put it succinctly, Jia estimated that under equal conditions, before reaching champion status, as long as the opposing Pokémon was not a legendary with extraordinary qualifications, the Fire Chick could easily take on 3 adversaries. In terms of type advantages, it could manage 2. He remained modest in his assumptions. Jia firmly believed that there were not many Pokémon in existence that possessed both champion qualifications and inherited such powerful moves. Even if they did exist, the odds would at best be 50-50. Moreover, Jia held ample confidence in his command skills, believing himself to be among the top tier of his peers, ensuring that he would not hinder the Fire Chick's progress. After all, he too possessed a certain degree of talent. Jia's imagination began to wander into the future. Once it evolved into a Blaziken, battles would surely become a matter of life and death. However, Jia soon regained his composure as he suddenly realized a troubling issue. The revised ratio of spicy cherry berries to cocoa berries from 5:1 to 3:1 contained a harrowing implication. Jia's mind raced. The proportion of cocoa berries escalated from 16% to 25%, resulting in a 60% increase in breeding costs. After accounting for the cost of spicy cherry berries, the overall expenses had risen by approximately 50%. If the training costs for fighting and other aspects were similarly adjusted, what was originally an 8 million investment to elevate the Pokémon to elite status would require an additional 3 to 4 million. Jia quickly calculated that he had about 580,000 remaining, along with an unspent 180,000. Chapter 16. Bankruptcy? 20 days later, Jia stared blankly ahead, unable to believe the calculations he had arrived at. Doubting the accuracy, he rechecked with a calculator, for even the most brilliant minds can err. However, the figures displayed on the screen confirmed his calculations were indeed correct. If he were to forego taking on tasks, he might face bankruptcy after training his Fire Chick to an elite level. Uncertain of the resources required to nurture a champion-rated Pokémon, Jia had based his revised plan on estimations derived from his own experience and that of Zero, calculating a training duration of 7 to 8 months to reach elite status. Jia first compiled a straightforward data table detailing the resources needed for a Fire-type Pokémon with elite potential. He meticulously calculated the associated costs. He also gathered data on quasi-champion and champion-tier Pokémon, outlining their requirements similarly. After estimating a rough range, Jia prudently decided to double the coefficient, believing he was being overly cautious. Notably, even for his current Pokémon, the cost had only amounted to approximately 2.3 million. Jia understood that a substantial initial investment would hasten the achievement of equivalent power. However, he reasoned that spending an additional 1 to 2 million could suffice in nurturing the Fire Chick to elite status within 8 months. Thus, he estimated the nurturing expenses for the Fire Chick should be doubled, landing around 8 million. Little did he anticipate that upon the Fire Chick's birth, he had grossly underestimated the resources required for its development. Typically, The ratio of spicy cherry and cocoa fruit for nurturing a normal fire-type Pokémon should be 10-1. Given the high potential of the fire chick, Jia decided, albeit reluctantly, to double the cocoa fruit content, which is typical for elite-level Pokémon. Yet, upon detection, Zero indicated that even a 5-to-1 ratio was insufficient. A 3-to-1 ratio was necessary. If this trend continued, the fire chick might require a 1-to-1 ratio of cocoa fruit before reaching elite status. Not to mention an increase in other premium materials. The thought of this made Jia wince. He had initially hoped to retain a modest savings of just under 3 million for emergencies, but that now seemed implausible. As for undertaking tasks before the fire chick achieved elite status, Jia believed it prudent to play it safe. Any misstep could lead to a situation where there would be no place to lament. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping fire chick, he chuckled resignedly. His Pokémon, despite its cries and demands, needed proper care. After all, investment would surely yield returns. At that moment, the fire chick, having only napped briefly, woke up and wobbled towards its trainer. It called out excitedly, Chamo, Chamo. Ah yes. Individuals in this world possess a peculiar ability to roughly comprehend what Pokémon are saying. Although Jia was a traveler from another world, he too had this capability. Jia scooped up the fire chick and said, Hungry are we? I've prepared everything for you. He led the fire chick to the dining table, pulling out a specially designated bowl adorned with a large emblem of a fire chicken. He poured in 200 milliliters of merino sheep milk, added a nutritional potion, and placed a multivitamin and a few spicy energy cubes beside it. This constituted the fire chick's lunch menu during its juvenile stage. Dinner would be similar, while breakfast would lack the multivitamin and energy cubes. The fire chick sniffed around, tasting the food before merrily beginning to eat. Jia watched with a mix of amusement and concern as the little creature devoured its meal swiftly. After all, this was an investment. In less than 10 minutes, the fire chick had finished its meal, leaving Jia puzzled at where all the food had gone, considering its size paled in comparison to the quantity consumed. Chamo. Having satisfied its hunger, the fire chick hopped down from the table, wobbling expertly towards its bed, ready for a nap. Wait, Jia called out, charmed by the little creature's adorableness. With a resigned smile, he approached the fire chick with an empty luxury ball. Crouching down, he looked into the fire chick's eyes and said, Little one, do you wish to become my Pokémon? If so, just press this button in the center. He extended the luxury ball toward it. Tilting its head, the fire chick pressed the button without hesitation. A flash of red light enveloped it, and the fire chick was drawn into the luxury ball without a hint of resistance. In under half a minute, another flash of red light appeared. Chamo. The fire chick joyfully emerged, calling out, Oh, is that so? Are you pleased with the environment inside? Jia inquired with a smile. The fire chick nodded enthusiastically, scampering back towards its bed. Chamo. It pointed at the bed, calling to Jia. All right, I will put it away for you. Understanding the fire chick's intent, Jia activated his wrist device. In no time, the fire chick's bed was retracted. This was a marvel of technology from the Xylef Corporation. Jia was unaware of the underlying principles. Normally, such items couldn't be stored within a Pokeball, but the series of products produced by Xylef could be integrated seamlessly. This could be considered a clever means for capitalists to profit. Seeing Jia retract the bed, the fire chick excitedly ran back to him. Jia, with a beaming smile, ensconced the fire chick within the Pokeball. During its juvenile stage, a Pokémon spends most of its time sleeping and digesting energy, with exercise only occupying a fraction of the day, typically limited to brief intervals before and after meals. Having secured the fire chick's Pokeball, Jia called out to his Pidgeot in the backyard. Although the fire chick was not yet ready for training, the Pidgeot's regimen must not be interrupted. Jia and Pidgeot resumed their monotonous training routine day after day. 20 days later, in the early morning mist, Jia stood in the meticulously arranged backyard with the fire chick. The garden had transformed remarkably. Several fruit trees had been relocated to the perimeter. In the center were peculiar contraptions reminiscent of tennis ball launchers, surrounded by small wooden stakes slightly taller than the fire chick, with various training props scattered throughout. After an intense 20 days of investment, the fire chick had successfully transitioned out of its juvenile phase and was ready to commence training. At this point, the fire chick had reached a height of 0.6 meters and weighed 4.5 kilograms, far surpassing the average height and weight of its peers, which stood at 0.4 meters and 2.5 kilograms. Jia's fire chick could even be described as robust. Additionally, during its natural growth, it had grasped the skills of Spark and Quick Attack. The lively fire chick had often relied on these abilities, displaying a wild spirit akin to that of a husky. However, this did not imply that the fire chick's combat prowess was up to par. Its round physique and naive gaze suggested that any seasoned Pokémon could easily handle it. "Now, Fire Chick, we shall officially commence your training," Gia declared, invigorated and serious as he addressed the Fire Chick. Chapter 17. The Official Training and the Beginning of the Torchique's Nightmare Chamo. The Torchique responded with boundless energy, eagerly stretching its limbs. Over the course of the past 20 days, this little creature had been fervently yearning to grow stronger, a desire shared by every Pokémon. Zay also had discussed today's training with the Torchique the night before, and at that time, the Torchique had confidently flapped its tiny wings, signaling that it was more than ready. Zay merely smiled at the Torchique's exuberance. In his plans, the first 20 days of its life would likely be the most leisurely it would ever experience. After all, its daily routine consisted solely of eating, drinking, frolicking, and napping. Its only responsibility was to replenish its energy. However, beginning today, this little one would be required to engage in rigorous training, much like its senior, the Pidgeot, adhering to a strict regimen. In this world, while everyone is concerned for their Pokémon, it does not mean they are spared from hardship. Only through arduous training can one's Pokémon become stronger, and thus the title of Pokémon Trainer is derived. Zay found it curious. In the animated series from his past life, Ash's Pokémon seemed to grow stronger without training. This was utterly incongruous with objective reality. Strength is accumulated gradually, and even if one invests heavily, long-term training is necessary to convert resources into actual power. Otherwise, it is merely an illusion of strength, frail at its core. One could only conclude that animation remains a mere fantasy, detached from reality. Zay hoped that this little creature would endure long enough at the outset, for he had experienced something similar when nurturing his Pidgey. Though eager to grow stronger, a child often hesitates, and Pidgey had faltered numerous times during training. It was only after training became habitual that Pidgey ceased to complain. This was also influenced by the Pokémon's temperament. Zay simply wished for his Torchique not to squander its champion potential, at least not to be among the rare few who have no desire to improve. Otherwise, Zay would have no choice but to lament his misfortune. Nevertheless, after spending so many days together, Zay had instilled confidence in Torchique. Thus, today's first training exercise would be running. "We'll run to that point over there," Zay indicated, "a round trip of approximately 10 kilometers, and I'll be running alongside you." Training alongside their Pokémon can significantly enhance the bond and intimacy between them, and moreover, Zay himself needed to exercise. Chow. Upon hearing his trainer's words, Torchique excitedly flapped its wings in agreement. For Torchique, running was an innate talent. It often dashed around the home, and running with its trainer added to the excitement. A 10-kilometer distance was merely a trivial matter, and Torchique brimmed with confidence, oblivious to the concept of counting. Eagerly, it signaled its trainer to commence. Zay produced a dark, bulky object from his belongings. It was part of a training suit he had purchased from the Devon Corporation specifically for Torchique, a weighted vest. "You must wear this while running." Torchique tilted its head, observing as Zay donned it with a peculiar outfit, then curiously poked at the shiny part on the vest's chest. Zay proceeded to adjust the weight settings, fine-tuning various positions based on the data provided by Zero. Although the vest came with default settings from the Devon Corporation, it required adjustments since Torchique's development exceeded that of its peers, rendering the default data somewhat inaccurate. Once Zay completed the adjustments and confirmed the values, he signaled Torchique that it could begin. Torchique stretched its limbs and felt no discomfort, merely noticing a slight heaviness before joyfully dashing forward. Zay instructed the Pidgeot to keep pace and observe Torchique, as he himself leisurely jogged behind. Currently, Torchique's speed was a testament to its excellent development and stamina, but soon it would face challenges. As Zay adhered to his own pace, it wasn't long before he spotted Torchique's figure. By this time, Torchique had begun to sense something amiss. It started panting heavily, feeling as though the vest had grown increasingly burdensome. Torchique had never anticipated that running could be so exhausting. Its legs felt numb. Zay chuckled inwardly as he observed the slowing Torchique. "You dismissed the weight, did you?" The advanced technology of the Devon weighted vest is no trivial matter. While it appeared similar to ordinary clothing, it essentially functioned as a portable weight chamber, akin to a gravity field, capable of providing comprehensive training, including internal conditioning, with adjustable focus on various body parts. The weight data supplied by Zero was meticulously calculated, taking into account Torchique's physical condition and limits to maximize training efficacy without causing harm. Glancing at the data, Zay noted they had covered over 3 kilometers and estimated that Torchique's stamina would allow it to barely meet the target. He jogged alongside Torchique, offering encouragement. "Keep it up, Torchique. Remember to coordinate your breathing and steps." Listening to its trainer's voice, Torchique gritted its teeth and nodded. It steadied its breathing, adjusting its rhythm, and began to run in sync with Zay. Upon returning to their garden, Zay paused to take a deep breath. For him, this was merely a regular warm-up. while Torchique's pace had yet to quicken. Ciao. Chamo. However, Torchique was a different story. As soon as Zay halted, it plopped down in a disheveled heap. Gasping for breath, its feathers dampened by sweat. The inherent drying ability of this fire-type Pokémon had seemingly faltered, illustrating just how fatigued Torchique was. Zay helped Torchique remove the weighted vest, allowing it to rest on the ground for a moment. Unlike humans, Pokémon do not require a cool-down period after exertion. After providing some freshly squeezed orange juice, Torchique regained some strength within half a minute. Zay brought over a chair, placed Torchique on his lap, and began administering a simple post-training massage using the techniques suggested by Zero. This method was designed to aid recovery and stimulate the growth of Pokémon after each training session, with specific massage techniques corresponding to different stages of training. Though Torchique had still been fatigued, the massage from its trainer gradually relaxed its entire body. The soreness in its legs began to dissipate. Accompanied by Zay's attentive massage and the appropriate pressure, Torchique felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Ciao. The little creature emitted a sound of sheer delight, indicating to its trainer that he was doing an excellent job. Chapter 18. The Fiery Chick, is this hell? Tetsuya chuckled and affectionately patted the little creature's head. Yet the massage continued unabated. After nearly 20 minutes, he finally ceased. All right, little one, you've had enough rest. We shall commence the next training session. The Fiery Chick reluctantly hopped down. Over the course of 20 days together, it had grown adept at discerning when its trainer jested and when his commands were imperative. Moreover, the Fiery Chick was enthusiastic about becoming stronger. Despite the challenges, there were soothing massages and delectable food to look forward to. Your next training is right over there. Tetsuya gestured towards the peculiar training ground, which resembled the legendary Wooden Man Alley of the Shaolin Temple from his past life, albeit with some differences. Most of the area was enveloped in a white net, with an array of wooden stakes arranged in haphazard rows, interspersed with sudden obstacles. This obstacle course was meticulously designed based on Plan Zero, with every stake precisely measured to challenge the Fiery Chick's limits as it progressed from start to finish. 3 fixed routes had been established, each increasing in difficulty. Additionally, Tetsuya could instruct the Fiery Chick to navigate through variable pathways, thereby continuously adapting the challenge and further honing its reflexes. Flanking the wooden stake array were over a dozen compact machines, akin to tennis ball launchers, capable of propelling elastic balls from their outlets. The speed of the launchers, the hardness of the balls, and their velocity upon release were all adjustable, primarily serving to disrupt the Fiery Chick's pace as it maneuvered through the stakes. The positioning had been calculated with precision, ensuring the most effective training experience. Viewed from above, the entire layout bore a resemblance to a chaotic yet aesthetically pleasing Bagua diagram. Tetsuya beamed at the Fiery Chick, knowing that he had invested a staggering $1.5 million into this setup. The clerk at the Devon Company had been astounded upon witnessing Tetsuya purchase such an extensive array of launchers. While most trainers would find even one launcher excessive, Tetsuya had procured 12, complemented by weighted vests. Unlike the average trainer, Tetsuya possessed Plan Zero, allowing him to maximize the potential of these training devices. The Fiery Chick gazed at the strange arena, uncertain of how to proceed. Tetsuya led it to the entrance of the stake array, pointing out the markers. Your task today is to advance along the path formed by the stakes marked in green. Do you see? The Fiery Chick nodded in understanding. You must maintain a full sprint and heed my commands. I will instruct you to dash at high speed and use quick attack. A mysterious smile played on Tetsuya's lips. Curious, the Fiery Chick peered into the entrance, absorbing Tetsuya's words but not fully grasping the gravity of the situation. Let us attempt it once. You will comprehend it better. Tetsuya observed the bewildered Fiery Chick, sensing an almost demonic aura surrounding him. Oblivious to the impending challenges, the Fiery Chick was eager to begin. Tetsuya had already calibrated the launchers and set Plan Zero as a timer to collect data, issuing the command, run. The Fiery Chick darted forth like a blade. It deftly avoided 2 stakes obstructing its path, but before it could relish its success, it encountered the first sharp turn. Just as it adjusted its high-speed trajectory, a stake loomed before it, growing larger and larger. Bang! The young creature was sent tumbling to the ground by the recoil. Get up, continue sprinting, Tetsuya's indifferent voice urged. Without hesitation, the Fiery Chick shook its dizzy head and resumed its dash. Next came an awkwardly angled stake, but it was easily navigable for the Fiery Chick. Just as it was about to change direction to evade the stake, Tetsuya's voice rang out again. Use quick attack. The Fiery Chick's instincts told it that using quick attack would lead to a collision. However, ingrained trust and obedience towards its trainer, coupled with Tetsuya's guidance over the past 20 days, compelled the Fiery Chick to instinctively execute the move. Tetsuya watched as a glimmer flickered across the Fiery Chick, its speed surging, and without hesitation, it collided with the stake. Bang! This time, the fiery chick was thrown back, rolling twice on the ground. Before Tetsuya could utter a word, the fiery chick sprang back to its feet. Although the impact appeared severe, it inflicted little actual harm. For Pokémon were no ordinary creatures. The fiery chick felt a pang of embarrassment, having hoped for a commendable performance during its first trainings, only to find itself repeatedly stumbling over the wooden stakes. As the training progressed, the only sounds were Tetsuya's commands and the various thuds of the fiery chick colliding with the stakes. After arduously completing its initial training session, the fiery chick emerged from the course, covered in dust, having spent 8 minutes on the task. "Well done," Tetsuya said, offering a towel to wipe the fiery chick. "Really?" it thought, momentarily stunned, but instinctively complied with Tetsuya's gestures. "You performed admirably. This was your first training session," Tetsuya said with a smile. His praise was not insincere. According to Plan Zero's data, the fiery chick's completion time should have been 9 minutes. Yet, its reflexes had improved throughout the course, reducing the time by a full minute. This was quite impressive, and Tetsuya's admiration was genuine. Realizing her trainer was not deceiving her, the fiery chick's spirits lifted, flapping her small wings in delight. "Yay!" Tetsuya regarded the playful little creature before him with an amused exasperation. "All right, let us proceed with training. Our goals for today remain far from achieved." The fiery chick responded enthusiastically, unaware that this was merely the beginning as they continued with the training, initially tackling the simplest route under Tetsuya's guidance. The fiery chick managed with some clumsiness but ultimately thrived. As it became increasingly adept and swift, Tetsuya introduced the second level of difficulty along with the launchers, heralding the onset of the fiery chick's nightmares. Not to mention, after each completed round, the next one commenced immediately. The fiery chick could only ask, "Is this hell?" Chapter 19. Training and Gains. However, this was merely a fraction of the training regimen. The little fiery chick had yet to realize that the true hell lay ahead. Following this were arduous exercises such as weighted leg kicks, weighted squats, and the accumulation of fire energy, all awaiting the fiery chick. After concluding the reaction training, it believed it had earned its liberation, only to feel despair upon hearing its trainer's arrangements. Indeed, this was hell. Its trainer was a formidable overlord. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day's training finally came to an end. The fiery chick and its companion, the eagle, sat at the dining table, relishing the hard-earned delicacies. The fiery chick consumed food voraciously, as if attempting to drown out the suffering of training with culinary delights. Zen, seated nearby, elegantly savored the meal he had prepared, calculating the consumption of the 2 Pokémon throughout the day. Zen concluded that the materials he had pre-purchased would suffice for over 2 months of nurturing. However, considering the fiery chick's impending increase in appetite and evolution, he estimated that in about 7 weeks, he would need to procure additional supplies. This realization left Zen in awe of the fiery chick's exceptional talent and rapid progress, which had far surpassed his data analysis. It was not surprising, as he lacked specific data from other Pokémon with champion potential, relying instead on projections from those of lower capabilities, which inevitably led to discrepancies. For instance, based on his analysis with Zero, the fiery chick's objective today should have been to complete a moderately difficult obstacle course within 12 minutes, amidst the interference of 2 launching devices. Initially, the fiery chick was flustered, but as the training progressed, its reactions quickened remarkably. Not only did it navigate the moderate obstacle course with agility, but it also completed a training session within 10 minutes despite the distractions from 3 launchers. Other tasks showed a 10 to 20% improvement in progress, prompting Zen to commend the fiery chick's prowess. Most astonishing was that this little creature had not uttered a single complaint during the trials. Quelling any inclination, Zen had to lecture his Pokémon. Nevertheless, he felt immense joy. The fiery chick's willingness to endure such rigorous training signified a profound desire for strength, which was undoubtedly commendable. After tidying up the chaotic dining table, Zen ascended the stairs to commence his daily studies. The fiery chick, along with the eagle, obediently returned to its Pokeball to rest, preparing for the arduous training that awaited them the next day. 2 months later, in the backyard of a villa on the outskirts of Tokiwa City, the obstacle course neared its conclusion. With a swift twist of its left foot, the sturdy chick deftly evaded 3 oncoming rubber balls. Without pausing to catch its breath, it bent its upper body to avoid being struck by 2 rubber balls approaching in succession. With a powerful push of its arms, it executed a tilted forward roll to evade the wooden stakes ahead. But the challenge was not over. Just as it regained its footing and accelerated, Zen's voice rang out. 10 o'clock, right above. Fire blast. Following this, the command to use the move wing attack to shatter a rock ahead was issued. The sturdy chick immediately unleashed a column of flame in the specified direction, The special stone thrown into the air by Zen was incinerated into ash by the fiery chick's 1800-degree-Celsius blaze. In an instant, as the flames were expelled, the chick ceased energy output and transitioned into wing attack. With its body close to the ground, it brought its right hand down, glowing with radiant light. Executing the wing attack skill, the rock split with a sharp crack. At that very moment, 5 rubber balls approached from various angles, targeting the chick's limbs and torso. The sturdy chick reacted with incredible speed, leaping into the air, using one hand to deflect and strike away the 2 upper rubber balls. With a graceful midair spin, it evaded the ball aimed at its torso. Meanwhile, the 2 lower rubber balls were closing in. The sturdy chick straightened its body and delivered a double kick, sending both balls flying. In a flash, Zen's voice resonated without delay. As soon as the sturdy chick landed, it bent its legs to exert force and immediately employed quick attack, approaching another wooden stake. The sturdy chick remained unfazed, skillfully maneuvering past the stake at high speed. All right. Training complete, Zen noted while checking the timer, signaling the end of the session. The sturdy chick regulated its breathing and walked over to Zen's side. Very well done. Now, with the high difficulty combination of 10 launching devices for interference, you are able to complete the task in 3 minutes. This phase of training is officially concluded. The sturdy chick nodded steadily, indicating its readiness to commence the next training session. Zen equipped the sturdy chick with a weighted vest and set the parameters, allowing it to begin its leg kick training. Utilizing its core to generate power, the sturdy chick continuously executed alternating kicks at a rate of 6 per second. Zen observed with a satisfied smile as the sturdy chick trained diligently. The rigorous training over the past 2 months had successfully evolved the fiery chick into a sturdy chick. Not only had its abilities significantly improved, but its demeanor had also become more composed. Reflecting on this, Zen silently invoked 0, analyze and display the sturdy chick's panel. Soon, a blue panel that only Zen could see appeared before him. Sturdy chick, classification, young chick Pokémon type, firefighting height, 1, 3 meters, average 0, 9 m, weight, 26 kilograms, average 19, 5 kilograms, ability, blaze, in critical condition with low health. The power of fire-type moves is enhanced, hidden ability, speed boost. Pokémon with this ability will increase their speed over time during battle until reaching its maximum. Moves, scratch, peck, growl, double edge, inherited, burnout, inherited, quick attack, inherited, ember, quick attack, double kick, flamethrower, flame charge, focus punch, fire punch, wing attack, low kick, fire spin, heat wave, feather dance, wing attack. Level 26, normal, potential, champion training method. It is recommended to strengthen the leg muscles of this Pokémon, which are developed to 1.56 times that of its species, exhibiting exceptional explosive power and damage potential. Training regimen and diet as follows. It is advisable to feed it a mixture of spicy cherry and cocoa fruits to enhance the intensity of its internal fire energy. Currently at a ratio of 1:1. This Pokémon's reaction time is 12 times that of its species, suggesting targeted training. Training regimen and diet as follows. Zen gazed at the panel, feeling a surge of joy despite having monitored its progress daily. The sheer strength of this panel brought a smile to his face. The sturdy chick, now at level 26, displayed a skill panel that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of a level 38 eagle that had just completed its evolution. Apart from 3 inherited skills, it had mastered a comprehensive array of both fire-type and fighting-type moves. Moreover, during this period of training, the fiery chick's innate talent had been further cultivated. Chapter 20. Revision of plans and preparations before departure. The muscular development of the fighting rooster's legs has significantly progressed, increasing from 1.44 times to 1.56 times that of its peers. Its reaction speed has been meticulously measured to be 12 times greater than that of similar species, and the intensity of its fire-type energy rivals that of certain elite Pokémon, albeit with a slight deficiency in quantity. Ji can candidly assert that, despite his fighting rooster only being at level 26, it could easily overpower several average elite Pokémon just surpassing level 30. After all, typical elite Pokémon do not possess as many skills, and in terms of overall capability, the fighting rooster excels. Ji is acutely aware that the levels assigned by 0 serve merely as a reference. In actual combat, one must consider not only physical attributes in the quality and quantity of energy, but also the mastery and application of skills, as well as the strategic layout and commands of the trainer. Otherwise, Pokémon battles would not be so captivating, and trainers would not dominate this world. The level displayed on 0's panel provides only a quantitative measure. Ji figures that when his fighting rooster reaches such formidable strength, its panel would likely indicate a level exceeding 30. This realization has led Ji to a clearer understanding of 0's classification criteria. In the world of Pokémon, the strength of Pokémon as determined by the League relies solely on the quantity of energy within them. Zero's quantification is based on this premise, where a Pokémon's level and classification are directly correlated to its energy capacity, independent of physical attributes or energy quality. Potential not only determines a Pokémon's energy ceiling, but also ensures that higher quality Pokémon are indeed more powerful than their lower quality counterparts at the same level. This superiority manifests not only in terms of energy and physical strength, but also in skill mastery. However, Zero's capabilities are sufficiently effective. The level display assists Yi in accurately monitoring his Pokémon's progress and condition. For other trainers, understanding the nuances of cultivation and its effects is far from straightforward. Not to mention the critical skill of discerning the potential of Pokémon and their eggs, which is paramount. Yet, these concerns are not Yi's primary focus at present. He finds himself in a state of both helplessness and delight, primarily due to the astonishing pace of his Fighting Rooster's advancement. In a mere 2 months, the Fighting Rooster has ascended from level 6 to 26 and is on the verge of breaking into the elite tier, all while exhibiting formidable strength. Simultaneously, his Pidgeot has reached level 43 and has acquired several new skills. The price of this rapid progress has been steep. Yi's funds have dwindled to a mere 200,000 Alliance coins, a situation somewhat alleviated by Pidgeot's slower pace of advancement, which has saved him some money. This predicament has left Yi feeling overwhelmed and incredulous. Initially, he believed it would take at least 5 months for the Fighting Rooster to reach its current prowess, yet its exceptional potential and relentless effort, coupled with Yi's unreserved investment, have condensed this timeline by more than half. Thus, Yi must revise his plans yet again. It is often said that human calculations cannot rival the will of fate, but fortunately, the impetus for this adjustment is favorable. One can only speculate how many trainers would yearn to invest similarly in enhancing their Pokémon's strength, yet lack access to high-quality specimens. Perhaps this is the essence of a joyful dilemma. As Yi ponders this while modifying details on his computer, he realizes that many trainers might envy his position. Later that evening, in the dining hall of the Pokémon Center, Yi enjoys dinner alongside his Fighting Rooster and Pidgeot. Surrounding him are fellow trainers and their Pokémon, though only those of standard size, as larger Pokémon like Onix would earn a stern reprimand from Nurse Joy. Yi has come here to prepare for his imminent journey, as the rapid progress of his Fighting Rooster and the swift depletion of his savings have prompted him to leave Twinleaf City earlier than planned. Despite its proximity to the Twinleaf Forest, Twinleaf City remains relatively remote compared to larger cities like Goldenrod and Rainbow City. Most long-term residents of Twinleaf City are there for wellness purposes, which results in a scarcity of high-level, high-reward missions. In contrast, bounty hunters and trainers engaged in quests tend to congregate in larger urban centers, where the majority of high-level bounties are posted and quickly claimed, leaving no opportunity for such tasks to circulate in Twinleaf City. Yi is confident that he is now capable of handling most B-level missions, making it an opportune moment to depart. Additionally, he can cautiously utilize Zero's abilities during his travels to earn some income. With his plan in mind, Yi first organizes his villa, then heads to the shop and trading center to declutter his surplus items and materials. Some of these are rewards from his occasional adventures in Twinleaf Forest over the past 2 months, while others are in used low-level materials due to the rapid growth of his Fighting Rooster, ultimately netting him 150,000 Alliance coins. Through the services of the Pokémon Center, Yi sells his villa on the outskirts for 900,000 coins, with the transfer of ownership to be finalized tomorrow. From an investment standpoint, Yi has profited significantly from this transaction. His space backpack, left in the designated room at the Pokémon Center, is nearly half filled with training equipment. Fortunately, Yi anticipates that once his Fighting Rooster evolves into a Blaziken, much of this equipment will be temporarily unnecessary. In addition, he has packed various outdoor survival supplies, clothing, and food for his Pokémon, along with a transportation tool he purchased for 500,000 coins, an entry-level solar-powered electric vehicle produced by Devon Corporation. Equipped with advanced technology suitable for most outdoor scenarios, it can be said that the 50 cubic meters of space is packed to the brim. After finishing dinner, Yi returns both Pokémon to their Pokeballs and heads toward the service desk at the Pokémon Center. Each city in this world operates relatively independently, with an individual's residency typically tied to the Pokémon Center in their city of birth or residence. Each city is managed collaboratively by the gym leader and a mayor elected by the citizens, while the League can only offer oversight and suggestions without imposing mandates on any city. Of course, in the event of a serious threat, the League will intervene as necessary. For trainers wishing to travel, they must apply for and register their travel documents at the Pokémon Center corresponding to their registered residence. which will then be recorded in the league system. This regulation applies only to non-elite trainers, those without a Pokédex, while elite trainers are exempt from re-registration. Upon reaching the service desk, Ji greets Nurse Joy. Hello, Nurse Joy. I would like to apply for a travel permit, please. Chapter 21. Reflection and Departure. Journey to Nibi City. Special commemorative update. Miss Joy accepted the identification card handed to her by Tetsuya and swiped it on the computer. All right, Trainer Tamaki. Please fill out this form truthfully. With a flurry of keystrokes, Miss Joy printed out a document and handed it to Tetsuya. Tetsuya picked up a pen and began to fill in his basic information. Name, Tetsuya Tamaki. Gender, male. Born in the Tokiwa Orphanage, Tokiwa City. Age, 16 years and 8 months. Current Pokémon and capture time, Pidgeotto, 1 year and 6 months, Combusken, 3 months. Travel range, Kanto, Chengdu, and the Orange Archipelago. Application for travel duration, 3 years. Will participate in the conference, yes. Bounty Hunter level, if not applicable, can be left blank level C. Trainer level, if not tested, can be left blank ordinary. Tetsuya did not intend to conceal the capture time of his Pokémon, as it was impossible to hide. After all, even the luxurious Pokeball from Sylph Company had a record, and every time he visited the Pokémon Center for treatment, Miss Joy likely recorded the time. After reviewing the completed form briefly, Miss Joy placed it into the file system. This step was merely a formality, as the information was mostly already stored in the database. You have applied for a 3-year travel permit for the Kanto region. Your identity is qualified, and regarding your benefits. Miss Joy glanced at the notation next to Tetsuya's identity information on the computer. You may apply for a higher benefit level with a total fee of 350,000 yen. A flicker of surprise crossed Tetsuya's eyes, but he did not express any doubts about his benefit level. After obediently retrieving the money to pay for the permit, he thanked Miss Joy and left the service desk. Back in his room, Tetsuya furrowed his brow in contemplation. The application for the permit primarily considered the range of locations, duration, and benefit level. The first 2 factors were determined by the applicant. Typically, one would not apply for a 10-year global journey in one go, but rather in 2 or 3 batches. If the identity was qualified, approval was generally granted. The fees were also tied to these factors. The longer the duration and the broader the travel area, the higher the cost, yet it seldom exceeded 100,000 yen. The benefit level, however, was entirely determined by Miss Joy at the Pokémon Center, categorized into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and top, with prices of 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, and 500,000 yen, respectively. Each tier offered different benefits. For example, the high tier he had just qualified for provided him not only with priority access to private rooms at all Pokémon centers within his travel area, but also expedited treatment services. Not to mention a host of other advantages, such as reduced fees at the Pokémon Center, which would only require him to pay 30 of the original price. This was significantly better than the benefits received by local trainers in their respective cities. It was worth noting that the low and medium tiers only offered accommodations in 8-person and 4-person rooms, respectively, which could lead to long wait times or even unavailability during busy periods. The various fees were also discounted to only 90 and 80 respectively, without expedited services. The disparity between the first 2 tiers was stark. Generally speaking, the benefits of the high and top tiers were primarily granted to holders of Pokédexes. While these benefits might not be particularly useful for them, they were universally applicable and tied to the Pokédex. Trainers like Tetsuya, who hailed from a common background, would not typically qualify for such privileges. Tetsuya initially thought he would be fortunate to attain a medium benefit level when he arrived in other cities. For the sake of discretion and training, he would still have to seek out inns for lodging, which would also incur higher treatment costs, especially since he was not in his birthplace. This represented a considerable expense, but now it had been mitigated. Tetsuya understood that this was an investment from the Joy family. It was stark and genuine, clearly indicating that they were well aware of his abilities and progress and intended to invest in him. However, Tetsuya felt no sense of unease regarding this. If there was any group in this world possessing the most comprehensive and first-hand information about trainers and their Pokémon, it would undoubtedly be the Joy family. No other individual or organization could amass such extensive and thorough data. Even the League relied on the Joy family for insights. Were it not for Joy and Kunch's unwavering neutrality, the League would not permit such a situation to persist. After all, every trainer's Pokémon required treatment at the Pokémon Center, whether due to injuries sustained during adventures or fatigue from training. They were inextricably linked to the Joy family. In this context, the Joy family kept a close watch and invested in every talented trainer. The affluent Joy family naturally adopted a wide-ranging investment strategy. For them, such investments were not significant, but for a talented trainer from a humble background, they could save a great deal. Under this model, the Joy family maintained good relations with most high-level trainers without imposing any obligations. It could be described as mutually beneficial, something Tetsuya had somewhat anticipated and planned for, first securing the Joy family's investment in himself. He had not expected the attention to arrive so swiftly. Indeed, the Joy family's actions were remarkably prompt. Tetsuya had thought that it would take until he had earned 4 badges for the Joy family to enhance his benefits. This was somewhat of a pleasant surprise. As Tetsuya pondered this, he stepped into the bathroom for a quick shower before retiring for the night, as he needed to set off for Nibi City the following day. The next morning, after tidying himself, Tetsuya prepared to head to Nibi City. The vehicle produced by the Devon Corporation, described as an electric vehicle, bore a closer resemblance to a simple motorcycle. It was not that Tetsuya did not wish to acquire a more impressive mode of transportation, he simply lacked the funds. It was important to note that these vehicles were equipped with technology developed by the Devon Corporation, allowing for ease of movement in the wild. They were far more than mere vehicles. Had it not been for Tetsuya's slight fear of heights and the instability of riding Pidgeotto, he would have long chosen to fly with it. Tetsuya felt he would eventually need to obtain a suitable means of transport, such as Salamence or Dragonite, which were swift and stable. However, for now, it sufficed. After all, embarking on a journey, riding from one city to another and relishing the scenery along the way, was what a trainer ought to experience. He released Pidgeotto to soar above him while Combusken perched in the back seat, donning a helmet. Tetsuya twisted the throttle, and the electric vehicle sped away silently. He raced along the official roads within the Tokiwa forest, which remained desolate and uninhabited. Tetsuya reveled in the fresh air wafting from the forest, savoring the essence of freedom. Yet, after a prolonged period of driving, the monotony of the scenery began to dull his senses, prompting him to switch the vehicle to autopilot mode. He activated the screen on the windscreen and began to enjoy a film from this world. Combusken, eagerly stretching its little head from the back, watched the movie alongside its trainer. Chapter 22. Arrival at Nibi City in preparation for the gym battle. Tetsuya exhaled deeply. After watching a heartwarming film, he found himself in a rather dismal mood. Halfway through, his trusty Pidgeot had grown weary and opted to retreat into its Pokeball for a much-needed rest. Glancing at the navigation timer, he noted that he had less than 20 minutes remaining. Tetsuya promptly canceled the automatic navigation and accelerated his pace. The Pidgeot above lazily flapped its wings and followed suit, as this speed was hardly different from a leisurely stroll for it. If it were to soar at full speed, it could traverse the distance from Band City to Nibi City in just over 3 minutes. It could not comprehend why its trainer would waste over 3 hours on the journey, finding it utterly mundane. Unbeknownst to Tetsuya, his Pidgeot was quietly mocking him as he reveled in the thrill of high-speed travel. Fortunately, the highway was devoid of other travelers. Otherwise, Tetsuya's reckless driving could have led to calamity. Eventually, Tetsuya brought his electric bike to a halt, dismounting to stow it away in his spatial backpack. He called down his Pidgeot and returned it to its Pokeball to prevent it from being mistaken for a wild Pokémon by the city guardians as they approached Nibi City. Strolling towards the entrance of Nibi City, Tetsuya took in the sights. Nibi City, also known as the City of Deep Gray, the City of Rocks, and the City of Aerospace, is situated at the junction of the Band Forest and the Moonview Mountain. The terrain resembles a basin, encircled by mountains on 3 sides, while one side opens towards the forest. Thanks to its unique location, Nibi City boasts a rich geological environment, yielding an abundance of rocks, making it the largest rock-producing area in the Kanto region. Moreover, the Moonview Mountain Range is home to various ancient Pokémon fossils, drawing considerable interest from both collectors and researchers alike. Complete fossils are treasured by collectors and can fetch prices beyond imagination, while researchers welcome any specimens, complete or not, for extensive genetic studies. To date, no one has successfully developed fossil revival technology, and Tetsuya pondered the prospect of acquiring some fossils for future profit. Once such technology emerges, the prices of fossils are bound to skyrocket. Additionally, the existence of certain undiscovered locations in the region presented a lucrative opportunity for Tetsuya to capitalize on. For trainers, the allure of Nibi City lies predominantly in the Moonview Mountain, not only because of the Pokémon inhabiting it, but also due to the exceedingly rare evolutionary stone known as the Moonstone. Moonview Mountain is teeming with Clefairy, believed to be creatures from the moon, and the Moonstone is thought to originate from meteorites in space, granting them the ability to evolve. Many trainers embark on expeditions here, primarily in pursuit of a Moonstone to strike it rich. Tetsuya was aware of a Clefairy colony residing in Moonview Mountain, which harbored a colossal moonstone capable of facilitating Clefairy's evolution. However, he deemed it unwise to venture there, considering the potential strength of the colony and the likelihood that the Pokémon League had already secured the area, rendering it inaccessible. Furthermore, Nibi City is renowned for its aerospace technology. The Nibi City Science Museum, the only one of its kind in the Kanto region, chronicles the city's rich history in aerospace. However, as economic focus shifted and the region of Hoenn began to develop its own aerospace initiatives, Nibi City gradually relinquished its research in this field. Today, only the museum remains as a testament to Nibi City's former aerospace glory. After finishing lunch, Tetsuya walked along the bustling streets of Nibi City, surrounded by deep gray buildings. The people here appeared younger and more vibrant compared to those in Band City. Tetsuya had multiple objectives for this trip, foremost among them being his ambition to amass wealth. Additionally, he was preparing to challenge the gym, capturing and strengthening his core team of Pokémon in anticipation of the regional tournament. His ambitions were twofold. The first was to elevate his trainer level. Attaining the ordinary level of certification is relatively straightforward. Possessing 1 elite-level Pokémon or 2 ordinary-level Pokémon suffices for certification. Tetsuya himself achieved this milestone when his Pidgey broke through to elite level, securing his status as an ordinary trainer. However, elite-level certification demands that a trainer possess 3 or more Pokémon of the same level and have participated in the regional tournament, reaching the main event. For the semi-champion level, in addition to requiring Pokémon of that level, trainers must have placed within the top 4 in the regional tournament. As for the champion level, one must possess at least 6 champion-level Pokémon to pass certification, with no requirements concerning tournament performance. Beyond that, Tetsuya was less informed, but he assumed it would be simpler. Higher-level trainers enjoy various benefits, making it easier to secure positions within the league. Thus, participating in gym battles and regional tournaments was indispensable. The second objective was to attract investment. The regional tournament serves as a showcase for trainers who do not hail from prominent families, allowing them to gain investments based on their performances and thus facilitating their training journeys. This was also true for Tetsuya, although according to his plans, he primarily focused on the Chengdu League tournament scheduled 2 years hence. The court's conference was more a matter of chance, as collecting and nurturing Pokémon required time, and he anticipated that he might not have 6 core Pokémon ready by then. Alternatively, if he had not adequately trained his Pokémon, he would need to temporarily capture wild ones to fill the ranks. Arriving at the Pokémon Center's service hall, Tetsuya prepared to schedule his gym battle. It is important to note that gym battles in this world are not as straightforward as they might appear in animated series from his previous life, where one merely walks in and the gym leader is present, ready for combat. Gym leaders are tasked not only with safeguarding the city's periphery, but also with overseeing various commercial activities in the city's development, leaving them exceedingly busy. While conducting gym battles is part of their responsibility, they are not available at all times for anyone to challenge at will. Firstly, appointments and information registration are required. This procedure ensures that the gym is aware of a trainer's Pokémon strength, allowing them to match trainers with Pokémon of comparable power. After all, each official gym leader must possess a team of 6 Pokémon at the champion level, ensuring that a novice trainer cannot simply challenge them with their starting Pokémon. Typically, battles are organized based on the Pokémon's strength and the trainer's age, with corresponding apprentices assigned for the match. After successfully scheduling his appointment, Tetsuya secured a private room with his premium privileges and placed his backpack inside. He intended to explore Nibi City and savor a lifestyle markedly different from his upbringing in Band City before his appointment information arrived. Organizing his belongings, Tetsuya set out into the vibrant city. Chapter 23. The Gyms and Elite Four of the Kanto region. As Tetsuya strolled along the road, he couldn't help but marvel at the bustling vibrancy of Nibi City, which indeed surpassed that of Jitan City. The streets of Jitan were predominantly occupied by the elderly, exuding an air of leisurely tranquility, while Nibi thrived with the energy of youth. According to the League's statistical data, Nibi City ranked 6th in terms of strength among all cities in Kanto. When considering various factors, this ranking is rather commendable. In contrast, Jitan City only managed to secure the 8th position, primarily due to the formidable prowess of Daichi's gym leader, Sakaki, which artificially bolstered its rank economically. Jitan could only claim the 11th spot. It is noteworthy that there are only 8 cities and gyms within the Kanto region, a fact that diverges from the virtual games of Tetsuya's past life. The 8 prominent gyms that featured in the games are, in this world, the most historically significant gyms in Kanto. Tetsuya had learned that, to date, the Kanto region boasts 76 cities, with 32 official gyms and 20 unofficial ones. The remainder consists of individual gyms or those yet to be established. It is worth mentioning that Kanto has the highest number of official gyms among all regions. Other regions have a maximum of only 20, with some having as few as 10. Moreover, Kanto is the only region where the number of official gyms exceeds that of unofficial ones. Official gyms are those recognized by the league, which issue badges that permit participation in local regional tournaments. Gym leaders must be of genuine elite level, and every decade, the league evaluates whether these gyms can continue to operate officially. Some of the more powerful official gyms are helmed by leaders possessing 1 or 2 Pokémon at the near champion or even champion level. These gyms often follow a lineage tradition, where the previous generation's Pokémon remain under the care of their descendants, becoming increasingly powerful over time, a testament to the gym's legacy. Most notably exemplified by the 8 renowned gyms of Kanto. Conversely, unofficial gyms and individual gyms refer to those established within cities that have not quite met the requisite standards of strength or development. Generally, the leaders of such gyms possess at least near-elite level capabilities. The badges issued by the former can certify trainers as elite, although they are ineligible for tournament participation. In contrast, the latter's badges serve merely as a personal accolade, lacking any significant official purpose. Nibi City's 6th place ranking in the Kanto region signifies its considerable strength. Given that Kanto is universally acknowledged as the premier region, this holds substantial weight. This reputation is not solely due to Kanto being the league's birthplace, but also stems from the extraordinary prowess of its trainers. Economically and technologically, regions are relatively comparable, each possessing its unique advantages. The crux lies in the exceptional strength of Kanto's trainers, which collectively ranks as the best in the world, far surpassing other regions. In terms of official gym numbers, Kanto's ratio stands at least 2 to 1, if not 3 to 1. Moreover, the average strength of Kanto's gym leaders significantly surpasses that of their counterparts in other regions. Additionally, the elite combatants, the Elite Four, and the champion are selected through countless arduous battles. Every 5 years, each region hosts the Elite Challenge, which allows trainers who have attained elite status to participate. Naturally, most trainers opt to compete in their home region, rather than venture to others. Many trainers who embark on solo adventures to enhance their elite status actively engage in these challenges, with only 4 emerging victorious from a multitude of fierce competitors to claim the title of Elite Four. In recent elite challenges, Kanto has captured the spotlight, not least because of its most formidable Elite Four: the prodigious Dragon Master, Yulong Shiyu, the Ice-type expert, Queen Kina, the ageless Spectre, Yuki, the oldest record holder among the Elite Four, and the balanced martial artist, Shiba. These 4 have become a nightmare for all participants in Kanto's elite challenges over the past 2 decades. To put it simply, these individuals are widely regarded as capable of contending for the title of champion. The slots for Kanto's elite over the past 4 challenges have remained unchanged. Their dominance over others can only be described as effortless. Many believe it would be more fitting to refer to them as the 4 champions of Kanto rather than merely the strongest Elite Four. While Elite Four members from other regions are indeed formidable, they still fall significantly short of champion caliber, unlike the illustrious quartet from Kanto. Even though the title of Elite Four is more of an honorary distinction rather than a strict measure of strength, other regional leaders typically possess 3 or 4 near-champion Pokémon and 1 or 2 actual champions, placing them at a respectable level. The average standard demands 2 or 3 peak elite Pokémon, whereas each member of Kanto's elite team possesses a complete roster of champions. In jest, one might say that Kanto's 8 prestigious gyms could easily assemble 2 teams of Pokémon on par with the Elite Four, an absurdity in itself. Moreover, rumors have circulated that Yulong Shiyu is poised to assume the role of champion in the Chengdu region, a development that has left many feeling despondent. Therefore, while Kanto may lack an official champion, no one perceives it as weak. On the contrary, its strength is often regarded as extraordinary. After all, the process of becoming a champion merely requires one to have previously held or currently hold the title of elite, allowing them to challenge the reigning Elite Four. Winning against 3 or 4 of them grants one the title of champion, and no one believes anyone could consecutively defeat these 4 individuals, each of whom is not only an elite, but effectively a champion in their own right. The absence of a champion in Kanto is merely a testament to the unparalleled strength of its elite. Furthermore, aside from the current members of the Elite Four and the champion, Kanto is home to numerous other powerful trainers and distinguished Pokémon researchers, such as Professor Okido, a champion trainer and the world's foremost Pokémon expert, and Chairman Damalanki, also a champion trainer hailing from Kanto. Out of the 12 members of the highest council formed by the regional leagues, 5 are from Kanto, while each of the other regions can boast only 1. As Tetsuya continued his exploration, 2 hours slipped by. Ding! The Pokémon watch chimed with a notification regarding his gym appointment, requesting trainer Tetsuya Yumuki to arrive at Nibi Gym Field 1, for a gym battle at 4:30 p.m. that afternoon. The rules were detailed in the subsequent message. Tetsuya scrolled down to read that the Nibi gym battle would be a 2v2 rock-type match, with the gym trainer to send out their Pokémon first. The challenger would hold the advantage of first attack, and during the battle, the challenger was permitted to switch Pokémon, while the gym trainer was not. If either side's Pokémon were to be rendered unable to battle, they would be deemed the loser. Additionally, high-tech equipment was strictly prohibited for both sides' Pokémon during the battle. Any violation would result in an automatic loss. Furthermore, Pokémon from either side were not allowed to leave the designated battle area for any reason, or they would be considered defeated. Should the challenger cause any damage to the gym environment or equipment due to their own actions, such as leaving the battle area, they would be liable for compensation at market value. Chapter 24, The Gym Battle. A clash with Brock. During the battle, neither party's Pokémon is permitted to leave the confines of the arena for any reason. Failure to comply will result in defeat. Should the challenger cause damage to the surrounding environment or equipment due to their own actions, leaving the battle area, they will be liable for compensation. Tetsuya meticulously perused the battle rules of the pewter gym, which were essentially akin to the standard battle regulations, save for the initial 3 statements that differed. Glancing at the time, he noted that he had about an hour and a half to spare and felt no urgency. After strolling around the streets for another half hour, he returned to the Pokémon Center to retrieve the 2 Pokémon that Nurse Joy had restored during his room reservation. Only then did Tetsuya leisurely make his way towards the distant pewter gym. As he approached, he marveled at the grandeur of the gym, truly living up to its reputation as one of the oldest 8 gyms in Kanto. The exterior of the pewter gym was composed of immense boulders, resembling a colossal onyx coiled up. The adjacent buildings, already robust and towering, seemed diminutive in comparison. The gym exuded an aura of a great gray rock beast, aptly reflecting the essence of Pewter City. It was understandable, considering that the previous gym leader had served as one of the Elite Four when Kanto and Johto were unified, showcasing formidable strength. He had reformed and reconstructed the pewter gym into its current form. However, since relinquishing the position to his son, Brock, 30 years ago, the elder had seldom made an appearance. Nevertheless, the pewter gym remained formidable, with Brock proving to be an equally impressive leader. Unlike the issues portrayed in the previous Life S animation, everything seemed to be in order. Tetsuya regained his focus and presented his identification card and reservation details to the staff at the entrance, who then guided him to the waiting room for Arena 1. There are 32 minutes remaining until your scheduled battle. The previous trainer is currently engaged in combat. Please take a moment to rest in the waiting room. A staff member will notify you when it is time to proceed to the battlefield. Be sure to enjoy the beverages provided here. Wishing you great fortune in battle. The staff member explained the situation before departing. Tetsuya surveyed the elegantly furnished waiting room and couldn't help but marvel at the gym's wealth. Approaching the beverage dispenser, he poured himself a cup of juice and settled into a sofa to enjoy it. Before long, 30 minutes had elapsed when a staff member entered to escort Tetsuya to the battlefield. Navigating through the dimly lit corridor, a beam of light emerged ahead. As he squinted and stepped into the illuminated space, he was greeted by a vast rocky arena. "Are you the challenger, Tetsuya Tamaki?" came the voice of a man in a green vest with brown skin and squinting eyes from across the field. Tetsuya was momentarily taken aback but composed himself for the impending gym battle, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, I am Tetsuya Tamaki from Jubilife City, here to formally challenge you for the pewter batch." Positioning himself on the trainer's platform, he locked eyes with the man opposite him. "Very well, Tetsuya. Although you are already familiar with the challenge rules, I will briefly reiterate. The pewter gym battle consists of a 2v2 match on a rocky terrain, with the gym leaders sending out their Pokémon first. The challenger has the right of priority. During the battle, the challenger may substitute Pokémon, while the gym leader may not. If all Pokémon on either side lose their ability to battle, that side is declared the loser. With a wave of the referee's flag, the match commenced. Now, the battle between Brock of Pewter Gym and Tetsuya Tamaki from Jubilife City begins. Brock threw out his Pokeball, declaring, "I will first send out Geodude." Without hesitation, Tetsuya, upon witnessing Brock's Pokemon emerge, retrieved a luxury ball from his waist. Then go Torchic. Indeed, Tetsuya had chosen Torchic instead of Pidgeotto, as he believed that Torchic needed more training at this juncture. Moreover, gym battles should be about honing skills with Pokemon of similar strength, not merely for the sake of acquiring badges. Brock observed Tetsuya's Torchic with a glimmer of astonishment and admiration. As a future gym heir and an aspiring exceptional Pokemon breeder, Brock could discern that Tetsuya's Torchic not only possessed outstanding potential, but had also been nurtured with extraordinary care. As for type advantages, Brock was no fool. While some novice trainers might overlook such nuances, Tetsuya, who had cultivated such an impressive Torchic, hardly appeared to be one of them. Confident, are we? This shall be interesting. Brock mused inwardly. Quick attack, then Ember. Tetsuya commanded, testing the waters with Brock's Geodude. Dodge with rollout. Brock adeptly directed. As each trainer typically initiated their strategy against Geodude with speed, he had long since developed a response pattern for this. Initially, a simple rollout would suffice, as Geodude, despite its sluggishness, displayed notable agility that could evade most probing attacks of its level. However, considering the prowess of Tetsuya's Torchic, Brock opted for an added measure of caution and employed Rock Polish to further enhance Geodude's speed. Geodude curled up and executed rollout, its body shimmering as it swiftly moved to the side. The flames emitted by Torchic grazed Geodude, leaving dark scorch marks on its rocky exterior and the ground beneath. Brock's eyes narrowed further. Not only was Torchic's speed exceptional, but its flames were significantly more potent than those of its peers. Tetsuya, in turn, was taken aback. Geodude's agility was astonishing, swiftly transitioning from rollout to Rock Polish. Yet, he noted that aside from this, Geodude did not possess any particularly formidable attributes. Offense was not its strong suit. Use quick attack to close in, then low kick, Tetsuya instructed. Brock found Tetsuya's command peculiar, but his solid upbringing prompted him to instinctively shout, Endure, directing Geodude to brace itself. Torchic moved in swiftly, and upon hearing its trainer's command, it flashed with a brilliant light and accelerated towards Geodude. Just as Geodude was about to execute its Endure, it was caught off guard and sent airborne by Torchic's low kick. Double kick followed by karate chop. Finish it. Tetsuya's voice rang out coldly. Before Brock and Geodude could react, Torchic launched itself into the air, executing a double kick that sent the off-balanced Geodude soaring even higher. Subsequently, it performed a swift turn and propelled Geodude downwards. While controlling its body mid-air, Torchic positioned itself above Geodude, its right hand glowing with energy as it prepared to deliver a decisive karate chop. Boom. Geodude crashed into the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 25. Overcoming Xiaojang. Empowered by the reaction force from the collision with the Onix, the fighting chicken executed a graceful somersault, landing outside the dissipating smoke, where it remained vigilant. Soon, the haze cleared, revealing Onix's eyes transformed into swirling vortices, a clear sign of its incapacitation. The challenger, Tamaki Tetsuya, emerged victorious. The referee promptly raised the flag to declare the result. Xiaojang retrieved Onix into its Pokeball, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The fighting chicken had proven itself exceptionally talented, showcasing remarkable speed, incredible strength, and formidable fiery attacks, with its fighting skills flowing seamlessly, rendering it overwhelmingly effective against Onix. Xiaojang pondered how he initially found Tetsuya's commands for the fighting chicken to be absurd. After all, once Onix gained momentum, it was generally impossible for most Pokémon to keep pace, especially considering its Rock Polish. Yet, his upbringing taught him not to underestimate the commands of opposing trainers. They were not foolish enough to engage in futile endeavors. If the fighting chicken could catch up, Onix would undoubtedly have no means of evasion. Rather than instructing it to dodge, it would have been wiser to endure and retaliate. However, the opponent's speed was astonishing, and before Onix could unleash any moves, it was swiftly knocked away with a low kick, followed by a relentless onslaught of blows that left no room for doubt. While lost in thought, Xiaojang did not slow his pace, swiftly producing a second Pokeball. The referee inquired whether the challenger wished to switch Pokémon. Tetsuya shook his head in refusal, prompting the referee to signal Xiaojang to release his next Pokémon. Xiaojang tossed the Pokeball, declaring, "My second Pokémon is this one. Go, Diglett. Use Sandstorm to greet the opponent." Seizing the opportune moment, Tetsuya commanded the fighting chicken to exhaust its foe. As soon as Diglett emerged and prepared for battle, it was struck by a powerful heat wave, letting out a pained cry. Tetsuya assessed the opponent's condition, recognizing that while Diglett was stronger than Onix, its strength had limits. There was no need to summon Pidgeotto. It was no surprise, as gym leaders often employed Pokémon of comparable strength. The earlier Onix was roughly at level 29, while this Diglett seemed to be around level 35, making them evenly matched overall. However, both of Xiaojang's Pokémon were merely of elite potential, falling far short of the fighting chicken's capabilities, which explained the current predicament. Under normal circumstances, a seasoned trainer would not find a gym battle this effortless, especially with the fighting chicken growing ever stronger. A smile crept onto Tetsuya's face. Unaware of Tetsuya's thoughts, Xiaojang marveled at the prowess of the fighting chicken. Diglett, use Dig to approach the opponent from underground. Xiaojang commanded. Diglett sank beneath the surface, vanishing from sight. Maintain high-speed movement and remain vigilant. Tetsuya instructed. knowing that without the move Earthquake, the fighting chicken had no effective counter against a digging opponent. However, prolonging the battle could work to his advantage. Xiaojing furrowed his brow as he observed the rapidly moving fighting chicken, questioning the purpose of such seemingly futile actions. He noted that Diglett was biding its time, ready to attack. The fighting chicken's straightforward evasion not only consumed energy, but could also be misconstrued as a loss of fighting spirit if the duration extended too long. Observing intently, Xiaojing suddenly realized something was amiss. Why was the fighting chicken accelerating further and exerting more effort? No, the difference in stamina depletion could not be this drastic. Was it utilizing its hidden ability, Speed Boost? Xiaojing quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. While prolonged evasion could lead to a forfeiture of fighting spirit, the fighting chicken's utilization of its ability to accelerate would not be deemed mere evasion. Only if it reached a limit where it could no longer accelerate would the referee intervene, but that moment would take too long, and before then, Diglett might be judged as having forfeited for failing to attack. Sand Trap, Xiaojing commanded, urging Diglett to strike from underground in an attempt to hinder the fighting chicken's speed. Yet, Xiaojing's command had come too late. The fighting chicken's velocity, bolstered by both its speed boost and high-speed movement, far surpassed Diglett's ability to react. In an instant, the fighting chicken, previously surrounded by swirling sands, had broken free and dashed to a distance, sustaining only minor damage. Diglett was utterly incapable of restraining the now accelerated fighting chicken. Xiaojing felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, realizing that his chances of victory had diminished significantly. He had fallen victim to a lack of information. But discerning the opponent's abilities was an essential duty of a trainer. He could only conclude that he had not prepared adequately. Moreover, the criteria for awarding badges in gym battles were based on the synergy and strength of the trainer and their Pokémon, not merely on the outcome of victory or defeat. Tetsuya had already met the conditions for receiving the badge from the Nibi gym. Yet, Xiaojing was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Diglett, use a surprise attack, then follow it up with triple attack. Xiaojing issued a desperate command. Counter with double edge and a series of fire punches to stop it. Tetsuya, seizing the upper hand, prepared for a swift conclusion. Diglett transformed into a blur, rapidly closing the distance to the fighting chicken, landing a surprise attack that collided with it. The fighting chicken endured the impact and retaliated with double edge, striking Diglett with tremendous force. Just as Diglett was about to unleash triple attack, it was interrupted by the fighting chicken's counter. Enduring the searing pain, Diglett pressed on, attempting to execute triple attack to restrain the fighting chicken. However, the fighting chicken swiftly evaded, moving at a speed beyond Diglett's capacity to perceive. Flames coalesced on its claws as it relentlessly struck at Diglett's exposed body. Diglett emitted a cry of agony. "Don't give up, Diglett. Use your last breath." Xiaojing shouted fervently. Diglett, summoning its remaining strength, launched itself at the fighting chicken. By this time, the fighting chicken had calmly utilized its speed to retreat to a safe distance, evading Diglett's attacks with ease. Diglett struggled to land a hit, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, its eyes turning into swirling vortices as it collapsed to the ground. Diglett lost its fighting ability. The battle was over, and the challenger, Tamaki Tetsuya, emerged victorious. The referee promptly raised the flag to declare the result. Xiaojing resignedly withdrew Diglett into its Pokeball. Although he had sensed the impending defeat the moment he discerned the speed boost ability, the abrupt conclusion of the battle still left him disgruntled. Tetsuya also recalled the fighting chicken, and the two stepped outside the arena to shake hands. "Congratulations on your victory. The Nibi badge will be issued to you at the service desk in the gym. Once your information is recorded, you may collect it with your identity card," Xiaojing said with a smile. Despite the disappointment of losing, he understood that challenges always involved victories and defeats, and he had long since learned how to cope. Moreover, this trainer was undeniably strong. Losing was not surprising at all. Perhaps it was an opportunity for camaraderie. Xiaojing thought to himself. Chapter 26. The Nibi Badge. "I have obtained a conversation with Brock. Additional update. Thank you." Jia simply expressed his gratitude to Brock before taking his leave. Brock did not stop him, squinting as he watched Jia depart. After all, he surely needed rest, and as long as he remained in Nibi City, Brock could ensure he knew his whereabouts. However, that was not the pressing matter at hand. Glancing at the time, Brock realized with dismay that dinner time was approaching, and he had yet to prepare a meal for his younger siblings. In a flurry, Brock dashed away, overtaking Jia from behind. Hearing the sound of Brock's hurried footsteps, Jia turned to see his figure swiftly pass by. He was taken aback, wondering if there was some urgent matter at hand. Not dwelling on it, he continued straight to the front desk. Upon reaching the counter, he presented his identification to the staff. After a brief verification, the attendant handed him the Nibi badge along with his identification. "Congratulations, Tsubaki Jia, trainer. Here is your badge of victory. Jia gazed excitedly at the diamond-shaped Nibby badge crafted from rock. Though he had anticipated this moment, receiving the badge for the first time filled him with indescribable elation. He flicked the badge into the air like a coin, caught it deftly, thanked the attendant, and turned away with a flourish. The female attendant, captivated by Jia's handsome features and graceful movements, found herself momentarily entranced. Upon exiting the Nibby gym, he carefully placed the Nibby badge into the meticulously prepared badge case. Although it could be retrieved from his computer records if lost, no respectable trainer would ever misplace their badge, as it symbolizes the fruits of their labor alongside their Pokémon. I have obtained a Nibby badge, Jia exclaimed joyfully as he walked along the streets of Nibby City. Had he not possessed a modicum of restraint, considering his 40 years across 2 lifetimes, he would have been tempted to shout in delight. Suppressing his excitement at acquiring his first badge, he quickened his pace towards the Pokémon Center. Despite the relatively minor damage sustained by his Machoke during battle, the exertion from utilizing its speed boost ability had significantly drained its stamina. It was imperative for Nurse Joy to restore its vitality. Moreover, after a day filled with activity and the mental fatigue from battling, Jia felt a pang of hunger and knew he needed to return for dinner promptly. Having entrusted Machoke to Nurse Joy for a swift recovery, Jia proceeded to the dining hall with his 2 Pokémon. Just as he began to eat, a sudden hand clapped on his shoulder from behind. Excuse me? He turned around in confusion, aware that he had no acquaintances in Nibby City. Who would greet him? Hello. Tsubaki trainer. Squinting with a tray in hand, it was none other than Brock. Oh, it's Brock. Greetings. Jia replied awkwardly, as navigating social interactions was a novel experience for him. Haha, do you mind if I join you? Brock asked with a smile. Of course not. Please take a seat. Jia gestured invitingly. Brock set down his tray and sat across from Jia. Let me introduce myself. I am Brock, the son of the Nibby gym leader. And I am 16, the same age as you. You can just call me Brock. I hope you don't mind if I refer to you as Jia. Brock continued, naturally taking the conversation forward. Not at all, Jia replied stiffly while eating. Are you not curious? I am the gym leader's son, Brock remarked, puzzled. Not really, Jia responded, pulling out a gym brochure and flipping to the middle where Brock's photo and name were featured, along with a brief introduction. Oh, haha, is that so? Brock chuckled awkwardly upon seeing his own picture. So, Brock, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Jia felt that a more direct approach would alleviate the discomfort of the conversation. Having spent most of his life in this world without forming friendships, he found himself at a loss for words. Ah, well, it's nothing much, Brock said, slightly surprised by Jia's straightforwardness. I mainly wanted to exchange insights on training Pokémon, as it is rare to encounter such a skilled trainer like you. Your Machoke is exceptionally well trained. Brock took a bite of his meal before continuing. I observed that your Machoke has lush, smooth fur, radiating a certain sheen, indicating your diligent care. Moreover, based on our battle, I calculated that your Machoke's speed, muscle development, and fire-type energy are significantly superior to its peers. The most evident indicator is the development of its calf muscles, which, although not measured with instruments, appear to be at least 1.4 times that of others in its category. Additionally, the proficiency of its skills is remarkable, with seamless transitions between each move. I am truly fascinated by your training methods. It appears your Machoke is only about 3 to 4 months old yet has already evolved to its second stage. Furthermore, your Machoke. Jia was momentarily taken aback as Brock continued to speak animatedly. Realizing he had perhaps overstayed his welcome, Brock quickly apologized. I'm sorry. My goal is to become an exceptional breeder, so I tend to get carried away. Jia waved his hand dismissively. No worries at all. Brock, your breeding skills are genuinely impressive. You can discern so much just by observation. Well, it's really nothing special. It's mostly about being attentive, Brock said, scratching the back of his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. No, it's truly remarkable. Most people cannot derive data just by sight. You are far too modest, Jia exclaimed, showering him with compliments. Not at all, really, it's quite ordinary, Brock insisted, waving his hands in modesty. After several rounds of mutual flattery, the 2 young men broke into laughter, realizing the absurdity of their exchange. Ha, are we being a bit over the top? Brock chuckled, looking at Jia. Indeed. Perhaps just a tad, Jia replied, equally amused. If you don't mind, we could share insights on training Pokémon together. Currently, my primary focus in training Machoke is on its fighting type abilities. With fire type as a secondary consideration, I may explore dual development later. Without waiting for Brock to respond, Jia began sharing his experiences in training Pokémon. In the early stages, I aim to enhance Machoke's speed, as you have observed it possesses the speed boost hidden ability. In the early game, Coupled with fighting-type moves, opponents find it nearly impossible to counter. Therefore, I focus on strengthening its strengths while compensating for its weaknesses at mid to long range. My primary approach involves using shimmering grass in conjunction with sleep powder, supplemented with other materials to boost Mishoki's speed. Brock took out his notebook, jotting down notes and occasionally offering his perspectives. Chapter 27. A conversation between Xiaojiang and Jie. Would it be better to replace the strange powder with the gentle breezegrass? The strange powder could serve as a supplementary material, while the gentle breezegrass can. No. While the gentle breezegrass may indeed enhance the effects of the shimmering grass, it might not be suitable for the sturdy chicken. Have you considered using the starlight grass? Although it is considerably more expensive, it is a variant of the shimmering grass, with effects essentially identical to it. Furthermore, if that is the case, we would need to change the supplementary materials too. What about the star mushroom? The two engaged in a lively discussion. With much of the time, Jie dominated the conversation while Xiaojiang listened intently. After all, Jie, as a person of 0 rank and a natural prodigy, surpassed Xiaojiang in many respects. However, the insights Xiaojiang provided sparked significant inspiration for Jie, as 0 rank proposals were rooted in a comprehensive understanding of materials. Yet, the observable characteristics of materials do not encompass their entirety. Some particular materials and their properties remain undisclosed. Over the years, Jie had only managed to grasp a fraction of this knowledge through study and research. In contrast, Xiaojiang, as a descendant of the dojo master and future heir, possessed a wealth of knowledge that far surpassed Jie's. Xiaojiang introduced several materials and properties unknown to Jie, effectively enhancing Jie's efficiency in resource utilization. They conversed animatedly for 3 hours, only realizing the time when the restaurant was nearly empty. Haha, you truly are remarkable, Jie, possessing such a clear understanding of the interactions between various materials. Moreover, your formula for the reaction agent is simply flawless, though regrettably, it is only applicable to your Pokémon and not universally applicable, Xiaojiang praised. Actually, there is still much I do not know, Jie replied, shaking his head. It's getting late. I should head back. Let us add each other as friends. I'm free tomorrow, and we can discuss this further, Xiaojiang suggested as he pulled up the interface on his Pokémon watch. Sure, Jie agreed with enthusiasm. After they exchanged friend requests through the Pokémon watch, they bid farewell and departed. Upon returning home, Xiaojiang found Winning sitting on the sofa, reviewing reports from his subordinates. Has Kentaro had any diarrhea? Did you change his diaper? Is Wentai feeling better? Has he taken his medicine? Has Yuji completed her homework? Did you check it? Observing his father's work ethic, Xiaojiang felt compelled to lecture him. Winning, overwhelmed, set the reports down. I took care of everything. Kentaro was well behaved today. No issues. Wentai took his medicine on time, and Yuji is still working on her homework. You can check it later. Oh, by the way, what did you do tonight? Winning nonchalantly shifted the topic. I encountered an interesting trainer at the dojo. An orphan, about my age. According to the records, he possesses a Fiero, estimated by the Joy family to have champion-level potential, currently at the mid-elite stage. His newly acquired sturdy chicken's potential is unknown but has an accelerate ability, likely at least a champion, possibly even a pseudo-grandmaster. His strength is quite impressive today. He managed to defeat both a golem and a sandshrew from the 3rd cultivation room, Xiaojiang continued. The funding comes from firestones and bounty tasks. Overall, there are no issues. I just want to introduce myself. Sounds like a lucky fellow. Wuning resumed his reading of the report. Such occurrences of common trainers serendipitously acquiring high-potential Pokémon are not rare, yet few succeed in becoming prominent. The reason lies in the fact that a single powerful Pokémon does not guarantee success in battles, especially since common trainers lack the resources and avenues to nurture and acquire other high-quality Pokémon. Even Jie, who has fortuitously obtained 2 champion-quality Pokémon, is an exception. Chairman Damalanki, too, had a contract with a divine beast and was born into humble circumstances. It can only be said that Jie possesses investment-worthy potential. Xiaojiang was not surprised by Wuning's reaction. After all, for those in the upper echelons of the league, the emergence of individuals like Jie, 1 or 2 annually, is hardly remarkable, unless they appear in droves, which is unrealistic, as they lack sufficient high-quality Pokémon, let alone commoners. I initially intended to merely converse and build rapport, but later realized this individual might truly be a genius. Oh, Wuning feigned indifference. There are no issues with training. It follows standard methods. Although it is more effective than that of the average common trainer, Xiaojiang stated with a hint of detachment. However, in terms of cultivation, he is exceptionally strong. And barring any information constraints, I believe he could directly attain the title of Master Cultivator. At this point, Xiaojiang's emotions finally exhibited a shift. Wuning raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. He had a profound understanding of his eldest son, who seldom boasted. Moreover, Xiaojing had a genuine interest and talent for cultivation, having recently passed the Level 5 cultivator examination and now qualifying as an intermediate cultivator. However, suggesting that someone could attain master cultivator status might be excessive. After all, the best cultivator in recent years was Xiaoxue, who, despite being of common birth, only passed the Level 9 examination at the age of 21. The cultivator examinations comprise 10 levels, making this a lofty achievement. Even such a prodigy is expected to reach 30 before breaking through to level 10 and becoming a master cultivator, which would make them the third youngest in the league's history. This Xia, if I'm not mistaken, is still under 17? Can he truly become a master cultivator? Xiaojing, sensing his father's skepticism, understood his father's doubts. It's not to say he can become a master cultivator immediately. He still needs about 5 more years to fill in the gaps in his knowledge. However, regarding the energy responses between various materials, the formulation of potions, and the design of individualized strategies for specific Pokémon, I personally believe he has already attained a masterful level. What Xiaojing did not realize was that Jie's aptitude for learning was even more formidable than he imagined. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to pique Wuning's interest and attention. After all, many cultivators exist, yet few earn the title of master cultivator. This level of expertise demands that one can provide targeted cultivation plans for any Pokémon, tailored to each stage of development, capable of enhancing a Pokémon's strength in the shortest time possible. Every master cultivator is also a formidable trainer. Currently, there are scarcely 15 individuals alive within the league who hold the title of master cultivator. Each time one wishes to enlist these individuals for customized plans. Even affluent dojo masters like Wuning find it somewhat burdensome. The critical point is that these experts do not seek monetary compensation but rather rare high-grade cultivation materials. Given their own scarcity, offering such materials to master cultivators may leave them devoid of resources for cultivating Pokémon themselves. Chapter 28. The focus of Wuning in the tournament format. If what my son Xiaojing mentioned is true, that this commoner trainer named Yuki Mu Tetsuya possesses such remarkable talent, then he is indeed a worthy investment. After all, cultivating a future master in training could immensely benefit the progeny of our lineage. So, what are your plans? Wuning did not insist that Xiaojing adhere strictly to his methods. After all, he would eventually pass the mantle to Xiaojing, who still needed to hone his skills. Our conversation today revealed that he was concealing quite a bit, though it was of little consequence. His background undoubtedly instills a thirst for knowledge, and I intend to have a more direct discussion with him tomorrow. Xiaojing donned an apron and prepared to tackle household chores. He spoke incessantly. He was an astute individual, albeit somewhat lacking in social finesse, yet his nuanced expressions conveyed his thoughts effectively. His reactions while I shared information were perfectly normal, devoid of any resistance. The potential for investment is substantial. I had already discussed a detailed assessment with the dojo upon my return, and they will conduct an investigation and provide a report. Very well, you shall be in charge of this when the time comes. This will be your first investment, I presume. Wuning regarded the report, believing it prudent to allow Xiaojing to make his own decisions. As for the information shared, it was hardly a matter of significance. Understood. Xiaojing paused momentarily in his sweeping, but soon resumed his task. Dad, lift your feet. Don't just sit there staring. You're holding the report upside down. Enough of this. Go upstairs and check on your siblings. You can't just ignore them day after day. Listening to his son's incessant chatter, Wuning hastily ascended the stairs with the report in hand. His son was admirable in many respects, but his incessant prattling was a minor flaw. As Wuning climbed the stairs, his eyes narrowed, mirroring Xiaojing's. Yukimu Tetsuya, was it? He seems to possess considerable potential. Intriguing indeed. Meanwhile, Tetsuya, resting in his room at the Pokémon Center, remained oblivious to the conversation between the father and son. After a refreshing shower, he sank into the sofa, reflecting on his exchange with Xiaojing. From the subtle hints Tetsuya gathered, it appeared that Xiaojing was unfamiliar with a certain individual named Ash. At least, he did not recognize the name at present. Tetsuya was not disappointed. He merely sought clarification, as this was a fragment of his childhood memories from his past life. In this authentic world, Tetsuya found it unsurprising that Ash did not exist, for his understanding indicated that this reality diverged significantly from the anime portrayal in many aspects, particularly concerning the tournament competitions. It was absurd that even a novice like Ash could reach the top 8. However, it seemed plausible. Tetsuya mused, stroking his chin. Although he had not yet planned to participate in the tournament, lacking the necessary skills and preoccupied with earning a living and studying, he remained aware of the general structure. The World S-League tournaments were divided into a 2-year format and an unrestricted format. The term league tournament typically referred to the latter. and the videos he had watched pertained to this format. No wonder the competitors appeared overwhelmingly strong, vastly different from what he had observed in his previous life. This was Tetsuya's initial thought upon discovering this fact. The 2-year format was designed for novice trainers who had only recently embarked on their journeys. The requirements for trainer-level certification and the tournament's top 4 are specific to the unrestricted events, not the 2-year format. The specific stipulations dictate that trainers aged 16 to under 18 may register to compete with Pokémon they have captured and trained for no more than 2 years, with the entry method requiring the acquisition of 8 badges. Typically, the Pokémon of participating trainers are of average strength, with a few elite contenders, while many are at the novice level. Conversely, the unrestricted format permits participation without any time constraints. The competitors in the main event are primarily elite trainers and those nearing the champion level. Only upon achieving the champion status do trainers transition to the champion challenge, as ordinary trainers often fail to pass even the preliminary rounds. However, very few trainers participate in the 2-year format, with only about 200 to 300 each year. Mostly common trainers pursuing their dreams. For them, being an ordinary trainer is already their limit, and entering the unrestricted format would only lead to an early exit from the preliminary rounds, rendering it pointless. Achieving a respectable rank in the 2-year format could be a source of pride for bragging rights among their descendants. A rare few 2nd or 3rd generation trainers may dabble in it, but the top 8 spots are generally monopolized by these individuals. In contrast to the unrestricted format, the 2-year format is colloquially referred to as baby tournaments, a name that clearly reflects the trainer's disdain for this category. It is rumored that the league is endeavoring to amend this issue, aiming to reform the tournament structure, as the current 2-year format appears to lack significance. However, outright cancellation is not feasible, as it would deprive novice trainers of any initial experience. Tetsuya is uncertain about the specifics of the proposed changes, perhaps resembling the scenarios depicted in the animations of his previous life, yet he suspects it may not directly involve him. After all, Tetsuya must establish a strong foundation and secure resources by demonstrating his prowess in the unrestricted events. The 2-year format holds no reference value or significance. In past years, there have even been instances of individuals entering the 2-year format with champion-level Pokémon, shamelessly claiming they had trained them for 2 years. Ironically, the recorded capture times often fell short of 2 years, resulting in their participation, and defeating such individuals was akin to battling infants. Eventually, the league uncovered that this individual was a privileged 2nd generation. The champion-level Pokémon indeed belonged to him, but the training period exceeded 2 years. This Pokémon was a descendant of his father's quasi-champion Pokémon, having grown up alongside him, and it took 16 years before he finally captured it in a Pokéball. By the time of the competition, the capture time was just over a year, fitting the criteria. While this loophole was not unique, it was crucial to note that possessing such a Pokémon was no minor feat. If one did not capture it, there was a risk of being defeated and having their Pokémon captured, leaving them with nowhere to lament. After all, even wild Pokémon can be captured by anyone if they are not contained within a Pokéball. Ironically, this individual had spent the first 16 years of his life confined to his home, nurturing his sole Pokémon, only to capture it when he officially turned 16 and was finally ready to embark on his journey. While this could be considered bending the rules, it is said that the outcome for this individual was rather unfortunate. However, with a powerful father to protect him, it likely was not overly dramatic. As for competing with his father's Pokémon or capturing powerful Pokémon to enter the tournament, the former was fraught with the risk of paternal wrath upon suggestion, while common trainers lack such opportunities. In the latter case, if one could capture a powerful Pokémon, it would indicate their own strength, thus negating the need to participate in the 2-year format, as they would be better suited for the unrestricted format to showcase their talents. Using someone else's Pokémon to defeat and subsequently capture another Pokémon would result in a lack of compliance from the captured Pokémon. In gaming terms, their friendship level would be below 10. Such a situation would be evident and would lead to disqualification from the tournament, if there truly were a protagonist. Chapter 29. Issues of qualification and unexpected gains. If there truly exists a protagonist, Ash may either participate in a 2-year tournament format from the outset, later transitioning to an unrestricted format, or the league might alter the competition structure entirely, unlike the current system. Gia pondered this, estimating Ash's youth, especially since Professor Oak frequently appeared on television giving lectures, appearing far from aged. It seemed that Brock was also engaging in his first gym battle today, still far from maturity. Overthinking, Gia shook his head. For Gia, his goal was to strive for an impressive performance at the unrestricted tournament in Chengdu 2 years hence. For now, he needed to consider the attitude of the Nibby gym. He believed his demeanor today was appropriate, He had projected the image of a typical trainer, albeit with exceptional talent in breeding and a stroke of good fortune. Jie closed his eyes, reflecting on the conversation from the evening. As long as he did not reveal his ability to assess potential, even a strong proficiency in breeding would merely be attributed to his innate talent, posing minimal risk while yielding considerable benefits. The most significant revelation today was the understanding that one's qualifications could indeed be altered over time. Jie mused, recalling how during the evening dialogue, whether intentionally or not, Brock inadvertently disclosed this insight. Although Jie had contemplated this notion before, it had never been confirmed by anyone, leaving him to speculate. After all, if the legend of Ho-Oh could transform 3 EV evolutions into 3 divine beasts, then it was not unimaginable that some exceedingly rare resources or methods could enhance one's qualifications. However, Brock merely helped Jie affirm his hypothesis without divulging any specific methods. Jie could easily envision the arduous nature of such methods. If they were simple, these families would not still struggle with a lack of high-qualification Pokémon. Nevertheless, the existence of such methods was reassuring. Zero could potentially analyze those techniques and materials, substituting them with alternatives. Though the efficacy would undoubtedly fall short of the originals, it would still be a significant improvement. Jie contemplated that he could not expect every Pokémon to hatch from an egg with superior qualifications. He must capture some ordinary Pokémon to conceal his true capabilities. Previously, he worried about being held back and wasting resources due to an inability to continue breeding. Now, it seemed feasible to select a moderately qualified yet useful Pokémon, gradually enhancing its qualifications over time. Although the costs would increase substantially, it was an unavoidable expenditure in the early stages. As for capturing a Pokémon merely as a temporary measure, only to abandon it later, Jie had initially considered this approach, but could not reconcile himself to it. Indeed, even in this world, many chose such a path, as low-qualification Pokémon ultimately could not keep pace with their trainers. They were either placed in breeding facilities for a fee, after which they were neglected, or simply returned to nature to pursue higher qualification Pokémon. However, as Jie nurtured and bonded with several Pokémon, he gradually relinquished this notion. Perhaps due to the fact that he had hatched them from eggs and felt akin to an orphan himself, he regarded his Pokémon as family and companions. The thought of releasing a Pokémon he had nurtured for 2 or 3 years, or neglecting it, was unfathomable to him. Thus, Jie was always meticulous when selecting Pokémon. With Brock's confirmation of this revelation today, Jie felt a sense of relief. This meant he no longer needed to worry about such issues. As long as there were methods, he was confident that Zero could optimize the process. His greatest fear was the absence of methods. Zero could not conjure solutions from thin air, as the enhancement of qualifications, in essence, was a form of evolution. And Zero's capabilities had yet to reach such heights. Thus, Jie mused, could he now commence preparations for his 3rd Pokémon? He idly browsed a forum, feeling somewhat bored. For the time being, he lacked funds and realized he needed to undertake some bounty tasks promptly. Reflecting on the balance in his bank account, he felt a pang of sorrow. It suddenly struck him how distant he was from acquiring his 3rd Pokémon. Jie lamented that earning money these days was truly arduous. After finalizing his plans for the day, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. Today had been quite draining, and during his conversation with Brock, he had endeavored to showcase part of his abilities while feigning ignorance about others. He could not reveal his capacity to discern the potential of Pokémon eggs and needed to devise a way to extract information from Brock. It was exceedingly challenging, a veritable hell on earth. Jie sighed, lamenting how life had forced a good young man into becoming the very person he had despised in his youth. A night devoid of conversation. In the morning, after completing his early exercise, Jie emerged from the Viridian Forest with 2 Pokémon in tow. He playfully tossed a Pokeball in his hand while walking. Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered an intriguing, unevolved Piku adorned with a captivating pattern on its chest. Jie felt quite elated, sensing that his luck had improved significantly since embarking on this journey. Let it be clear, Jie had no intention of breeding a Piku to become a Pikachu akin to the illustrious Pika God. That was simply unrealistic. Moreover, even Raichu was not particularly powerful, requiring a Thunderstone for evolution, which hardly justified the effort. The crux of the matter lay in the extraordinary cuteness of Piku, which endeared it to many affluent individuals. The Piku he had just captured bore distinct black fur on its chest, unlike the typical serrated patterns. Instead, it resembled an inverted heart. It was well known that Piku typically appeared in groups within the Viridian Forest, predominantly among a single family. The evolution of Piku merely required a certain level of affection alongside a slight increase in experience. There was no bond more potent than familial love to foster such affection. And the evolution of a baby Pokémon was relatively straightforward. This resulted in newly hatched Piku quickly evolving into Pikachu under the nurturing care of their parents and relatives. Thus, it was rare to spot Piku amidst the Pikachu population. Such individual variations were exceptionally uncommon, and once evolved into Pikachu, they tended to look identical. Even if an egg hatched a Piku with unique fur, it would revert to its original state shortly after grooming. Affluent women cherished such unique Pokémon as pets, proudly showcasing them at tea parties for their cuteness and prestige. In the black market, ordinary Piku might fetch a slightly higher price, but a Piku with such distinct traits would command a significantly greater sum. Goodness, just as I find myself in need of funds, fortune delivers an opportunity right to my doorstep. Am I not the protagonist? GM mused cheerfully as he strolled along. Chapter 30. The Black Market Acquisition Point and the Reunion with Xiaojiang. Anyone who experiences such a serendipitous windfall during their morning training would undoubtedly feel as jubilant as Jie, akin to discovering a sum of money strewn along the path. As for the question of what to do if a Piku were to evolve under care, there exists an item known as the Everstone, which, while somewhat lackluster in its utility, serves to prevent Pokémon from evolving to the next stage. Generally speaking, for creatures of this type, trainers often equip them with an Everstone to halt their evolution. The caveat is that although the Everstone may seem trivial, it is rather rare and consequently quite costly. Additionally, Piku may discharge electricity when overly excited, necessitating the guidance of a specialized breeder for proper training. Otherwise, an errant shock could lead to an embarrassing situation, albeit one that is not physically painful. This, too, incurs significant expenses. One can only surmise that the hobbies of affluent women are indeed, well, quite extravagant. However, what relevance does this have to Jie? He merely needs to acknowledge that the Piku he recently captured could potentially yield an income of approximately 500,000. Today, the common folk are truly jubilant, and Jie hums a merry tune as he strolls along. Upon arriving at a quaint cabin on the outskirts of Nibi City, he donned a mask to obscure his identity. Following the established protocol, he tapped his foot rhythmically on the ground. Shortly thereafter, a concealed compartment in the floor opened, and Jie stepped inside. Below lay a narrow passage illuminated only by a faint glimmer of light, just enough to navigate. After traversing for a while, he reached an expanse that suddenly opened up before him. Before him lay an underground hall, adorned with approximately a dozen small, enclosed rooms, surrounded by dark passageways reminiscent of the one he had just traversed. A cloaked figure approached him, guiding Jie toward one of the small rooms. Upon entering, he found another masked individual seated at a table. Jie found himself at a loss, wondering if he had stumbled into a nested doll scenario. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of aloofness and placed the Pokeball containing the Piku upon the table. The cloaked figure remained silent, releasing the Piku for inspection. The Piku, bewildered, had yet to comprehend the situation before being swiftly returned to its Pokeball. 480,000, the cloaked figure intoned, his voice oddly reminiscent of an electric hum. Jie, unfazed, nodded in agreement. Although this was slightly below his anticipated price of 500,000, one could expect a lower offer when selling directly to this establishment. Upon receiving Jie's consent, the masked individual produced an anonymous card, performed a quick transaction, and handed the card to him. After confirming the amount of 480,000 through his wristwatch, Jie turned and exited. As he stepped out of the room, another cloaked figure, possibly the same one from earlier, gestured for him to follow. Jie trailed behind, navigating through another dark passageway that led him back to a wooden cabin strikingly similar to the one he had just left. Removing his mask upon exiting, Jie observed that he had moved quite a distance from his original location. Goodness, with everyone clad in black and masked, the Black Market Acquisition Point truly is an intriguing labyrinth, boasting a commendable system of semi-random entrances and exits. Indeed, the place he had just visited was a Black Market Acquisition Point. While there is only one black market per region, acquisition points are plentiful in every city. Some cities even host multiple points. To put it simply, individuals can sell their finds to black market acquisition points, albeit at a price lower than what they might fetch at the primary black market in Chongqing City. The primary advantage lies in convenience, as traveling and setting up stalls consumes time. However, should one wish to purchase Pokémon or Pokémon eggs, they must venture to the black market, as acquisition points solely engage in purchasing. Concerns regarding encounters with others are largely unfounded, as the black market has its own vigilant overseers monitoring the various passageways. Although Jie was unsure of the specific measures in place to prevent such occurrences, it was clear that the black market operated under its own set of rules, which had sustained its existence for a considerable duration. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Jie entrusted the Pokeballs of his Blaziken and Pidgeot to Nurse Joy for restoration. He then made his way to the Pokémon CAF to indulge in breakfast. as his early morning workout had left him quite famished. Not long after he settled at a table and barely touched his meal. A familiar black hand rested on his shoulder. Jia paused momentarily before turning to find Xiaojiang, who held a sandwich and a carton of milk. "Good morning, Jia." Xiaojiang greeted cheerfully as he took a seat across from him. Jia regarded Xiaojiang with amusement, pondering how the heir to a gym could frequent the Pokémon Center for breakfast as though he resided there. Xiaojiang, seemingly oblivious to Jia's incredulous gaze, naturally began to eat his sandwich. An awkward silence enveloped the table, with neither party knowing how to break the ice. "I came to find you for an important matter." Xiaojiang was the first to shatter the tension. Jia gestured for him to continue. "As I mentioned yesterday, I am the future heir of the Nibi Gym. Yesterday marked my inaugural experience overseeing a gym battle." Xiaojiang paused, glancing at Jia. "After our conversation last night, I found you to be quite impressive. I relayed this to my father and provided an assessment and report on you." Jia chuckled lightly. "Oh, what did the report say about me?" Xiaojiang, sensing that Jia was not displeased, relaxed slightly. In this world, it is not uncommon for affluent families to invest in talented trainers from humble backgrounds. And many trainers are more than willing to accept such support. Without it, even the most gifted trainers would find it challenging to ascend to greatness. The expectation is simply to reciprocate the favor in the future. Once one achieves prowess, these matters become trivial, merely transactions of mutual benefit. However, many still hold the belief that success should be self-made, viewing debts of gratitude as burdensome or feeling that they relinquish their freedom, thus reluctant to accept investments. Although Xiaojiang did not perceive Jia as one of these individuals, given Jia's clear understanding of his own abilities and future. Evident in their conversation from the previous day, the report clearly indicated that Jia had accepted the preliminary investment from the Joy family. Yet, it also acknowledged the possibility that Jia might decline the Nibi Gym's investment. Thus, Xiaojiang initially felt a mixture of hope and anxiety, as the idea of investing in Jia had originated with him, and it was his father's directive to embark on his first investment in another person. Jia's current reaction, however, brought Xiaojiang relief, as it indicated that Jia was not averse to discussing this matter with him as a representative of the Nibi Gym. Gathering his thoughts, Xiaojiang combined the insights from the gym staff's reports and evaluations to continue his discourse. Chapter 31. Harmonious Conversations and the Journey to Moonview Mountain. Thus, these are the main points. If you find no objections, we can proceed with the confirmation. After providing a detailed explanation, Xiaojiang, feeling parched, managed to recover after consuming half a bottle of milk. Xiaojiang, this is not only your first battle at the gym, but also your inaugural investment discussion with someone like me. Tetsuya chuckled, but refrained from responding to Xiaojiang's remark, instead shifting the conversation to other topics. "Oh, indeed." Xiaojiang scratched his head. "Was it that obvious? How should I put it?" Tetsuya set down his utensils and confessed, "To be honest, this was my first time discussing such matters as well. Although I previously sensed that Miss Joy and her colleagues had extended similar investments, it was rather straightforward, merely an upgrade in benefits without such exchanges. However, I can't shake the feeling that your directness might be somewhat off. Normally, shouldn't I present the conditions for you to consider, counter, negotiate, and then reach a consensus? That is certainly feasible. So, shall I nullify what I just stated and allow you to present anew? No need for that. I find your proposal entirely reasonable and well articulated. I have no objections." Tetsuya quickly gestured dismissively. The two exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. Xiaojiang continued, "The formalities are simple. A verbal agreement suffices. I will have someone send the detailed content to your wristwatch later for your review." "And regarding the private matter?" Tetsuya inquired, gazing at Xiaojiang. "The private matter is that I would like to request your assistance in formulating a nurturing plan for my small fist stone. Of course, I will cover the expenses." Xiaojiang squinted, leaving others guessing his true thoughts. "No problem, but it will take a few days." Tetsuya readily agreed. "There is no rush. You can attend to your tasks first. After 5 days, just head to the Nibi Gym's front desk and ask for me." "Okay, understood." Tetsuya glanced at his wristwatch. "I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." "Yes, goodbye. Farewell." Xiaojiang continued to squint at Tetsuya as he departed, gradually rising to his feet, reflecting on his earlier conversation with his father that morning. "So, you have decided to entrust the nurturing of your small fist stone to him?" Wunung's expression revealed no emotion. "Indeed. Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain." Wunung fell silent for a moment. "Then proceed. You are still young." Xiaojiang squinted, acknowledging his youth and the opportunity to take a gamble. His intuition told him that Tetsuya's outward demeanor was not the entirety of his character. Should he succeed, much like his father in years past, he too would swiftly ascend to become a formidable individual. As for failure, it would merely entail a Pokémon and a span of time, an expenditure he could afford. I hope you do not let me down, Xiao Gang thought as he exited the Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, Tetsuya, having retrieved his Pokémon from Joy, made his way toward the Bounty Hunter Center, deep in contemplation. Why would Xiao Gang inexplicably request a nurturing plan for his small fist stone? Was it a test? No, if it were a test, he could have simply sent any gym Pokémon for me to evaluate its effectiveness. If it is not a test, then is this condition perhaps too favorable? Tetsuya found himself perplexed. As for the possibility of him being unable to find someone to devise the plan, a rational individual would not entertain such thoughts. The son of a gym leader, a future heir, and a gifted nurturer himself, could he truly claim to lack the resources to develop a plan for his Pokémon? Even if he could not enlist a nurturing master, he could easily find someone else. After all, Xiao Gang could manage the initial nurturing plan for the small fist stone himself. Unable to comprehend, he continued on until he entered the Hunter Center. Preparing to accept the task, still pondering the meaning behind Xiao Gang's actions. Not wanting to dwell on it further, he reminded himself that he was merely an ordinary citizen. With nothing substantial for others to scheme over, lacking the qualifications for a powerful Pokémon like the strong chicken or Zero, it was not a significant matter. It appeared to be solely Xiao Gang's own notion. Better to focus on accepting tasks and earning some money. Tetsuya swiped the screen, perusing several tasks. Casually selecting a C-level mission, ready to depart. C-level tasks remaining, too. As a C-level bounty hunter, how could he accept 3 tasks of the same rank? Upon inspecting the back end, he noticed a note on his personal information, C-level permission elevated by 1 tier. Ah, is this an advantage of the elevated treatment? Quite impressive. Tetsuya mused, the Joy family truly spans various domains. This enhanced treatment is indeed substantial. He reselected the 2 discarded yet promising C-level tasks and proceeded toward Moonview Mountain. Moonview Mountain, a place where meteors fall, is said to harbor the existence of Pippi. The internal structure, due to years of mining and various Pokémon's burrowing skills, presents a labyrinthine network of paths, often causing trainers to become lost within. Nevertheless, drawn by the Moon's stone, fossils, and a plethora of varied Pokémon such as Nidorino and Nidorina, throngs of trainers continually venture into its depths. Tetsuya, wielding a flashlight, traversed the damp, dark cavern. This marked the 3rd hour since he entered Moonview Mountain, having long departed from the official routes provided by the Alliance. His strong chicken had just dispatched another small fist stone he inadvertently stepped on. These rock-based Pokémon hold little value in terms of materials. Yet they prefer to lie within the caves, easily mistaken for ordinary stones in the darkness. Tetsuya had likely stepped on 7 or 8 of them thus far. He thought with disinterest. However, he surmised that there should be no more ahead. Activating the environmental monitoring feature of his exploration suit, he noted that the humidity had exceeded the preference range of the small fist stone. Yet, he estimated he was very close to his objective. He retrieved a drone from his backpack, carefully maneuvering it deeper into the cavern. The night vision camera scanned the corners, the human and Pokémon trailing far behind. Soon, as they delved deeper, the drone detected the target. Commanding the drone to adhere to the rocky ceiling, Tetsuya guided his strong chicken closer. Direct the lowest power of ember towards those 2 paras. We must not incinerate them entirely. The strong chicken nodded, cautiously exhaling a flame towards the cave's corner. The fire illuminated the dim, damp cavern, revealing the exposed roots of a large tree. Surrounding it were 2 paras and a parasect, feasting on the roots. This was precisely the target of the current mission. The 2 paras succumbed to the flames, rendered incapable of battle. Remarkably, he encountered both targets on his first attempt. He had initially feared he wouldn't find the parasect at all. Tetsuya felt his luck had indeed improved lately, promptly activating the gas mask feature of his exploration suit. He commanded, do not approach that parasect. First, use a sound to provoke it, enticing it to release spores. The strong chicken nodded, letting out a loud cry that startled the parasect, causing it to retreat a few steps in trepidation. Subsequently, the parasect appeared thoroughly enraged, its back mushroom violently releasing spores. Watching the swirling spores, Tetsuya found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Chapter 32. Encounter with the armored Tyrannosaurus in his fervent quest to gather mission materials. Jia momentarily forgot that his sturdy chicken had no means of dealing with the adversary without jeopardizing the spores. The cramped confines of this location rendered it nearly impossible for the creature to spread its wings, let alone generate a gust of wind. Summoning the sturdy chicken back to prevent potential poisoning, Jia swiftly devised a plan. He instructed the sturdy chicken to unleash the weakest sparks towards the rear of the parasect, ensuring that it would neither harm the creature nor allow it to advance. Controlling the drone to descend, he dismantled its fan system. Connecting it to his exploration suit transformed the originally modest fan into a powerful device. Directing the fan towards the slowly drifting spores, their descent slowed even further, causing them to begin a gentle fall. Observing this, the Parasect, with its diminutive mushroom-shaped head, seemed perplexed by the unfolding events. Unable to move under the pressure exerted by the sturdy chicken, it resorted to frantically dispersing toxic spores from its umbrella-like cap. Gia continued to fan the spores away, recognizing that the Parasect's supply was not infinite. After a brief period, the creature ceased its dispersal, appearing to lose its vitality as it collapsed onto the ground. A swift burst of flames brought its existence to a decisive end. Witnessing this, the sturdy chicken obediently followed its trainer's command, delivering a merciful conclusion. Gia cautiously retrieved a container, diligently collecting the Parasect's toxic spores. These spores, once brewed, could serve as excellent medicinal materials. As for their specific effects, the task issuer appeared to be a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s. After half an hour of meticulous collection, Gia finally gathered the scattered spores throughout the cavern. During this time, the sturdy chicken stood guard over 3 Pokémon, swiftly incapacitating them upon waking. Gia approached and patted the sturdy chicken's head, commending its efforts. The sturdy chicken patted its wings in response. Donning a pair of gloves, Gia began harvesting the 2 small mushrooms adorning the back of the Parasect. 4 neatly arranged mushrooms were placed into a bowl, and Gia removed his gloves to allow the sturdy chicken to incinerate them, preventing environmental contamination. The collected spores from the Parasect were plentiful, exceeding 100 grams, but he still needed more small mushrooms from the Paras. Stowing the gathered items at the bottom of his backpack, both trainer and Pokémon ventured deeper into the cavern. They navigated numerous forks in the path, with Jaya utilizing a navigation device to record their route, ensuring they would not become lost. Although he could always summon his Pidgeot to fly him out if necessary, he preferred to save that option for a true emergency. After all, the altitude of Moonview Mountain was considerable, and even in New Town, it was visible. For safety's sake, aerial navigation was best avoided. As he pondered these thoughts, the sturdy chicken dealt with yet another hapless Geodude that had crossed its path. Great, wrong direction again, Gia remarked, noting the decreasing humidity with a hint of exasperation. The cavern was shrouded in darkness, leaving him uncertain of their trajectory. Paras preferred the damp and shadowy corners of the caves, as such environments provided the roots necessary for their survival. Checking his location on the device, Gia realized he was on the western outer edge of Moonview Mountain, near what seemed to be an underground river. Finding a point of reference, he cautiously made his way towards the river. Typically, wild Pokémon frequented such areas, as water was a fundamental necessity for life. As he approached, the air grew increasingly fresh. Stalactites above often collected moisture, forming droplets that would fall. The sturdy chicken shook its head irritably as a drop landed on it. Although the high temperature of its fire-type body quickly dried its fur, the sensation of water was still quite uncomfortable. Once he could hear the sound of flowing water, Gia decided to release the drone to survey the situation. The cavern echoed with the sounds of the river flowing, enveloped in an eerie silence otherwise. It appeared that no Pokémon had come to drink at that moment. Cautiously stepping out of his current chamber and adhering to the stone wall, Gia turned to enter another cavern detected by the drone. After following the path for some time, he soon discovered promising signs. Crouching down, he examined the traces left on the ground. The marks indicated a group of 5 larger Paras family members, their depth suggesting they were not Parasects. However, their presence was hardly a concern. Paras and Parasects were severely disadvantaged against fire-type Pokémon. The dual bug and grass typing meant they would suffer quadruple damage from fire attacks. If they possessed the dry skin ability, that multiplier would increase further. Following the traces left by the Paras with the sturdy chicken, Gia quickly stumbled upon the charming little creatures, confirming the absence of any Parasects. Without needing further instruction, the sturdy chicken instinctively unleashed 5 flames. These novice or barely ordinary Paras stood no chance against the sturdy chicken's assault, even with its power restrained. The vast disparity in talent and elemental advantage rendered the 5 Paras unconscious in an instant, indifferently harvesting the small mushrooms. Gia finished his collection and departed without a second thought, leaving behind 5 incapacitated Paras, reminiscent of a man who had simply completed his task. 14 specimens collected. Only 3 more Paras were needed, but there was no rush. Gia began calculating a more efficient method. He could seek out a Sandshrew. With some luck, he might directly find its shed claws, thus avoiding combat altogether. The small mushrooms on the back of the Paras served as excellent nutritional materials before evolution. Sandshrew's claws were auxiliary ingredients for potions. After harvesting, both mushrooms and claws would regrow quickly. Consequently, many trainers possessing Paras, Parasects, and Sandshrew profited from this. However, demand consistently outstripped supply, resulting in numerous requests for such items. For Gia, raising these Pokémon was not feasible. So the most effective approach was to gather them from the wild. Unlike the Paras family, which thrived in dark, damp locales, Sandshrew preferred arid environments. Its unevolved form, Sandshrew, was especially averse to water, typically avoiding it altogether. Moving in the opposite direction, Jaya randomly selected an entrance and stepped inside. 5 minutes later, Jaya and the sturdy chicken emerged in disarray. What on earth is an armored Tyrannosaurus doing here? Is it reasonable for such a high-level Pokémon to inhabit this outer region? Jaya exclaimed in frustration, quickening his pace while the sturdy chicken followed closely behind, using its strength to block the entrance with debris. They hurriedly retreated, the distant sound of chaos echoing from the sealed cave behind them. Chapter 33. Misfortunes Never Come Alone. Advance Update. Ji currently finds himself in the outer regions of Moon Viewing Mountain, where the spirits predominantly consist of novices and those of ordinary caliber, with only a scant few elites. As one ventures further inward, the strength of the wild spirits increases dramatically. A creature like the ironclad Tyrannosaurus is formidable even among the elite ranks. Typically, a standard rhinoceros beetle only evolves into an ironclad Tyrannosaurus at around level 40, though this can vary by individual. It appears that this particular ironclad Tyrannosaurus is not newly evolved, suggesting it is at least level 45. It is inconceivable to release a Pidgeot in such a confined space. Even if it were possible, under conditions of type advantage, the Pidgeot, regardless of its superior qualifications, would find itself at a disadvantage against the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. While the fighting skills of the Raging Chicken provide some countermeasures, in close combat, it would merely be subject to overwhelming force. The disparity in height and weight, coupled with level suppression, far exceeds what superior qualifications can mitigate. After winding through the terrain for nearly 20 minutes, ensuring he could no longer hear the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, Ji finally relaxed, muttering about his ill fortune. How unfortunate to encounter such a powerful creature in this outer region. Fortunately, his habitual use of a drone to scout the path saved him. Otherwise, he might not have made it out at all. The memory of his drone, obliterated by a large rock thrown by the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, filled him with anguish. Though the drone was not expensive, even the smallest of losses stings. While he could replace it at the Devon Company using the remains, he dared not return to collect the wreckage. He resigned himself to purchasing a new one. The drone was indispensable for scouting. Had he engaged directly, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. After reassessing his position post-escape, Ji was relieved to find he had only slightly ventured outward rather than deeper into Moon Viewing Mountain. He chose a side path and resumed his quest. At the entrance of a cave on Moon Viewing Mountain, a disheveled young man emerged, panting heavily, his body coated in dust. Following closely behind was a somewhat fatigued and injured Raging Chicken. Without a moment to clean himself up, the young man hurled a luxury ball, summoning a Pidgeot. Pidgeot, take me away. A flash of red light, and the Pidgeot appeared on the ground. The young man secured himself and recalled the Raging Chicken. And the Pidgeot quickly soared towards Nibby City, leaving behind a few spirits at the cave's entrance, watching his departure. Not so high. Lower. A bit lower. Ji felt a pang of panic. Indeed, the disheveled man was our protagonist. After a harrowing journey, Ji finally reached the entrance to Nibby City, far removed from his previous perilous position. As he touched down, his legs felt a bit wobbly. After all, aerial escapades can be quite daunting. Had it not been for his desire to evade those spirits, he would never have resorted to such a method of escape. Removing the exploratory gear from the Pidgeot, Ji returned it to its Pokeball. Dusting himself off, he hurried to the Pokémon Center. He entrusted the Raging Chicken to Nurse Joy for recovery and retreated to his room for a refreshing shower. The dashing young man reappeared in the mirror before him. Exhaling deeply, he finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Reflecting on his recent escapade in Moon Viewing Mountain, he couldn't help but lament his string of misfortunes. After all, capturing that Piku should have been a stroke of luck. Why had the afternoon turned so grim? Pondering, Ji lay on his bed, yearning for a moment of respite. He had just fled for over an hour, nearly exhausting himself. Rewinding to the time after escaping the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, he and his companion had smoothly encountered 3 Paras and a small group led by a Sandshrew. The Raging Chicken dispatched them effortlessly, completing 3 tasks in short order. Noticing the time was still early, just past noon, Ji contemplated continuing his exploration, hoping for further unexpected treasures. After all, having evaded the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, he felt confident that the outer regions were relatively safe, with that creature reigning supreme in its domain. However, fate had other plans, and this exploration led to unforeseen circumstances. The expanse of Moon Viewing Mountain is vast, and the variety of spirits numerous. Drawn by the allure of the Moonstone, not only rare spirits like Clefairy inhabit the area, but also others, such as Nidoking and Nidoqueen, which require the Moonstone to evolve into their final forms. Typically, one would find these creatures only deeper within the mountain. Although Nidoran and Nidorino evolved shortly after surpassing novice levels, further evolution into Nidoqueen and Nidoking necessitates the Moonstone, which is found only in the depths of the mountain. It is said that the side of a meteorite's fall corresponds to the depths of Moon-viewing mountain, thus explaining the absence of moonstones in the outer regions. Nidoqueen and Nidoking usually appear in pairs, making it rare for anyone to spot them in the outskirts. Yet, Ji encountered them, an uncanny stroke of luck. Upon entering a cave, he was taken aback to find a Nidoking and Nidoqueen in an intimate embrace, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Without a second thought, he turned and fled with the raging chicken in tow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Nidoking and Nidoqueen quickly became enraged and pursued him relentlessly. The notion of having the raging chicken engage them in battle was tempting, but ultimately suicidal, as the adversaries had no intention of fighting one-on-one. Initially, Ji had not grasped the severity of the encounter, but soon realized that the two creatures were only around level 30. The raging chicken could likely handle them in a 2-on-1 scenario. Alas, the two called for reinforcements. A cadre of low-level minions, including Zubat, Geodude, Magnemite, and Sandshrew, surged forth to join the chase. In such circumstances, turning back to counterattack would be tantamount to surrender. Ji and the raging chicken swiftly began their escape. Fortunately, the complex terrain of Moon-viewing mountain, combined with the generally sluggish pace of the pursuing spirits, allowed them to gain some distance. The raging chicken occasionally engaged in skirmishes to delay their pursuers. Otherwise, Ji feared he would have to run for over an hour, nearly to the point of collapse. After finding a cave that offered an escape route, Ji reflected on whether this was a stroke of good or ill fortune. While the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was formidable, the Nidoking and Nidoqueen, even if only of elite caliber, held considerable value in the black market. With that thought, Ji retrieved his navigation device and made a mark. A gentleman's revenge is best served late, Ji thought indignantly. He vowed to remember this pursuit for retribution, and once the raging chicken evolved, he would capture them to exchange for riches. Chapter 34. The Life of Earning and Revisiting the Nibby Gym after a brief respite. Ji felt sufficiently refreshed. He retrieved his powerful chicken and set off to complete the 3 tasks along the way. After all, he had to train his Pokémon in the afternoon without any room for complacency. Upon concluding the tasks, he earned a total of 220,000 in rewards. Not too shabby, especially when combined with the 4.8 million contributed by the Piku, resulting in an impressive total of 5 million earned today. Indeed, was it not a matter of strength? Ji pondered as he journeyed toward the Champion Forest for training, setting aside the unexpected fortune from the Piku. Based on today's efficiency and earnings, with a well-structured plan, he realized he could achieve nearly 700,000 in daily income solely from regular tasks. This was equivalent to what he had earned over the past month. Thus, in the afternoon, while the Bidio and the powerful chicken were diligently working to meet their training goals in the Champion Forest, Ji took the opportunity to outline his plans for the next 4 or 5 days. He envisioned a morning of 4 hours dedicated to targeted training from 6 to 10 o'clock, followed by a return to the Pokémon Center for a meal and rest. He anticipated departing to complete tasks around 11 o'clock, estimating a return for a break around 2 in the afternoon, either from Yuejian Mountain or Champion Forest. Before embarking on another round of tasks, he expected to return by 5 in the evening, have dinner, and commence regular training in the Pokémon Center's training grounds. By 10 o'clock, he would review the materials provided by the Nibby Gym before retiring for the night. After some revisions, Ji concluded that this was likely the best plan he could devise. However, he mused, if he opted to use the Bidio for back-and-forth travel, he could save nearly half an hour. Rubbing his chin, he felt tempted. That extra half hour could prevent the disruption of his schedule caused by prolonged task completion, allowing for additional training or a bit of well-deserved rest. It appeared to be a worthy choice. Ji reasoned that controlling his trepidation for the sake of that precious half hour was not too much to ask. After all, he would inevitably be flying back and forth, and experiencing it now was preferable to later. Thus, commencing the following day, Ji began utilizing the Bidio as his means of transport, embarking on a routine of earning that connected the Champion Forest, Yuejian Mountain, Pokémon Center, and the Bounty Hunter Center. Oh, and let us not forget the black market purchasing point. After all, even elite-level Pokémon, despite lacking notable strengths, could fetch a price. Although wild Pokémon reaching elite status were scarce, he encountered several over the 5 days, all of which he sold at the purchasing point. 5 days later, having arranged to meet with Xiaojing in the afternoon, Ji unusually granted himself and his Pokémon a day of rest. Reclining on the sofa in his room, he calculated his earnings from the past few days. Excluding the first day, he completed a total of 12 sea-level tasks over the subsequent 4 days, earning 780,000, along with 4 B-level tasks that brought in an additional 1 million. Coupled with the sale of 4 elite-level Pokémon, which totaled 2 million, he realized he had earned a staggering 11 million over 5 days. Even after spending nearly 1 million during this time, he still had a net income of 10 million. GF felt a bit dazed. Had he truly earned nearly a quarter of a Firestone? Upon reflection, it did not seem entirely abnormal. This income was influenced by numerous factors that an ordinary trainer could not replicate. Firstly, the advanced treatment at the Pokémon Center saved Gia significant time in queuing, waiting for healing, and incurred lower treatment costs. Without such a privilege, his efficiency would diminish considerably, and expenses would rise. Simultaneously, his status as a bounty hunter elevated his task permissions, allowing him to accept more tasks simultaneously, which would have otherwise hampered his efficiency. Secondly, while the earnings appeared substantial, nearly half were attributable to the Piku's contributions. Such luck could not be expected as a norm. Thirdly, and most critically, Gia possessed the zero number, which enabled him to discern the level of wild Pokémon. This capability was indeed invaluable. Typical trainers in the wild lacked instruments to accurately determine such details, leading them to avoid direct encounters with wild Pokémon unless absolutely necessary. Conversely, Gia had no such concerns and could maximize his profits while ensuring the balance of power in battles. The 4 Pokémon he captured, all at the cusp of elite status, served as testament to his strategy. Had he chosen to dodge and search for his task targets, he might have encountered one every 10 days if fortune favored him. After all, if the target's population was too large or their strength overwhelming, he would be unable to complete the task, necessitating a frustrating search for alternatives. Additionally, Gia's own strength had grown. With the powerful chicken and Bidio at his disposal, he could effectively handle most elite-level Pokémon, particularly within the confines of the Chompin Forest. The terrain of Wejian Mountain posed some challenges for the Bidio. But considering all the aforementioned factors, Gia's earnings were indeed extraordinary. Even trainers of comparable strength to Gia would likely earn no more than 100,000 in 5 days, assuming they maintained the same training intensity and investment. This would be considered an exceptionally fortunate outcome. Yet, such consistency was rare. Gia acknowledged that he had become somewhat overzealous. He began to reflect on his approach. Daily training coupled with battles left little time for rest, raising concerns about the sustainability of both his and his Pokémon's endurance. Visible signs of fatigue were evident in both his Pokémon, whose conditions had noticeably declined. A balanced approach, incorporating rest days alongside training and task completion, would indeed yield better results without significantly impacting earnings. Thus, following his plan, he intended to linger in each city for about a month, tackling 8 gyms over 8 months, leaving approximately 1 month for training, perfectly aligning with the commencement of this year's Quartz Conference. The construction of his main team would progress more swiftly. Primarily, Gia had underestimated the pace at which his Pokémon were evolving. Setting aside the Bidio, the increased difficulty of leveling meant it had seen little change over the past 4 days. However, the powerful chicken had advanced to level 27 due to continuous battles and training. If this trend persisted, by the time he departed from Nibi City, the powerful chicken would likely surpass elite status. At that moment, the sound of the Pokémon wristwatch interrupted Gia's thoughts. Opening it, he saw a message from Xiaojiang inquiring if he was on his way. Glancing at the time, he realized he had only half an hour left. Hastily, he set off. Knowing that being late was never a good impression, he sent Xiaojiang a quick message confirming his departure and jogged to the entrance of the Nibi gym, where Xiaojiang was already waiting. "My apologies for the delay," Gia said sheepishly. "No worries, we still have some time. I was just a bit anxious." Xiaojiang replied with a smile, his eyes narrowing playfully. "Since you're here, let us head inside together. First, I want to show you my little Onyx, and then we can discuss the items I have for you." Gia nodded in agreement, following Xiaojiang into the gym. Chapter 35. The nurturing plan for Geodude. As Brock strolled through the gym, the staff and apprentices greeted him warmly. "You are quite popular," Tezuka jested. "Of course. I am quite approachable," Brock replied, tilting his head towards Tezuka. As the two delved deeper into the gym, the crowd began to dwindle, replaced by various rooms and training areas. Over here are 6 nurturing chambers, each designated for different levels of Pokémon. A dedicated team of breeders oversees the care of the Pokémon inside. If you have any Pokémon that require temporary lodging, you can place them here free of charge. Some apprentices' Pokémon are also housed here, and for a nominal fee, we will take responsibility for their nurturing," Brock continued, gesturing to the training area, which was divided into 7 sections, each responsible for different aspects of training. "You can come here for your training, as mere words cannot fully convey the experience." Pointing to another area, he explained, This is the activity zone where Pokémon can relax and play. Adjacent to it is the healing room, in collaboration with the Joy family, which offers certain services free of charge to you. Beyond that is the incubation room where Pokémon eggs are hatched and stored. We'll head there shortly. At the very back are the independent nurturing rooms for my father, grandfather, and myself, primarily for our own Pokémon. Listening to Brock's detailed explanations, Tezuka realized that within this systematic breeding environment, the strength of the gym and its members was indeed far superior to that of ordinary trainers. The effort invested in creating such facilities and environments spanned generations, not to mention the intrinsic value of both humans and Pokémon. However, one aspect struck Tezuka as peculiar. Isn't this training area excessively large? He inquired, pointing to the vast expanse of the training grounds. Not really, Brock replied. In addition to our own training, this space is also open to a select group of outstanding apprentices and guardians. It serves as a semi-open area, necessitating ample space for the many trainers who utilize it. After all, every trainer tends to keep their training methods confidential, ensuring that everyone has their own space. Moreover, the actual area is at least 10 times larger than what you see. As our gym is nestled against mountains and forests, the expanse behind is also our training ground, where some of the older Pokémon reside, no longer participating in battles. Brock's thorough explanations left Tezuka astounded, realizing that the scale of the gyms and families in this world was even more extravagant than he had initially imagined. The entire area belonged to the Nibi Gym, a self-designated territory, truly impressive. Upon reaching the end of the gym, Brock produced a key and unlocked the door. Here we are, my nurturing chamber. Please, step inside. Tezuka followed him into a modest rocky space. Aside from its size, it lacks any remarkable features, he noted. Brock approached a rock and crouched down. Geodude, time to wake up. In response, a gray, round rock resembling a face floated into view. Geodude. But that's not all, Brock added, picking up a nearby shovel and tapping the ground. Onyx, come out. With a resounding roar, a massive serpent-like onyx emerged from the ground, constructed from several large gray boulders. Roar. The onyx greeted Brock as well. Tezuka turned to Brock. Is this Geodude the one? Indeed. This is my second Pokémon, just having completed its juvenile phase. The data, verified through our instruments, has been provided to you, so I entrust you with crafting a specific nurturing plan. As for Onyx, I wanted you to meet my initial Pokémon, which is already at an elite level, Brock said with a smile. Tezuka nodded and approached Geodude, who curiously gazed at the boy. Its trainer had already mentioned that someone would be responsible for its nurturing, and it was eager to grow stronger to avoid being mocked by the larger Onyx. After observing Geodude for a moment, Tezuka stood up. To be on the safe side, I believe it would be prudent for you to conduct another test with Geodude, Brock. I'll watch from the sidelines. Of course, follow me, Brock replied, having anticipated this request. He allowed Onyx to rest and led Tezuka and Geodude towards the door on the right side of the training area. Let's turn on the lights. This is the testing room, equipped with instruments that cover all necessary evaluations for Pokémon with high precision. As he spoke, Brock guided Geodude through a comprehensive testing process. Watching Brock diligently at work, Tezuka absorbed knowledge, as such testing facilities were rarely seen elsewhere. If one wished to assess their Pokémon's condition outside of certification levels, they would typically have to pay for such services, which would only yield reports. Tezuka observed the various instruments, recalling that he had only encountered them briefly during his studies at the Alliance School. This must be the energy display device. That one is likely the density gauge for rock-type Pokémon. This apparatus here tests attack power, and that should be for impact resistance. The combined value of the equipment in the room must have been several million, Tezuka thought to himself, astonished. After completing the entire testing process, which took over an hour, Geodude was visibly exhausted, as were both Brock and Tezuka. Receiving the report, Tezuka turned to Brock and said, "All right, let us take a brief break. I'll review this." "Sure," Brock nodded, recalling Geodude into its Pokeball. He placed it on the nearby transfer device, sending Geodude to the healing room for recovery. The two sat on a nearby sofa, and Brock poured 2 glasses of water. "Thank you," Tezuka said, accepting the water and scrutinizing the report. In truth, Tezuka had already assimilated all the information through the Zero panel, including the design of the nurturing plan. However, no breeder could formulate a plan so quickly, even a master breeder would struggle to do so. Thus, he had to feign contemplation, pulling out his portable computer. Tezuka began to jot down his thoughts and plans. Brock observed him with no sense of urgency, leisurely brewing tea while occasionally tinkering with his wristwatch. 2 hours passed quietly. And as dinner time approached, Brock finally spoke up. "Oh, I'm sorry, I lost track of time." Tezuka seemed somewhat embarrassed. No, you are assisting me, so there is no need for apologies," Brock gestured for Tezuka to dismiss the notion. However, it is indeed time for dinner. Why not dine with us at the gym? You can finalize your nurturing plan and send it to me later. After dinner, we can discuss your arrangements. Then I shall not be polite, Tezuka replied, not declining the invitation. The two chatted amicably as they made their way to the dining hall. Chapter 36. Investment in the Nibi Gym. You have the option to select either a Pokémon egg or exchange it for 30 million in breeding funds. The choice ultimately lies with you. After dining, Brock accompanied Jia to the incubation room to choose a Pokémon egg. Generally speaking, exceptional civilian trainers, aside from receiving support from the Joy family, can establish investment agreements with no more than 2 or 3 other factions. This is due to the alliances and conflicting interests that exist among the various factions. If a trainer accepts investments from too many parties, conflicts may arise, leading to situations where no one offers assistance or where they undermine each other. Naturally, such outcomes are not desirable for these factions. They would not want to provide resources without return. This understanding has led to the establishment of certain rules. Jia's willingness to accept investment from the Nibi Gym was a decision made after thorough investigation and analysis. The Nibi Gym, being one of the oldest and most powerful among the 8 major gyms in the Kanto region, represents an excellent choice. After all, the Tokiwa Gym is under Sakaki stewardship, while the Hanayama Gym is in decline, making investments there more cautious. The Korea Gym has a poor reputation and is relatively weak. The Rainbow Gym leader favors female trainers. The Shallow Red Gym requires proficiency in ninjutsu. The Golden Gym demands psychic abilities or psychic Pokémon, and the Red Lotus Gym leader, Xiaobo, is known for his eccentric temperament. In summary, among these 8 gyms, the Nibi Gym is somewhat more reasonable. Jia, endowed with a unique advantage, found that the support from the Joy family combined with the Nibi Gym's investment would be sufficient to navigate the initial stages of his journey. This is precisely why he chose to come to Nibi City first. Otherwise, taking a ship directly to Hanayama City or Korea City would have been equally viable. Furthermore, besides offering various forms of assistance, the Nibi Gym indicated they would provide Jia with a high-quality Pokémon egg or 30 million in funds, along with materials and qualifications for participating in the breeding examination. The restrictions are minimal. Jia will need to assist the Nibi Gym in breeding in the future and fulfill certain tasks annually, with rewards paid as usual. Jia inspected the Pokémon eggs in the incubation room and found it peculiar. The potential of these eggs was uniformly elite, yet they predominantly contained common ground and rock-type Pokémon, such as Geodude, Diglett, Sandshrew, and Cubone. He did not encounter any rarer Pokémon, which did not seem commensurate with the value of the 30 million breeding funds. The eggs here were all confirmed to have elite-level potential, and if any of them caught your fancy, you could select one. However, the selection was not limited to just these. We are not so stingy. Noticing Jia's puzzled expression, Brock explained and promptly used his identification card to unlock a small door in the corner, gesturing for Jia to enter. What you just saw were the more basic Pokémon eggs, intended for typical trainers. However, your situation is different. You can take your time to choose here. Jia observed the eggs in this room, and indeed, their quality far surpassed those outside. There were Pokémon such as Snorunt, Rockruff, Rhyhorn, Scyther, Dugtrio, and Swinub. Although each species had only 1 or 2 eggs, the variety was vast, with a mix of elite, quasi-champion, and champion potential. However, this could not be the last room. Could it? Jia pointed to another identical small door and inquired. Yes, but what lies beyond is not currently available for your selection. After you finish here, I can take you in for a look. If you become a master breeder, or even a member of the Elite Four, I could arrange for you to select an egg from there, Brock replied decisively. Haha, that day will surely come, Jia confidently responded, selecting an egg. I'll take this one. Ah, this little one has promising potential, likely at the champion level. Had its mother not been merely a quasi-champion, its potential could have been even greater, Brock noted, making a slight record of Jia's choice before instructing him to place the egg into the incubator for later collection. Come with me. Perhaps you'll find your future Pokémon within, Brock teased as he opened a third door. Inside, 5 Pokémon eggs were meticulously protected, accompanied by various instruments monitoring their conditions. These are absolutely top-tier Pokémon eggs. I cannot even select them for breeding at present. This one is a descendant of Giratina, the offspring of my father, Banjiro, he explained, showcasing the eggs. This is a Heracross, that one is a Cacnea. And over there are the descendants of my grandfather's champion Swampert, in a heart scale. While they may not possess champion potential, they are most likely quasi-champions, with a rare chance of being champions. Brock proudly introduced them to Jia, who felt somewhat envious. The 5 Pokémon, culminating in Banjiro, Desert Dragonfly, Boscodora, Swampert, and Dragapult, exemplified the caliber of a wealthy trainer's Pokémon. Moreover, Upon inspecting with Zero, it revealed that Giratina indeed possessed champion potential, while the other 4 were quasi-champions. Coupled with the plethora of elite, quasi-champion, and champion-quality Pokémon outside, the value of this breeding room alone approached 4 billion. It was utterly breathtaking, one must say. There seems to be quite a number of Pokémon with champion potential here, Gia remarked to Brock as they made their way outside, voicing his curiosity. Brock squinted slightly. It may appear that way, but it is merely an illusion. You, being from Tokiwa City, must have visited the black market, correct? Before Gia could respond, Brock continued. Taking the Tokiwa black market as an example, it essentially aggregates the output of all wild Pokémon eggs in the Kanto region, including those cultivated by our families and gyms. In such a vast pool, elite quality Pokémon eggs rarely exceed 50 per species annually, with some being as scarce as 1 in 20 or even single digits. The Pokémon eggs you just observed in our Nibi Gym's reserve are indeed plentiful, but they are the result of decades of accumulation. They primarily consist of elite specimens, with the second room containing less than 20% of quasi-champion and champion eggs, of which only about a dozen possess champion-level potential. Additionally, possessing champion potential does not guarantee that a Pokémon will become a champion. It merely indicates that it may progress smoothly until it reaches the quasi-champion stage. The higher the potential, the quicker a Pokémon will traverse its formative weaknesses. However, the transition from quasi-champion to champion comes with its own challenges. Champion potential merely signifies the possibility of breakthrough, unlike quasi-champion potential, which restricts further growth. If a trainer's guidance is inadequate, a Pokémon with champion potential may remain stagnated at the quasi-champion level, which is not uncommon. This is why Wu Neng did not initially regard Ji as 2 high-potential Pokémon with much concern. Chapter 37. The fundamentals of survival and the encounter with the boy ensures the development of power is, to a certain extent, reliant on superior combat prowess, such as that of champions. More importantly, it hinges on unique methods of nurturing specific high-aptitude Pokémon, a tradition passed down through generations, which common trainers simply lack the resources to attain, even if by sheer luck one manages to train a few near-elite Pokémon. Breaking through the barriers of the elite rank remains an insurmountable challenge. This is the stark reality. While encountering a high-aptitude Pokémon can enhance one's strength to some degree, it seldom alters one's fate decisively. Only through sustained good fortune, where both oneself and one's descendants consistently encounter high-aptitude Pokémon over the course of several generations, can such a transformation become possible. Zhe Yi showed little reaction to Xiao Gang's words, merely nodding before excusing himself back to the Pokémon Center. Xiao Gang watched Jie's silhouette retreating under the street lamp for a moment before turning to leave. There exists a threshold. No wonder I felt something was amiss after purchasing a Pokémon egg from the black market. While the number of champion-grade eggs is indeed scarce, it should not lead to the league only adding single-digit champion trainers each year. If aptitude is merely a stepping stone, then the subsequent nurturing becomes the crux of a Pokémon's strength. It is thanks to my Zero that I was able to fully unleash the potential of the mighty champion-grade Pokémon. In contrast, a typical trainer might only manage to reach the elite rank through sheer aptitude, facing a brick wall thereafter. Yet, why did Xiao Gang choose to discuss this with me? This information was conspicuously absent from the materials provided. Was he wishing for me to fully pursue the path of a nurturing master? That does not seem right. Why then offer me a champion-grade Pokémon egg? Ji pondered these thoughts on his way back. The extraordinary treatment at the NI gym had already surprised him, and Xiao Gang's demeanor today left him even more baffled. However, everyone harbors their own thoughts, which is perfectly normal, isn't it? After all, he too had only revealed to the NI gym what he intended to expose. Even if the gym suspected they were privy to his concealed truths, it would still not encompass his entirety. Who could possibly guess he possessed the Zero? Unless he divulged it himself, they could only attribute it to luck and talent. Ultimately, the purpose of the NI gym was inconsequential. His survival depended fundamentally on the Zero. As long as he could elevate his strength using the Zero, these issues would cease to matter. Upon returning to his room, Jiu completed the nurturing plan for his Geodude and sent it to Xiao Gang. He then began to review the knowledge necessary for the nurturing exam. After all, according to Xiao Gang, the Alliance's nurturing center beside Qianhong City would hold this year's nurturing level assessment in 4 months. The NI gym had secured him a spot in the advanced assessment for a level 6 nurturer, which he needed to pass. Ji certainly could not refuse, as this would be beneficial for him, and such an opportunity was beyond his reach. Otherwise, he would have to take exams 1 level at a time, which would waste several years of his life. For him, the difficulty of this examination was merely a trivial matter. After studying for 2 hours, he finally drifted off to sleep around midnight. The following morning, Zhi awoke to find that Xiao Gang had already deposited the payment for the customized plan into his account, 5 million. He could only remark that wealthy individuals are indeed generous. May there be more such affluent individuals around. After freshening up, Zhi proceeded, as usual, to train in the Chompen Forest alongside his mighty champion-grade Pokémon. I challenge your mighty champion. A voice called from behind Zhi, startling both him and his Pokémon, chiding himself for letting his guard down. He turned to see who would be so foolish as to approach another trainer in the wild, dressed in a white t-shirt, yellow shorts, and a limited edition cap. The boy resembled a character straight out of a video game. Zhi's expression turned bemused as he pointed to himself. You wish to challenge my mighty champion? Of course. Who else is here but you? The boy in shorts exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Seated leisurely on the ground, Zhi inquired, battles between trainers come with stakes. Young lad, what do you have to offer? It was fortunate that this naive child seemed oblivious to the fact that they were of similar age. Had this been in the forest near Chompen City, any stranger approaching him would have been dealt with long ago. After all, in the wild, one must be wary of more than just wild Pokémon. In any scenario, humans remain the most perilous creatures. This boy in shorts appeared to be on the cusp of becoming a trainer. Perhaps giving him a taste of defeat would serve as a lesson. Zhi paid little mind to his opponent, for a typical resident only qualifies for their first Pokémon upon completing their education at the age of 16. Only prodigies like him graduate early. His prowess had long surpassed that of his peers. The boy in shorts, taken aback by Zhi's words, stammered, unable to articulate a response. If you have nothing to say, then be off. Don't wander around in the wild, Zhi waved dismissively, indicating he wished to be left alone. Who says I have nothing? I'll use this to compete with you. The boy, flushed with indignation, pulled out a stone from his pocket, a broken fossil. Zhi glanced at it, almost inclined to reject the challenge, but recalling his fossil collection plan, he hesitated. Let your Geodude play with him for a bit. If I lose, I'll give you 3 days' worth of energy cubes. The former statement was directed at his Pokémon, while the latter addressed the boy. Deal, the boy agreed eagerly. Geodude stepped forward, ready to engage. Upon seeing Zhi accept his challenge, the boy excitedly unleashed his Pokeball. Go, Geodude. Humph. Although your champion may have a higher level, Fire-type moves deal minimal damage to Geodude. And your champion likely lacks Fighting-type skills at this stage, the boy boasted confidently. Geodude, use Sand Attack on the opposing trainer. Zhi ordered lazily. Such a weak opponent was akin to the Geodude he had encountered previously in these Wedge-In Mountains. No intricate commands were necessary. Besides, his mighty champion surely understood the intent. Relying solely on its speed, the mighty champion evaded the sand kicked up by Geodude. Then, closing the distance rapidly, it unleashed a flurry of blows purely based on its physical prowess. Hang in there, Geodude. Use Rollout to evade, the boy shouted from the sidelines. However, the mighty champion offered Geodude no opportunity to retaliate or evade. Even without energy-infused attacks, Geodude quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Geodude, the boy exclaimed in disbelief. Leave the fossil behind. You may return to the Pokémon Center, where battles are more suited to you, Zhi remarked, indifferent to the boy's humiliation. This was for his own good, a lesson that seasoned trainers often enjoyed imparting. Chapter 38, The New Pokémon. What a remarkable individual I am, Zhi mused. The boy in shorts, enveloped in a cloud of low spirits, recalled his small onyx into its Pokeball, placed the shattered fossil beside Zhi, and hastily departed without uttering a word. It's best not to venture into the forest without caution. It's not a game, he called after him, unsure if his warning had been heeded. Each year, numerous novices unwittingly wandered into the depths of the Viridian Forest, only to meet their demise. After all, every trainer begins by believing their Pokémon is exceptional, often underestimating the strength of their opponents, rushing in blindly, just as that boy had done. All right. Let's continue our training, Machoke, Zhi said, dismissing the incident from his mind as merely a minor interruption in their rigorous regimen. This remote location was already a challenge to reach, and the arrival of any visitor was a rarity. He instructed Pidgeotto to remain vigilant while training in the air, making no further arrangements. The recent event was merely an anomaly. Typically, he maintained a watchful eye himself. As Machoke and Pidgeotto toiled diligently, Zhi remained engaged, preparing nutritional supplements for his 2 Pokémon and immersing himself in study and review of various knowledge. In this world, nothing is acquired without effort. Zhi's current abilities were not solely reliant on the capabilities of his first Pokémon. His years of relentless learning enabled Zero to provide him with such valuable information. Once training concluded, instead of resting as was customary, Zhi made his way to the Nibi Gym. He intended to gather the necessary materials to nurture his 3rd Pokémon. The reason for choosing Nibi Gym was simple. He could procure materials at a 50% discount, a significant saving of several million. which was too good an opportunity to overlook. Having prepared everything, he returned to his room, calculating the time. He noted that it had been 14 hours since the incubation began. The little one should typically emerge within 15 hours. Jia set the incubation device firmly on the table and resumed his studies. Time passed, and soon, the egg within the incubator began to emit a radiant white light. With a calm demeanor, Jia set aside his computer. After all, he was an experienced Pokémon breeder, and this scene was familiar to him. Swiftly organizing his materials and preparing the necessities for the newborn Pokémon, he crouched before the incubator, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the new member. Dangoro. A crisp yet muffled sound echoed, and a smile gradually formed on Jia's lips. Hello there, Onyx. Dangoro. The Onyx waved its horn, producing the same sound once more. This Pokémon was unlike any ordinary creature. Its body was a deep azure stone-like hue, with feet formed of two multifaceted rocks. A conical brown stone stood upright on its head, believed to be its horn. At the center of its body was a light yellow hexagonal hole, which served as its ear rather than a mouth or eyes. The core at the center of this hole was black, representing its energy nucleus. It absorbed energy from its surroundings through this core. Jia placed the specialized nutritional materials he had prepared before its core. Upon sensing the activity, the Onyx cautiously adjusted its body, beginning to absorb the energy it required. This was another unique aspect of Onyx. It navigated solely through auditory cues, moving toward the source of sound during its infancy, yet becoming disoriented and tumbling when the sound ceased. One could not insert a hand into its core, or it would become furious. Once the Onyx had consumed all the provisions, Jia retrieved a luxury ball. Come on in, Onyx. It's time to rest. Dangoro. The Onyx readily acquiesced to the gentle call of its new master. In a flash of red light, it entered the luxury ball to begin its rest. Thus, Jia had chosen his third Pokémon from the nurturing chamber of Nibi Gym. Initially, Onyx had not been within his considerations, as it only possessed a singular evolutionary line. However, upon learning about the evolution methods conveyed by Nibi Gym, he discovered that Onyx could evolve into Steelix through a newly developed communication evolution process. This method involved placing Onyx in a Pokeball and transmitting it through specialized Pokémon transmission devices, allowing it to evolve into Steelix under the influence of an unknown force. Many Pokémon could evolve in such a manner, some even requiring specific items. It was through studying Steelix-related knowledge that Jia ultimately selected Onyx as his third Pokémon. The evolved Steelix exhibited impressive capabilities in both offense and defense, rivaling his originally envisioned tank, Bastiodon. While Bastiodon emphasized defense, Steelix demonstrated a balanced prowess in both offensive and defensive capabilities, excelling in each. Their speeds were comparable, with Steelix displaying superior agility in confined spaces, while Bastiodon boasted greater speed during sprints. The only drawback was that Steelix could not undergo Mega Evolution. However, since Mega Evolution was exclusively reserved for Blaziken, this limitation was rendered moot. Moreover, Onyx's lineage possessed acute auditory sensitivity, making it an excellent sentinel in the wild. Furthermore, this particular Onyx exhibited qualities of a champion-level Pokémon, showcasing immense potential for development and value. Jia had initially contemplated raising an Onyx into a Steelix by using a metal coat for evolution, but with Onyx now in his possession, it was the clear choice. Otherwise, he would have had to spend money on a metal coat, which was scarce and exorbitantly priced. Although nurturing Onyx would not be without its expenses due to its unique nature, the materials required were not exceedingly rare. Fortunately, the Nibi Gym boasted a comprehensive array of rock-type Pokémon, with virtually all Pokémon eggs stored within the incubation chamber, save for ancient fossil Pokémon and a few corresponding legendary Pokémon like Garchomp. With this, Jia felt that the foundational configuration of his team was complete. He mused that once Onyx evolved into Steelix, his Machoke would likely evolve into Blaziken, complemented by Pidgeotto. This lineup would exhibit remarkable versatility in the wild, capable of addressing most challenges. What remained was ample time for their development. After some contemplation, Jia realized he could comfortably extend his stay in Nibi City for an additional month. He planned to make the most of the remaining 50 days, utilizing the training facilities at Nibi Gym while completing tasks and purchasing materials, aiming to achieve his goals before setting out again. As for the time spent in Rainbow City and Laveridge Town, he could afford to be brief, obtaining badges and departing promptly. Regrettably, Jia sighed, having hoped to indulge in leisurely shopping and relaxing at hot springs during that time. It seemed those plans were dashed. After all, one could never predict how plans might change. Little did Jia know how swiftly this adage would prove true. Chapter 39. Xiaogang's commission. As Shawanzi transitioned through its juvenile phase, Tetsuya was poised to commence training when his plans were unexpectedly interrupted. What? You want me to take your place on the SS St. Anna this year? Tetsuya gazed at Xiaogang, bewildered. Xiaogang chuckled sheepishly. Well, I've been rather busy lately. The SS St. Anu traditionally invites representatives from our dojo for a tour each year. It's quite the social affair. I was supposed to go, but I genuinely have no time. You know my family's situation. I need a favor. With hands clasped and pleading, Xiaogang implored Tetsuya. During the past month of their acquaintance, they had gradually grown closer. Setting aside their respective roles, their ages and interests aligned, thus alleviating the previous awkwardness in their interactions. Just because you're busy doesn't mean I am. I still need to train Shiwanzi, Tetsuya retorted, somewhat irked. And what would my participation even mean? I'm not ready to mingle with the offspring of the league's upper echelons. It's simply not the right time. Unwilling? Not interested? How about 2 million for your troubles? Deal. The adage rings true. It's not that one lacks time or willingness, but rather that the offered price fails to meet expectations. Tetsuya readily acquiesced to Xiaogang's request for assistance, considering the remuneration was merely for a week-long voyage on a ship, and he would be profiting. The SS St. Anu was quite spacious, training aboard was feasible, and he could indulge in luxurious accommodations. I knew you would negotiate over money. It's quite disheartening. Xiaogang retorted, exasperated. Over the past month, he had discerned the essence of Tetsuya's character, which seemed to revolve entirely around monetary gain. This is merely fair compensation for my labor. Besides, discussing feelings tends to detract from financial matters. Earning a living is quite the challenge these days. I'm not as affluent as you. Tetsuya dismissed Xiaogang's comments with indifference. What do you mean my essence is all about money? That's absurd. I need to convert it into cash swiftly. By the way, there will be a competition aboard the ship, and the champion will receive a choice of evolution stone along with a tin effective charcoal. I heard the sponsors are the 3 brothers from Sherdun Town. They must be incredibly wealthy, Xiaogang casually remarked, adding a touch of sarcasm before darting away. In a swift motion, Tetsuya closed the distance, pinning Xiaogang to the ground. What is this? So you want me to compete on your behalf? He exclaimed, indignant. With your slight build, if you run again, I could easily catch you with one hand. Ouch. If you actually win, the rewards will be yours, and the favor fee will increase to 5 million. Xiaogang quickly pleaded, employing his ultimate tactic of throwing money into the mix. All right, you may rise, but do be careful. I apologize, Tetsuya hastily offered, transforming his demeanor instantly. Xiaogang dusted off his clothes, huffing, you certainly change quickly. He then produced a ticket from his pocket, saying, Here is your ticket for the SS St. Anu. Don't lose it. It's the only one. Rest assured, Tetsuya replied, fully aware of the ticket's value. Regardless of whether he emerged victorious in the ship's competition or received Xiaogang's promised fee. This ticket alone was valued at an astonishing 5 million alliance coins in the market. Moreover, the ticket Xiaogang provided was undoubtedly for a VIP room, priced at a minimum of 12 million. It was no surprise, for the SS St. Anu, the most opulent ship in the world, only docked at Key Port twice a year, once for departure and once for return, with a week in between. Everyone yearned to experience the luxury, and many affluent individuals from Kanto were more than willing to spend extravagantly. What if I sold this ticket? Tetsuya pondered, struck by a sudden idea. If you dare sell it, I'll make you regret it. Xiaogang shot back with a dark expression. Tetsuya quickly raised his hands in surrender, assuring him he would never entertain such a thought. Xiaogang shook his head in resignation, recognizing this as part of Tetsuya's character, serious in battles and training, yet occasionally prone to whimsical thoughts. You better aim for a commendable position in that competition. It would elevate our Nibi Dojo's reputation. Noting Tetsuya's confused expression, Xiaogang elaborated slightly. This is essentially an annual exchange event, typically attended by future heirs of various dojos, or representatives like you who have received investments. Pokémon battles are held to showcase outstanding offspring, providing a chance for the elders to socialize and discuss. Most participants are contemporaries, with only those under 16 and over 20 barred from competing, which places you in a strong position. Tetsuya nodded in understanding, then questioned, What is the format of the competition? 2v2, with the semifinals and finals being 3v3, Xiaogang replied, a nervous smile gracing his face. Casting a dubious glance at Xiaogang, Tetsuya retorted, How can I have 3 Pokémon by the semifinals and finals? Isn't Shiwanzi considered one? Besides, your righteous bird and mighty chicken are formidable. Who could possibly defeat them? You can even let Shiwanzi gain some experience, Xiaogang attempted to justify. Realizing he was in the wrong, Xiaogang stammered an explanation. Tetsuya, however, scrutinized him, suddenly enlightened. You only have 2 Pokémon yourself, don't you? No wonder you're reluctant. You're afraid of being humiliated. Don't say that. It's completely normal for a 16-year-old not to defeat them. Besides, losing due to youth doesn't damage one's reputation. and Shawanzi has already reached the ordinary level, plus my newly evolved Onyx. Xiaogang's face flushed as he fervently defended himself. Tetsuya paid no heed, studying the date on the ticket, confirming the timeline. He noted it was still more than 10 days away. Reflecting on this, he realized that with the training facilities at Nibi Dojo and his breeding plan, Shawanzi would likely reach the ordinary level in time. After all, gaining 10 levels in the early stages was relatively straightforward, and Shawanzi primarily needed to absorb energy to prepare for evolution. Participating in the competition seemed feasible. Regardless of winning, it was more about camaraderie. Moreover, many of the competitors were likely not as skilled as he was. By the way, what is for lunch today? Tetsuya's sudden inquiry caught Xiaogang off guard. Potatoes stewed with braised beef, accompanied by stir-fried green vegetables and steamed jelly eggs, he naturally replied. All right, I'll head off to train. Good luck, Tetsuya said. Sure. Xiaogang nodded, turning to prepare lunch. They had agreed to alternate cooking, with today being his turn. However, sensing something amiss, Xiaogang turned back, only to find Tetsuya had already vanished, presumably off to train. Resigned, Xiaogang abandoned his thoughts, deciding he would address it when they gathered for their meal. Chapter 40, Learning and Training, Part 1. After shaking off Xiaogang, Jia arrived at the training room, urging his Pokémon to continuously strive in their training while simultaneously acquiring new knowledge to enhance both himself and Zero. The concept of Pokémon abilities is indeed a fascinating one, first introduced by Dr. Nike, who specialized in the differences among Pokémon in the Orange Archipelago. Subsequently, researchers from various regions collaborated to delve deeper into this subject, ultimately led by Dr. Okido. They established a simple definition of abilities, the unique powers possessed by each Pokémon. In essence, an ability is determined by the inherent characteristics of the Pokémon, dictating the special powers an individual may possess. For instance, consider the ability Chlorophyll, commonly found among numerous grass-type Pokémon. Due to the unique biology of certain grass types, which resemble a blend of plant and animal, they become more active under sunlight, thus increasing their speed in clear weather. Take the example of Kabuto, a Pokémon renowned for its formidable head defense. Its exceptional head strength grants it the ability known as Hard Head, protecting it from recoil damage inflicted by its own attacks. Through extensive research, scientists discovered that the number of abilities varies among Pokémon species, with some possessing only one ability, while others boast as many as 3 distinct abilities. Further comparative analysis revealed that among species with 2 or 3 abilities, particularly exceptional individuals often possess 2 different abilities, distinguishing them from the usual singular trait of common individuals. After consolidating the data, the researchers provided a more detailed classification of abilities: primary ability, secondary ability, and hidden ability. Pokémon with a singular ability require no further explanation. These creatures lack hidden abilities, as all individuals share the same trait. Furthermore, if a species possesses only primary and secondary abilities without a hidden ability, common individuals will typically exhibit just one of the two as their special power. To date, no Pokémon has been found to possess both primary and secondary abilities simultaneously. However, if a species has a primary or secondary ability alongside a hidden ability, it is essential to note that this is an or, not an and. Therefore, even if a Pokémon has only a primary ability without a secondary ability, the presence of a hidden ability within the species still aligns with this criterion. Likewise, species that possess all 3 types of abilities naturally meet these conditions. Among the exceptionally outstanding individuals, in addition to having one of the first 2 abilities, they will also possess an additional hidden ability as their unique power. For instance, consider Onyx. Its primary ability is Hard Head, its secondary ability is Sturdy, and its hidden ability is Sand Force. Common individuals will have either Hard Head or Sturdy, while particularly exceptional individuals will possess the hidden ability, Sand Force, in addition to one of the primary or secondary abilities. Notably, exceptional individuals refer to those of elite-level qualifications or higher. According to samples, when ensuring that the species has a hidden ability, individuals of elite-level qualifications have approximately a 50% chance of possessing a hidden ability. For those of subchampion qualifications, due to a smaller sample size, the probability is estimated to be between 60 to 70%. Under the same conditions, champions invariably possess hidden abilities, without exception. Conversely, Pokémon below elite qualifications do not have hidden abilities, also without exception. Additionally, researchers observe that a Pokémon's abilities may change upon evolution. Yet this transformation follows a pattern known as the continuity of abilities. This continuity indicates that if a Pokémon with a primary ability evolves, and its ability changes, the new ability will correspond to the next evolutionary stage's primary ability, not its secondary ability. The same applies to those with secondary abilities. Taking Geodude as an example, Its primary ability is Sturdy, and its secondary ability is Sand Force. The abilities of its evolved forms, Graveler and Golem, remain unchanged, meaning a Geodude with Sturdy will retain its Sturdy ability upon evolution, while one with Sand Force will continue to exhibit Sand Force. However, if a Pokémon's primary ability is Sturdy and its secondary ability changes to Sandstream upon evolution, then a Geodude and Graveler with Sturdy will retain that primary ability, while those with Sand Force will adopt Golem's secondary ability, Sandstream. If the hidden abilities before and after evolution are inconsistent, this property also applies to hidden abilities. Researchers speculate that hidden abilities may possess additional characteristics, yet due to the limited sample size of Pokémon with hidden abilities, no conclusions can be drawn as of yet. Setting aside the materials GM used, so it is, the Accelerate ability of my Blaziken stems from its exceptionally developed leg muscles, a special capability inherent in its champion-level status. As for Pidgeot and Geodude, one might say I was fortunate to encounter the approximately 50% chance, or conversely, that both Pidgeot and Geodude are exceptionally remarkable within the elite ranks. Otherwise, it would be improbable that both possess hidden abilities. Indeed, Geodude also has a hidden ability. On Zero's panel, Geodude's current status post-larval stage is as follows. Geodude, classification, mantle Pokémon type, rock height, 0, 5 meters, average value, 0. For M, weight, 22 kilograms, average value, 18 kilograms, ability, Sand Force. When damaged by physical moves, defense decreases, but speed significantly increases. Hidden ability, Sandstream, during sandstorm weather. The power of rock, ground, and steel-type moves increases. Skills, tackle, sand attack, harden, stealth rock, gravity, inherited. Wide guard, inherited, level, 6, novice, potential, elite breeding method. Due to its unique characteristics, it is nourished with high-energy crystals until evolution. Synthesis method as follows. Given its high aptitude for rock type, combined with various special rocks, it can produce different effects and resistances on its exterior, specific details as follows. Moreover, Geodude's Sand Force ability will transform into the corresponding secondary ability, Sandstream, upon evolving into Golem, making it exceptionally synergistic. This also validates that this Geodude possesses a remarkable aptitude for rock type, aligning perfectly with Zero's assessments. Gia nodded slightly, indicating he had gleaned valuable insights. After all, such knowledge is not publicly accessible. Previously, he had wondered why hidden abilities existed. And now it appears that they are merely a reflection of outstanding individuals exhibiting greater strength in certain aspects due to their innate talents. Blaziken. Pay attention to your right calf's power, do not relax too much. While contemplating, Gia noticed Blaziken was somewhat distracted, prompting him to offer a reminder. This is also a responsibility of an exemplary trainer, as Pokémon are living beings that can experience fatigue and a range of emotions, and their focus can waver during training. Thus, it is vital for the trainer to provide reminders. Chapter 41, Learning and Training, Part 2, Currently. The robust chicken is honing its core strength in the gravity chamber of the Nibby Gym training facility. Increase the amplitude of your movements and hold the final posture for 2 seconds before lowering it, commands the instructor. With great effort, the robust chicken manages to emit a sound, slightly altering its movement. After completing 5 repetitions, it pauses for a moment, with 3 more rounds remaining. Meanwhile, Tetsuya is engaged in his own training under a mild gravitational enhancement, observing the progress of the robust chicken. His upper body is already drenched with sweat. Once Shimaruko evolves, he plans to focus on enhancing its mastery of gravitational techniques, enabling training to be conducted anytime and anywhere, as the weight vest has its limitations. As Tetsuya continues his physical exertion, his mind remains actively engaged in thought. Observing Shimaruko, who is replenishing its energy while training its skills, he reminds it, Shimaruko, you can conclude your skill training after 15 minutes. Do not overexert your stored energy. Dangaro. Shimaruko acknowledges clearly, perhaps due to its inherent traits. Shimaruko possesses a remarkably calm demeanor, quite unlike a creature that has just transitioned from its juvenile phase. After completing the final round of training, Tetsuya rises, finding that the robust chicken is already resting nearby. Upon witnessing its trainer finish the workout, the robust chicken retrieves a towel from the side and hands it to him. Thank you, Tetsuya replies, accepting the towel to wipe the sweat from his upper body. What are you so proud of? I'm slower than you. Which indicates you haven't trained hard enough if you still have energy to think about such things, he remarks with a hint of annoyance. Just a moment ago, the robust chicken had teased him about the sluggish pace of his training today. Shaking his head, Tetsuya reflects on the unique personality of his robust chicken, which starkly contrasts with the typical fiery temperament of fire-type Pokémon. If he were to describe it, he might say it has a mischievous streak. yet it is incredibly dedicated to battles and training, making it less bothersome. Rest well, and take the number 3 nutrient potion. Afterward, add another set of core strength training. And then proceed with the usual weighted and gravitational exercises, completing 5 sets for your leg muscles. Tetsuya instructs the robust chicken. I'll check on Beedrill in the wind pressure chamber. Keep an eye on Chimaruko and let it absorb 500 G of number 3 rock after it finishes its skill training. He adds. The robust chicken nods in acknowledgement. Right, after it completes the training, allow it to control its internal energy as before. It is far more reliable than you. Okay, you're right. I suppose you've rested enough. Hurry and finish the potion before training. Afterward, go to the energy room to practice energy control, Tetsuya suggests. Taking a sip of water and standing up, he disregards the robust chicken's complaints about his lack of sincerity and heads toward the wind pressure chamber. The robust chicken finishes its potion and muses that aside from being somewhat handsome and a decent cook, its trainer possesses no other noteworthy qualities. This guy definitely has no girlfriend. He can't hold a conversation to save his life. Rising, it lets out a silent sigh. It must continue training. For Pokémon have it tough these days. Achoo. Tetsuya sneezes as he walks along the path. Has he caught a chill after training? It seems prudent to put on a jacket. Upon entering the wind pressure chamber, he greets the trainers who are resting, then proceeds to the corresponding observation room. In simple terms, the wind pressure chamber simulates a natural stormy environment, allowing flying-type Pokémon to strengthen their bodies and attune to energy. Since the Nibi Gym specializes in rock-type Pokémon, this wind pressure chamber, according to Brock, is relatively small. In specialized flying-type gyms, the wind pressure chamber is often a focal point, grand in scale. The wind pressure chamber is divided into smaller rooms, with a significant portion designated for training, while the remainder is partitioned off as observation rooms for trainers. A reinforced transparent glass panel separates the two, allowing trainers to monitor and direct their Pokémon's training via a broadcasting system. Watching Beedrill soar gracefully against the wind, Tetsuya nods in approval. Recognizing that Beedrill is not slacking off, he pulls up the panel for Beedrill and furrows his brow. As levels increase, the enhancement of energy becomes increasingly sluggish, resulting in slower leveling. It has been nearly a month since Beedrill last reached level 43, and it remains at level 44. At this rate, it seems that Beedrill will only reach around level 50 during the Quartz Conference. However, despite the lack of change in level, Beedrill has made significant progress through this period of training, improving its physical attributes and skill proficiency considerably. Nonetheless, it appears that mastering skills of differing attributes is indeed a challenge for Beedrill. Tetsuya gazes thoughtfully at the panel displaying Beedrill's mastery of the heat wave skill. After the robust chicken mastered this technique, it began teaching it to Beedrill. However, the two Pokémon have progressed at markedly different rates with this skill. Initially, both could only produce a simple high-temperature wind, offering little more than discomfort and accelerated fatigue. Fortunately, as the robust chicken has honed its mastery, it can now generate a burning effect on certain Pokémon with its heat wave. Meanwhile, Beedrill's heat wave has hardly increased in power, though considered a potent fire-type move. All skills require training. Otherwise, initial mastery yields less impressive damage than anticipated. Fortunately, Tetsuya does not expect Beedrill to deal substantial damage with heat wave. It is primarily aimed at broadening the skill's impact, a modest enhancement. Beedrill's most notable advancement lies in its mastery of flight and understanding of wind. Although it has yet to master the formidable moves Brave Bird or Sky Attack, its grasp of the Storm skill is a pleasant surprise. Presently, Beedrill has begun to meet Tetsuya's expectations, maintaining high-speed movement and the agility of Quick Attack without losing flexibility. Previously, Tetsuya had urged Beedrill to capitalize on speed, leveraging its strengths. However, sustaining high-speed movement while executing Quick Attack demands an exceptional level of stamina and skill control. Until recently, Beedrill struggled to achieve this goal. Yet in the recent training sessions within the wind pressure chamber, Beedrill has gradually found a way to maintain its high-speed state, gaining deeper insight into the skill. Coupled with the incorporation of Quick Attack, Beedrill now exemplifies peak speed. At the very least, escaping alongside Tetsuya poses no issue, provided he ensures proper protection. Otherwise, they may find themselves quite uncomfortable under the pressures of high-speed movement. After observing for some time, Tetsuya approaches the microphone and announces through the intercom, "Today's training is concluded. Beedrill, you may rest now. I will deactivate the wind pressure device, so please take care." Chapter 42. The inquisitive one. The familiar voice caught the attention of the majestic Pidgeot, who swiftly turned to see its trainer standing in the observation room. Responding with a call, the Pidgeot, with an astonishing grace for its size, maneuvered to a corner of the room. Jaya observed the Pidgeot's movement and promptly shut down the equipment. before ceasing the training in the wind pressure chamber. It was essential to communicate with the Pokémon to prepare them. An abrupt shutdown could catch them off guard during an intense session, leading to potential injuries due to loss of balance. This precaution had been emphasized to Jie during his first visit. Stepping through a small door, he entered the serene training ground. "Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeot," he said while smoothing the disheveled feathers of the bird. The Pidgeot nuzzled against Jie's body in a display of affection. "Now, you should rest in your Pokeball for a while. Once the training is complete for the Talonflame, I'll take you both out for a meal." The Pidgeot nodded, and Jie retrieved a luxury ball, gently placing it inside. He then proceeded to the energy room and material room, collecting the Talonflame and the Onyx back into their respective luxury balls before heading to the small dining area. Upon entering Xiaojiang's personal kitchen, he found Xiaojiang waiting with the meal prepared. Releasing his 3 Pokémon, Jie filled each bowl according to their prescribed diet, preparing a portion for Xiaojiang's Geodude as well. The Onyx was too large to enter, so Xiaojiang had already placed it in its designated area outside. It was true that Xiaojiang typically did not return the Onyx to its Pokeball, as the creature's massive length of over 9 meters made any confined space less comfortable than the outdoors. Jie could only marvel at the luxury of the spacious area behind the gym, a testament to Xiaojiang's wealth. As they enjoyed their dinner, Xiaojiang recalled an unfinished question from earlier. "When do you plan to depart?" "In 10 days, Jie replied, his mouth full of synthetic beef. After taking a sip of his drink, he continued, "By then, the Onyx should be nearing the standard level. As you mentioned, it should be ready for some practice." Xiaojing nodded in agreement, noting that most trainers competing in the Kanto region's gyms this year had just turned 16, typically possessing 2 Pokémon each. In previous years, it had been their older siblings who participated, but now they had all aged out. It's quite rare for someone like me, with a starter Pokémon breaking through to elite status. Most trainers have either 2 standard-level Pokémon or 1 beginner level alongside a novice. What is the significance of the 3v3 format in the semifinals and finals, then? Jie quickly identified a flaw in this reasoning. Doesn't that imply the participants can be trainers investing in their Pokémon? Besides, not all of them are freshly 16. Xiaojiang sighed. Indeed, that's an unspoken rule. Generally, only the 8 major gyms in Kanto can send trainers like you to compete. Typically, those who replace the heirs are around 17 or 18, never quite reaching 20. Otherwise, it becomes questionable. However, they usually have 3 Pokémon. Has there ever been a situation where the final battle featured only 2 Pokémon, or even just one side with a single Pokémon? Jie pressed on, determined not to let the conversation end. Yes, they just changed the rules to 2v2, Xiaojiang replied nonchalantly. What? How does that even matter? It's not a particularly formal competition. Xiaojiang shot a glance at Jie. Then you can't say I only have 2 Pokémon. Jie quickly seized upon another loophole. What on earth are you thinking? Xiaojiang exclaimed in exasperation, as Jie was relentless in his pursuit of victory, even if the competition was informal. However, the number and level of their Pokémon had to be documented before the match. If discrepancies were discovered, it would tarnish the reputation of the Nibi Gym. Jie shrugged. Well, if that's how it is, there's nothing I can do. Rubbing his sore head, Xiaojiang felt overwhelmed by Jie's persistence. Your opponent's information, along with the other 31 gyms participating in the competition, will be sent to you. You should review it in the coming days. 31? Are they all official gyms? Jie wiped his mouth, having nearly finished his meal, and inquisitively questioned Xiaojiang. Only the official gyms, Xiaojiang replied matter-of-factly. Jie could find no retort, as it was evident that the Nibi Gym possessed the strength and status to assert such claims. Only the 8 major gyms in Kanto could freely send trainers to compete on behalf of their heirs, while other official gyms could only do so when absolutely necessary. This year, the heirs of other official gyms, all 16 years old, were required to participate, while Xiaojiang, at 16, could delegate the responsibility to Jie. As for the question of how many heirs existed, the world was populated by individuals with robust physiques, and there were no stringent laws enforcing monogamy, even though most still adhered to it. Additionally, even the children of gym leaders, brothers, or sisters could inherit the gym, which meant that the number of so-called heirs was considerable. The Nibi Gym was a rare exception. Xiaojiang was the only eldest brother, 10 years older than his younger siblings, making him the likely future successor. Your Pidgeot likely possesses a significantly higher energy level than its peers, providing you with a distinct advantage. The Talonflame, on the other hand, holds its own in terms of level and has relatively higher potential, making it formidable as one of the starters. Moreover, if we don't reach elite or quasi-champion status, our elders 1T invest in high-level breeders for our Pokémon. We must cultivate them ourselves, which fosters a stronger bond and communication with them. Xiaojiang adeptly tidied the dining table while continuing his analysis. Jie, sipping his drink, interjected, You needn't overanalyze. Just say that you're strong among them. But you still can't defeat me, so they won't be able to either, right? Xiaojiang's expression darkened. Indeed, in the past month, they had battled several times privately, with Xiaojiang never emerging victorious. The newly bred Geodude aside, his Onix could not contend with Gia's Pidgeot, which danced around it. And the Talonflame could barely manage to overcome the Onix. Xiaojiang suspected that Gia's Talonflame possessed quasi-champion potential. After all, his own Onix was a Pokémon of champion caliber. Yet even in a leading position, it struggled against Gia's Pokémon. While it was true that the fighting-type focus of Gia's Talonflame provided an advantage over the Onix, a lack of potential would not account for such disparity. It was precisely because Gia's strength surpassed his own, by a considerable margin, that Xiaojiang felt secure in allowing Gia to take his place in the competition. After all, his grandfather would not easily overlook any blemish on their family's honor. Chapter 43. The Saint Anu, I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow, Tetsuya remarked before dashing away. Xiaojiang, accustomed to such behavior, continued with his own tasks undeterred. As Tetsuya made his way home, he pondered the request Xiaojiang had made earlier that day. It was understandable, considering Xiaojiang needed to look after his younger siblings and was reluctant to entrust their care to outsiders. The gym leader was also preoccupied, unable to spare time for such matters. Given that Tetsuya had not yet reached 17 and was stronger than Xiaojiang, it was reasonable for him to take on this responsibility. After numerous encounters, Xiaojiang must have discerned that Tetsuya's prowess as a powerful Pokémon was not that of a champion. However, it was of little concern. Tetsuya was not intimidated by the overt powers of the League, as rules were still in play. As he had contemplated before, as long as his secret identity remained concealed, even if his potential as a champion were to be revealed, it would not pose a significant threat. After all, he had already caught the attention of the Nibi Gym, which had invested in his talents. They would not resort to stealing Pokémon. Other factions would not risk offending the Nibi Gym for a Pokémon with uncertain champion potential. Even if they managed to steal it, they would ultimately have to apologize and return it upon discovery, resulting in significant losses. His greatest fear lay in the possibility of being targeted by poaching teams, which could cost him his life. Such competitions were merely internal affairs. Other contests required more caution. Glancing at the introductions of competitors from other gyms that Xiaojiang had sent him, he skimmed through the information. Essentially, it appeared to be a competition among children. Tetsuya flipped through the details, and including himself, there were 32 participants, of which 17 had only recently turned 16, with their initial Pokémon still at a common level, let alone a second Pokémon. 8 were slightly older, possessing 2 common-level Pokémon, while 3 had initial Pokémon that had surpassed the elite level. The remaining 3 were fellow trainers who had also received investments, all just past 17. So, my opponents are the last 3. Observing the familiar faces in the photographs, Tetsuya fell into contemplation. Never mind, I will see how it goes. Even if I do not win the championship, there is still a reward of 2 million. He shook his head, suppressing his wandering thoughts. After all, he was merely assisting a friend. 10 days later, at 4 in the afternoon. Korea City is a locale within the Kanto region, situated at the southern estuary, serving as an international port city frequented by luxurious cruise ships. It is primarily divided into 2 areas, the central urban district and the harbor area. The harbor area witnesses the daily arrival and departure of numerous cargo and cruise ships, fueling the region's economic growth. The water flow ferry operates between the shallow Green City and Koreha Port. 10 fiery ferries depart from Koreha Port to 7 islands. However, the most renowned is undoubtedly the Saint Anu, which embarks on global cruises, returning to Koreha Port only once a year. Tetsuya arrived at the harbor of Koreha City, where he immediately spotted the luxurious cruise ship docked in the distance. In a sea of ordinary vessels, the Saint Anu stood out, immense and opulent. Its white hull adorned with golden embellishments and multiple layered decks captivated the eye. Approaching the ship, its grandeur became even more apparent as Tetsuya presented his ticket for inspection. The guard scanned the ticket with a machine and respectfully gestured for Tetsuya to enter. The onlookers, filled with envy, watched as Tetsuya boarded the Saint Anu, a privilege they could not afford. As Tetsuya stepped into the cabin, a steward approached him. "Good day, Mr. Tetsuya. You hold a VIP room ticket for the Saint Anu, located on the 4th deck in the finest viewing position. Would you like me to give you a brief overview of the ship's amenities? Just a brief introduction, please." Tetsuya replied with a slight smile. "Certainly, it would be my pleasure. Please follow me," the steward said, bowing slightly in respect and gesturing for Tetsuya to proceed. The entire deck of the Saint Anu is divided into 6 levels, with the 2nd level featuring standard rooms and the 4th level housing VIP accommodations. The 1st level, where they currently stood, hosts various entertainment facilities, including a game room, theater, bar, library, gym, hot springs, gaming room, and a 24-hour buffet restaurant. The outer deck features an open swimming pool and water park. The third and fifth levels are designated for trainers' battle and training arenas, available only from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. to allow for guest comfort and facility maintenance, for which your understanding is appreciated. The sixth level is a semi-open banquet venue, accessible only to VIP guests like yourself and a select few from standard rooms, operating on the evenings of the second and third days after the Saint Anu's departure, with notifications provided in due time. Each level is equipped with essential facilities, and should you have any needs or inquiries, feel free to approach the staff for assistance. As the steward guided Tetsuya to his room, he provided a succinct overview of the entire structure of the Saint Anu. It was evident that this luxury cruise ship offered a plethora of well-appointed amenities. Upon reaching the door of his room, the steward bowed slightly, stating, "This is your room. Simply swipe your identity card to enter, as it is linked to your profile. If you require nothing further, I shall take my leave. Thank you very much." "I have no further requests," Tetsuya replied, retrieving his identity card from his backpack and swiping it to unlock the door before stepping inside. "May you have a delightful journey aboard the Saint Anu." The steward bid farewell before departing to continue his duties. As Tetsuya entered the room, his brow raised in astonishment. Before him stood transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing an endless expanse of ocean bathed in the hues of the setting sun. "Ah, how delightful," he exclaimed, tossing his backpack onto the bed and sinking into the plush sofa. He opened the nearby refrigerator, retrieving a can of beverage to enjoy, content that it was included in the ticket price. It was a commemorative edition, and he couldn't help but lament the extravagance of the wealthy. This drink cost 3 times more than the standard version. The thought made him reflect on the blissful yet unfathomable lives of the affluent. As for indulging in more expensive wine, Tetsuya considered himself rather ordinary. Enjoying a pricey drink was already pushing his limits, and fine wine was simply beyond his palate. He was aware that in this world, fruits cultivated solely for human consumption were exceedingly rare, and the price of a bottle of wine was beyond the means of most individuals. No, I must not succumb to despair. After lounging for nearly 10 minutes, Tetsuya resolved to stand. A shower would do me good. The ride on that electric bike left me sore. Perhaps I should sell it and get a more comfortable one. Stretching his aching body, Tetsuya made his way toward the bathroom. Pushing the door open, he gasped, "Wow, is this how the wealthy live, even in their bathrooms?" Chapter 44. Nurturing a Pokémon through bankruptcy. At the far end of the bathroom, there was a single-person hot spring pool, accompanied by a shower area, and beyond that, a double bathtub. This configuration, while not remarkable, was typical of more upscale resort hotels. What truly stood out was the golden hue enveloping the entire space, an opulent, gilded gold. Tetsuya confirmed that everything was adorned with gold plating. Although gold held little value in this world, and was rarely used as a medium of exchange, such lavish decor suggested a considerable expense if applied uniformly across all rooms. The ostentatious golden embellishments were indeed blinding to the eye. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the toiletries were from the highest caliber brands in the Pokémon world, perfectly in line with the establishment's extravagant style. After shedding his clothes and easing into the hot spring, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him. The pleasantly warm water dissipated his fatigue, allowing Tetsuya to fully unwind. He turned on the television in front of him, becoming engrossed in the program. The discussion by Professor Oak revealed that the potency of release skills was not solely determined by the energy capacity of the skill itself, but was also influenced by the Pokémon's inherent energy and proficiency. If a Pokémon possessed only energy without the necessary experience, trainers needed to. Tetsuya found himself lost in thought while listening to the professor's lecture. Regrettably, his 3 Pokémon were not fond of water. Otherwise, he could have let them enjoy some relaxation as well. Pidgeot could perhaps manage, but its size made it impractical for such indulgence. Machoke would likely only benefit from a sand bath, while Geodude would be utterly overwhelmed by the experience. Stretching lazily, he sighed, reveling in what he deemed an ideal lifestyle. Alas, his finances fell woefully short of sustaining this dream. During this period, including the 2 million he received from Brock, he had earned approximately 18 million Alliance coins. However, a significant portion had been spent on Pokémon training. Machoke had advanced to the elite level in just 1 month, resulting in an increase in training costs, totaling around 3 million. It could be said that he had achieved this elevation in a mere 4 months, largely due to Machoke's exceptional potential and the substantial investment he had made. Tetsuya calculated that continuing on this path would require a base investment of 10 million coins to reach level 40, not to mention the subsequent advancements. As for Pidgeot, it had only consumed 1.5 million this month, fitting within the normal budget, as its progress had not been as rapid as Mishoki's. Most of the expenditures this month had accrued from Geodude, which had also cost around $3.5 million during its juvenile stage. But the expenses over the following 10 days were unexpectedly high. Due to Geodude's unique characteristics, the training plan provided by Zero required intensive energy accumulation before evolution, alongside the ingestion of special stones to alter its physical attributes. This prolonged and substantial absorption of these unique stones would enhance Geodude's resistance to various types and fortify its body. The expenses associated with this endeavor were not negligible. In just 10 days, he had spent about $2 million, benefiting from a supply channel and a 50% discount from the Nibi Gym. Otherwise, the scarcity of certain rocks would have rendered them prohibitively expensive. Moreover, as Geodude matured, the costs for these special stones would only escalate, roughly estimating. Reaching evolution would likely necessitate around $15 million, and further strengthening afterward would be an additional burden. In these times, nurturing Pokémon was undeniably a costly endeavor. Tetsuya thought with a wry smile, as he felt as though he was experiencing a financial birth each time he raised a Pokémon. Fortunately, as his own strength continued to grow, earning money had become somewhat easier. However, it was not so simple for the average trainer to swiftly enhance their Pokémon's power merely through financial means. It was Tetsuya's comprehensive training plan that afforded him such confidence. Otherwise, it was entirely possible that an investment of $10 million could yield no returns. Thus, for the common trainers, numerous obstacles hindered their ascent, from poverty to the innate potential of their Pokémon, methods of advancement, and even training techniques. The remaining 8 million coins would sustain him for a while longer, and if he secured a championship in the upcoming competition, the dream of overnight wealth would not be far-fetched. After all, the 10 effect of charcoal was manageable at about 1 million. The real challenge lay in the evolution stones, particularly the rare ones that were expensive. Fortunately, the evolution trio from Shurdun Town had the means to offer them as rewards, having amassed their wealth from digging up evolution stones. With a gentle exhale, Tetsuya rose from the hot spring. He realized it was time to attend to his hair. Perhaps opting for a new hairstyle, perhaps a wolf tail. After drying off, he stood before the mirror, admiring his physique while the thought crossed his mind. After all, the past 6 months had been consumed by tasks and training Pokémon, leaving little time for personal grooming. Thus, his hair appeared somewhat disheveled. Fortunately, he maintained a daily routine of showering, or one might mistakenly believe that Pidgeot resided atop his head. Stepping out of the bathroom, Tetsuya picked up the phone to summon room service. "Hello, how may I assist you?" came the cheerful voice from the other end. "Please schedule a massage and cleaning for my 3 Pokémon, Pidgeot, Machoke, and Geodude." "Certainly, sir. A specialist will arrive shortly to collect them." The entire process would take approximately 3 hours. "It's dinner time now. You may dine first, and we will notify you via your watch when the service concludes. At that point, you can choose when you'd like your Pokeballs returned." "Thank you." "You're welcome. Enjoy your stay." Tetsuya promptly ended the call. This service was part of the VIP room package, which had employed several high-level breeders for a premium fee. Although Tetsuya often performed these tasks himself, he was here to indulge, and occasionally delegating such duties was a pleasure, especially since room service incurred no additional cost. With the sound of the ship's horn, the SS sank and began to set sail. Stretching once more, he felt as though he had officially entered a semi-vacation state, allowing him to set aside training and money-making tasks for the time being. Knock, knock. A male voice called from the other side of the door. "Good evening, sir. I am here for the room service you requested." Quickly donning his clothes, Tetsuya opened the door and handed the 3 miniature luxury Pokeballs to the waiting staff. He inquired whether the buffet on the first floor was open for dining, receiving an affirmative response. With that, he made his way downstairs, ready to enjoy his first dinner of the day. Chapter 45. The Emergence of a Rival. Ah, what a lavish expenditure, GM mused, yet his hands continued their task, placing beef and several lobsters onto the plate. Indeed, in the world of Pokémon, there exist ordinary animals, albeit in woefully scant numbers. Generally speaking, humans consume food synthesized by technology, which bears little difference in taste and texture from that of the natural world. However, this restaurant boldly asserts that it utilizes only natural ingredients sourced from aquaculture, rather than synthetic alternatives. Gia believed that the Saint Anu would not jest about such matters. A true gourmet could discern the difference. It is worth noting that natural ingredients are not only rare, but also exorbitantly priced. And aquaculture cannot be conducted on a large scale, as if the very rules of the world forbade it. The daily cost of ingredients is estimated to exceed tens of millions, especially considering that the Saint Anu is perpetually circumnavigating the globe. The expense is indeed staggering. Upon tasting a morsel, he found no discernible difference in flavor or texture, yet it imparted a sense of freedom and freshness, perhaps a reflection of wealth itself. As he savored the essence of nature, a shadow fell over the light before him. "Greetings, Jie, trainer of the Nibi Gym." Looking up, he beheld a youth of similar age, with long purple hair and clad in a reddish-brown outfit, who approached him with a plate in hand. Why is it that every time I meet characters from my previous life's animation, it unfolds in this manner? Jie silently lamented, forcing a semblance of a smile onto his face. "Hello, Lacey, trainer of the Wallon Gym." "Haha, I thought you might not recognize me. Do you mind if I take a seat here?" "Not at all, not in the slightest," Jie fervently shouted inwardly, though he maintained an outwardly cheerful demeanor. Perplexed by the uncanny similarity, Lacey settled in naturally, introducing himself once more. "I am Lacey from the Sinnoh region, Veilstone City. Currently embarking on my first year of travel in the Kanto region, here to compete on behalf of the Wallon Gym." "Jie, from the Kanto region, Tokiwa City. Also in my first year of travel, representing the Nibi Gym in this competition," Jie replied casually while relishing his lobster. Lacey, undeterred, continued. "It seems we share a certain fate. Of the 4 non-heirs participating, we are the only 2 who have crossed paths." "Indeed, quite a coincidence," Jie acknowledged with a nod. Uncertain of Lacey's intentions for approaching him, "I presume you have perused the materials? Of the 32 participants, I deem only you and 2 others worthy rivals. The rest are mere fodder," Lacey stated matter-of-factly. Jie was taken aback, filled with questions. Why did Lacey seem so reminiscent of his brother? Was he truly this insufferable? He recalled that this fellow was generally affable. Could he be mistaken? Unbeknownst to him, prior to his education by the gods, Lacey's demeanor mirrored that of his brother Shinji, save for occasional displays of greater respect towards others. Lacey, oblivious to Jie's thoughts, continued speaking. "However, I believe the information is rife with uncertainty. Hence I hope you will indulge me in a brief battle before the competition, a 2v2. You need not use your Pidgeot, nor will I employ my Murkrow. Apologies. But I am quite busy," Jie curtly interrupted Lacey. What was this person thinking, expecting his opponent to voluntarily reveal their strength? Did he seem so foolish? Why not? Lacey inquired, surprised. "Oh, I see. How about a wager of 500,000? Though not a substantial sum, it would serve as my challenge fee." Lacey exuded confidence. Having reviewed Jie's profile, aware of his insatiable desire for wealth, though Lacey valued money as well, it paled in comparison to Jie's apparent obsession. Jie was at a loss. Pondering how his reputation as a miserly person had spread, surely it wasn't from Xiao Gang. Upon returning, he would need to enhance his combat experience. Meanwhile, far away in Nibi City, Xiao Gang was feeding his younger siblings when he sneezed, pondering who might be speaking ill of him. His first thought was Jie, wondering if the reports he had submitted to other gyms had included his reputation for avarice. Grumbling to himself, Xiao Gang resumed his caretaker duties. With a sigh, Jie felt exasperated. "First, I genuinely lack the time. My Pokémon are undergoing therapy, and I cannot engage in battle with you. Second, I am not interested in 500,000. I see no need to fight you. Third, there is a 50% chance we will face each other in the semifinals or finals. Why must we battle now?" It was utterly perplexing. Were the youth of today so obstinate? We, as trainers, must continually challenge ourselves. The strong prevail. While the weak deserve no sympathy, Lacey declared with fervor. Rubbing his temples, Jie decided to retract his earlier comparison of Lacey to his brother. While Shinji's personality was unlikable, he was not as excessively dramatic. Should he perhaps record a voice or video? If this fellow were to normalize in the future, would such documentation constitute a black mark on his history? Ah, what a pity. He had hoped that despite his love for money, Lacey would also be someone who relished battling strong opponents. Lacey appeared genuinely disappointed. "I had thought you loved money, yet you refused to battle me." This fellow truly was insufferable. Moreover, employing such a tactic was remarkably peculiar. Jie felt a headache coming on. While he had no desire to battle Lacey, witnessing the latter's current demeanor stirred within him a longing to deliver a sound thrashing. We trainers should engage perpetually with the powerful. Weak trainers and weak Pokémon do not merit cultivation, I believe. As Lacey expounded passionately on his ideology, Jie began to notice the shift in the gazes of those around them. Upon assessing the situation, Jie deemed it prudent to make a discreet exit. It seemed trouble was brewing for Lacey. He had no wish to be mistaken for an acquaintance and find himself entangled in conflict. It was best to hastily depart. As for imparting a lesson to Lacey, he would forego that endeavor. He lacked the time for such frivolity. Seizing an opportune moment during Lacey's monologue, Jie swiftly polished off his dinner and fled. Just as he was about to exit the restaurant, he caught whispers of an argument emanating from his former seat. "You scoundrel." Strolling along the deck, Jie remained indifferent to the unfolding events in the restaurant. It was not just that he was unfamiliar with Lacey and found him irksome. Even were they acquainted, he had no inclination to witness such antics. He was on vacation, not engaged in a verbal spar with this fool. It was far more prudent to utilize this time for meaningful activity. Chapter 46. Sea fishing. Reclining on a deck chair, I basked in the sea breeze. While the inky night sky was occasionally graced by the fleeting silhouettes of long-winged gulls and large-billed terns, these avian sentinels served as vigilant guardians for the sailors aboard. Beneath the waves surrounding the vessel, various aquatic creatures, such as the venomous jellyfish and giant flying fish, thrived. After all, the passengers aboard were either affluent or of noble lineage. Any misfortune could tarnish the illustrious reputation of the St. Anno. It was said that the shipowner invested a considerable fortune each year to hire a master of water-type Pokémon and several near-masters to safeguard the vessel. However, the veracity of this claim remained unproven, as no one had ever witnessed a true master in action, though a few near-masters had been seen. Yawning, I began to feel somewhat fatigued. Glancing at the time, I realized that not much had passed, so I requested a fishing rod from a nearby attendant. Once I reached the designated fishing area, I commenced my sea fishing endeavor. As for the absence of Pokémon in my vicinity, I was informed that if I were to catch one, I could choose to tame it myself or request a nearby trainer to return it to the ocean. Each fishing area was monitored by an elite trainer and 2 proficient ordinary trainers, ensuring a safe experience. After all, it was unrealistic to expect one individual to haul in a formidable Pokémon. Most catches were typically Magikarp, Krabby, or Goldeen. If someone were to truly reel in a Gyarados, measuring 6'5" meters and weighing 235 kilograms, I could only express my admiration. To be honest, I found even the prospect of catching a Magikarp unrealistic, given its average weight of nearly 40 kilograms coupled with its own strength. I could hardly engage in hand-to-hand combat with a fighting-type Pokémon. How could I possibly pull it in? This very reason rendered the ocean an eternal enigma. No one knew how many Pokémon resided in the depths of the sea. Without further ado, I cast my fishing rod into the water. The bobber dancing upon the waves. I languidly awaited a bite, yawning with boredom. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Time drifted by, and my rod remained still. An elderly gentleman fishing nearby noticed my lack of success, but remained patient and struck up a conversation. Young man, aren't you anxious about not catching any Pokémon? Oh, not really. I'm not here to capture Pokémon. The joy of fishing is my true aim, I replied, holding the rod in one hand while sipping a drink with the other. Huh. Young folks with your level of patience are a rare find, he chuckled heartily, popping a piece of candy into his mouth. Are you on vacation, sir? I inquired, feeling the conversation flow. Indeed. My children gifted me this ticket so I could travel and unwind. They seem far too busy to care for this old man. Fortunately, my granddaughter has joined me on this voyage, otherwise, it would be quite dull. The old man appeared stern yet exuded a childlike joy and kindness through his words. You seem to be enjoying yourself quite well, I teased, observing his flamboyant beach attire. Huh, this old man keeps fit by fishing daily. It's quite healthy. Another gentleman chimed in, having overheard our conversation. I saw him chatting with an elderly lady just yesterday. The banter continued, with laughter erupting around us. Old man is afraid his wife will scold him if she finds out, another added, smirking knowingly. Enough of that. I'm far too old for such nonsense, the elder retorted, waving the other man off. Typically, fishing attracts older males, while younger individuals and women often find such activities less engaging. Thus, conversations tended to be rather reserved, as everyone sought to maintain a certain decorum. However, with my light-hearted remarks, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Especially after they learned I was not yet 17, they relaxed further, joking as if I were akin to their own children. Over the next 2 hours, I managed to catch 2 novice-grade Magikarp, which I promptly tossed back into the sea. After all, Magikarp was regarded as one of the weakest and most pitiful Pokémon, lacking in strength and speed, with little to commend besides its tenacity. A Gyarados, evolved from a Magikarp, was a rare sight even in an entire river. I received my fair share of good-natured ribbing, but I took it in stride. What fisherman hadn't he been playfully wished a day filled with nothing but Magikarp? Ding! My watch chimed, signaling the completion of care for my 3 little companions. I bid farewell to the surrounding gentlemen, assuring them that I would return frequently over the coming week, before rising to leave. As I walked away, they continued their jovial chatter. Suddenly, someone asked, that young man was quite impressive. Does anyone know where he hails from? I believe he is representing the Nibby Gym at this Kanto Gym gathering, replied a man named Lao Fu. I think he is the son of Wu Ning, who mentioned him to me before, saying he was training promising talents. Are you interested in finding a son-in-law? Someone teased the questioner. Not a chance. Anyone who wishes to marry my daughter must first defeat me, he declared, eliciting a hearty round of laughter from the crowd. The conversation then naturally shifted to other topics. The elderly gentleman who had been fishing with me rose, shaking his head. Well, gentlemen, I must take my leave. My granddaughter has come to find me. Very well. You should return to rest. It's not wise to linger on deck at night. They all bid farewell. I shall return tomorrow. None of you better run off. Let us see who is the better fisherman. With hands clasped behind his back, he strolled slowly toward the cabin. A young woman with long golden hair rushed to assist him. Grandpa, you seem to be in good spirits today. I met a delightful young man, he replied warmly. If you stayed on the ship a little longer to play with me, I would be even happier, she pouted playfully. Oh, but Grandpa, didn't you say Professor Oak needed to speak with me about something? I'll come find you afterward, she added with a mischievous smile. Besides, you're quite happy on the ship without Grandma, aren't you? Chapter 47. Freedom of movement. The elderly gentleman sighed, expressing his helplessness. You spend your days in jest, never taking your studies seriously. The old man and the young boy exchanged light-hearted banter as they ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Jia was blissfully unaware of the events that transpired in his absence. After retrieving the luxurious Pokeballs containing his 3 Pokémon, he returned to his room. He glanced at the schedule that Xiaojiang had sent him earlier, realizing that with tonight included, he had 6 days and 7 nights to enjoy. The competition was set for the 4th and 5th days of the voyage, right before their return. The elimination format would determine the opponents through a draw, with battles held in pairs. By the 4th day, the top 8 would be decided, meaning that each participant would only have to fight twice to conclude their participation. The 5th day would reveal the champion. In simpler terms, one needed to achieve 5 consecutive victories to seize the title. Additionally, a small evening banquet would be held on the 6th deck on the night of the 5th day, exclusively for the competitors. Thus, Jia realized he had 3 days of unbridled leisure ahead of him. This thought brought a smile to his face. After enduring years of hardship, he had not had the chance to unwind until now. He was determined to seize this opportunity for rest, understanding that training and learning must be balanced with relaxation, lest one achieve less with more effort. Lazily reclining on his bed, Jia released his 3 Pokémon from their Pokeballs, as the spacious room provided ample space for them to rest without confinement. Pip, Biao, Dengoro, the 3 Pokémon joyfully exclaimed in unison upon their release. Jia chuckled at their exuberance, informing them that they could enjoy themselves over the next 3 days. As for training, maintaining their condition for about an hour each day would suffice. This was a delightful arrangement. Though accustomed to rigorous training, it did not mean they were immune to the desire for relaxation. Hearing their trainer's words, the 3 Pokémon expressed their delight. Jia then retrieved 3 tags he had asked the waiter for, which could be attached to his Pokémon's bodies, allowing them to roam freely. This was particularly important for Biao, as flying high could lead to misunderstandings with the guardian Pokémon in the vicinity. By wearing the tags, such incidents could be avoided. Jia attached the tags to each Pokémon, offering fatherly advice. Biao, there's a climbing frame on the balcony where you can rest, or you may simply relax in the room. Just don't fly too far during your outings, and remember to return in time for meals. Li Zhuangji and Shi Wanzi, you can rest in the small room prepared for Pokémon. Just don't forget to wear your tags when you go out. Especially you, Shi Wanzi, be cautious not to get lost or fall into the water. The 3 Pokémon nodded vigorously in understanding before dispersing. Biao flew directly to the climbing frame on the balcony, finding it a more comfortable spot. Li Zhuangji led Shi Wanzi into the small room, where an array of Pokémon toys awaited them. Meanwhile, Jia reclined backward and drifted into slumber. The ship's whistle gradually sounded, rousing both Jia and his Pokémon from their slumber. Frowning, Jia squinted his eyes and tousled his messy hair. He drew back the curtains to reveal a breathtaking seascape. The vast, shimmering ocean stretched endlessly, invigorating the spirit, while flocks of small flying Pokémon danced in the sky. In the distance, the silhouette of a lighthouse could be spotted. The morning sun cast a gentle, warm light, prompting a sense of wonder at its beauty. A leisurely day began as Jia yawned and made his way to the bathroom for his morning routine. After grooming himself, he transformed back into the refreshing and handsome young man he was. After feeding his 3 Pokémon breakfast, he allowed them to roam freely. Biao expressed a desire to fly outside, while Shi Wanzi opted to remain in the room and rest. Li Zhuangji hesitated for a moment, then voiced a wish to accompany Jia outdoors. After reminding Biao to return by noon, Jia dressed, donned a pair of sunglasses, and descended to the first deck with Li Zhuangji. Many others were also out with their Pokémon, though most were of the pet variety, such as the Piku Jia had captured earlier, or cute Pokémon like Eevee and Meowth, which lacked combat prowess. Of course, a few competitors, like Jia, were accompanied by battle-ready Pokémon, albeit of smaller stature. Only a handful had brought along massive Pokémon like Snorlax. Fortunately, their numbers were few, and the deck of the St. Anna had been reinforced to withstand the weight, remaining intact underfoot. Jia casually grabbed a breakfast item and chose to enjoy it on the outer deck rather than in the dining area. Leaning against the railing, he placed his cup in a secure spot, relishing the sea breeze as he admired the stunning vista while munching on a sandwich, occasionally sipping creamy milk. This leisurely pace of life rendered him exceptionally languid. Observing his trainer's relaxed demeanor, Li Zhuangji mimicked him, though at only 1.35 meters tall. It struggled to see over the railing, its feathery crest being the only visible part. After a moment of futile effort, Li Zhuangji surrendered and tugged on Jia's clothing, pointing towards the distance and calling out. Jia followed its gaze to a simulated beach constructed for Pokémon unable to swim, where many Pokémon were frolicking. Go ahead. Just remember to return at noon, he waved, indicating that Li Zhuangji could explore on its own. Cha! Li Zhuangji chirped in agreement before dashing off towards the beach. Jia shook his head, finished his breakfast, disposed of the trash in the recycling bin, and ascended to the third floor. His plan for the morning involved observing the battle arena, keen to identify any noteworthy opponents. Rata, unleash your signature bite. Butterfree, evade upward and use Psychic to suppress it. Scyther, deliver the final blow. Marowak, employ Irontail. Upon entering the battle arena, the previously soundproof environment flooded with the cacophony of battle commands, accompanied by the cheers of onlookers, making it somewhat overwhelming. Upon closer inspection, several Pokémon exhibited considerable strength. The most striking was a Scyther, its green body paired with razor-sharp arms, demonstrating formidable offensive capabilities as it triumphantly defeated 3 or 4 Pokémon in succession. Jia diverted his gaze, recognizing that the trainer of this Scyther was likely one of the few elite-level competitors in the tournament. Indeed, their prowess was impressive. Jia began to seek his next target. Chapter 48. Observing rivals, a fleeting glance passed over the faces of several formidable trainers, yet, regrettably, none of the individuals on the list made an appearance. Checking the time, it was 8:30 in the morning. A moment when most would opt to train at the grounds. Jia found a spot to sit down and began to navigate through his wristwatch interface to watch videos. He had resolved to spend the mornings of the next 3 days here, finding it quite entertaining to view videos of battles while keeping an eye out for potential opponents. Unlike Lacey, he would not approach unfamiliar competitors and demand they showcase their abilities in battle. The thought made Jia want to scoff. A reasonable person would hardly engage in such behavior. In the afternoon, he contemplated whether Dio would be willing to accompany him for fishing in the sea, allowing it to flutter nearby. Given the spirited nature of Li Zhuangji, he was certain that after a lively morning, it would insist on continuing the fun in the afternoon, a fact he understood well. Occasionally, a diversion to other activities, such as swimming, would be a delightful way to unwind. It was, in every sense, a perfect plan. Jia, oblivious to the gradual shift in his behavior toward that of a middle-aged individual, spent the entire morning without encountering anyone of note. Closing the video, he felt no disappointment. After all, it was likely that most aboard the St. Anu were there for leisure. Training on board was a personal matter, shrouded in privacy, and he had no intention of prying into the affairs of others. In this world, intruding upon another's training methods or cultivation strategies could breed animosity, akin to the ancient practice of attempting to steal someone's ancestral techniques. Had it not been for recognizing Xiaojiang and his forthright approach, coupled with Jia's own relevant plans, he might have resorted to eliminating anyone else who dared inquire about his training methods. It was tantamount to courting disaster to approach him with such questions. Stretching his limbs and rising from his seat, Jia felt a twinge of stiffness after sitting for 3 hours. He called for Li Zhuangji to return, and together they headed back to the room. Upon arrival, Bai Jiao was already perched on the balcony. "Oh, you're back. Did you enjoy your flight?" Bai Jiao. Jia chuckled, observing that it seemed to have had a splendid time. Indeed, raptors require the freedom of the skies. Dengoro. Shimanzi emerged from a small room, greeting his trainer before being whisked away by Li Zhuangji for a quiet conversation. Jia paid them no mind as he prepared lunch for his 3 Pokémon, calling for room service to bring up some bread, beef, lettuce, tomatoes, and potatoes. He intended to whip up a hamburger meal in the kitchen of his room. Speaking of which, it seemed that hamburgers did not exist in this world, or perhaps just not in the Kanto region. Jia could not be certain, as much of this world remained unexplored by him, with varied customs and traditions. However, it seemed reasonable that if sandwiches existed, hamburgers might as well. Certainly, many traditional Chinese dishes were absent, as the culinary styles here leaned predominantly toward Japanese and Western methods. Who knows? Perhaps I might have the opportunity to become a culinary mogul in the Pokémon world someday. Perhaps I shall call it the culinary supplier of Pokémon? As he prepared his hamburgers, Jia's thoughts drifted whimsically. He crafted 2 beef burgers and a side of fries, complimenting them with beverages freshly stocked in the room's refrigerator. Settling into a chair on the balcony, he basked in the sunlight, enjoying his burger while occasionally sipping a chilled drink and nibbling on fries, an epitome of a carefree life. Adjusting his sunglasses, he noticed someone emerging from the adjacent room, a figure that seemed vaguely familiar. "Oh, Uncle Chica, you're staying next door? Good afternoon." He turned, greeting energetically. "Isn't this Gia?" Chica, a middle-aged man, responded, stretching his limbs as he turned to the voice. It was indeed the young man from the previous night. "Are you going to fish for Pokémon this afternoon?" Gia inquired, taking a sip of his drink, only to find the bottle empty. He signaled Li Zhuangji to fetch another. "Indeed, I shall go shortly. Are you coming along?" Chica watched as Li Zhuangji paced about, a flicker of admiration crossing his features, for he too was an experienced trainer. While not as specialized as a breeder, he could discern that Li Zhuangji was exceptionally well-trained and powerful, an instinctive recognition among trainers. "Sure, let's go together. Yesterday wasn't my best showing. This afternoon, I shall demonstrate what it means to be the king of Pokémon fishing." GS swiftly finished his meal, clapping his hands to indicate he was ready. Chica halted his midday exercises, and the pair exited onto the balcony, chatting amiably as they made their way to the fishing area. Li Zhuangji and Shimanzi discreetly trailed behind, heading towards the amusement park. Jia casually reminded them to return for dinner, and the two clumsy Pokémon, momentarily frozen, resumed their journey upon hearing the instruction. "Huh, it seems you share a strong bond with your Pokémon," Chica remarked, finding the scene quite amusing. "Of course, they are family to me," Jia replied without hesitation. Chica exhibited a hint of appreciation, affirming that indeed, Pokémon are the family of trainers, their most trustworthy companions. As they conversed, the duo arrived at the location from the previous evening, which was already bustling with activity. "Ah, you're still here, old man. Good day, Uncle Fu. I hope the sun doesn't roast you alive today. Do you see, you bloodsucker, you've chosen to show up this afternoon?" In contrast to Jia's polite greetings, Chica's salutation was rather boisterous. Unsurprisingly, it elicited a round of playful rebuke. "Chica, you scoundrel. Show some respect for your elders. Look at how courteous she is. Old lizard, who are you calling a vampire?" Chica's most formidable Pokémon was a lizard king, hence the playful moniker of Old Lizard. While the one referred to as vampire was Diac, also known as Old Fu, whose strongest Pokémon was a Jengar, notorious for draining the vitality of opposing Pokémon through its strategies, thus earning the nickname. The two were long-standing rivals and old friends. Jia paid little heed to their childish banter, instead picking up his fishing rod to commence his pursuit of Pokémon. With a whistle, Bai Jiao descended gracefully from above. Nearby trainers, glancing at the tag on Bai Jiao, remained unfazed, as this was a permitted occurrence. Gently stroking Bai Jiao's feathers, Jia casually cast his line. His suave demeanor drew admiration from the older men nearby. "Ah, how I long for the days of my youth." Chapter 49. Abundant gains. Ah, how time flies. "Look at you, a balding middle-aged man. What's there to reminisce about? It's not like we don't know each other well enough." Shinchia Asakawa sat nearby, taunting with a sardonic tone. "Indeed, with your peculiar looks, what are you reminiscing about?" A man further away burst into laughter, his mockery interrupted by the older man, who merely chuckled disdainfully. A bunch of defeated underlings barking like dogs. Tetsuya found their banter quite amusing. In the distance, lively young girls frolicked in the swimming pool and water park, occasionally glancing at the striking young man in the fishing area, giggling and playfully shoving one another. With a swift motion, Tetsuya reeled in his fishing rod, successfully catching a needlefish. Not too shabby, at least it wasn't a carp. He gestured to the nearby elder, raising an eyebrow. "This is my first catch today. You've had no luck since I arrived." "Humph, I caught plenty before you showed up, you cheeky brat," the elder retorted, still maintaining a youthful demeanor. Tetsuya chuckled. "By the way, what is your name? I forgot to ask yesterday." "Yamanashi." The elder, or rather, Dr. Yamanashi, casually replied. A silence fell between them as Dr. Yamanashi focused earnestly on fishing, not wishing to be compared to a child. After hearing the name, Tetsuya scrutinized Dr. Yamanashi's features, lost in thought. This name, this appearance. It resembled that of a younger version of the renowned Pokémon researcher from the Sinnoh region. A smile crept across his face. What did it matter? They had conversed amiably before he realized the connection. He cast his line once more. "Dr. Yamanashi, are you the researcher of evolution?" Tetsuya inquired. Though he wasn't particularly concerned, having a distinguished figure before him could provide valuable insights. "Yes," Dr. Yamanashi replied, casting a curious glance at Tetsuya. "You know of me?" It was somewhat surprising. At this time, Dr. Yamanashi's reputation was still burgeoning. Although he had published numerous articles on Pokémon evolution, His name was primarily known within the research community. To most trainers, it was simply a matter of hearing about new findings without recognizing the author. Moreover, Dr. Yamanashi was still affiliated with Professor Oak's lab, with every article bearing Oak's name, making it even less likely for trainers to remember the actual contributors. Young trainers like Tetsuya often prioritize the training of Pokémon skills over academic knowledge, rendering his awareness of researchers quite remarkable. Yes, I've read your papers on the possibilities of Eevee's evolution based on genetic instability, the correlations of Pokémon evolutionary forms, and the hypothesis of complete evolutionary states, among others. Tetsuya recited Dr. Yamanashi's works with familiarity. Dr. Yamanashi nodded, initially thinking Tetsuya was merely aware of him, but surprised to find that he had genuine knowledge. It was noteworthy that apart from the first paper, which garnered widespread attention, the latter two, while academically significant, offered little in terms of enhancing one's abilities. Thus, most who recognized him were only familiar with the first article, while the latter two were generally overlooked. This indicated Tetsuya's dedication to learning. Oh, after reading, what are your thoughts? Dr. Yamanashi, intrigued, was not inclined to let this young man off easily. Although he sensed Tetsuya was not just a facade, it was prudent to assess him further. Not much, just a few questions. Regarding your hypothesis that Pokémon will ultimately evolve into legendary beings like Ho-Oh and Lugia, achieving a conceptual state of perfection, I find it perplexing. If Tetsuya set aside his fishing for a moment, opportunities to glean knowledge from the doctor were rare, and he seized the moment to engage in a deeper discussion, for this pertained to the understanding of Zygarde. Listening to Tetsuya's inquiries, Dr. Yamanashi was quite pleased, nodding in approval. Tetsuya's questions stemmed from thoughtful consideration of his papers and reflected a personal touch, showing he had put in the effort to learn. Encountering an interested and diligent young mind, Dr. Yamanashi generously shared his insights, as Pokémon scholars were genuine academicians. Most officially recognized professors not only needed to demonstrate significant research achievements, but also uphold moral integrity. After all, the League entrusted them with the responsibility of distributing starter Pokémon. Thus, they were generally enthusiastic about imparting knowledge to young learners. The elder and the youth engaged in a spirited discussion on research topics, while other seasoned trainers nearby chatted amiably, casting friendly glances at Tetsuya. No one could harbor disdain for a handsome boy with a passion for learning. Their conversation extended for 2 to 3 hours, during which their fishing rods remained still, absorbed in dialogue. After addressing several of his conceptual questions, Tetsuya decided to pause. He realized he had already gained much from their exchange. Their discussions had traversed beyond mere evolution. Dr. Yamanashi, with years of experience at Professor Oak's lab, was adept at answering a myriad of inquiries. Are you finished? Doctor. Yamanashi gazed kindly at Tetsuya, growing increasingly fond of the young man throughout their interaction. For now, yes. I need to digest all this information. It's quite a lot. Tetsuya admitted honestly. Dr. Yamanashi nodded in satisfaction. Although he would not have minded further inquiries, he appreciated Tetsuya's self-awareness. The young man understood his limits and knew when to pause, a rare quality. Many succumbed to greed, failing to recognize when to stop. Very well. I shall take my leave for today. My apologies, gentlemen, and Dr. Yamanashi. I shall return tomorrow, Tetsuya said, rising hurriedly to summarize the day's insights. Before departing, he made sure to add everyone as friends on his wristwatch, and each of them smiled in agreement. As he walked away, someone sighed. Such young talents are rare. It seems Kando may soon produce another prodigy. The others silently concurred, sharing the sentiment. Chapter 50. The competition commences in this assembly. The attendees are either affluent or distinguished, each a paragon among trainers. Although they may not reach the exaggerated status of a champion trainer, the wisdom accrued through their years grants them a profound understanding of humanity. At such a young age, possessing such a wealth of knowledge and exhibiting exceptional Pokémon cultivation skills, alongside admirable character, is indeed commendable. Thus, one's humble origins become an asset in this context. Jiya hurriedly instructed his playful Shiftry and Shikiji to return to their quarters shortly. He then asked his Fiero to manage itself before retreating to his room to commence organizing his notes. Thus, for the subsequent 2 days, Jiya spent his mornings observing opponents at the battle arena and reviewing videos, while his afternoons were dedicated to fishing for Pokémon, nurturing his patience, and consulting Dr. Yamanashi. The experiences over these 2 days were fruitful, and his interactions with fellow anglers grew increasingly pleasant. On the 4th day of the voyage aboard the St. Anu, Jiya awoke in the morning, donned a black sleeveless shirt and athletic shorts, and proceeded with his morning routine. After providing a simple meal for his 3 Pokémon and ensuring their well-being, he set off towards the 3rd deck, where today's competition would take place. Upon arriving at the competition venue, he noticed a number of individuals already gathered, who greeted him with friendly smiles in return for his own. Over the past 2 days, he had become somewhat acquainted with several of them, and most were quite amicable. From their conversations, he learned that Lazy had been reprimanded by a few elite trainers the previous night due to his remarks regarding Pokémon as mere tools. This was hardly surprising, as the majority of trainers view their Pokémon as partners. Lazy's perspective, while regrettable, was met with the appropriate admonishment. As the participants assembled and spectators gradually filled the stands, the atmosphere began to intensify. The populace of this world exhibits an almost fervent passion for Pokémon battles. A host, adorned in formal attire, stepped into the arena, microphone in hand. Now, we commence the annual St. Anu Exchange Tournament, held by the Kanto region's official gyms. As in previous years, we shall witness battles between the young successors of various gyms and their outstanding performances over the next 2 days. The rules are the most fundamental, a knockout system with the option to switch Pokémon once. Without further ado, let us welcome our competitors to the stage. The first match featured Haishin Chung from Highland City Gym and Jinx from PJ City Gym. The draw had already been conducted the previous night, resulting in a bracket of 32 competitors, paired as follows: 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, and so forth, culminating in 16 groups. Each group would face off, with the victors advancing to determine today as quarterfinalists. The draw for tomorrow would occur this evening. Calculating the day's schedule, Jia noted that 24 matches were to be held, with only a single arena available. Fortunately, as the battles were 2v2, each match would conclude in approximately 10 minutes. Accounting for breaks, he estimated that the day's battles would wrap up just before dinner. As he observed the competitors in the arena, Jia's mind wandered. His own number was 21, placing him towards the latter half of the lineup, which meant a wait. Perhaps he would be called around noon, just in time for a meal afterward. While lost in thought, the first match concluded, and Jia mechanically applauded. His lack of focus was not due to indifference. Rather, with 2 elite Pokémon at his disposal, he felt little need to deliberate extensively on tactics. Relying on sheer strength would suffice, after all. The significant investment he had made in his Pokémon was not in vain. Though others had also invested heavily, their efficiency would likely pale in comparison to his own. With his 0 Pokémon, a single unit of currency could yield twice or even thrice the effectiveness, while others would be fortunate to extract their material's inherent value. Jia was acutely aware that he was currently leveraging this advantage against younger trainers. However, he recognized that in the distant future, their investments would match his in efficacy, at which point the true test would lie in a trainer's command. He remained steadfast in his preparations for that eventuality. After 2 monotonous hours of observing battles, attentively noting key opponents, it was finally Jia's turn to take the stage. The announcer's voice rang out, introducing him as the representative from Nibby Gym, alongside his opponent, Teeman from WW City Gym. As Jia ascended to the trainer's platform, he swiftly recalled details about his opponent. The atmosphere of the arena grew increasingly lively with the audience's cheers, with comments about Jia's impressive physique echoing from the stands. Indeed, while this world may lack truly unattractive individuals, Jia's striking appearance was a rarity, making him stand out. Once on stage, Jia tuned out the surrounding clamor, focusing intently on the battle. At the referee's signal, both he and Teeman released their Pokémon simultaneously. Go, Shikiji. Go, Dwaylee. Teeman's Pokémon, a normal-type Dwaylee and an elite-level Ebelang, were well chosen for this confrontation. Teeman, well aware of Jia's formidable prowess, understood he stood among the strongest competitors in this tournament. Yet surrender was not an option. Both trainers issued commands in unison: Stealth Rock, use Mud Slap to limit its visibility. Rollout, avoid eye contact. The 2 Pokémon sprang into action. Shikiji summoned a flurry of concealed rocks, strategically positioning them around the arena, rendering their locations known only to itself. A moment's inattention could result in injury to any advancing or substituted Pokémon. Meanwhile, Jia maintained calm control, directing his Pokémon with precision. Given the current level of Dwaylee, it lacked effective long-range attacks, rendering the rollout strategy of limited utility. Shikiji merely needed to leverage its distance to wear down the opponent. Teeman calculated his approach, recognizing that a direct charge would be futile. He opted for a rapid maneuver, circling around while evading the impending rock strikes. As Shikiji became the fulcrum of the battlefield, the ground beneath it seemed to quiver under pressure before it began to conjure rocks to hurl at Dwaylee. With agility, Dwaylee navigated the airborne debris, inching closer to its target. Suddenly, as if struck by an unseen force, it faltered momentarily, only to be bombarded by a succession of rocks. Chapter 51. Close Combat. It was the hidden rocks. Iron Man quickly deduced the cause of this phenomenon. However, there was no recourse. He had anticipated this outcome when he ordered Daitorai to approach, attempting to evade by circling, but not closing in meant certain defeat. He had to endure and continue the advance. Iron Man could only hope that the defensive boost from the round and coiled position would allow Tyranitar to endure until it could strike with a flash of electricity. Fortunately, Tyranitar was a Pokémon gifted in speed. After withstanding 2 hidden rock attacks and several more from falling rocks, it finally entered its attack range. Now, flash! Iron Man shouted. As long as Tyranitar could approach and unleash a fighting move, Shiwazi would instantly lose its combat capabilities upon being struck. Tyranitar and its trainer shared an unspoken understanding, and without hesitation, it glowed with white light as it approached Shiwazi. Jia watched as the battered and panting Tyranitar closed in on Shiwazi, his expression unchanged, just as Tyranitar stepped into Shiwazi's gravity zone. Losing a fraction of balance and slowing down slightly, Jia issued a command without forethought. Tyranitar let out a pained cry as it seemed to be struck by something, immediately losing its combat ability. It was the hidden rocks. Shiwazi had placed some of them within the gravity field, so as soon as the opponent entered that range, the hidden rocks would launch an attack. Coupled with the gravity's enhancement, the damage was even greater. Tyranitar was not particularly known for its defensive capabilities, and having already endured so much, it simply could not withstand this. Iron Man gritted his teeth, although he recognized the disparity was vast. It felt excessive that they hadn't even approached Shiwazi. Retrieving Tyranitar, he produced another Pokeball. Then, it's your turn, Aberrang. A boxer clad in armor resembling a skirt appeared on the field. Fortunately, the number of hidden rocks was limited, and they had not been spread across too many locations. So Aberrang emerged unscathed. Use Swift, Iron Man commanded. Aberrang was his starter Pokemon, already nearing elite status, and its skill set far surpassed that of Tyranitar. Thus, Jia could not hope to defeat Aberrang in the same manner. Block with rocks. Jia instructed Shiwazi, commanding it to control the rocks in front of itself to deflect some of the incoming swift attacks. Unfortunately, the speed at which Aberrang unleashed its move, along with the swiftness of the skill itself, proved too overwhelming. A significant amount of damage still struck Shiwazi. The subsequent swift attacks hit the rocks in front of Shiwazi, sending up a cloud of dust. Return, Shiwazi. Go, Rizzard. Jia decisively switched out Pokémon during this brief interval. Training Shiwazi was one thing, but facing an unwinnable battle required a change. As for why he didn't send out a more advantageous Pidgeot, it was simply unnecessary. Upon entering the field, Rizzard let out a call. Its remarkable development elicited gasps from the spectators nearby. A typical Rizzard stands at 0.9 meters tall and weighs 20 kilograms, making it seem quite small compared to the 1.50 kilograms Aberrang. Moreover, Iron Man's Aberrang was slightly above average in development, standing at a full 1.5 meters. Even so, Jia's Rizzard, standing on the field, appeared no less formidable than Aberrang. The contestants at the sidelines exchanged glances, the data not appearing as pronounced as the visual impression. Despite already knowing of Jia's exceptional Rizzard, its sheer size still surprised many. Jia, undeterred by the thoughts of others, commanded, Flamethrower. Rizzard unleashed a long column of fire towards Aberrang. It seemed that using Flamethrower as an opening move had become an unwritten rule among Fire-type trainers, as it was low in energy consumption, high in power, swift, and had an impressive range, an exemplary opening skill. At that moment, Aberrang had taken advantage of the brief moment when Jia switched Pokémon to gather its focus, enhancing its attention and destructive power. Vacuum Wave, disperse it. Aberrang swung its fist, launching 2 transparent vacuum waves to intercept Rizzard's Flamethrower. The flames diminished significantly upon contact with the vacuum waves, yet a considerable amount still struck Aberrang. Iron Man frowned. This was not how he envisioned the battle unfolding, but fortunately, the damage was minimal. Swiftly move in and engage in close combat. Sonic Punch. Iron Man was unconcerned, directing Aberrang to close in on Rizzard for melee combat. Although the report indicated that the opposing Rizzard excelled in fighting, Iron Man believed that it could not possibly match Aberrang, a skilled melee combatant. His greatest fear was that the opponent would refrain from close combat, allowing Rizzard to strike from mid-range. Charge Flame Attack. Will respond with Thunder Punch. Jia displayed no hesitation, instructing Rizzard to charge forward and engage. Iron Man felt a surge of delight upon hearing Jia's command, thinking to himself that commoners indeed lacked proper training and tactical knowledge. The onlookers shook their heads, acknowledging that this choice was rather poor. The 2 Pokémon engaged, one light on its feet with glowing fists, the other enveloped in flames with electric currents crackling around its claws, continuously closing in on one another. Thud. Bam. Pow. Rizzard collided with Aberrang without hesitation, causing it to lose balance. With its electrically charged claws, Rizzard struck at its opponent. As a fighting-type Pokémon, Aberrang would not simply allow itself to be overwhelmed. Seizing the momentum from the collision, it executed a swift uppercut, landing a punch on Rizzard's chin. Both Pokémon suffered equally as they began to engage in close combat, exchanging blows without restraint. The cheers from the crowd intensified as the visceral nature of their strikes heightened adrenaline and excitement. It was no wonder that fighting-type Pokémon were so revered. While others had doubted Jia's choice, it became clear that this confrontation was exhilarating. However, Jia remained calm, his gaze steady amidst the chaos. Iron Man, on the other hand, began to grow concerned. He realized Rizzard was not at a disadvantage in this close-quarters battle. Could it really be this exaggerated? Iron Man murmured to himself. Though there was a gap between ordinary and elite, the difference between a Pokémon on the verge of breaking through and one that had just done so was not particularly vast. Moreover, for a fighting-type Pokémon to struggle in close combat against a fire-type using electric-type moves was rather absurd. And it was indeed turning against me. Iron Man pondered this when, in an unfortunate twist of fate, luck soon turned against him. Chapter 52. The conclusion of battle. Tetsuya descended from the platform, his expression serene. His opponent, Iron Man, was clearly in distress. If it had been merely paralysis, he could have accepted it, but now he was also afflicted by burns. Had his luck declined to such an extent? Just moments ago, during the fierce clash between the Mighty Chicken's Thunder Punch and Abalong's Sonic Punch, Abalong regrettably succumbed to paralysis, severely restricting its movements. Tetsuya seized this opportunity, directing Mighty Chicken to unleash its Fire Punch, amplifying the damage. To Abalong's misfortune, it soon found itself ignited, falling victim to the burning effect after receiving several blows from Mighty Chicken. It was now utterly incapacitated for close combat. Occasionally, arcs of electricity danced across Abalong's body, rendering its movements rigid. After enduring the pain, the flames that erupted from its burnt areas further delayed its reactions. The relentless assault from Mighty Chicken ensued, culminating in a powerful uppercut followed by a series of kicks, which sent Abalong crashing to the ground, devoid of fighting capability. Throughout the battle, Mighty Chicken had only sustained minor injuries initially, followed by mere fatigue. After the match, Tetsuya entrusted the two battling Pokémon to Nurse Joy, who had been assigned for their care, and they were soon restored to health. At that moment, the host announced a brief intermission, stating that the remaining 12 matches would resume at noon. Tetsuya instinctively calculated that the conclusion of each match was occurring even more swiftly than he had anticipated. Upon returning to his room, he prepared lunch for himself and his Pokémon while reflecting on the morning's battles. He was quite surprised by Shiwazi's performance. Its mastery of Stealth Rock was more proficient than he had expected during the match. The timing of its attacks was commendable. As for Mighty Chicken, it seemed that its fiery intensity had reached an adequate level. Initially, Tetsuya had employed Thunder Punch with the hope of paralyzing the opponent and simultaneously honing Mighty Chicken's close combat skills. After all, if it proved too challenging, Mighty Chicken could rely on its speed boost ability to swiftly create distance. However, it performed admirably, managing to engage in close combat with fighting-type Pokémon. And fortune smiled upon him as paralysis was triggered. Thus, Tetsuya switched to Fire Punch, recognizing that with paralysis activated, Mighty Chicken's chances of victory had become significantly stable. Given the disparity in strength, he was curious about the probability of igniting the burn effect. It was evident that Mighty Chicken's fiery temperature and energy intensity were sufficient to quickly ensnare certain Pokémon in flames. As for the opinions of others who viewed his tactics as erratic, Tetsuya was indifferent. What mattered was the accomplishment of his objectives. The hour-long intermission swiftly passed, and upon returning to the arena, the first match of the afternoon had commenced. This time, Tetsuya was not distracted. Instead, he observed with keen interest. The combatant on the field was one of his potential opponents, Raichu. Regarding the information provided by Brock, Tetsuya believed that first-hand observation was essential for drawing conclusions. The battle featuring Raichu concluded rapidly. It must be said that although Raichu gave him a poor first impression, his combat skills and training were undeniably proficient. The synergy between his Pokémon and himself was remarkably high, and while his commands were fervent and passionate, he adeptly exploited any advantage to expand his lead. In simpler terms, he was merciless once he gained the upper hand. The subsequent matches lacked notable intrigue. The quarterfinals commenced, and Tetsuya was fortunate to face an opponent with two ordinary-level Pokémon, which led to a rather routine elimination. The remaining formidable contenders largely avoided one another, except for the unfortunate Raichu, who faced one of the few gym leaders with a starter Pokémon that had reached the elite level. Ultimately, Raichu triumphed without excessive difficulty. Yet some weaknesses were revealed. The Scyther with the sniper ability was slightly stronger than indicated in the data, yet still no match for Mighty Chicken. Shiwazi could also weaken it using rock-type moves. However, defeating the Molters would prove challenging, necessitating some preparation. As for the Murkrow mentioned in the dossier, It could be entrusted to Pidgeot without concern. Tetsuya contemplated that Raichu posed the greatest obstacle to his pursuit of the championship. The other two formidable allies, while strong, were limited in their capabilities. Their two elite-level Pokémon merely barely qualified for that tier. In comparison to Raichu, their strength fell short. Stretching languidly, Tetsuya remained resolute in his observation of the afternoon's numerous matches. After all, to know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in countless battles. Tetsuya approached his tactical choices with utmost caution. After sitting for an extended period, he began to feel fatigued. Yamaki Tetsuya, my acknowledged rival. I hope we can engage in a climactic battle tomorrow. A somewhat familiar voice echoed behind him, tinged with a hint of adolescent bravado. Turning his head stiffly, Tetsuya discerned the identity of the intruder with peripheral vision, opting not to respond as he continued walking away from the arena. My nemesis, why do you ignore me? Are you intimidated by my prowess? Raichu mused inwardly. No, I merely find your desperate attempts for attention to be exceedingly shameful. Tetsuya thought, hastening his escape from the scene. He only wished to distance himself from Raichu, unconcerned about the latter's desire for attention, but resolutely unwilling to be dragged into it. Observing Tetsuya's hasty retreat, Raichu fell into contemplation. Is he attempting to feign fear to lower my guard? A true trainer never underestimates any opponent. Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge Tetsuya as a worthy rival. How astute of him to begin strategizing this early. Nodding slightly, Raichu recognized the lesson learned. Back in his room, Tetsuya exhaled in relief. He perceived Raichu as someone who adhered to the belief that as long as he was not embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others, showing no awareness of any impropriety in his words. In a way, he possessed a certain inner strength that Tetsuya felt he lacked. Speaking those words aloud in public made Tetsuya's skin crawl upon reflection. It seems you have a good rapport with that Raichu, young man. Ha ha ha. Came the mocking voice of Chikawa Chinatsu from the balcony. Tetsuya rolled his eyes, replying, No, I do not know him, not at all. By the way, is Uncle Chinatsu present as well? He inquired, puzzled. Not just me, many others are here, ha ha ha. This tournament has become a staple entertainment event at this time each year, Chinatsu paused. Watching the youth battle it out on the field is quite enjoyable. Chapter 53. A fleeting shadow. Jia fell into a moment of silence. Did this not imply that many acquaintances had witnessed Lei Si's loud summons just moments ago? Alas, a fabricated scene of social demise, where someone from Sinnoh shouted in Kanto, a true scene of social demise, where a local resident was publicly berated in front of acquaintances. He resolved that should he encounter Lei Si, he would ensure the latter's life would be rendered utterly dependent. Asakura Chika observed Jia's constantly shifting expressions with a chuckle. She found it quite amusing and could tell that Jia was likely harboring murderous thoughts towards the boy named Lei Si. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. The older gentleman sipped his red wine, enjoying the sea breeze with great satisfaction. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Asakura Chika, Jia retreated to his room. His mind set on devising a flawless plan to teach Lei Si the meaning of care. Upon returning to his quarters, he seized a pen and fervently scribbled in his notebook, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Stealing a glance at his watch, he remembered he had sent another member of the Nibi Dojo to assist him with the draw, and the results were now in. In the semifinals, he was to face the trainer of the previously encountered Scyther. The semifinal and final matchups would be determined randomly via computer, with the Pokémon deciding their adversaries. Otake Tofu, the heir of the Shizuku City Gym, wielded a standard-level B-drill and an elite-level Scyther. GS swiftly recalled the name and details of his semifinal opponent from memory. A formidable contender, he mused with a peculiar expression. Why, one might ask. The attributes of B-drill and Scyther were perfectly countered by his three Pokémon. While attributes do not dictate the outcome entirely, it remains crucial to consider the combatants involved. Even though the Shizuku Gym is renowned for nurturing B-drills, each has its unique capabilities. For instance, some may possess exceptionally hard stingers, while others exhibit toxic traits that surpass their peers. Or perhaps some merely possess greater speed or strength compared to their counterparts. As the heir, Otake Tofu's B-drill was noted to possess both speed and toxicity, far exceeding the norm. However, under the weight of overwhelming strength, it was difficult to envision how a standard-level B-drill could hold its ground against Jie's muscular bird, let alone Scyther, who would likely not even catch a glimpse of its tailwind. As for Scyther, the outcome would be similarly grim. Even Shirshir would be capable of causing some inconvenience to these two Pokémon with its rock-type skills. Naturally, to err on the side of caution, Jia would choose to deploy his muscular bird and the majestic eagle. After all, Shirshir was merely a child. It could be said that encountering Otake Tofu was the most favorable outcome of the draw for Jia, as it would be a relatively effortless match. That said, While he dismissed his opponent strategically, he remained tactically cautious, making a few preparations. Compared to the 3-page strategy he had devised for Lei Si, he felt that preparing just 3 lines for Otake Tofu was already quite respectful. A night devoid of conversation. Jia approached the railing on the 3rd deck, extending his arms to embrace the sunlight and the salty breeze caressing his skin. With approximately half an hour until his semifinal began, he felt ready and sought to relax a bit beforehand. As for his match against Otake Tofu, that process had been exceedingly dull. To summarize, his muscular bird had swept through 2 opponents with fire-type moves, leaving little opportunity for the majestic eagle to even grace the field. What a dismal affair. The day's matches totaled a mere 7. Even accounting for the 15-minute breaks between each, the overall schedule was far more accommodating than the previous day. He finally grasped what Xiaojing referred to as the exchanges among the younger generation. In the presence of those esteemed figures, they likely cared only for the results, allowing them to boast during tedious moments. After all, yesterday's competition had indeed been rather lackluster. Today, however, it appeared more typical. GS silently grumbled. Had he not known that this competition involved 32 official gyms, he might have mistaken it for an event organized by some obscure small enterprise. With only one venue for the matches and the need to hasten to the quarterfinals, there was scant prestige. Fortunately, the organizers had demonstrated the requisite grandeur today by reserving the entire 3rd floor for battles, only opening it to the public post-competition. Otherwise, aside from the contestants, everyone else could only enter as spectators. As for whether other trainers had objections, they could simply choose not to watch. Such was the resolute stance of the organizers. The few dissenting trainers were likely a minority. Those aboard the St. Anu were either affluent or skilled trainers. Most were aware of the annual St. Anu exchange hosted by the Kanto Gym, eager to witness the matches of the final 8. After all, losing a day of battle mattered little. They had come for vacation. And gleaning insights from the battles of the gym successors was a delightful bonus. Suddenly, a fleeting figure on the lower deck caught Jia's attention. Could it be Cynthia? He was uncertain. In his previous life, he had been an ardent admirer of her, a loyal fan enamored with her beauty and prowess. However, the distance was too great, and the figure vanished around a corner in an instant, leaving him unable to discern clearly. He had only caught a glimpse of her silhouette and her iconic long golden hair. Yet, there were many with golden locks in this world, and surely at this moment, Cynthia was diligently training to enhance her strength. After all, she was the woman who ascended to the Sinnoh championship throne in her 20s. Jia chuckled softly, shaking his head. Perhaps he had merely misidentified her. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly time for him to enter the arena, so he made his way inside. The final match of the quarterfinals was still underway, but according to the display on the big screen, both trainers were already using their second Pokémon. Observing the gasping Pokémon on the field, it seemed Victor would soon emerge. Charizard, unleash your final flamethrower. Armored, evade. Jia pondered. Just as the final commands were issued, the beleaguered Armored lost its fighting capability. Regarding the command to evade from the trainer, Jia could only think, you are not Ash. Do you truly believe that rejuvenation applies to everyone? Were it him, he would have opted for a gamble with see-through. If he succeeded in defending, it would buy him more time. After all, the ability to see through is commonplace, at least far more realistic than the impracticality of evading. Of course, it was also possible that Armored had yet to master see-through, as that skill was notoriously challenging to learn, typically acquired during one's evolution into a Machoke or Machamp. As the rest period concluded, the host's voice resonated. Next, let us welcome our 4 contestants to the stage to draw their semi-final opponents. GS slowly ascended the stage, accompanied by 3 other figures. Chapter 54. The 3v3 battle. The 3 figures on the stage represented the Hualan Dojo, led by Lei Si, the Jinhuang Dojo, represented by Shun Tai, and the Holian Dojo, with Kajiyama taking the field. They were indeed the strongest contenders, representing their respective dojos rather than merely being heirs. It is difficult not to suspect that the previous draw had been manipulated. The expressions of the other 3 participants hinted at similar thoughts, a hint of unease crossing their faces. Remarkably, the 4 of them had perfectly avoided one another in the semifinals. Tetsuya faced off against the remaining 2 heirs who had only 1 elite-level Pokémon each, while Lei Si and Kajiyama were fortunate enough to confront competitors with only ordinary-level Pokémon. Nevertheless, this was not an unacceptable situation. After all, for them, avoiding a showdown before the semifinals was advantageous, alleviating concerns about early elimination, which would adversely affect their dojo's reputation. Observing the audience around him, Tetsuya felt that this exchange event, in a certain sense, also served as a platform for the Kanto dojos to showcase their reserve strength. If the prowess of the top 4 was lacking, it would reflect poorly on them, even if only one participant faltered. As the four ascended the stage, the cheers from the audience grew ever louder. Having witnessed the semifinals, they were now aware that these four were the C-Army de la C-Army among their peers, heightening their anticipation for the match. The majority of the cheers were faintly discernible as exclamations from numerous girls, all echoing the sentiment of how handsome the young man in the sleeveless black top appeared. Indeed, the other three seemed somewhat plain in comparison. There were even boisterous voices from rugged men calling out, "Hey, black sleeveless boy, want to work out with me?" Lacey, Shuntai, and Kageyama were all quite perceptive and certainly heard the audience's enthusiastic shouts. Upon hearing the girls' voices, their gazes turned toward Tetsuya, clad in his black sleeveless top, filled with envy and jealousy. After the men's voices emerged, their expressions shifted to one of trepidation. Tetsuya chose to ignore the commotion, pretending not to hear. His only request was for Lacey to refrain from dragging him into social embarrassment. He had noticed Uncle Chika and his group watching him intently. Fortunately, Lacey seemed to understand the context and refrained from any misconduct. After drawing his lot, Tetsuya finally exhaled in relief. "Now, please welcome the participant from the Nibi Dojo, Tetsuya, and the contestant from the Honlyan Dojo, Kageyama, to the stage." Yes, Tetsuya had drawn the first match against Kageyama, while Lacey would face Shuntai. Ascending the command platform, both participants released their Pokeballs at the referee's signal. "Go, Machoke. Go, Froakie." Remarkably, neither side opted to unleash their weaker Pokemon in this initial battle. Both chose to utilize their stronger contenders instead. Flamethrower, Water Gun. The commands were issued in perfect synchrony and simplicity. Though labeled as a water gun, the elite-level Froakie's attack was formidable, its diameter rivaling that of a typical hydro pump. The two Pokemon, one fire and one water, unleashed their flames and water jets in a fierce collision at the center of the arena, creating a cloud of steam that enveloped the battleground. "Dodge," Kageyama commanded, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. He had not anticipated that, despite the similar levels and advantageous type matchup, Froakie's water gun would fail to counter Mashokie's flamethrower. A faint red flame could be seen pressing towards Froakie. Upon hearing his trainer's command, Froakie ceased its water assault and swiftly evaded the spot it had just occupied. In the next instant, Mashokie's flamethrower struck the very position Froakie had vacated. This was proving troublesome. Kageyama realized that Mashokie's strength surpassed his expectations. The information in previous battles had not revealed that Machoke was not only proficient in fighting-type moves, but also exceptionally powerful in fire-type attacks. The mastery of its skills and the quality of its energy exceeded those of his Froakie. Quick attack, flamethrower. As the opponent contemplated their next move, Tetsuya wasted no time seizing the opportunity. Upon seeing Froakie evade, he immediately commanded, "Machoke, use quick attack to close in." Machoke sped across the field, launching jets of flame towards Froakie intermittently. Without specific guidance from his trainer, Froakie could only retreat while dodging, occasionally firing water guns to dissipate portions of the flames and minimize damage. Despite these efforts, Froakie was struck several times. Although fire-type damage was not particularly severe for it, the hits were still uncomfortable. "Overheat." As Machoke advanced on Froakie, Tetsuya issued another command. "Withstand it and use Rain Dance." Kageyama's expression darkened, realizing his blunder. He could not allow Machoke to close the distance so quickly. Now, Froakie had no chance to evade Overheat, and using Water Pulse might also be too late. Gritting his teeth, he decided to have Froakie endure the Overheat damage while casting Rain Dance. After all, even if Froakie suffered from Overheat, it would not be too grave. Moreover, once Rain Dance was executed, the opposing Pokemon would be restricted for a certain duration. Thunder Punch. This unexpected maneuver caught Tetsuya off guard. From his perspective, the optimal strategy would have been to withdraw Froakie while charging Water Pulse, likely providing some resistance against Overheat. However, Kageyama's approach was not without merit, and it fell within Tetsuya's calculations. He had his own counter-strategy prepared. A flash of white light enveloped Machoke, its already rapid speed, enhanced by its quick feet ability, surged further. In the blink of an eye, it closed the gap between itself and Froakie, following closely behind the Overheat attack, with arcs of electricity flickering around its claws. Machoke lunged at Froakie, who was poised to endure Overheat while casting Rain Dance. Kageyama felt a surge of panic. He knew Tetsuya would seize this opportunity to command Machoke in for the attack. In close combat, Machoke, with Thunder Punch, clearly held the advantage over Froakie, which could only retaliate with Ice Punch. However, Kageyama had not anticipated just how fast Machoke would be, its speed exceeding his imagination. Damn it. Does it have the potential of a champion and the quick feet ability? Kageyama quickly pieced the puzzle together. The basic data provided had not mentioned this, nor could previous battles have revealed it. As a capable trainer, he had caught the attention of the Honglian Dojo's Xiaobo for investment. If he failed to notice something so evident, all his efforts in training would be for naught. Yet, it was too late. Just as Froakie withstood the overheat and began to execute Rain Dance, Machoke had already reached its side. As Froakie finished its Rain Dance, the brief moment of immobility allowed Machoke, with its electrified claws, to strike furiously at Froakie's body. Froakie let out several pained cries. Chapter 55. The relentless battle under the onslaught of the Thunder Punch, an attack that exploits its elemental advantage, coupled with the remarkable strength of the Machoke. The Froakie was forced to retreat repeatedly in the rain. Hold on, Froakie. Counter with the heavyweight punch. Kageyama shouted desperately. Use low kick to disrupt its balance, Tetsuya commanded. From the moment Kageyama made a mistake due to his ignorance of Mishoki's speed boost ability, allowing it to close in on Froakie, he realized that he had already lost this first match. The two Pokémon reacted differently to their trainer's commands. After being struck by Mishoki's Thunder Punch, Froakie's body leaned back slightly, the white glow of energy beginning to envelop its fists as it prepared to unleash the heavyweight punch. Meanwhile, Machoke, after landing the hit, crouched low and swiftly executed a low kick aimed at Froakie. Normally, a standard low kick would not be sufficient to topple Froakie. A specialized technique would be required. Although Machoke possessed considerable strength, Froakie was equally robust, and any disruption to its balance would only marginally reduce its speed. However, having just endured a Thunder Punch, Froakie sought to lean back to evade further damage while charging up for the heavyweight punch. Its balance was already precarious. And with Machoke targeting its feet with a low kick, Froakie completely lost its stability and toppled backward onto the ground. The energy it had gathered dissipated, interrupting the execution of the heavyweight punch. The final Thunder Punch. Tetsuya seized the opportunity to strike the fallen Froakie. Before Kageyama could react, Mishoki's Thunder Punch landed squarely on Froakie. Its eyes instantly transformed into patterns resembling those on its belly, signifying its loss of combat capability. Return, Froakie, Kageyama sighed, acknowledging that this was a pure blunder on his part. While the outcome might not have changed, at least Machoke wouldn't have achieved such an effortless victory. Post-match analysis could wait. It was time to focus on the current opponent. Kageyama steeled himself and sent forth his next Pokémon. Go, Pelipper. Tetsuya regarded Kageyama's second Pokémon with a quizzical expression. Although he had anticipated it, he was still perplexed. Why did Summer pick you, someone who predominantly uses water types? Unable to restrain his curiosity, he called out to Kageyama from a distance. Kageyama shrugged, expressing his own confusion. I wondered the same, but Summer didn't divulge that information. By the way, does he truly enjoy riddles that much? Indeed, he does. The two exchanged banter across the battlefield. Contestants, commence your battle, the referee interjected. Noticing their casual conversation. While a degree of verbal distraction was permissible in formal competitions, idle chatter during this match was not appropriate. Time was of the essence. Tetsuya frowned, observing the relentless rain that showed no signs of abating. Rainy weather, not Kenai. How annoying. This is just stalling. The abilities of Pokémon were not included in the documentation, and Kageyama had not utilized Pelipper in previous matches, relying instead on a different ordinary Pokémon and Froakie to secure victory. Thus, Tetsuya had initially engaged Kageyama out of curiosity about Summer and aimed to delay until Froakie's Rain Dance concluded, while also seeking to confirm Pelipper's ability. If confirmed, it would likely spell trouble for Machoke. Waves of water. Kageyama smirked, fully aware that Tetsuya was attempting to buy time. However, knowing Pelipper's ability, he realized that the longer this rain persisted, the more disadvantageous it would be for Machoke, a fire type. Kageyama could already see signs of fatigue in Machoke under the downpour. Pelipper summoned a massive wave of water, rushing towards Machoke. Tetsuya remained unfazed. Return, Machoke. Go, Firo. Just moments before the wave struck, Tetsuya smoothly recalled Machoke and sent out Firo. In a 3v3 battle, each participant had the opportunity to switch Pokémon once. TCH, Kageyama grimaced, knowing that Tetsuya would not make it easy for him to win. Yet he felt a twinge of annoyance at his earlier mistake that had led to this situation. He could not afford to send out an ordinary Pokémon now. With a loud cry, Firo emerged, showcasing its prowess, though its feathers were quickly drenched by the rain. Pelipper gazed at Firo, whose size was nearly double its own, momentarily stunned. Wait, it has encountered Firo before, but this one seems unusually large. Rapid water gun. Its trainer was keenly aware of the situation. Kageyama understood that Tetsuya possessed a highly developed Firo, a testament to exceptional breeding skills. He realized that Tetsuya likely had significant talent in Pokémon breeding, resulting in each of his Pokémon being remarkably well-trained at this stage. Unlike Kageyama's, whose Pokémon had some deficiencies, the disparity would not be as pronounced in the future, as at the elite level, the training quality would be comparable. and it would ultimately come down to superior strategy. Kageyama pondered this, recognizing his own high potential. Otherwise, Summer would not have taken an interest in him. Yet he was perhaps overestimating himself. As for why Tetsuya chose not to continue with Water Pulse, even a standard Fiero could easily evade such an attack in the air, especially one as evidently swift as this Fiero. Back on the battlefield, upon receiving its command, Pelipper instinctively unleashed several powerful jets of water toward Fiero. Dodge with a flash of lightning. Use double team for a wing attack. Tetsuya commanded casually, fully confident in Fiero's capabilities in this match. Indeed, despite the speed of the water jets, Fiero was swifter. With a gleam of white light, Fiero elegantly maneuvered through the incoming water guns. As it soared closer to Pelipper, it created numerous shadowy duplicates, giving the illusion of speed so rapid that it left afterimages in its wake. In the air, dozens of Fiero's wings glimmered with concentrated energy. Launching relentlessly toward Pelipper, defend, Kageyama gritted his teeth, realizing he had no time to deploy any other skills for defense. He could only hope and command Pelipper to execute a successful protect. This protect had to succeed, or else Fiero would unleash a flurry of rapid strikes. Chapter 56, the Battle of the Semifinals. Fortunately, although the success rate of continuously using the protect skill is rather low, the probability of its first successful application during a battle remained significantly high. Just as Pidgeot was about to strike at the seagull, a verdant aura enveloped its form, indicating the successful activation of the protect skill. The shadows cast by Pidgeot surged forth in a relentless assault. However, this was merely the beginning. Following the momentum, a swift U-turn ensued. Tetsuya's unceasing barrage clearly caught Kageyama off guard. He was unable to pinpoint Pidgeot's current location, nor could he ascertain the direction in which to direct Seagull for defense. As for the rain cascading from the shadow clones, Kageyama admitted that he could barely see through such heavy downpour. Resolute, he gritted his teeth. Use Whirlpool, envelop yourself. If he couldn't determine the opponent's position, he would simply strike back as well. After all, Seagull possessed a water-type affinity, making it less vulnerable to damage than Pidgeot. On the battlefield, Seagull found itself encircled by Pidgeot and its shadowy duplicates. With remarkable composure, Pidgeot initiated an attack from below, its wings striking against Seagull's protect, causing the shield to dissipate. As Tetsuya commanded the U-turn, a spectacular scene unfolded. All the Pidgeot silhouettes surrounding Seagull were enveloped by the radiant light of U-turn. Centered around Seagull, a dozen colossal Pidgeots swiftly dispersed, each adopting various postures as they launched their assaults. Some Pidgeots flew back a distance before executing a graceful arc, turning 180 degrees to charge at Seagull. Others soared to great heights before diving rapidly, while some even intersected each other, executing a sideways maneuver to attack Seagull from both sides. Meanwhile, Seagull was not idle, seizing the brief moment while Pidgeot charged up its U-turn. It began to gather energy for its Whirlpool. At first, the fountain in its beak produced only a small jet of water, but in an instant, it expanded dramatically, swirling in a clockwise fashion. When the column of water evolved into a vortex, now 5 or 6 times larger than Seagull itself, it ceased its energy accumulation. Just then, the first Pidgeot collided with it, illuminated by the light of U-turn. Fortunately, it was merely a shadow clone, not the real entity, so the Whirlpool was not interrupted, and Kageyama breathed a sigh of relief. Seagull controlled the Whirlpool to envelop itself, inevitably sustaining damage from its own skill. After all, a vortex is not a tornado. The center remained a tumultuous whirl, leaving little refuge for Seagull to evade. However, the pressing issue was that Seagull, now ensconced within, could not observe the opponent's movements, nor could it clearly hear its trainer's commands. Yet, Seagull could only endure, awaiting the impending assault from Pidgeot. Outside the Whirlpool, Kageyama's expression darkened as he observed the unfolding scenario. The match was not proceeding as he had anticipated. He realized that this strategy could effectively eliminate Pidgeot's shadow clones, compelling the real Pidgeot to breach the Whirlpool to strike at Seagull. During this interval, even if Pidgeot traversed the vortex at high speed, it would inevitably suffer considerable damage. Moreover, the force of Whirlpool would disrupt Pidgeot's balance, making it arduous to reach the center and attack Seagull. Alas, while his reasoning was sound, one by one, Pidgeots charged towards the Whirlpool, dissipating into nothingness. Yet, the real Pidgeot did not follow his expectations. Instead of plunging into the vortex to strike at Seagull, it used U-turn and swiftly evaded at the periphery of the Whirlpool. Pidgeot expended some of the Whirlpool's energy while escaping its effects, emerging anew. It hovered at a distance, gazing intently at the weary form of Seagull within the vortex. Soon enough, the Whirlpool began to dissipate, faintly revealing the fatigued silhouette of Seagull. Air slash? Tetsuya's gaze sharpened as he seized this opportunity to command Pidgeot to strike. Destructive beam. Kageyama, fully aware that this moment would not be overlooked by his opponent. Concurrently issued his command. However, he recognized that the situation had decidedly turned against him. Seagull's stamina had been severely depleted by its own whirlpool. In terms of speed, it could not rival Pidgeot, and thus, their battle devolved into a long-range exchange, which was decidedly disadvantageous for him. In a gamble, he resolved to take a chance. Given the distance between their Pokémon, the charge time for Destructive Beam would suffice to complete before the opponent could launch an attack. With the rapidity of Destructive Beam's strike, even Pidgeot would find it difficult to evade. Yet, if he failed to incapacitate Pidgeot, the post-casting vulnerability of Destructive Beam would allow the opponent to eliminate Seagull several times over. Damn it, relying on luck to determine the outcome. Kageyama understood that such gambles in Pokémon battles were tantamount to self-destruction, yet given the battlefield dynamics, it was his only recourse. Fortuitously, Tetsuya had utilized Air Slash, which meant that his strategy now had a high likelihood of success. Tetsuya, aware of Kageyama's command, felt a sense of foreboding. He had never anticipated that Seagull at this level would unleash Destructive Beam. He had been planning to secure victory with Air Slash, but now a mistake had occurred. However, it was somewhat too late. With a last-ditch effort, he instructed, immediately use Substitute. Pidgeot would certainly comply, yet Tetsuya was unwilling to gamble on this probability. Even though casting Substitute would consume considerable stamina, it was preferable to risking a complete loss of combat capability. The moment Pidgeot heard the command for Air Slash, it suspended itself in midair, wings folded, gathering energy, and then with a sweep of its wings, unleashed a flurry of air blades. Meanwhile, Seagull manifested a distinctly pulsating yellow energy sphere in its beak, having charged for an extended period. As the Air Slash traversed nearly two-thirds of the battlefield, Seagull finally aimed and launched it at Pidgeot. Boom! A yellow beam surged across the arena, obliterating the air blades Pidgeot had unleashed, retaining its full force as it barreled towards Pidgeot. At that moment, Pidgeot had just regained its balance after executing Air Slash. In the blink of an eye, Destructive Beam was upon it. Just as Kageyama was reveling in the prospect of Destructive Beam striking Pidgeot, it abruptly vanished after enduring a brief moment of the attack. Well done, Tetsuya cheered. Kageyama's expression changed instantaneously. The transition from elation to despair could occur in less than a second. It was crucial to note that the power of Destructive Beam was not sufficient to obliterate Pidgeot entirely, indicating that Pidgeot had successfully employed Substitute at the last moment to evade the blow. After all, Substitute possesses a degree of defensive capability, allowing it to withstand an attack momentarily. Indeed, as the beam of light gradually faded, a breathless but unscathed Pidgeot appeared a short distance away. Mirror move. Seizing the opportunity during the vulnerability, Tetsuya commanded Pidgeot to retaliate with Destructive Beam, swiftly ending the encounter. He intended to hand over the next Pokémon to his sturdy fighter, Machoke. At this moment, Seagull remained in a state of vulnerability, and Kageyama could only watch helplessly as Pidgeot gathered energy, preparing to unleash a beam towards the motionless Seagull. Due to prior physical exertion, the large-mouthed gull succumbed to the lethal blow from the unskilled Pidgeot and plummeted to the ground, incapacitated. Return, large-mouthed gull. Go, little firehorse, unleash your flamethrower. Kageyama recognized that victory had slipped from his grasp, yet he could not allow the battle to conclude in such an embarrassing manner. Fortuitously, the rain had ceased. Seizing the moment, he promptly recalled the large-mouthed gull and sent forth the ordinary class little firehorse to deliver a punishing blow to Pidgeot. Pidgeot! It cried out in agony. At this juncture, Pidgeot was equally immobilized, leaving Tetsuya to endure as the little firehorse drained its already meager stamina. You sure? He yearned for one last struggle, hoping to allow Pidgeot a moment to regain its composure, as he observed Pidgeot break free from its paralysis and soar downward. Kageyama was not about to permit Tetsuya's intentions to bear fruit. Long nights bring forth many dreams. Charge up for Flame Burst. The little fire horse became enveloped in flames, darting swiftly across the ground. As it approached, the little fire horse leaped, colliding with Pidgeot, its searing heat propelling it backward. Pidgeot tumbled to the ground, letting out a pain cry before losing its ability to continue fighting. Kageyama retrieved Pidgeot into its Pokeball, acknowledging, "Well done, that was my oversight." He then tossed out another Pokeball. "Now, go forth, sturdy chicken. The battle is entrusted to you." After a spell of rain, the sturdy chicken appeared on the field, its spirit not quite at its peak. Fortunately, the rain-induced weather effects had dissipated. Otherwise, the battle between two fire-type Pokémon would have been exceedingly awkward and uncomfortable. However, the circumstances were still not ideal, as Kageyama's little fire horse possessed the ability Blaze, which conferred a significant advantage in this fiery skirmish. The only path to victory for the sturdy chicken lay in close combat, but fortunately, it held the upper hand in terms of levels and stats. It would maintain its distance through swift movements. A familiar opening ensued. Considering the little fire horse's blaze ability, Tetsuya opted not to initiate with Flamethrower, instead employing Quick Attack to reactivate the acceleration effect that had elapsed since the previous round. Let us counter with a swift charge, Mountain Crush. Kageyama was not about to idly observe the sturdy chicken regain its speed. Previously unaware of the acceleration ability, he would not repeat his mistakes now that he was informed. The little fire horse, inherently agile and swift, was commanded by Kageyama to charge towards the sturdy chicken. Chapter 57. Review, and Leap Yi certainly would not choose to confront the little Ponyta head-on. It was not that he lacked the strength to do so, but rather that it was unnecessary. While the Ponyta was undeniably swift on the ground, it possessed a rather significant limitation. It could not fly. As the Ponyta approached, the muscular chick followed its trainer's command, crouching slightly before executing a powerful leap into the air. Although its jumping ability did not rival that of an evolved Blaziken, capable of effortlessly soaring over 30-story buildings, it could still reach a height of several stories. The muscular chick ascended high into the air, momentarily gathering strength, balancing itself with its feathers and body strength before heading towards the moving Ponyta. As a creature that could somewhat hover in the air, the muscular chick found it reasonable to adjust its direction mid-flight. The Ponyta, disoriented from its failed attempt to use its move, was caught off guard. Let us evade with a leap, Kageyama commanded confidently. The Ponyta immediately pushed off the ground with all four hooves and leaped into the air. Ji watched in disbelief. Was this a joke? While using a fiery blast might have been somewhat justifiable, what was the point of this leap? The Ponyta did indeed execute the leap skill and soared into the air, its height impressive compared to its peers. However, contrasted with the muscular chick, it resembled a world champion competing against a high school student in a high jump. Moreover, once airborne, the Ponyta had little control over its body, falling almost directly back to the ground. Taking advantage of this moment, the muscular chick soared above the Ponyta. With a slight adjustment of its body, it executed a powerful kick with its jumping skill, striking the Ponyta in the abdomen and sending it crashing to the ground. Chase it down and deliver a double kick, Ji commanded. Kageyama, unwilling to concede, responded with determination. With a resounding thud, the muscular chick's legs, infused with fighting energy, collided forcefully with the Ponyta's forelegs, producing a dull sound. Both Pokémon were forced to retreat, but the muscular chick quickly regained its balance while the Ponyta struggled to steady itself. Rock slide, Ji commanded. What? Kageyama exclaimed, surprised. The now steady muscular chick lifted a large boulder and hurled it at the Ponyta. Dodge, Ponyta, Kageyama called out, desperation creeping into his voice. Rock-type moves were exceptionally effective against the Ponyta. Just as the Ponyta managed to regain its footing, it looked up to see a large rock descending upon it. What can I do? I'm just as desperate, the Ponyta seemed to convey in its expression of helplessness, resigning itself to the inevitable impact of the rock. With a piercing cry, the Ponyta let out a distressed scream. It was still just a child. Ji raised an eyebrow, impressed that the Ponyta had not yet fallen. Continue with rock slide. If it has fallen yet, we shall make it fall. That is simple enough. Thus, the muscular chick lifted another large stone and hurled it at the downed Ponyta. Hey! The Ponyta neighed defiantly, raising its head proudly. But then boom! The sound of the rock striking the Ponyta echoed, and it promptly lost consciousness, unable to continue the battle. With the Ponyta incapacitated, the muscular chick emerged victorious. Kageyama's 3 Pokémon had all been defeated, and the winner of this match was Ji from the Nibi Gym. As the referee raised the flag to signal the result, cheers erupted from the audience, celebrating the impressive performances of both competitors. Ji recalled the muscular chick and descended from the arena, shaking hands with Kageyama in a gesture of camaraderie. I'll win next time, Kageyama declared without much thought. Ji paused for a moment, then smiled. It will still be my victory. They exchanged smiles and walked together towards Miss Joy. Behind them, the announcer's voice continued, ladies and gentlemen, please wait 10 minutes while the arena is restored. Next, we invite competitors Lei Ci from the Hualan Gym and Shun Tai from the Jinhuang Gym to prepare. Ji handed over his 2 Pokémon to Miss Joy, briefly conversing with Kageyama before returning to the arena. Kageyama understood his intention and did not hold him back for further discussion, quickly concluding the topic. The next victor among them would be Jiye's opponent in the finals. He could not afford to miss either combat. Otherwise, if his Pokémon revealed too much, the opponent would gain an advantage while he remained unaware of their capabilities, leading to a significant disadvantage in battle. Just as in his previous match against Kageyama, neither side had revealed many skills or traits beforehand, resulting in various mistakes during their encounter. However, due to Jiye's superior strength, his errors had less impact. making it seem as though Kageyama was thoroughly suppressed. Had their strengths been more evenly matched, Jie's mistakes would have been quite fatal. During the break, Jie quickly closed his eyes to reflect on the previous match and the missteps in his commands. Firstly, the muscular chick should not have used Flame Burst against the Froakie when it approached. It could have opted for Flamethrower instead. The charging time for Flame Burst was too lengthy, allowing the opponent ample time to execute Rain Dance. Otherwise, the muscular chick's condition would have been far superior. Although Flamethrower was weaker, the distance would have allowed for 2 uses, inflicting greater damage at a quicker pace. If executed correctly, it might even have interrupted the Rain Dance. Secondly, the power of Low Kick was somewhat insufficient. Had the Froakie not lost balance more severely than anticipated, the muscular chick would not have been able to knock it down. It needed to learn a knockdown skill for better preparedness. Thirdly, Jie should have directly switched to Pidgeot and Swanna for battle. Wasting time testing the waters led to the muscular chick's stamina depleting during the rain. Otherwise, it could have faced the Ponyta with ample energy. Fourthly, Pidgeot could have used Air Slash continuously instead of relying on Quick Attack, which delayed the rhythm of the battle. Fifthly, while using Quick Attack was not an issue, you should not have hoped for Air Slash afterward. Instead, you should have taken advantage of the opponent being ensnared in his whirlpool to engage in close combat. Otherwise, the Quick Attack achieved little. Using Air Slash inadvertently gave the opponent the opportunity to unleash a devastating move, had Pidgeot not used Substitute in the end. The battle might have necessitated the appearance of a different Pokémon. Lastly, Chapter 58, Reiji and Hayabusa Tetsuya meticulously reviewed his command strategies and, as expected, identified numerous issues. After all, his formal combat experience had been rather limited prior to this. Many tactics suited for field battles were utterly inapplicable in regulated matches. Although he had engaged in battles with other trainers during training sessions, the circumstances felt entirely different, and the levels of their Pokémon were not comparably close to what he faced now. Often, when confronting weaker opponents, it was challenging to discern flaws in his command due to the overwhelming abilities of his Pokémon overshadowing any shortcomings. In a sense, this competition served as a wake-up call for Tetsuya, highlighting his inadequacies. If he were sufficiently strong, he could have easily triumphed with basic attacks alone. Now, let us welcome the competitors, Reiji from the Hualan Gym and Hayabusa from the Kingan Gym. 10 minutes swiftly passed during Tetsuya's contemplation, and both competitors were prepared for battle. Go, Munchlax. You too, Hypno. In stark contrast to Tetsuya and Kageyama's selections, both combatants opted to commence with their weakest Pokémon. Tetsuya couldn't shake the feeling that Reiji's expression had darkened slightly. This was understandable, as psychic types had a distinct advantage over poison types. Observing the capabilities of both sides, Tetsuya noted how Munchlax's toxic spray and fog even corroded parts of the rocky terrain, prompting a serious demeanor. Such potent toxins were impressive. This was merely Munchlax. And upon evolving into Snorlax, its toxicity would surely intensify. Coupled with a powerful combination of skills, the future potential was undeniably formidable. Moreover, Hypno was no ordinary contender. Tetsuya marveled at the way Hypno employed confusion, psychic, and hypnosis to torment Munchlax, truly showcasing its formidable psychic prowess. It was noteworthy that the developmental period for psychic Pokémon was relatively long, surpassed only by Ghost and Dragon types. At this stage, Hypno's ability to utilize such techniques against Munchlax, even with a type advantage, spoke volumes about its remarkable growth. Shadow Ball. Reiji squinted, seizing an opportunity to command Munchlax to execute the only move with a decisive effect against psychic types. Hayabusa's expression changed. The occurrence of Munchlax using Shadow Ball was exceedingly rare, and since it had not been used previously, he had deemed the possibility too slim to consider seriously. Teleport. As the Shadow Ball swiftly approached Hypno, Hayabusa had no choice but to issue the command. Hypno's form flickered, yet it did not utilize teleport. Reiji's clenched fist relaxed. Indeed, Hypno's psychic energy had barely sufficed to perform teleport before, and after such considerable exertion, it was now utterly incapable of executing it. Tetsuya shook his head. Teleport was not a skill easily mastered by psychic Pokémon. It demanded not only substantial strength but also rigorous training, as it involved spatial manipulation. Any lack of practice or subpar condition could easily lead to failure, and teleporting others was even more perilous, often resulting in life-threatening mishaps. On the field, Shadow Ball struck Hypno repeatedly, eliciting pain cries as it succumbed to its injuries and poison, ultimately losing its combat ability. However, Munchlax was not faring much better. Battered and gasping for breath. Subsequently, Hayabusa's second Pokémon, Lunatone, effortlessly defeated Munchlax, but unfortunately fell victim to poisoning in the process. Although the damage was minimal due to type advantages, it was still quite troublesome. Reiji then sent out Scyther, employing a stalling tactic, while Lunatone retaliated with Rock Slide, severely depleting Scyther's stamina. Had it not been for Scyther's significant damage output against Lunatone, Reiji might have faced greater difficulties. Fortunately, Lunatone was the first to lose its fighting capacity. With Hayabusa's third Pokémon, Exeggutor, making its entrance, Tetsuya couldn't help but wince. He had longed to voice his grievances upon reviewing the data. Wait, are you telling me this is a common trainer backed by the Kingon Gym? Hypno was one thing. I could grudgingly accept that as luck. But Lunatone, a rare Pokémon, you just handed over? His starter Pokémon was an Execute. And you gave him a Leaf Stone for an immediate evolution? Tetsuya felt a pang of envy. While Scyther had 3 evolutionary forms and was considerably stronger than Lunatone, the latter was still a rare Psychic-type Pokémon, its value not to be underestimated. Moreover, with the addition of a Leaf Stone, its quality was undoubtedly high, and its price correspondingly steep. Reflecting on the investments of the Nibi Gym, which had seemed commendable, the disparity became glaringly apparent. Tetsuya inwardly scoffed, truly. The prosperous city of Kingon was excessively affluent. Watching as Reiji summoned his final Pokémon, Staraptor, against the injured Exeggutor, Tetsuya realized that the match was likely to be claimed by Reiji. The advantage of Scyther's Bug-type against Hayabusa's Pokémon was overwhelming, with negligible level differences. Scyther had effectively completed an impressive feat, not to mention Staraptor's advantage over Grass-types left Hayabusa with no viable counter. As expected, Staraptor's assault swiftly incapacitated Exeggutor. The referee promptly announced Reiji's victory, propelling him into the finals against Tetsuya. Tetsuya rose and approached Nurse Joy to retrieve his Pokémon, primarily to avoid an encounter with Reiji. Back in the preparation area, Tetsuya reflected on the battle. Based on Reiji's demonstrated prowess, he felt he held a significant advantage. The strategy he had devised the previous night appeared flawless, with no major surprises or necessary adjustments. Munchlax and Scyther would find themselves at a disadvantage against his Geodude and Combusken, especially considering the overall strength of his Pokémon. The optimal approach would be to initiate with Combusken, as Staraptor would undoubtedly not lead the charge. This way, whether facing Scyther or Munchlax, the outcome would be favorable. If Reiji opted to lead with Munchlax and did not switch, Combusken would at least succumb to poison before eliminating the opponent. Thus, he would need to swiftly conclude his battle with Scyther, avoiding any delays. Otherwise, the best outcome would likely be a 2-for-2 exchange, or even requiring Staraptor to expend some energy. If he faced Scyther first, there was little else to consider. He could dispatch Scyther and then tackle Munchlax, at worst summoning Geodude to handle the latter. Ultimately, Staraptor against Reiji's Pokémon would certainly be advantageous for him. Moreover, he was currently contemplating the worst-case scenario under these conditions. If he had not misjudged Reiji's command, the most favorable outcome could see Combusken triumphing over 2 foes, perhaps even wearing down Staraptor. Of course, he could also opt to start with Geodude, which would require. Upon final confirmation of his strategy, a peculiar smile crept across Tetsuya's lips. Chapter 59. The Battle of Champions. The intermission swiftly passed. As the host's voice resonated, Tetsuya and Reiji ascended the command platform. The referee raised the flag. The upcoming contest was a 3v3 showdown between Tetsuya and Reiji, permitting one substitution of Pokémon mid-battle. The first contender to have all 3 Pokémon fall would be deemed the loser. And so, the match commenced. Let both trainers send forth their Pokémon. Go, Ishimaru. Go, Rishizai. A rock-like creature and a round, green droplet-shaped Pokémon materialized on the field. Throw Mud. Acid Bomb. Their commands echoed almost in unison. As the abilities were unleashed, the green Acid Bomb and the brown clod of mud collided in midair. They met with a sizzling sound, the Acid Bomb thoroughly dissolving the mud. Not only that, but the Acid Bomb released by Rishizai had enough potency to continue its trajectory towards Ishimaru. Tetsuya observed this scene with remarkable composure. There was little he could do. Ishimaru's level was comparatively inferior, being a newly hatched Pokémon. However, due to the elemental advantage, the Acid Bomb would be rendered ineffective after consuming the mud. Sure enough, the swirling green acid traveled a short distance before plummeting to the ground, splattering with a sound that corroded the surface beneath. Gravity, Stealth Rock. Ishimaru swiftly established his terrain. There was no avoiding a drawn-out battle. As neither of their Pokémon excelled in close combat, Reiji had to remain cautious to prevent Ishimaru from launching ground-type attacks up close, which would be exceptionally effective and impossible to evade. Thus, Tetsuya's setup was a prudent measure. Poison Gas. Reiji remained unfazed. He had no intention of approaching. He commanded Rishizai to release Poison Gas, drifting lazily towards Ishimaru. Sand Tomb. Tetsuya continued to methodically transform the battlefield into his domain. The sluggish speed of the Poison Gas meant that by the time Ishimaru executed 2 Sand Tombs, The gas had only just entered the range of the gravity skill. At this moment, the field appeared unchanged, shrouded in poison gas, as neither gravity, stealth rock, nor sand tomb were visible to the naked eye. Only upon entering the attack zone would one realize the presence of these skills. Observing Raizi's focus on setting up the terrain while ignoring the poison gas, Tetsuya remained composed. However, Raizi refused to underestimate him. Mud Bomb. Regardless, once the opponent was poisoned, prolonging the battle would be advantageous for him. Rishizai launched deep purple mud bombs, clearly infused with potent toxins. Iron defense, then rest. Watching the poison gas envelop Ishimaru, while the toxic sludge targeted him, Tetsuya's strategy unfolded. As Ishimaru completed its third sand tomb, its body, now sluggish from the surrounding poison gas, finally received Tetsuya's command. Ishimaru glimmered momentarily, enhancing its defense with iron defense and then succumbed to slumber. Raizi's expression darkened as he observed this move. The rest ability not only replenishes vast amounts of stamina, but also cures status ailments, coupled with the defensive boost from iron defense. The poison gas and mud bombs Raizi had employed had amounted to little more than a negligible drain on Ishimaru's energy. He had not anticipated that a rock-type Pokémon would possess such a skill. After all, which proper rock-type Pokémon learns rest? However, this ability could not be overused, as excessive reliance on it could be deemed passive combat, prompting the referee to intervene with a penalty. Yawn. Since Ishimaru relished slumber, Raizi decided to ensure it slept soundly. Commanding Rishizai to yawn, he aimed to deepen Ishimaru's slumber. Approaching was impossible. Raizi had no knowledge of the skill placements on the field, and recklessly advancing would only waste energy. Once more, a glint flashed in Raizi's eyes as he resolved to continue his vexing tactics. Another round will compel the opponent to repeat the last move thrice, resulting in more slumber for Ishimaru. He calculated that Ishimaru would remain asleep for at least 5 minutes, leading the referee to declare a loss shortly thereafter. Tetsuya observed Raizi's actions in silence. Once Raizi had completed his maneuvers, Rishizai lethargically spewed toxic sludge. Tetsuya nonchalantly uttered 2 words, snore. Ishimaru produced a thunderous sound, causing the spectators to furrow their brows. The nearby referee, seasoned in experience, promptly donned specialized earplugs. Rishizai, now significantly weakened, appeared dazed. Snoring while sleeping, what a peculiar path Ishimaru had taken. It was more akin to a Snorlax than a rock-type Pokémon. Raizi couldn't help but internally critique, as he had intended to annoy Tetsuya, only to find himself outmatched. Now he faced a conundrum, as Ishimaru would likely remain asleep due to his recent maneuvering. While its stamina would continue to recover, it wouldn't succumb to any status ailments. And the snoring inflicted damage upon Rishizai, ensuring he wouldn't face penalties for passive combat. Continuing in this manner, it was inevitable that Rishizai would lose its fighting capability. Even wearing earplugs, Raizi felt dizzy, let alone Rishizai. His expression fluctuated, revealing his discomfort. Shadow Ball. Ultimately, he chose not to swap out his Pokémon, and instead directed Rishizai to unleash powerful Shadow Balls from a distance, persistently assaulting Ishimaru. Now he found himself hoping for Ishimaru to awaken quickly. Otherwise, Rishizai would suffer continuous depletion while Ishimaru recovered and drained the opposing Pokémon, making the outcome all too predictable. 3 minutes later, witnessing Rishizai's incapacitated state and Ishimaru's battered but still spirited form, Raizi's countenance darkened. Had it not been for his own misguided decision to prolong Ishimaru's slumber, victory would not have come so easily to the opponent. A collective sigh of relief emanated from the surrounding audience, finally marking the end of this somewhat tedious battle. One Pokémon snoozing and snoring, while the other relentlessly unleashed Shadow Balls. It was visually unexciting and an auditory ordeal. Raizi recalled Rishizai, muttering a curse for its lackluster offensive capabilities. He then tossed out another Pokeball. Go, Scorpios. As for abandoning Rishizai, it was merely a passing thought. After all, this creature exhibited the potential of a true champion, and he couldn't afford to waste that. Upon Scorpios' emergence, it let out a loud cry, sensing its trainer's dissatisfaction. Simultaneously, it reacted to the damage inflicted by Ishimaru's Stealth Rock. Poison Jab. Although angered, Raizi remained composed, assessing Ishimaru's condition before commanding Scorpios to execute the skill. Once Poison Jab struck the foe, leaving it on the brink of defeat, Scorpios' offensive prowess would be significantly enhanced. Block it. Tetsuya ordered Ishimaru to hurl rocks, obstructing the Poison Jab's advance. The thrown boulders collided with the slender stingers, creating a stark contrast in size. Despite the advantage of type, the rocks were shattered one after another. The fatal needle strike momentarily diminished and struck Shawanzizi. Fortunately, Shawanzizi had maintained a commendable level of stamina. bolstered by the reinforcement of the iron wall, thus it did not lose its combat capability immediately. However, the scorpion with claw tail swiftly launched a barrage of sharp needles through the air towards Xuanzizi, which Jie commanded to defend itself. Yet, the sheer volume of the missile needles proved overwhelming, and Xuanzizi ultimately succumbed to numerous strikes, losing its ability to continue the fight. "Go forth, mighty rooster," Jie commanded. Recalling Xuanzizi, it was an unavoidable decision, as the hope was that Xuanzizi could at least deplete some of the opponent's stamina. The disparity in strength was too vast, and completing the task, to some extent, was a small victory. Flame Burst, Grand Inferno, Scorching Winds. Jie directed the mighty rooster to unleash relentless assaults upon the scorpion with claw tail. At this juncture, the strategy called for long-range attrition, from any perspective. The scorpion stood no chance in a direct confrontation with the mighty rooster. Should it venture too close, it would have to navigate through the treacherous quicksand hell and the invisible rocks. Thus, the grounded scorpion was firmly ensnared in place. Jie was somewhat surprised that Lazy showed such deference, refraining from interrupting Xuanzizi's setup during the first match. With a grim expression, Lazy commanded the scorpion to engage in a battle of attrition against the mighty rooster, fully aware that this path would lead to Jie's advantage. With little hope of victory in sight, gritting his teeth, he urged the scorpion to evade and surge forward with high speed, executing the cross-poison blade. Alas, just as the scorpion reached the center of the arena, its 4 short legs became ensnared in the quicksand, rendering it immobile. Jie seized this opportunity, directing the mighty rooster to continue its barrage of attacks, to prevent the scorpion from escaping while other skills were charging. He opted for the most straightforward technique, the jet flame. After all, the quicksand's duration was nearly expiring. The scorpion, scorched by the jet flame, let out a piercing scream. How could a mere insect withstand the searing flames? Moreover, during the prolonged exchange from a distance, the scorpion had been struck repeatedly, and the elemental disadvantage rendered its resistance to the mighty rooster's attacks utterly futile. Its short legs were unable to evade the onslaught. Thus, while Lazy contemplated the possibility of the scorpion breaking free, the mighty rooster's successive jet flames struck the scorpion relentlessly. The scorpion emitted a few cries before falling silent. Jie commanded the mighty rooster to cease its assault, remaining vigilant and poised to unleash further skills. As the flames dissipated, the ground revealed a battered scorpion, marred by burn marks and traces of sand, having lost its ability to fight. With the scorpion incapacitated, the mighty rooster emerged victorious. The referee promptly raised the flag to announce the result. Lazy clenched his fist tightly, recalling the scorpion. Chapter 60, Champion's Reward. Releasing a deep breath, Lazy felt an overwhelming sense of frustration at being led by the adversary, a stark contrast to his own style. Truly, he was indeed a formidable opponent. With a grave expression, Lazy threw out his last Pokeball. "Go, Murkrow." Upon its emergence, Murkrow was met with the faint sting of Stealth Rock. The desire to battle surged within Lazy, yet he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. How many traps had that Rockruff set? Jie tilted his head to observe his sturdy chicken, seemingly unfazed aside from the minor damage incurred. He decided to let it continue. However, the flying type did pose a challenge for the sturdy chicken. "Flamethrower," he commanded, employing his customary greeting. Jie relished this moment of thoughtless skill execution. U-turn. Lazy directed Murkrow to charge at the sturdy chicken. In close proximity, Murkrow exhibited a strength that surpassed that of its counterpart, unlike Pidgeot, which had a plethora of ranged attacks at its disposal. Murkrow, enveloped in a white light, performed exquisite aerial maneuvers, evading the fire attacks from the sturdy chicken. As it drew closer, the energy generated by Murkrow obliterated the stealth rocks in its path. The energy trail from U-turn not only bolstered its momentum, but also offered a protective effect against lesser attacks. "Endure it." Jie's expression turned serious as he commanded a double edge. Lazy's pupils contracted. Murkrow collided with the sturdy chicken, eliciting a painful cry. Yet, the warrior's instinct compelled it to clench its teeth, its body slightly sinking as it braced against the impact. Subsequently, the double edge retaliated fiercely against Murkrow, which, propelled by inertia, was sent crashing to the ground. Charge in, Thunder Punch. Jie felt immense relief that he had taught the sturdy chicken Thunder Punch, proving invaluable against flying and water types. Close combat ensued. Lazy and Murkrow retaliated with remarkable ferocity, startling Jie. They opted not to retreat into the air to evade the Thunder Punch. Instead, they chose to engage in close quarters, sacrificing their defensive capabilities to swiftly close the gap with the sturdy chicken. Murkrow, already weakened by the lowered defenses, cried out as the sturdy chicken's Thunder Punch struck. However, the sturdy chicken was not without its wounds. The power of close combat exceeded that of Thunder Punch, and it too suffered significant damage. The two Pokémon grappled, their fighting type white light mingling with the electric type yellow light, alongside the brown and red fur of both Pokémon entwined in a chaotic display. With a resounding clash, Murkrow gasped for breath, its feathers disheveled as it ascended into the air. The sturdy chicken executed several backflips, creating distance, its body marred with injuries. Ji squinted. Heat wave. He commanded the shadow clones to disperse. Lazy maintained his composure. The sturdy chicken gathered its focus, unleashing a heat wave towards the sky. Murkrow held its breath, creating a multitude of shadow clones that scattered in all directions. The heat wave pursued, dismantling the shadow clones one by one. After this exchange, neither Pokémon emerged with a definitive advantage, leading to a stalemate. Murkrow hovered in the air, observing the steadfast, sturdy chicken below, which remained unmoving. Adapting to the changing circumstances, Ji broke the silence. Focus energy. In this standstill, he proposed to enhance their status. After all, Murkrow lacked significant status moves. At most a sword's dance, which the sturdy chicken could also utilize. A flash of electricity, followed by a powerful charge. Lazy had been waiting for this moment. Status moves required time and could not be interrupted mid-execution. Dodge. Hearing the command, Lazy intently watched the sturdy chicken's movements, aware of its hidden ability to accelerate. Uncertain whether Murkrow could capitalize on this opportunity, Murkrow exerted all its strength in a charge towards the stationary sturdy chicken, which completed its focus and leapt into the air in a swift backflip. Boom. The sound was not that of the sturdy chicken being hit, but rather Murkrow crashing into the ground. With dust clouds rising, Ji trusted that the sturdy chicken could accurately target Murkrow's position. The sturdy chicken swiftly attacked towards its remembered landing spot. Brawn. Lazy's eyes flashed with determination as he commanded. Ji frowned, questioning the necessity of such an approach. With the sturdy chicken successfully striking Murkrow, the latter's health plummeted, barely managing to execute Brawn, bringing the sturdy chicken's status to its nadir. Both Pokémon collapsed on the ground, unable to move, their gazes locked in a fierce stare. Ji shook his head and recalled the sturdy chicken. Go, Pidgeot. Pidgeot soared gracefully, coldly observing the incapacitated Murkrow below. Gust. With the trainer's final command, Pidgeot summoned a fierce wind to assault Murkrow. After a mournful cry, Murkrow succumbed to its inability to continue fighting. The referee promptly raised a hand. Murkrow is unable to battle. Pidgeot is the victor. All three of Lazy's Pokémon have lost their fighting capabilities. The winner of this match is Ji from the Nibby Gym. What an exhilarating match. I hope to face you again in the unrestricted battles of the Quartz Conference. Lazy approached the stage, shaking Ji's hand with a forced smile before turning to seek healing for his Pokémon. Ji watched Lazy depart, saying nothing, merely contemplating that aside from occasional clumsiness and his resemblance to his brother Shinji, he was a commendable rival. Requesting assistance from accompanying personnel, Ji entrusted his Pokémon to Nurse Joy for treatment and stepped onto the podium as the host announced. Now it's time for our championship award ceremony. The rewards for this competition include an evolution stone of any chosen attribute sponsored by the EV Brothers of Sherdun Town, along with a charcoal that boasts a tin effect. Accompanied by the host's enthusiastic voice, even though Ji was already aware of the generous rewards, he felt a surge of excitement. The audience, who had just cheered for Ji's victory, quieted down, discussing the remarkable prizes with envy, even those who were wealthy. Knowledgeable individuals began explaining to those nearby that standard sponsorship rewards typically consisted of just a single evolution stone. After all, for the EV Brothers of Sherdun Town, who were renowned for their abundance of evolution stones, it was of little consequence. The inclusion of the tin effect charcoal was attributed to a fortuitous coincidence of timing. Chapter 61. Post-match respite. It is noteworthy that the formal dojos of the Kanto region have hosted this competition aboard the SST, and for more than just a year or two. However, this year presents a particularly unique situation, as it marks the first time all dojo heirs find themselves in a transitional age bracket, those over 20 years old and those just reaching 16. Given such circumstances, one might anticipate that the event could be less than impressive, as most competitors possess relatively modest skills. While age is indeed a factor, many individuals remain indifferent to the reasons behind it. To counter any perceptions of a decline in regional prowess, the organizers decided to introduce a reward in the form of a Pokémon item for the three EV brothers. After all, financial strength is a form of strength, capable of silencing some critics. Although this reasoning may seem somewhat tenuous, it bears little relevance to Tetsuya. At the very least, he profited handsomely from the champion's reward. He selected a leaf stone, which had long been predetermined, and was informed that he could retrieve it at the Pokémon Center in Leaf Green City after disembarking. Clutching the charcoal in his hand, Tetsuya stepped off the stage, holding a certificate of achievement. His expression was oddly perplexed. It was merely a piece of paper, no trophy or even an outer casing to speak of. "Thank you, Nurse Joy," he said as he approached the healing station, retrieving his 3 Pokeballs from the tray handed to him by the Chansey. "This is my job. It's no trouble at all." Nurse Joy replied with a smile before returning to her duties. For her, being invited to provide logistical support for this competition was, in a sense, a well-deserved break. Having fought hard to secure her position, without hesitation, Tetsuya chose the luxury ball containing his Blaziken and released it. He handed the charcoal to Blaziken, instructing, "Absorb this." Blaziken nodded, likely aware that this item would effectively enhance the power of its fire-type moves. Carefully, it accepted the charcoal from Tetsuya's hand. Watching Blaziken's actions, Tetsuya realized that this was his first experience witnessing a Pokémon utilize an item. He was uncertain how the absorption process worked. The charcoal lay quietly in Blaziken's grasp, and as Blaziken used its energy to touch the charcoal, it slowly melded into its body. Tetsuya, with a look of bewilderment, wondered why the process was so anticlimactic. Was it either supposed to be a flash of white light, an outburst of energy, or some divine intervention-like effect? Sighing, he concluded that perhaps he was overthinking the matter. After all, it was merely an item, not a mythical stone, and thus lacked the grandeur he had imagined. Inquiring about Blaziken's sensation, he learned that the item had seamlessly integrated into its body, leaving no immediate feeling. Decisively, he activated Zero to assess Blaziken's condition. Nodding in satisfaction, he found Zero to be quite effective. According to the analysis, the energy intensity within Blaziken had indeed increased, and the temperature of its flames had risen significantly. Moreover, based on Zero's projections, if the item's effects were further amplified, it could yield additional benefits for Blaziken. Although the specifics remained elusive due to limited data. Setting the question aside, Tetsuya allowed Blaziken to familiarize itself with the new energy before returning to his room to change clothes. This evening, Brock had prepared a formal suit for him to wear to the banquet and had also provided etiquette training. After all, he was representing his dojo, and it was essential to present a polished and dignified appearance. Having lived as a single individual for over a decade, Tetsuya had never donned formal attire in his previous life, nor had he ever pursued romantic relationships. His wardrobe consisted mostly of outdoor exploration gear or athletic wear, leaving him without a single formal outfit. It would be disrespectful to attend a gala in casual clothing. So he changed into the suit and secured the Pokeballs of his 3 Pokémon, which had just finished their dinner, at his waist. Ascending to the banquet hall on the 6th floor, he noticed several competitors engaged in conversation. As the door swung open, the tinkling of wind chimes drew the attention of many toward the entrance. There stood a strikingly handsome young man, his perfectly tailored royal blue suit accentuating his figure, the tails of his coat lending an air of elegance. Tetsuya smiled and nodded, greeting each individual who turned to look at him, and they reciprocated the gesture. A few female trainers instinctively straightened in their seats, adopting a genteel demeanor as they greeted him with reserved politeness. Casting a casual glance around the room, Tetsuya's eyes brightened as he made his way toward a particular direction. "Good evening, Kageyama," he greeted simply. "Good evening. Aren't you our champion?" The other replied with a hint of sarcasm. With a chuckle, Tetsuya took a sip from a nearby drink and remarked, "I didn't see you so lively earlier. What is up?" Kageyama shot him a sidelong glance, but chose not to retort, instead shifting the topic. "What brings you to seek me out?" Lazily leaning against the sofa, Tetsuya expressed his boredom. "I don't know many people. I've only really conversed with you during the past few days aboard." Indeed, Tetsuya's daily observations had not gone to waste. He had made several acquaintances, Kageyama being one of them. The two had surprisingly engaged in meaningful conversations, unlike his interaction with Ray Eyes, which had been entirely silent. "Aren't you acquainted with Ray Eyes?" Kageyama teased. He was well aware of Tetsuya's disdain for Ray Eyes, and he himself found it difficult to harbor any fondness for him. Ray Eyes' remarks on the night he boarded had elicited considerable disdain from many guests, and it was said that he had been lectured by the Hualon Gym for his behavior before he ceased his self-destructive antics. "Please, that guy is quite peculiar," Tetsuya shrugged. "It's fine. We're merely rivals, so I don't expect any camaraderie." Indeed, Kageyama raised an eyebrow, gesturing subtly for Tetsuya to glance toward the corner. Seated alone in an isolated area was a figure clad in a black suit, seemingly detached from the surrounding festivities, quietly consuming his meal. It was none other than Ray Eyes. "Ah, it appears he has isolated himself," Tetsuya sighed. Kageyama chuckled lightly. He brought this upon himself. His behavior has garnered little support from others, especially in a setting like this where no one wishes to engage with him. Ray Eyes finished his meal promptly and departed, his exit unnoticed by anyone. The two soon tacitly shifted their discussion to topics of common interest that concerned all trainers. Chapter 62. Return to the Withered Leaf City. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk enveloped the entire harbor of Withered Leaf City, where the ship, St. Anu, lay anchored. Ji disembarked, stretching languidly, finally concluding his journey. After the competition that day and the evening banquet, he had become acquainted with several peers, all of whom had exchanged contact information. The subsequent 2 days were spent in their company, engaging in light-hearted conversations, swimming, and indulging in games. Occasionally, they would partake in some friendly 1v1 matches. Ji had also played a few rounds with his Rockruff, experiencing both victories and defeats. After all, his Rockruff was merely at level 18, making losses against those nearing elite status quite understandable. As for his other Pokémon, like the powerful Talonflame and the formidable Gyarados, he saw no need to engage them. Each afternoon, he would diligently fish for Pokémon, bonding with the older gentlemen present, exchanging pleasantries and seeking advice. And thus the days passed. Truth be told, while such a lifestyle was enjoyable for a day or two, spending 5 days aboard the ship had begun to wear on him. In his previous life, he would have succumbed to lethargy. But the experiences of this life had ignited an adventurous spirit within him, urging him toward training and exploration. Rest? What was that? Thus, upon the St. Anu's arrival at the harbor, he exchanged brief greetings with acquaintances before eagerly disembarking. He preferred to avoid the lengthy exchanges others might engage in. There was a certain authenticity to the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet, which he found quite refreshing. He quickly made his way toward the Pokémon Center, uncertain if there were still rooms available. If not, he would have to seek out a guest house or hotel. Recalling that he had a leaf stone waiting for him at the Pokémon Center, his spirits lifted considerably, and his steps became lighter. Upon arriving, he inquired with Nurse Joy, who confirmed that a few rooms were still available. He promptly reserved one, producing his identification card. He also mentioned the item he had left there. After confirming his identity, Nurse Joy retrieved a splendid brocade box from beneath the counter and handed it to him. Once in his room, he discreetly examined the contents of the box, then expressed his gratitude to Nurse Joy before retreating to his quarters. After all, it would be unwise to flaunt his newfound wealth in the bustling lobby of the Pokémon Center. Moreover, his intention for the Leaf Stone was to prepare for the nurturing of his next Pokémon. His Rockruff only required a special rock for its development, and no corresponding evolutionary stones had yet been discovered. Many Pokémon researchers believed that special rocks found in nature served as the optimal evolutionary stones for rock and ground-type Pokémon, while lacking the ability to induce evolution. These special rocks could fulfill various needs, not limited to energy enhancement. In nurturing, their effects surpassed those of evolutionary stones, particularly if such stones existed for rock or ground types. His Talonflame could indeed utilize a fire stone to absorb energy and hasten its growth. However, Ji felt it was progressing swiftly enough. Any further acceleration might hinder his mastery over its power. Furthermore, considering the varying strengths of his 6 primary Pokémon, it would not be wise to solely nurture his Talonflame, as this would lead to an imbalance detrimental to his strategy. Hence, he had selected the Leaf Stone as a reward from the competition, as his 4th Pokémon was intended to be of the grass type. Of course, all of this would need to wait until his Talonflame and Rockruff evolved into their final forms, which, for now, was not a pressing concern. Yet, this meant he would have to keep the Leaf Stone in his possession for a while, which felt somewhat precarious. After a moment of contemplation, Ji pulled out his wristwatch and initiated a call. "Hello, this is Xiaojiang." The line connected swiftly. "Don't pretend. You must have heard the news already," Ji remarked, rolling his eyes, aware that Xiaojiang could not see him. "I chose the Leaf Stone. I'll send it to you tomorrow." "Sure, no problem. Just send me a message about it," Xiaojiang replied readily. "Actually, I wanted to ask about the matter I entrusted to you earlier regarding the technology. The Leaf Stone is just a side note." Ji settled onto the couch. No issues there. First off, I can confirm that such technology exists." Xiaojiang replied after a brief silence. It was evident he had moved to a quieter location, the previous background noise completely dissipating. "I looked into it. And while the technology is real, it remains quite immature, with no signs of imminent success. It seems each organization has only invested a minimal amount of funding. It's a high-level research endeavor. The Nibby Gym has merely allowed the museum to research it independently, as this technology essentially involves reversing time and creating life, an exceedingly difficult task. I must admit, I was caught off guard when you first inquired about it," he continued. "How did you even think of it?" "Oh, it's nothing. A novice once challenged my Talonflame and won a small prize. Plus, I think I had seen a similar paper before, so I asked you to investigate it." Ji replied calmly. "Oh, I see. Also, regarding the matter you asked me to consult my uncle about, I have some news." Xiaojiang's tone suddenly brightened, as if recalling something important. You needn't raise your voice. I can hear you just fine, Ji responded wearily. Right. My uncle said that once he returns, he can provide some guidance for your Rockruff. He's currently in a distant region. I only managed to contact him with great difficulty. Ji merely hummed in acknowledgement. I'll send you the follow-up plan for your little Roggenrola shortly. I completed it while on the ship. Great. My Roggenrola has been a bit lackadaisical lately, so this is a perfect opportunity to give it some proper training. All right then, let's leave it at that. Goodbye. With that, Ji ended the call, reflecting on the conversation he'd just had with Xiaojiang. Thus, the current fossil revival technology had not yet matured. It was merely in its infancy. With the timeline for development and specifics remaining uncertain, he felt a twinge of hesitation, while trading could yield substantial profits. The timeline for technological development did not align with his ambitions. Investing in stockpiling was fraught with risks, especially with high-value fossils. He pondered the magnitude of fossils needed for this world's revival technology, or whether the amount of Pokémon genes contained within a fossil would affect the revived Pokémon. These were significant concerns. Ji felt a headache coming on. It seemed that the lucrative venture was not as straightforward as he had imagined. After some thought, he decided to postpone the matter, as he lacked the funds for such investments. The best-case scenario would be that the experiments yield promising results, and Xiaojiang would remember his inquiries and share some insights. With the emergence of numerous rare Pokémon, a scramble for fossils was inevitable, and conservatively estimating, their value would likely multiply several times over their current high prices. Even a small share of such profits would be beneficial. Setting that aside, yet another potential profit-making scheme had been stifled before it could flourish. Making money in this era was exceedingly challenging. Ji contemplated the situation and realized that he could not venture to the Great Silly Valley just yet. He was unaware of the strength of the fossil Pokémon lurking there. His vague recollections from the anime hinted at numerous fossil Pokémon, and they could be quite perilous. Regarding the plot and the displayed prowess within the animation, he found it utterly incredulous, after all. His arrival in this world was undeniably real. Numerous aspects had undergone transformation, and whether one views it through the lens of games or the narrative of animation, it could never morph into reality, thus he dared not take undue risks. Fossil Pokémon thrived in ancient times, predominantly carnivorous in nature. In contrast, modern Pokémon, having been domesticated over eons, had significantly dulled their primal instincts. The creatures lurking beneath the Great Fool Valley had survived since antiquity, and one could only speculate on their current state of hunger. If his own strength proved inadequate, he might very well meet his demise at their jaws. Moreover, that area was already a hub for fossil excavation, rendering any attempts at stealth utterly impractical. The optimal course of action would be to possess a formidable Psychic-type Pokémon, which would resolve all his dilemmas. On another note, had he begun as a Psychic-type Pokémon, he would have soared to great heights long ago. With a sigh, Jia mused that the sole piece of good news was that Xiaojiang's uncle, Gahao, was willing to offer him guidance upon his return. As Gahao, the younger brother of a martial artist, was equally formidable, Jia felt reassured. According to Xiaojiang, his uncle possessed the strength of a champion. However, due to his extensive travels and adventures, he had never registered his prowess. He had always deemed registration unnecessary, as he required no associated benefits. The Nibi Gym served as his sufficient support. His trump card was a semi-divine Bankura, a true tyrant of the desert, while his second-ranked Pokémon was a colossal rock monster, focused on defense and energy, a direction that closely aligned with Jia's own vision for his stone baby. Since learning of this, Jia had requested Xiaojiang to inquire if his uncle could provide him with some guidance. It seemed that fortune had indeed smiled upon him. Xiaojiang must have exerted considerable effort in this regard, and it would be wise to express his gratitude at an opportune moment. With this thought in mind, Jia hastily sent Xiaojiang his subsequent training plan for the small fist Pokémon he had prepared. Reflecting on what else remained on his to-do list, he decided that he could spend some money tomorrow morning to have the leaf stone directly mailed to the Nibi Gym from the Pokémon Center. He could easily pick it up during his morning workout, and it should arrive by the afternoon. Considering the timeline, there was approximately half a year remaining until the next court's conference. It seemed that Liesity was not particularly suited for training or undertaking missions. Jia's fingers tapped rhythmically on the sofa, contemplating whether to simply acquire the badge from the Liesity Gym first thing tomorrow. Chapter 63. Adjustment after a moment's hesitation. He decided against it. Although the prospect of a 2v2 battle with Shiwazi and Lizuangji seemed promising, his immediate priority was to complete the evolution of his two Pokémon. With this thought in mind, Jia left a message for Xiaojiang, asking him to inquire with his uncle whether Shiwazi should wait for a period after evolving in a Mantle Rock before evolving into Porygon-Z. or if a direct trade evolution was possible without waiting for the right moment. Though he was aware of the answer, he preferred to feign ignorance. Taking into account the reward promised by Xiaojiang for assisting in his quest for the championship, Jie currently had just over 11 million alliance coins. This sum was certainly insufficient, and he needed to devise a way to earn more money in the upcoming days. His mind felt somewhat clouded after a week of rest, leaving him a bit slow to react. He decided to take it easy for now and address matters in the morning, drifting off to sleep. Jie soon entered a dreamless slumber. The following morning, Jie completed his routine morning exercises and simultaneously sent a leaf stone to Xiaojiang. While jogging around the city, he discovered that Korea City, a coastal harbor, harbored many intriguing spots. For instance, as he passed by the entrance of a venue, he noticed a banner hanging above, Pokémon Table Tennis, a competition where Pokémon and trainers form teams to play. Come and join us. It appeared to be a training center for table tennis, a sport he had never encountered in this world before. Moreover, outside the Pokémon school in Korea City, a banner announced a Pokémon orienteering competition. It was evident that the prevalence of Pokémon in this world allowed most individuals to possess their own Pokémon, even if not everyone could truly become a trainer. Unfortunately, due to a lack of training or innate talent, most individuals' Pokémon were of rather low strength. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from engaging in various activities centered around these extraordinary creatures. Perhaps it was for this reason that humans and Pokémon coexisted harmoniously, even though the law of the jungle still prevailed in the more remote wilderness areas. In most cities within the Alliance's reach, however, people lived relatively happy lives. As Jie passed a residence belonging to someone named Sakuragi, he turned at a corner and made his way toward the Bounty Hunter Center. After careful consideration, he accepted a B-rank mission valued at 300,000, utilizing his elevated level of authority. He confirmed that by completing 5 more B-rank missions, his hunter rank would rise to B, at which point he could take on 3 B-rank missions simultaneously, significantly increasing his earning potential. As for A-rank missions, those were beyond his current capabilities, and such opportunities were scarce, occurring only once a year in a city. Long-term B-rank and lower missions constituted the primary economic lifeline for most bounty hunters. After summoning a Duduo that had been waiting nearby, he completed the payment and requested it to take him to the outskirts of the city. He released his Pidgeot from its Pokeball, securing himself on its talons, and instructed it to fly toward their destination. Soaring gently for about 7 or 8 minutes, Jie soon spotted a cliff and coastline. This was Route 24 to 25, also known as White Cape, the northeasternmost point of the Kanto region, named for its pure white sands. Additionally, it was a popular tourist destination where many couples chose to spend time together. According to the animated series, this location would soon be claimed by Professor Okido to summon the mysterious shadow of a colossal Dragonite. However, such an event seemed unlikely in this world, as this area was widely recognized as a training ground for numerous trainers. It had gradually developed into a small town with well-equipped facilities. Even someone as authoritative as Professor Okido would find it impossible to commandeer this land and prohibit trainers from approaching without inciting considerable discontent. After all, Professor Okido hailed from Masera City and was not originally from Kanto, which created a sense of detachment. It was likely he would only seize a portion of the cliff for his lighthouse. Nevertheless, the future remained uncertain. Jie tapped Pidgeot's talon, and the bird understood, beginning a gentle descent. Upon landing in the designated area, he unfastened his safety gear and thanked Pidgeot before recalling it into its Pokeball. Trainers moved about in droves, and numerous flying-type Pokémon accompanied their trainers, with Pidgey being a particularly common sight. However, Jie's Pidgeot was quite rare and striking in appearance, drawing the attention of a few passers-by who noted its impressive strength. Just as he prepared to leave, a Charizard descended with its trainer seated atop. Onlookers immediately cast envious glances at the duo. Charizard was one of Kanto's starter Pokémon, and its evolution into its final form indicated its exceptional prowess. Moreover, it was undeniably dashing, a favorite among many. Jie hastily exited the landing zone, for he had no time to admire others. He anticipated spending a considerable amount of time in this area. His primary objective was to prepare for evolution while also seizing the opportunity to train Pidgeot nearby. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the lively atmosphere. Most buildings were constructed of wood and stood a fair distance from the coastline. The area boasted a variety of establishments, including shops, a Pokémon center, inns, battle arenas, and even a bounty hunter center. He wondered if the missions available there were as plentiful as those in the city. To avoid wasting time in the event that B-rank missions were scarce, he had preemptively accepted a task. With Pidgeot's speed, a round trip would take approximately 20 minutes, and he was willing to confront his fear of heights for the sake of earning money. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Jie reserved a room for 2 weeks. planning to spend the next fortnight in this location. After tossing his belongings into the room, he set out, feeling lighthearted with 3 Pokeballs and an identification card in hand, ready to explore the small town. He still needed to wait for Xiaojiang to deliver the various breeding materials before commencing his training, which was expected to arrive in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the morning hours, he aimed to familiarize himself with the local environment and conditions to facilitate his activities. Although he had gleaned some information from the Pokémon forum, the accounts were vague, simply stating that the area was conducive to training. He sought further clarity from Nurse Joy, requesting an introduction to the town, and began to read. Chapter 64. The White Cape. After meticulously perusing the manual provided by Miss Joy, Jia finally grasped the essence of the training content here. Within the White Cape lies the most formidable and tumultuous tidal currents in the Kanto region. Here, trainers hone their Pokémon by allowing them to confront the powerful tsunamis and oceanic flows along the shores of the White Cape, utilizing both their physical prowess and skills. Often, Pokémon undergo significant training during this process, and some even manage to comprehend more complex techniques. Jia began to understand why veteran trainers frequently advise newcomers on the forums that here, one could truly experience the unmatched power of nature. It is likely that these trainers, having endured nature's trials while training their Pokémon, wish for their juniors to partake in the same experience and reap the benefits. However, it must be said that the training efficacy here is indeed remarkable, which has attracted a multitude of trainers. At the conclusion of Miss Joy's guide, there is a conspicuous safety warning advising trainers to avoid bringing Fire-type, Rock-type, or Ground-type Pokémon close to the shoreline or casting them into the sea, especially those incapable of swimming. Failing to heed this warning could lead to tragic consequences, leaving one with only regret. This cautionary note is evidently aimed at novice trainers, as despite the extensive education provided by the League, many still lack a clear understanding of type advantages. It is easy to envision the terror a Rock-type or Fire-type Pokémon would experience if submerged in seawater. Fortunately, Jia's primary objective here is to train his Pidgeot, while his other 2 Pokémon are currently in the process of gathering energy for evolution. Of course, Jia is not Navi. Moreover, the locale is not devoid of training grounds for other types. However, compared to nature's generosity, one must pay a price. As he strolled through the town, he could hear trainers exchanging pleasantries and anecdotes. My goodness, that nearly scared me to death. My tentacle was almost swept away by the waves. But thankfully the safety measures were in place. What is the fuss? My Kingler just ran back from the sea on its own. I hadn't seen it for 2 days, thought it was lost, but it found its way back. The ethereal White Cape, distant from the mundane world, feels like a separate realm, devoid of the urban hustle and bustle. Here, most individuals are trainers, and their daily discussions revolve around their training experiences and insights. Naturally, many couples also come to admire the natural beauty of the sunset and tides. It is worth mentioning that, according to unofficial statistics, at least 10 couples leap from the cliffs of the White Cape each year, boldly proclaiming it a testament to eternal love, a notion Jia finds utterly incomprehensible. Stepping into a nearby berry shop, he glanced at the prices of the berries. When purchased in bulk, the prices were not significantly different from those offered at the Hunters Guild, perhaps due to the heavy influx of trainers. Numerous individuals have taken to selling ordinary resources like berries as their primary source of income. However, Jia's attention was most captivated by a berry prominently displayed in the center of the shop, the Sandslope berry. This extraordinary berry is known to enhance a Pokémon's speed capabilities. Upon consuming a Sandslope berry, a Pokémon's speed would surpass its previous limits, leading to superior physical development. Yet, the Sandslope berry remains elusive and has yet to be cultivated artificially. Only a select few trainers have encountered it in the remote wilderness or deep within forests. Moreover, a single Sandslope berry tree bears only 1 or 2 of these rare fruits, making it exceedingly scarce. The specimen in the shop was merely a projected image for promotional purposes. When he inquired with the proprietor, the owner explained it was a store treasure for advertising. Although he possesses real Sandslope berries, many have sought to purchase them in vain. As for the notion of forcibly seizing the berries, that is utterly impractical. Initially, the owner had obtained 2 Sandslope berries. One was donated to Professor Oak's lab for research in exchange for the other, which is meticulously preserved within the lab, ensuring his protection. Jia could only marvel at the owner's good fortune. The reason the owner refrains from using the berries himself is that he had already achieved commendable results in the regional unrestricted tournaments before acquiring the Sandslope berries. His Pokémon's potential has reached its peak. Consuming the berries would merely be a waste. After concluding his travels and returning to his hometown, Leaf Town, he opened this shop to attract more customers to purchase berries. The strategy proved successful, and he amassed a considerable fortune in League coins through this gimmick. Everyone has their own way of life, and the owner seems to live quite contentedly. After their conversation, Jia purchased an assortment of berries and arranged for them to be delivered to his room before departing. This expenditure further strained his already limited finances. Since enlisting Brock's help to acquire special stones, Jia's funds had dwindled to a mere 3,000,000. After spending 500,000 on berries, he was left with 2,500,000. There was little he could do. Although he could obtain resources from the Nibby Gym at half price, they were not inexhaustible. Considering the quantity of special stones needed for Shizhongzi, Jia estimated that most of his quota would be consumed for that purpose. Therefore, for common resources such as berries, it was best to procure them from the market. Adjacent to the berry shop lies a training facility available for rental, fully equipped with various amenities. While it may not compare to the Nibby Gym, it is still adequate for training purposes. The rental fee is reasonable, merely 100,000 league coins per day. Considering the potential for damage and maintenance of the equipment, this price is quite acceptable. Jia promptly returned to his room to sell a portion of his training equipment. Previously unaware of such facilities, he now questioned the necessity of retaining so many instruments. Training in the wild does not require an abundance of equipment. A few items to maintain their condition would suffice. After calculating, he found that although the instruments were second-hand, their minimal were allowed for a decent resale value. He sold half of the equipment, totaling 6 devices, for 400,000. While he did not recoup the full value of the berries, it was a welcome relief. After checking the time and hesitating momentarily, Jia decided he should seize the opportunity to complete a B-rank task. If fortune favored him, he could return by 1 or 2 in the afternoon, submit the task, and take a look at the training grounds by the sea, all while allowing Pidgeot to engage in some exercise. With a glance at his bearings, he set off towards the nearby mountains. Chapter 65, Task Number 1978-917-0519 Shima. Entrap it with the sands of hell, Pidgeot, employ Shadow Clone and utilize Air Slash to harass it, Blaziken, unleash flames and launch a fierce assault beneath its patterned underbelly. Within a mountainous expanse strewn with rocks, the air resonated with the sounds of an intense battle. Towering boulders surrounded the area, where Tetsuya and his 3 Pokémon engaged in combat with a creature resembling a colossal purple cobra. This Pokémon was enormous, measuring over 6 meters in length, rendering Tetsuya and his companions akin to infants in its presence. With its robust physique and lethal venom, this creature, known as Arbok, was nearly unmatched in the wild. The most striking feature of Arbok was the intricate pattern on its neck, which recent studies revealed to exhibit over 20 distinct designs. However, the pattern before Tetsuya was the most common: an angry visage with black eye sockets, red and yellow spectacles, a mouth curled into a sinister grin, and downward-pointing black eyebrows. Tetsuya had been observing this Arbok for some time, having just witnessed it finish a meal. This was one of the reasons he chose to confront it. Even Pokémon, particularly serpents, are vulnerable after consuming and digesting their prey. The patterns on its abdomen did not confer any extraordinary abilities, and its regenerative capabilities were unremarkable. Classifying it as an ordinary Arbok, research indicated that only a select few Arbok possessed remarkable regenerative traits, allowing them to recover from injuries as long as their heads remained intact. This particular specimen lacked such prowess. Otherwise, it could have fetched a considerable price. As it stood, this Arbok had just reached elite status, and considering its inherent ferocity, its value diminished significantly. Tetsuya's current task, formally numbered 1978-917-0519, involved collecting fresh Arbok sheddings. He had long desired to undertake such a mission, but at that time, Pidgeot's strength was insufficient, and Blaziken had only recently hatched, prompting him to opt for a more suitable cleaning task. Now, with 3 Pokémon at his disposal, he felt confident in his chances against this commonplace Arbok, anticipating generous rewards. After all, even aged sheddings retain considerable medicinal value. It was not solely the freshest that held worth. However, a challenge persisted. Arbok possessed an obstinate nature. Once it set its sights on a target, it would relentlessly pursue, no matter how far its prey fled. Thus, when confronted with such a formidable beast, the optimal strategy was to eliminate it entirely, either by defeating it or capturing it for sale. Otherwise, a wounded Arbok could seek vengeance during Tetsuya's adventures, delivering a surprise attack from behind. They are remarkably patient hunters. Of course, should he encounter an Arbok capable of altering its patterns and boasting superior regenerative abilities, it would make a formidable addition to his team, as exemplified by the Arbok of Old Lady Kikuko. The Arbok hissed menacingly as it closed the distance. As Shima's sands of hell enveloped the creature, it experienced a marked reduction in speed. though it quickly broke free due to its sheer strength. Another wave of quicksand awaited it. Simultaneously, Pidgeot and the Shadow Clone initiated their harassment, with tangible air slashes mixing with the illusions and striking the creature's massive form. Blaziken also spewed forth jets of flame to impede its advance. Arbok reared back, exposing its patterned underbelly, the intimidating glare of its eyes effectively instilling fear in its adversaries. Nevertheless, Pidgeot and Blaziken's assaults persisted unabated, while Shima's sands of hell gradually slowed, even momentarily halting. "Shima, do not falter. Aim for its eyes with Mud Slap," Tetsuya urgently commanded. This situation arose from discrepancies in level and strength. Pidgeot's level far surpassed that of Arbok, and Blaziken was equally formidable. Thus, the effect of Arbok's glare was rendered ineffective against them. Indeed, had it not been for the concern over its potent venom, Pidgeot alone could have dealt with it. The issue lay in the inconvenience of poisoning. Tetsuya's antidote could only mitigate the effects, while true healing necessitated a return to the Pokémon Center and the care of Nurse Joy. Otherwise, lingering toxins could jeopardize a Pokémon's health and impede their growth. Thus, he opted for a combined assault with all three Pokémon, eliminating any concerns. Despite Shima's assistance, the stark level disparity rendered the intimidation ineffective, causing Shima to momentarily cease its attacks. However, this was anticipated. The primary offensive in this battle rested upon Pidgeot and Blaziken. Arbok, writhing in agony, charged toward Blaziken, attempting to maneuver its serpentine form to evade damage. With its venom spent from its recent meal, it could not afford to deploy its corrosive liquid. Its preferred strategy was to ensnare its target after instilling fear and await the cessation of their heartbeat. Its constriction was incredibly powerful, capable of crushing even iron barrels. Once ensnared, escape was impossible. All it required was proximity to its foes. Noticing Arbok's trajectory, Tetsuya called out, "Shima, create a pit." Shima understood promptly. In an instant, the ground in Arbok's path vanished, revealing a deep chasm. Arbok, undeterred, plummeted directly into the pit. Blaziken, Fire Blast. Pidgeot, use Hurricane. Without a moment's respite, Tetsuya urged his Pokémon to accelerate their assault. Shima, apply gravity to suppress its ascent. As the Fire Blast and Hurricane surged into the pit, the flames, aided by the winds, intensified, thoroughly incapacitating the Arbok, which had been preparing to escape under the weight of gravity. Tetsuya cautiously instructed Pidgeot to deliver one final gust before approaching the now motionless pit to toss a Pokeball. Arbok struggled briefly but was swiftly captured. Securing the Pokeball to prevent Arbok from regaining consciousness, he exhaled in relief. After all, Arbok was a natural predator, and no trainer relished the thought of encountering one in the wild. Not only were they vindictive, but their potent venom and formidable strength posed serious threats, necessitating immediate treatment for any poisoned Pokémon. Yet, humanity's greatest advantage lies in the use of tools. Tetsuya had been keenly observing Arbok and its hunting behavior, never resting on his laurels. Chapter 66. The ongoing search. The sudden appearance of a large hole along the road is the result of Jie and the three spirits' recent endeavors. Had it not been for this, the Abaga monster might have approached, potentially causing harm to the mighty chicken. Fortunately, thanks to the rocky spirit, Shawanzi, its innate talent for excavation as a rock-type Pokémon allowed for the creation of a hole substantial enough to ensnare the Abaga monster. The layer of soil that originally covered the hole was also Shawanzi's doing, as it cleverly manipulated some sand and stones to obscure the entrance. The Abaga monster likely sensed the energy fluctuations and mistook this place for a quicksand pit, leading it to plunge directly into the trap. Following the trail left by the Abaga monster, Jie stumbled upon its lair, a cave. Before even stepping inside, he was greeted by a pungent odor emanating from the entrance. Shaking his head in silence, he decided to leave Shawanzi and the mighty chicken outside, entering the cave alone. The narrow confines of the cave rendered the assistance of his flying companion too limited, while Shawanzi was still too weak. Otherwise, he would have taken along a mantle rock or a Gyarados instead. Equipping himself with the mask from his exploration suit, he fitted a specially designed version onto the mighty chicken, and together they ventured into the cave. Upon entry, even with the mask, Jie couldn't escape the overwhelming stench, possibly a psychological effect. He switched on his flashlight to illuminate the cave, revealing two discarded snake skins left behind by the Abaga monster. A cursory examination caused Jie's expression to fall. These skins were not fresh, and even those that appeared relatively intact were at least half a month old. This meant he would need to search for another Abaga monster to fulfill his mission, as only one such formidable predator typically resides within a given area. Thus, it seemed his plan to return would have to be postponed. Emerging from the cave with the two snake skins and a poisonous fong pressed beneath him, Jie removed his mask and inhaled the fresh air alongside the mighty chicken. This was quite a taxing endeavor, yet at least it wasn't entirely fruitless. He tossed the items into his backpack and approached his flying companion, patting its wing. I entrust you with this, Weedle. Please, as before. Scout further afield for any signs of an Iboga monster. Weedle nodded, taking to the sky. Meanwhile, Jia, along with Shawanzi and the mighty chicken, settled down to rest. Despite Weedle's swift speed and broad field of vision, it was contingent upon the presence of an Iboga monster for it to spot one. Generally, a single hunt would suffice for an Iboga monster to sustain itself for several days, leading it to remain hidden within its lair. Even Weedle might not be able to detect it. Jia considered himself fortunate. He had come to this location after reading a warning on a forum about the presence of an Iboga monster, cautioning trainers of inadequate strength to keep their distance. Unlike others, Jia had some understanding of the wild Pokemon's levels and was willing to take the risk. The mighty chicken, feeling bored, crouched down to play with Shawanzi, who expressed a desire for maturity and disinterest in such antics. In the midst of this serene atmosphere, Jia found solace in the simplicity of their lives. After more than half an hour had passed without Weedle's return, he surmised it was still searching. Checking the time, he realized it was already noon and hastily retrieved his cooking utensils from his spatial backpack to prepare lunch. He took out 2 peach fruits and a special rock, placing one of the peach fruits in his mouth while tossing the other to the mighty chicken. The special rock served as an appetizer for Shawanzi. The mighty chicken clutched the peach fruit with its claws and began to eat. Although fire-type Pokémon typically preferred spicy food, they seldom refused the sweetness of a peach fruit as a pre-meal treat. Jia bit into his own peach fruit and found it delightfully sweet, a quality he had noted while ordering from the fruit shop, given his previous studies in fruitology. He began to prepare Shawanzi's special rock mixture, which for today's lunch consisted of 10 red rock, 25 frost rock, and 40 hard rock, combined with various other ingredients. Once weighed and mixed, Shawanzi would absorb the blend on its own. Placing the bowl for the Gyarados in front of Shawanzi, it began to eat with practiced ease. The mighty chicken tugged at Jia's clothing, asking, "Is it ready?" "Just a moment. I'm still preparing," Jia replied with a chuckle. The mighty chicken's meal was comparatively simpler. A mix of choco fruits and spicy cherry fruits in a 2-to-1 ratio, supplemented with some spicy energy cubes, accompanied by a large bottle of milk and additional nutritional tablets. Truth be told, Jia felt a tremor in his heart as he mixed the choco fruits and spicy cherry fruits. Raising high-quality Pokémon was undeniably costly. Shawanzi's meal alone, due to its specific breeding needs, cost around 50 to 60,000 alliance coins. The mighty chicken's high qualification, necessitating expensive fruits, compounded the expenses. Initially, the ratio of spicy cherry fruits to choco fruits was 3-to-1, later adjusted to 1-to-1, and now it had shifted to 2-to-1, resulting in a 60% increase in cost. Considering its growing appetite, this meal amounted to approximately 120,000 coins. With 2 meals a day, that totals over 7 million monthly, not even accounting for the additional training diet. Rubbing the mighty chicken's head, he handed it a bowl and spoon, and it eagerly carried the bowl to Shawanzi's side to start eating. Next was Weedle's meal, primarily composed of prism fruits and lamp berries to enhance flying-type energy, mixed with various supplementary materials, and similarly accompanied by a large bottle of milk, another meal costing around 100,000 coins. Jia felt as if he was preparing not food, but diamonds from a past life. He retrieved a frying pan and a steak, setting up a makeshift stove while beckoning the mighty chicken. The mighty chicken quickly swallowed its food and scampered over, producing a small spark to ignite the flame successfully. Jia waved his hand, and it jubilantly returned to Shawanzi's side to continue eating. Shaking his head in mild exasperation, he thought to himself about this peculiar companion. Chapter 67. The experience of the Pidgeot casually searing a synthetic steak on the stove. I began plating it once it reached a medium doneness, adding a sprinkle of black pepper and chili. Throughout this lifetime, I have developed a particular fondness for spicy food, always eager to add a hint of chili to whatever I consume. Savoring a bite, I nodded in satisfaction. After 40 years of solitary life across 2 lifetimes, I cannot boast much, but my culinary skills are undoubtedly commendable. After finishing my meal, I glanced at the clock, realizing nearly an hour had passed, enough time for my Pidgeot to cover over 2,000 kilometers. This arbor was proving to be quite elusive. As I pondered this, a few familiar calls echoed from above. I looked up, squinting against the harsh midday sun. A dark shadow descended rapidly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Without needing any command from me, my stone instinctively began to settle the dust after its meal. The robust chest muscles of my Pidgeot heaved slightly for it. This was merely a warm-up exercise, requiring extra caution regarding the terrain, and it was not burdened, making it relatively easy. However, I could feel the pangs of hunger creeping in. I set down the lunch I had prepared earlier beside my Pidgeot, which immediately began to feast. Gently, I tidied its feathers, slightly ruffled from its long flight. I realized that I had been living with my Pidgeot for nearly 2 years now, and I sighed in reflection. It is astonishing how swiftly these creatures evolve. Once my Pidgeot finished its lunch, I temporarily set aside thoughts of the Abra and commanded my fiery chicken to incinerate its paper plate, leaving no trace behind. I also rinsed the utensils of my 3 Pokémon and the frying pan in the stream, using my fiery chicken-nest flames for sterilization. A fire-type Pokémon is indeed an indispensable asset in the kitchen. If only I had a water-type and a grass-type Pokémon, it would be a seamless operation. The water-type would provide the necessary hydration, the grass-type would supply food, and the fire-type would handle cooking. I mused, could this be the origin of the starter Pokémon? Shaking my head, I dismissed this absurd notion. The culinary genes ingrained in me from my past life were evidently too profound, making it impossible for me to forget the significance of dining, no matter where I am. Once everything in the vicinity was tidied up and my 3 Pokémon regained their energy, I turned my attention to my Pidgeot, inquiring about the Abra. After a series of calls, I began to understand what my Pidgeot had been up to for the last hour. From the first-person perspective of my Pidgeot, I am Pidgeot, the ruler of the skies. Nothing, whether fat, yellow, or green, can match my speed. Today, my trainer tasked me with locating an Abra. How amusing. Is this not akin to catching a fish in a barrel? A mere little snake, easily captured. The one I just saw? I could topple it with a single swoop. Yet, my trainer insists we must act in unison, even though none of us are canine Pokémon. Quite peculiar, isn't it? Speaking of which, I have been flying for quite some time now. How is it that I have yet to spot a single little snake? It is summer, for heaven's sake. Don't these younglings ever venture out for some exercise? It's beneficial for both body and mind, you know. Is there none here? Hey, are there any snakes below? If so, kindly respond. Thank you. Oh, hello there. So you were here, little brother. Come to play? What? You're licking another Abra? You poor thing, stop that. It's futile, and besides, she is not even attractive. Why are you getting angry? Don't spit at me, or I'll flap you away. The aforementioned monologue reflects the inner thoughts of my Pidgeot. The version I heard was much simpler. My Pidgeot had been circling above for over half an hour before finally spotting an Abra. However, this Abra was accompanied by a female Abra, and my Pidgeot had returned late due to its self-imposed provocations. Before departing, my Pidgeot even gifted the 2 snakes a slice of air slash. I nodded slightly. An Abra and an Abra snake, indeed not a significant issue. After confirming with my Pidgeot that it had clearly observed their nesting site, I fell into contemplation. I believed the provocation my Pidgeot mentioned, knowing well its tendency to chatter excessively and seek trouble, largely influenced by my fiery chicken. Surveying the surrounding terrain, a plan quickly formed in my mind. I walked toward the direction indicated by my Pidgeot, instructing Stone to dig several holes of varying depths in the vicinity of the Abra. Nearby, I concealed a few quicksand traps. At the same time, I directed my Pidgeot to devise a way to draw the 2 snakes toward the traps. My companions and I then concealed ourselves atop a large rock, preparing for our ambush. My Pidgeot was eager to take on this task. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared back to the area where it had encountered the Abra, taunting them in Pokémon language. It was long before the 2 Pokémon, driven by rage, began chasing my Pidgeot, despite their inability to fly. My Pidgeot intentionally slowed its pace while continually provoking them, occasionally using gusts of wind to create obstacles. The physical pain intensified the Abra's fury, and it became fixated on my Pidgeot. As the 3 Pokémon approached the trap, I signaled my companions to prepare for an attack. A thundering crash sounded as a massive creature and a smaller snake Pokémon tumbled into the first pitfall. I gestured for my companions to hold their fire momentarily. Soon, the Abra summoned its strength and managed to rise first, its rage propelling it to unleash a torrent of dissolving fluid and venom at my Pidgeot, completely neglecting its female counterpart. Another deafening boom echoed as the Abra plunged into a second, even larger pit, with a wave of my hand. Stone's gravity ability was immediately placed upon both the Abra and the Abra snake, preventing their escape. My fiery chicken alternated between using fire blast and flame burst attacks, while my Pidgeot intuitively unleashed air slashes upon them. It was as if we were reenacting a previous battle, as we effortlessly incapacitated the Abra and the Abra snake. I hurled 2 Pokeballs, and this time, they offered no resistance and were swiftly captured. Exhaling a sigh of relief, I thought this task should be completed. Judging by the appearance of this Abra's skin, it seemed freshly molted. Fortunately, there were no records of Spearow or Fearow in this area. Otherwise, my Pidgeot would not have had such an easy time. Allowing my Pidgeot to lead the way to the Abra's nest, I silently prayed that I would not need to search any longer. I could not bear the thought of spending another 2 hours hunting for another Abra, or I would return just in time for dinner. Surely, my luck could not be that dire. Chapter 68. The Power of Wealth Stepping Out of His Lair. Jia exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortune favored him, presenting him with a freshly shed serpent skin. He tossed the items into his backpack while stroking his chin thoughtfully. This locale proved to be quite conducive for hunting ABO monsters to amass wealth. However, it appeared that only these two ABO monsters inhabited this region, as their territorial range was rather extensive. Regrettably, he could not employ his Fiero to search in the forest, otherwise, the efficiency would have significantly increased. It was fortunate that this area lacked a multitude of sky sprites, allowing him to operate in this manner. Upon returning to the town, he first ventured to the trading center to sell several less-than-fresh serpent skins. A month-and-a-half-old ABO monster skin was valued at 150 alliance coins per gram, totaling 1182 grams, which amounted to 177,300 alliance coins. Next, he had 2-month-old ABO monster skins valued at 100 alliance coins per gram, with a total weight of 2032 grams, yielding 203,200 alliance coins. In total, he earned 380,500 alliance coins. The staff, exhibiting professionalism, announced the price and remarked on his impressive prowess, speculating that he had undertaken the task numbered 0519, given the substantial additional earnings. Jia, grinning, acknowledged his good fortune, pocketed the money, and departed. Arriving at the Bounty Hunter Center's appraisal section, he presented the sole fresh ABO monster skin for evaluation. Items associated with long-term tasks that demand quality are required to undergo appraisal before submission for task completion and subsequent rewards. The returns vary according to the quality assessed. While Jia could make his own judgments, the official recognition was paramount. Armed with the appraisal report, he returned to the service area to submit the task. After scanning his identity card, the task rewards were automatically deposited into his linked account. Upon inspection, he found a commendable sum of 400,000 alliance coins. He was fortunate that the second ABO monster had just molted. Otherwise, with its average strength, he would have been grateful for 300,000. Exiting the Hunter Center with a buoyant spirit, he checked the notifications on his wristwatch, learning that his leaf stone had been received by Xiaojiang. Simultaneously, Nurse Joy from the Pox Center informed him of a package awaiting him at the center, stored in a locker, which he could retrieve using his identity card. It seemed as though fortune smiled upon him thrice, albeit somewhat tenuously. He then visited the black market to sell the 3 small serpents, 1 elite and 2 ordinary. Due to their unique species, he managed to sell them for an impressive 3.2 million. Thus, his total earnings for the day approached 4 million. Indeed, possessing strength proved lucrative. Despite having only 2 elite-tier Pokémon, Jia's formidable capabilities were undeniable. According to the Alliance's reports, currently, 60 of registered civilian trainers are novices. 35 are ordinary trainers, and merely 5 belong to the elite trainer category or higher. Among ordinary trainers, nearly 80 possess only common-tier Pokémon, lacking elite-tier companions. One might find this data somewhat exaggerated, yet it holds truth. For instance, an average individual completes foundational knowledge by the age of 10, subsequently embarking on advanced studies. This constitutes the first threshold. Many individuals fail to achieve adequate results and lack the qualifications for further education, relegating them to basic occupations akin to those of their forebears. Under the Alliance's framework, securing basic sustenance is feasible, yet a more prosperous existence remains elusive. Moreover, owning Pokémon is often unattainable for those with poor performance, as it is typically prohibited. The next step involves completing one's studies. If one excels, they may pursue advanced knowledge. This second threshold can take 4 to 6 years to surmount, and not everyone possesses Jia's exceptional talent. However, upon graduating from this advanced knowledge course, one acquires a viable means of livelihood, paving the way for a more affluent life and qualifying them to become a trainer. Yet, this merely signifies eligibility. It does not designate one as a trainer. To truly become a trainer, one requires a Pokémon. The means of acquiring a Pokémon can be summarized as follows. 1. Descendants of one's parents' Pokémon. 2. Purchasing from the black market. 3. Receiving one from the official breeding house after qualification confirmation by the Alliance. 4. Venturing into the wild for a gamble on one's life. The first and fourth methods are the most prevalent, though the latter often results in fatalities among those who venture into the wild, never to return. The former method carries the risk that one's parents' Pokémon may possess low potential, such as a Caterpie. The second and third methods necessitate some degree of financial means. The second is relatively straightforward. The third method of qualification confirmation differs from the starter Pokémon, as it hinges on the taxes paid by one's parents and the absence of any criminal background. If the tax threshold is met and one's family background is clear, they may receive a random Pokémon of at least common potential, typically among the more common species. However, Does acquiring a Pokémon signify one's status as a trainer? Not at all. It is crucial to understand that not all Pokémon can evolve. Whether once or twice, as this involves the Pokémon's inherent potential and the trainer's nurturing methods. If a Pokémon possesses merely sufficient potential and receives adequate nourishment, it could be nurtured splendidly. Otherwise, the role of the breeder would be rendered redundant. Improper nurturing techniques can diminish a Pokémon's potential, requiring precise quantities and quality of food. Otherwise, one's Caterpie may forever remain a mere larva, unable to metamorphose. The Alliance does not impart these methods. As advanced education lacks a breeder option, wild Pokémon evolve due to long-standing habits, albeit with relatively low efficiency. This phenomenon elucidates why most trainers begin their Pokémon journey with eggs, as wild Pokémon that evolve into their final forms tend to have their potential and strength already fixed. Returning to the main narrative, most individuals initially encounter a situation where, despite possessing a Pokémon, they are unable to nurture it, leading to stagnation in their Pokémon's strength. Some may even inadvertently cause a decline in their Pokémon's potential, entirely forfeiting the possibility of advancement. Hence, only a fortunate few, blessed with high-quality Pokémon or innate talent, manage to transcend this limitation. Nevertheless, even then, significant waste and damage to the Pokémon's potential are inevitable. With his status as a zero-rated trainer, Jaya inherently possesses an advantage over many. Of course, the aforementioned circumstances do not apply to those from affluent families, who not only begin their education at home earlier, but also receive a broader scope of knowledge. Furthermore, formidable family members instruct them on how to nurture specific Pokémon. Their hands-on experience begins at a much earlier stage. In essence, the world, shaped by the presence of Pokémon, exhibits a somewhat distorted structure, with limited avenues for advancement. Nevertheless, overall, progress is gradually being made. Chapter 69, Battling the Waves Beneath the Setting Sun. In recent years, due to the reforms initiated by President Damalanki, conditions have significantly improved. Prior to this, the Alliance's status was largely nominal, with the prominent families truly wielding power. Since the ascent of President Damalanki, who hails from a common background, he has effectively subdued these families through his formidable strength and implemented sweeping changes to various policies. This has led to an increasing number of talented commoners emerging in recent years. Jia serves as a prime example. Previously, one could only choose a single progression subject, with no option to select 3, let alone the prospect of reduced tuition fees. Without the knowledge systems of Elven studies, pharmacology, and berry studies, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Jia to cultivate his Pokémon in the beginning. The trajectory of his life since his arrival in this world was poised for considerable alteration. However, such concerns were not within Jia's purview at the moment, for he lacked the requisite strength to engage in such matters. Shaking off distractions, he set off toward the training grounds at the White Cape, curious about the allure that attracted numerous trainers to this locale. After a lengthy journey, as the pure white sands faded from sight, replaced by dark rocks, Jia finally beheld the so-called training area. Before him, the coastline revealed a vast opening, shimmering gold beneath the sunset's glow. The initially modest waves at the entrance were abruptly transformed into fierce torrents as they surged through the gap. At this moment, high tide prevailed, with tumultuous waters in the distance reaching heights of over 10 meters. Even so, this was not the most violent point of the tide. Further away, at the cliffs, ocean currents propelled the waves to even greater heights. The Pokémon, each dispersed across the beach according to their unique abilities, exhibited varied strategies. Weaker ones lingered at the back, honing their skills by resisting the smaller waves, while the more powerful ventured deeper into the sea, enhancing their abilities through the intense water pressure and tumultuous currents. At this time, only a handful of Pokémon continued their training in this challenging environment. The most eye-catching was a massive Gyarados, partially submerged, that ferociously launched powerful attacks against the waves, submerging momentarily before re-emerging to confront nature's forces in an endless cycle. Not far off, a conspicuous Alakazam wielded its spoon with a flourish, its eyes radiating a brilliant blue light as it unleashed a psychic attack, causing a significant wave to abruptly halt, losing its momentum and crashing against the rocky shore. A white beam flashed as a nearby Magneton unleashed a hyper beam, violently dismantling another wave. Trainers, while attentively observing their own Pokémon, also diverted some attention to the newly arrived Jia. This moment marked the peak of the tide, and according to Miss Joy's manual, it was ill-advised for trainers of moderate skill to engage in training here. Their curiosity piqued regarding the prowess of this unfamiliar face. Jia, too, felt their gaze upon him, his blood racing at the sight of Pokémon battling the elements. Yet, his inherent temperament prompted him to steady himself. Consulting Plan 0, he confirmed that his Pidgeot could indeed train here and subsequently released it with newfound confidence. With a sharp cry, Pidgeot soared into the air. Its impressive size and resounding voice immediately signaling to the nearby trainers that this Pokémon was formidable. After instructing Pidgeot on training methods and emphasizing safety, Jia retreated to a safer area to join the other trainers. It would be no jest if he were to be swept away by the waves. Although his physical prowess was extraordinary, swimming posed no challenge. The sheer force of the waves crashing down could indeed be life-threatening. Watching Pidgeot glide swiftly just above the ocean's surface, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. After all, Pidgeot was not a water-type Pokémon, and being engulfed by the waves would pose significant complications. He could only hope it would exercise caution. As the previous wave gradually subsided, the next surge began to rise in the distance. The horizon appeared as a continuous white line, obscuring parts of the setting sun's glow. The world dimmed, the waves looming like a celestial canopy, blotting out the sky. The natural power of this world, amplified by the presence of Pokémon, was striking. One could only wonder if the tide was stirred by a single powerful creature stirring beneath the surface. Pidgeot, enveloped in a radiant white light, charged forward into the oncoming waves. With a piercing cry, its call resonated through the sky. Jia watched anxiously. This training, as outlined by Plan Zero, focused primarily on Pidgeot's brave bird skill, which had seen little use since its acquisition. Its energy accumulation and execution were still inferior compared to its other moves. Moreover, beyond Brave Bird lay the mightier Sky Attack. If Pidgeot struggled to master Brave Bird now, mastering Sky Attack in the future would be nearly impossible. In this world, there were no so-called TM machines. Most Pokémon gradually learned common skills as their innate gifts or levels improved. Conversely, rarer or more powerful moves required instruction from a Pokémon proficient in that skill. For instance, Grass-type Pokémon might learn moves like Grassy Terrain, while others might learn Trick Room, depending on their compatibility. Typically, if a Pokémon's aptitude was sufficient and the skill fell within their learnable range, they could master it within 3 to 4 days. Such was the case with Rock Slide, which Jia had seen his powerful Rockruff use to surprise his opponent during a battle with Lacey. Jia had sought assistance from Xiaojiang to teach Rock Slide to Rockruff, as his Onix was a master of the move, while his Geodude was still merely a child. The purpose of learning such skills was to enhance their offensive capabilities and counter specific opponents. Just as Jia was lost in thought, Pidgeot surged with vigor and energy into the towering waves. He quickly refocused his attention on the tumultuous waters. The world seemed to fall into an instant silence. Chapter 70. Delayed plans. As the sun gradually descended from the horizon, the fiery hues of the evening sky began to fade. The tide slowly calmed. Pidgeot, weary and damp, landed beside Tetsuya, panting heavily. Tetsuya, feeling a sense of relief, gently patted its wings and swiftly took out a towel to dry it off. Throughout the tower training session, Pidgeot's mastery over Brave Bird had visibly improved. Initially, it struggled to break through the waves, losing balance afterward, which made Tetsuya's heart flutter with concern. After all, this was his first experience training with the forces of nature, unlike before when he relied on machine-controlled methods. By the end of the session, however, Pidgeot had begun to cleave through the waves, utilizing the energy of Brave Bird to carve a path through the tumultuous waters, allowing it to surge forth with newfound grace. Yet, Tetsuya was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Pidgeot's control was still in its nascent stages. Currently, it could only be regarded as the most elementary phase, with the next objective being to enable Pidgeot to shatter an entire wave, much like the 3-in-1 Magikarp had accomplished earlier. Upon achieving this goal, it would be essential to further condense the energy of Brave Bird, ultimately allowing it to converge at the surface and, in an instant, breach and obliterate at least 3 waves. This final step would demand not only mastery of energy but also precise balance, speed, and timing. Tetsuya hoped that during his anticipated stay of approximately 1.5 months, Pidgeot would strive earnestly and reach its utmost potential. Indeed, he planned to extend his stay here for about 1.5 months. Although Shimaruko, due to its unique nature, required only ample energy supply in the early stages without excessive training, achieving the level necessary for evolution into Mantle Rock within such a short time frame was unrealistic. Moreover, he needed to prepare for the next phase of evolution for Golem. As for the muscular chicken, it was needless to mention. Despite being only a few levels away from evolution, it required nurturing beyond mere feeding, along with preparatory work for its post-evolution form. Judging by the speed at which Pidgey evolved into Pidgeot, it would likely take around a month for similar progress. To put it simply, he currently had 6.9 million left, yet if he did nothing for this month, he might end up in debt by 1 or 2 million. This predicament arose from his prior expenditure of 8 million on special rocks for Shimaruko, which barely sufficed for 2 months. It's no wonder that true trainers are known for their extravagant expenses. If it weren't for the 50 discount at the Nibby gym and his efficient cultivation methods with zero, the cost would have been even higher. Tetsuya estimated that if an ordinary person aimed to achieve results identical to his, it would probably require an investment of over 60 million. As for those who hoped to attain results with less than 20 million, he chuckled to himself. Deeming such aspirations unrealistic, he believed that having a powerful backing made him formidable and capricious. Moreover, another reason for his extended stay was his recent visit to the Bounty Hunter Guild to check on available tasks. He noted that due to the congregation of numerous trainers, many high-level quests were posted here as prime opportunities, proving to be quite lucrative. As for challenges at gyms and obtaining badges for competitions, he felt no urgency. After all, it merely entailed visiting a city to challenge a gym and leave. Including travel, scheduling, and rest, completing a gym could take 3 to 4 days, allowing him to collect the remaining 7 badges within a month if all went smoothly. Initially, he had planned to linger in each city to seize tasks for profit. But now that he could train and earn simultaneously, the absence of badges became a trivial matter. While contemplating his plans for the upcoming month, Tetsuya busied himself tending to Pidgeot. The other trainers nearby engaged in similar devoted care for their Pokémon. While unsavory characters existed in the Pokémon world, most trainers exhibited profound affection for their Pokémon, regardless of their misdeeds. Many could not tolerate negative remarks or actions, which explained why someone like Reiji was reprimanded for expressing his views on the ship, despite the reality he spoke. From a certain perspective, the people of this world were rather endearing. Amidst his busy activities, Tetsuya smiled. Having grown accustomed to this life, he was genuinely pleased to find himself in this world. Though it differed from the memories of his past life, it felt far more vibrant and authentic. Occasionally, he did find himself reminiscing about the past. As he continued his grooming, Pidgeot let out a comfortable coo, nuzzling its large head against Tetsuya's chest. He absent-mindedly stroked the beautiful crest atop Pidgeot's head, marveling at its exquisite texture, and then gently pushed it away. "Not now. I'm still working," he warned with a glance, and Pidgeot obediently lowered itself to the ground. After some time, he clapped his hands and exhaled a sigh of relief, finally completing the grooming, a labor-intensive task that required considerable effort. It wasn't merely about cleaning. Pidgeot could dry itself using its heat wave move. Instead, meticulous care was necessary, such as observing the density of feathers on both sides, determining whether the trainer needed to intervene, and assessing the length and sharpness of the claws to ensure they aligned with its battle habits. Maintaining cleanliness was paramount for Pokémon, as it pertained not only to their health, but also to the bond forged between trainer and Pokémon during such moments. Naturally, this level of care wasn't required daily. It was typically done periodically or in set portions. Today, Tetsuya merely expedited the grooming schedule. Pidgeot's size was still manageable, while the trainer with the Gyarados beside him was laboriously scrubbing away, seemingly far from completing the day's grooming goal. Observing the other trainer's sweat-drenched visage, Tetsuya envisioned a future when he would groom Golem or even larger Pokémon. He stifled a silent laugh, recalling that as long as he didn't witness it, he wouldn't have to imagine the daunting task ahead. For now, he would focus on preparing dinner for his 3 Pokémon. They must not go hungry. No, he definitely wants tea leaving to escape reality. The Gyarados trainer glanced up momentarily, noticing Tetsuya's hurried departure, and thought it peculiar. He had hoped to engage in conversation. Chapter 71. Daily Life. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Jia first approached the guest services and informed Miss Joy that he wished to extend his stay by an additional 40 days. Seizing the opportunity while his Pokémon were recuperating under Miss Joy's care, he retrieved several packages from his belongings and methodically stored them in his spatial backpack, transporting them into his room. Despite the advanced technology of the spatial backpack, which alleviated the burden of heavy objects, and his own physical prowess, honed through rigorous training to a point where he could easily rival a former boxing champion, the task of moving the 8 million yuan boulder required 4 or 5 trips to complete. After expressing his gratitude to Miss Joy, Jia collected the Pokeballs containing his 3 fully healed Pokémon. He returned to his room but had no time to rest. He immediately began preparing dinner for them. The dietary proportions for Stoneball varied with the type of rock in the evening, requiring adjustments, yet it remained the simplest task. For the robust chicken, he needed to slightly reduce the energy cubes provided, replacing some with different berries to create a salad, ensuring variety and preventing monotony. Additionally, a portion of the cocoa berries needed to be exchanged for lotus berries, necessitating a recalibration of the ratios and adjustments to the supplementary ingredients. For the Pidgeotto, based on the afternoon's training, he made specific alterations to the ratios of the original cucumber and lum berry recipes, while other supplementary materials also required proportional changes, including an increase in bone meal and vitamins. Frankly speaking, without the zero plan, Undertaking these tasks alone would have been considerably more challenging and mentally taxing, lacking the comprehensiveness it provided. After an hour had passed, he finally summoned his 3 eager Pokémon, who had been patiently waiting for their meal. With their trainer's approval, the 3 Pokémon, varying in size, darted to their respective bowls, commencing their feast. At this point, Jie could not afford to rest. He needed to conduct a brief examination of Stoneball and the robust chicken's physical conditions to ensure no issues arose from the afternoon's battles. Although he had already received a report from Miss Joy, personal inspection was essential for his peace of mind. He circled around the 2 voracious eaters, meticulously observing Stoneball's core and the junctions of its body, the muscular definition of the robust chicken's legs, the development of its 3 crest feathers, and various other areas. Once he confirmed, in conjunction with the report from Zero, that there were no issues, he finally felt at ease. Only then did Jie turn his attention to his own dinner. The meal was provided by the Pokémon Center, delivered by designated staff, with dishes that could simply be placed in a designated cleaning chute. Tonight's offering consisted of curry with synthetic beef accompanied by 2 vegetable dishes and white rice, complemented by a warm glass of milk he had prepared himself, which was quite delightful. What? You inquire how the milk was heated? Look at the robust chicken lounging nearby after its meal. That was the perfect source of warmth. With Pokémon technology, who needs stoves or microwaves? Whenever Jie craved warm milk, he simply let the robust chicken warm it in its embrace, a process that took merely 2 minutes. Given the high body temperature of this fire-type Pokémon, if he were to raise an ice-type Pokémon in the future, freezing would require no refrigerator. Just a simple breath. Casually tossing his used utensils into the cleaning chute, Jie flopped onto the ground. Pidgeotto, resting on the floor, witnessed its trainer collapse onto its soft body. Slightly fluttering its wings to avoid inadvertently striking Jie, Pidgeotto closed its eyes once more. The recent training had thoroughly exhausted it. While it had experienced fatigue before, this was an unprecedented level of exertion. Jie leaned his head gently against Pidgeotto's belly, relishing a dream of his past life, now realized almost daily. Of course, if he had a Snorlax, it might be even more comfortable, but the expense of such a Pokémon was prohibitive. Even with energy cubes, the feeding requirements of a Snorlax were no laughing matter. The robust chicken lounged on the sofa, lazily stroking its full belly, occasionally burping, feeling slightly overindulged. Stoneball, sensing idleness, leaped onto the table, retracting its horns and legs to transform into an unremarkable bluish rock, settling down to rest. While in this state, Stoneball remained acutely aware of its surroundings, ready to defend itself or flee at the slightest hint of danger. However, in the Pokémon Center, such threats were virtually non-existent, a habit Jie had cultivated in Stoneball to prepare it for unexpected encounters in the wild. As the moon quietly hung in the night sky, the rooms of the Pokémon Center gradually descended into tranquility. From outside, the lights in each room extinguished one by one, succumbing to the encroaching darkness of night. Save for a few rooms that remained illuminated, persistently aglow. A night devoid of words. Jie's long-established internal biological clock stirred him awake just before the sun's ascent. Stretching languidly, he carefully rose from his bed. His 3 Pokémon, perceptive as ever, awoke in unison, Stoneball extending its horns and legs to stand, the robust chicken resting its claws on its chest, and Pidgeotto blinking its eyes and tilting its head to stretch. Jie smiled at them and proceeded directly to the bathroom to commence his morning routine. By the time he emerged, his 3 companions had already limbered up and were ready to begin their warm-up exercises for the day. The robust chicken was eager to join him for a run, albeit with a weight vest that was nearing its maximum capacity. He would likely need to acquire a new one after its evolution, which would entail another significant expense. At this moment, Jie found himself unable to keep pace with the robust chicken, while it was charmingly referred to as running together. In reality, the distance covered by the robust chicken would far surpass his own. This exercise also served to strengthen the bond between trainer and Pokémon, as training together would foster a deeper connection. Next was Pidgeotto, which would engage in weighted flight. Jie fitted it with the vest and let it soar on its own, for he could not accompany it in the air, a limitation of sorts. Finally, Stoneball obediently followed alongside, tasked with honing its gravity control skills. With a snap of his fingers, Jie and his 3 Pokémon set off on their day's journey. Chapter 72. Training. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, Jie and his muscular chicken sprinted along the sandy beach. He reminded his companion to focus on breathing, noting that running on sand could lead to greater fatigue, particularly in the glutes, hamstrings, hip flexors, and legs. During their return runs, he advised his partner to pay attention to varying angles of inclination and adjust his posture accordingly. Although the creature could self-adjust during routine exercises, it did so rather slowly, and could not immediately reach the most scientifically optimal state. One of the trainer's primary responsibilities was to instruct the Pokémon on how to adjust swiftly to achieve the goals of training and warming up. After completing several warm-up laps, Ji waved his hand, signaling Muscular Chicken to continue on its own and return to the side of SHWNZ. The Muscular Chicken, with its powerful legs, joyfully dashed ahead. Upon entering SHWNZ's gravitational skill range, Ji felt a slight compression throughout his body, including his internal organs. Nodding slightly, he noted that SHWNZ's gravitational influence had progressed further. He estimated that once its evolution neared completion, they could commence the second phase of gravitational skill training. He instructed SHWNZ to practice manipulating gravity for 30 minutes before taking a break, after which he would assign new training tasks. While SHWNZ remained still, Ji, familiar with its habits, knew it was listening intently, and he felt reassured as he resumed his own exercises. After more than half an hour, when the freshly warmed Pidgeot and Muscular Chicken returned to the beach, he paused to assign the day's tasks. Pidgeot, your task this morning is to master various skill combinations. Fly close to the water's surface, using your steel wings or feathers to attack, creating wind pressure that parts the sea and generates artificial waves. Then, use a tornado to swirl the water and slice through it with air. If you encounter naturally formed high waves, attempt to break through them as you did yesterday. Next, we will address the confusion between shadow clones and substitutes. You need to. SHWNZ, once you're rested, try to utilize your sand manipulation abilities to sense the properties and flow of sand. Essentially, sand belongs to the category of rocks. Control a portion of the sand using the technique of quicksand hell to train your capabilities, followed by addressing the issue of invisible rocks. Muscular Chicken. Today you will focus on explosive power training, just as before, but on sand this time. Pay attention to the same points as when you were running earlier. Do not injure yourself, and be mindful of your power application. You still need to enhance the concentration of your flame jet and big explosion. The key points are. After laying out the morning's training regimen in one breath, Ji felt parched. He gestured for Pidgeot to begin training a short distance away and took a bottle of water from his bag to quench his thirst. Muscular Chicken obediently secured the apparatus for explosive power training on itself and began sprinting repeatedly across the sandy terrain. Ji observed and corrected a few minor errors, and soon Muscular Chicken's power application began to improve. The next step involved the tedious repetition of these actions, changing into swim trunks. He dashed to a calmer spot and plunged into the sea to swim. This exercise could soothe the mind, promote blood circulation, and, while relaxing the muscles, reduce the stress they needed to endure, enhancing cardiovascular function. The key lay in engaging all muscle groups without adding stress to the joints. As time passed and the sun grew increasingly warm, more people began to populate the beach, many of whom, like Shi, were trainers exercising their Pokémon. Each trainer had instinctively carved out their own space. The previously tranquil environment began to grow lively, with faint echoes of trainers directing their Pokémon during training. Different personal habits led to varying training styles. For instance, Ji preferred to assign all tasks at once and allow his Pokémon to train independently, while others favored a more hands-on approach, closely accompanying their Pokémon through each step of training. Time flew by during training, and before they knew it, the sun hung high in the sky. Though it was spring, the heat was beginning to intensify. After finishing his swim, Ji dried off and prepared lunch for his 3 Pokémon, knowing that the afternoon's training would remain equally tedious and challenging. As a trainer, he had to ensure he was always prepared in terms of logistics. It was difficult to define the relationship between trainers and their Pokémon. They resembled partners, friends, and family, yet this did not diminish their bond. The aroma of food began to fill the air, with trainers and their Pokémon sharing meals on the beach, as replenishing energy and stamina was an essential part of strengthening. As the sun dipped toward the horizon and waves rolled in once more, Ji called back SHWNZ and Muscular Chicken to his side. Many trainers with insufficient strength began to retreat, realizing their Pokémon were not equipped to handle the challenges ahead. Those stubbornly ignoring warnings and wishing to test their limits, along with their Pokémon, had already been swept into the ocean, adrift with the currents. This scene was not suitable for Muscular Chicken and SHWNZ, but he could not withdraw their Pokeballs. They needed to witness Pidgeot confronting the formidable forces of nature. Such experiences could inspire their aspirations for strength, which might stem from a deep-seated desire for safety, whether subconscious or genetic. However, these motivations were often fleeting or lacking in magnitude, and it was the trainer's responsibility to provide them with a clear objective. Ji believed that once they evolved into their final forms, they would be capable of achieving results akin to Pidgeot. Indeed, As he observed Pidgeot's valiant stance, Muscular Chicken's eyes sparkled with excitement. And the typically reticent SHWZ sensed the situation outside, calling out in an unusual display of enthusiasm. In Jia's team, Pidgeot, being the eldest and most powerful, naturally assumed the role of the elder brother, attentively caring for the other two Pokémon. With a smile playing on his lips, he addressed Muscular Chicken and SHWZ, saying, "Can you feel it? You two will be this strong one day, and even stronger." Cha. Dangaro. The voices of the two Pokémon resonated with anticipation and excitement. After a long day of exhausting training, Ji returned with his three Pokémon to the Pokémon Center, entrusting them to Nurse Joy for recovery. Seizing this moment, he finally had a chance to catch his breath and rest, surrounded by several trainers in a similar state. The life of a true trainer was far from the imagined ease. Chapter 73. Additional tasks and combat refinement aside from a few brief moments of leisure during their travels. Most trainers and their Pokémon found themselves entrenched in monotonous training and fierce battles. A shared glance among a few of them conveyed a silent understanding. Suddenly, Jia's wristwatch emitted a notification sound, startling him. It could not possibly be a message from Miss Joy, as he had only just taken a seat. Who, then, could be sending him a message? Curiosity piqued. Jia activated his watch to read the message. After a brief moment, he raised his head in realization. The message was from Dr. Yamano, and though it was lengthy, its essence conveyed that Jia was to serve as a temporary instructor for younger students at an esteemed academy near Hualan City. He inquired about the absence of a breeding certificate, to which Dr. Yamano waved dismissively, assuring him that under his endorsement, such a document was unnecessary. Throughout their week aboard the ship, Dr. Yamano had developed a profound appreciation for Jia's abilities and attitude towards learning. Upon discussing Jia with Professor Okido, he had wholeheartedly recommended him. Professor Okido, well aware of the character of his assistant and dear friend, readily consented after a brief review of Jia's credentials. Although Jia was unaware of the specifics of this arrangement, Dr. Yamano's casual demeanor belied its significance. He understood it to be a testament to Dr. Yamano's regard for him. Otherwise, given Professor Okido's esteemed reputation, the mere mention of needing a breeding expert would have attracted a multitude of eager volunteers, with even some novice breeders lacking the qualifications to assist. After sincerely expressing his gratitude to Dr. Yamano, Jia recognized that he would soon find himself even busier, as he needed to devise an exceptional teaching plan for this upcoming task. As for remuneration, it was entirely pro bono. How could one charge for teaching children? They were the blossoms and future of the Alliance, and Jia prided himself on being the kind of person who would not entertain such thoughts. Engaging in light conversation with a few trainers from various regions, including Sinnoh and Hoenn, they exchanged travel anecdotes, enriching their knowledge of one another's experiences. The disparities in customs and cultures across regions were striking, which explained why so many trainers were captivated by the exploration of the world. Many wonders remained hidden until one truly encountered them. For instance, Jia had previously known that the Sinnoh region was divided by Mount Coronet, and that the Shellos species exhibited significant variations in shape and color depending on their habitat. The regional isolation led to distinct manifestations of Shellos and Gastrodon, with the eastern variant being blue and the western variant pink. However, due to the vast distance between these regions, Jia had never witnessed this phenomenon firsthand. A trainer from Sinnoh enthusiastically showcased his 4 different forms of Shellos and Gastrodon to the group, including Jia. He expressed that he had no particular fondness for other Pokémon, reserving his admiration solely for them. Observing the interaction between the trainer and his 4 Pokémon, along with the affection reflected in their eyes, Jia couldn't help but marvel at the myriad of extraordinary relationships forged by the presence of Pokémon in this world. Meanwhile, a trainer from Hoenn shared breathtaking footage of the unique underwater islands native to his homeland, leaving the audience in awe of nature's grandeur. As time passed, trainers took their leave one by one, each accompanied by their rejuvenated Pokémon. Eventually, it was Jia's turn. After exchanging farewells with the remaining trainers and expressing hopes for future discussions, he returned to his room with his 3 Pokémon. He completed his evening feeding ritual as usual, and while his Pokémon drifted into slumber, Jia continued to immerse himself in study. For trainers, aside from their families and Pokémon, who were often like family, there was an underlying sense of solitude, occasionally punctuated by camaraderie. Only a select few trainers had the trust necessary to embark on adventures together, such as those specializing in double battles. The lights in the room remained brightly lit, creating the illusion that they had never been extinguished. Use Fire Punch on its torso, Lebo. With a synchronized shout from trainer and Pokémon, the opposing creature let out a pained cry. Yet, the beloved bug-type warrior, Scyther, renowned for its resilience, refused to succumb to the onslaught of Fire Punch. enduring the agony. It retaliated with a swift two-hit combo. Unbeknownst to it, this peculiar Pokémon, which it had never encountered in the forest, displayed astonishing speed, evading even its most cherished attacks. After 2 probing attempts, its extensive hunting experience led it to conclude that this battle would likely end unfavorably. However, its intrinsic pride compelled it to launch relentless assaults against its opponent. In a flash of electricity, it executed Shadow Clone, slicing through the air with rapid strikes. Yet its attacks inflicted negligible damage as its foe grew increasingly agile, causing its aimed strikes to miss their mark. Lebo, remaining composed, adeptly parried the 2-hit combo with Thunder Punch and Fire Punch, subsequently landing 2 of Farmer's 3 punches squarely on Scyther. The frail and aged body of Scyther could hardly withstand such a barrage, resulting in its loss of combatability, though it managed to remain upright. Supported by its own tenacity, Jia shook his head in regret. It was not that Scyther had been defeated in a fatal sense. There were certain rules governing Pokémon battles in this world, and it had merely lost the ability to fight. Continuing to attack could risk a Pokémon's life. Yet few trainers would choose such a path. As for natural battles among Pokémon, they too adhered to an unspoken law against such lethal confrontations. A principle established over countless years. Jia felt a twinge of sorrow for Scyther's untapped potential, from its solitary existence and physical condition alongside its combat experience. One could surmise that this Scyther had likely been ousted from its pack after failing to secure leadership, akin to an aging wolf in its twilight. Through the trials of time, its mastery of skills had reached an extraordinary level. Its quick reflexes and situational responses indicated that it was leagues ahead of Lebo. Throughout the battle, Jia noted several instances where Scyther anticipated Lebo's attacks, yet its own physical limitations hindered its ability to evade. Ultimately, Lebo's victory was largely attributed to its speed advantage. Scyther's seasoned attacks had even compelled Lebo into making several avoidable mistakes. Pondering this, Jia set Scyther aside for the moment. Chapter 74. Making requests. After administering a modest dose of healing ointment to the Scyther, Jia instructed the Maghoke to keep a watchful eye on the creature. He also had the Beedrill and the Shuckle maintain their vigilance nearby, before he commenced preparations for today's lunch. Alas, he was not a humanoid Chansey, and applying a bit of healing medicine in the wild was already a commendable approach. Most wild Pokémon that succumbed to battle in the wilderness faced a grim fate of death. Thus, he considered his actions to be a merciful gesture. This was also the reason why he yearned for a Pokémon capable of learning restorative moves such as Heal Pulse or Grassy Terrain. Even if the individual's aptitude was merely adequate, without demanding a standard above that of the Elite Four, to survive in the wild for an extended period. Sustainability was an essential aspect. A short duration of support would diminish the benefits, and, more critically, the assurance of life would remain unguaranteed. For instance, he had to return to town at least every half-day to restore the health of his 3 Pokémon, which significantly hampered his efficiency. Regrettably, the number of Pokémon capable of learning restorative moves was exceedingly limited, and the difficulty in mastering such techniques was high, coupled with the scarcity of suitable candidates. Nurturing one that could effectively provide sustain was an arduous challenge. Otherwise, it would not have been the case that the Joy family nearly monopolized the entire market related to such skills. Rumors circulated that the Joy family possessed secret methods that enabled their Chansey lineage to swiftly master skills like Heal Pulse, Life Dew, and Wish. Yet no one had ever substantiated these claims. As Jia prepared lunch, his thoughts lingered on the issue of having a healer in his team. Curiously, Life Dew, a water-type restorative skill, was predominantly mastered by psychic-type Pokémon or by specialized ones like the Chingling and Chansey. Among water types, only the normal form Sunflora, Milotic, and Lapras could learn this skill. Unfortunately, it was improbable for him to acquire any of these 3. He dismissed Sunflora outright. Aside from the potential to learn Life Dew, it had numerous drawbacks. The prospect of a Sunflora capable of mastering Life Dew was nothing short of a distant dream. As for Milotic, he was aware that Phoeba evolved based on the concept of beauty or beautiful scales, yet he was somewhat perplexed by the former. The latter was primarily monopolized by the Liu Gym, which had openly expressed interest in acquiring large quantities. Many were curious about the utility of these seemingly useless yet rare scales, while a select few secretly hoarded them, believing there to be something extraordinary about them, and engaged in fervent research. Jia was acutely aware of this, yet could not speak of it, as it would lack evidence and might lead to trouble. He could not compete for them, and considering the low probability of encountering high-quality individuals of Phoeba and Magikarp, he had no choice but to pass once again. Lapras, in every sense, was an excellent choice. Its offensive capabilities, aptitude, and strength were remarkably outstanding. Moreover, due to its gentle nature, it was lauded on forums as the preferred mount for trainers on the seas. Alas, it was teetering on the brink of extinction due to rampant illegal capture. And the League had strictly prohibited its breeding to ensure its protection. It was said that the protective measures and punitive prohibitions in the Alola region were particularly stringent. The outcome remained uncertain. Sighing, Jie concluded that the optimal choice would still be a grass-type Pokémon, which was why he opted for a Leaf Stone. Pokémon from the Kanto region and its vicinity, such as Bulbasaur, Oddish, Execute, Trico, Acorn Pokémon, and even including Venusaur, Paras, Bounsweet, Turtwig, and Snivy, all had the potential to learn grassy terrain. Compared to the meager selection of Pokémon capable of mastering other restorative moves, this was an abundant and promising option. After feeding the Beedrill and Shuckle, he held the Mashoki's lunch and another bowl containing several energy cubes, addressing the Scyther nearby. If you're awake, you should eat too. Slowly, the Scyther opened its eyes, sensing that the human before it bore no significant hostility. The Machoke naturally accepted the bowl from Jie and offered one of the cubes to the Scyther. It was no joke, despite its youth and lack of practical experience. It was astute enough to discern whether the Pokémon had regained consciousness. Its trainer had already noted this, but deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Given the lack of movement from the Scyther, the Machoke held a level of admiration for the aging warrior before it. After a moment of hesitation, the Scyther accepted the food offered by the Machoke. It wasn't the aroma of the food that enticed it, to put it mildly, having lived for so many years. It had tasted a myriad of flavors from various berries and dishes. Rather, it was the watchful gazes of the Beedrill and Shuckle, along with the Machoke's attention focused predominantly on it, that led it to realize escape was not an option. It decided to observe what the human intended to do. Eating a meal did not seem unreasonable. Placing the bowl on the ground, it used its scythe-like appendage to lift an energy cube to its mouth, squinting its eyes in delight. The familiar taste brought back memories of when it and its kin had devoured the spoils from defeating a trainer. It had savored them in batches for quite some time. Unfortunately, few trainers possessed such items, and during its subsequent hunts with the group, they had never encountered them again. Jie, holding his lunch at a safe distance, began to eat while inquiring loudly of the Scyther, "Scyther, would you be interested in teaching my Machoke some combat techniques?" Being direct with Pokémon was paramount. Beating around the bush was futile, which was one of the reasons he cherished them. "Scyther." The Scyther expressed confusion. "Choke." The Machoke responded amidst the busy atmosphere. "That's me." The Scyther nodded in understanding. So this creature was called Machoke. However, it pondered what a chicken was. Its small mind was filled with great confusion, yet this did not hinder its eating. "You agreed? How splendid." Jie was astonished at how quickly and willingly the Scyther had consented, even before he had the chance to persuade further. "So, I will come here every other day. Around the time the sun surpasses the treetops, for you to teach Machoke. I will provide meals at this time and at sunset." Blinking its eyes, the Scyther was about to express its discontent, questioning when it had agreed to anything. However, upon hearing Jie's subsequent words, it swiftly altered its attitude. Chapter 75. Double Joy. The aloof mantis nodded once more, signifying his complete satisfaction with the suggestions and treatment offered by the other party. The flying mantis felt that his previous nod indeed conveyed agreement, demonstrating that the human opposite him had a fair understanding of his disposition. Furthermore, the nearby sprite named Mighty Rooster was undeniably impressive, making him a worthy candidate for mentorship. Jie also felt immense delight. He had initially ventured out merely to accomplish routine tasks and earn some breeding fees, but unexpectedly encountered such a reasonable and experienced veteran in battle. Guiding combat experience was, in fact, a minor concern. The crux of the matter lay in his estimation that this flying mantis was capable of performing both Swords Dance and Hone Claws, not to mention the potential for gathering energy. His primary objective was to ensure that Mighty Rooster mastered Swords Dance and Hone Claws, achieving proficiency in all three skills. Just imagine, a Mighty Rooster with hidden acceleration, coupled with energy gathering, Hone Claws, and Swords Dance. What an extravagant combination of skills. Jie felt a surge of excitement, contemplating a transformation in the role of his future blaze akin into that of an assassin. A true assassin should confront all adversaries head-on, rather than relying on evasive tactics, right? The only cost would be a few energy cubes, which, while not inexpensive, promised an outrageous return on investment. The flying mantis and Mighty Rooster swiftly finished their lunch. With a swift motion, the mantis flew to a nearby clearing, signaling for Mighty Rooster to join him there. With Jie's affirmation, Mighty Rooster approached the designated spot. After all, it was merely a matter of guiding combat. The mantis considered himself an absolute expert in this realm, having previously trained the fledglings of his clan. A flicker of nostalgia and melancholy crossed his eyes as he instructed Mighty Rooster to control the intensity of their combat. As you observed the two sprites tirelessly practicing, He could not help but marvel at his good fortune. It was crucial to understand that not all wild sprites were so amiable and diligent, particularly those as proud as the flying mantis. For many sprites, guiding the victor after being defeated was simply unacceptable. Instead of accepting their fate, they would often storm off in anger. At that moment, Dangoro, the rocky sphere, and Pidgeot simultaneously emitted a warning. An enemy was approaching. Jin narrowed his eyes and gestured to the halted flying mantis and Mighty Rooster, signaling them to disregard the interruption and continue their training. Mighty Rooster, reassured, complied with his trainer's command, while the mantis hesitated momentarily, only to recognize from Pidgeot's demeanor that he had likely overthought the situation. Having lived in this area for so long, he was well aware of the types of sprites that roamed. This Pidgeot had no rivals in the vicinity. Commanding Pidgeot to unleash a gust attack, the hidden foes among the trees and brush were revealed, for mischievous monkeys. Upon realizing their presence was exposed, the initially timid monkeys began to show signs of agitation. Air Slash? Ja promptly commanded Pidgeot to strike. This was a clear indication that the monkeys were about to transition from fear to anger. Once enraged, they would recklessly charge forward, regardless of the power disparity, which could be quite bothersome. After a brief moment of charging, Pidgeot flapped its wings twice, releasing 4 sharp blades of air that swiftly cut towards the monkeys. Ja nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Pidgeot's training had proven quite effective, as the charging time for Air Slash had significantly decreased. Although it was unlikely to reduce the move to instant execution, a shorter release time would greatly enhance the chances of securing victory in battle. The monkeys were caught off guard and struck hard. The tremendous impact sent their diminutive forms soaring, with 2 of them crashing against a nearby tree, emitting cries of pain. Without waiting for Ja's further instructions, Pidgeot darted towards the monkeys with a blur, executing Steel Wing. Almost simultaneously with Ja's command, Pidgeot's wings gleamed with a metallic sheen, slicing through all 4 monkeys, who had just begun to rise from their struggles. Ja exclaimed softly, surprised to find one monkey still capable of fighting. Propping itself up with its arms. Gust. A gentle breeze swept over the monkey's exhausted frame, causing it to collapse entirely, joining its companions hidden beneath the foliage. Ja chose not to pursue the monkeys any further. When they regained consciousness, they would naturally flee. Sprites were quite intelligent. Wild sprites, upon defeat, recognized the disparity in power and would not show further intent to attack. Dangoro, the rocky sphere, expressed its eagerness to battle. Ja stroked its protruding horn, reassuring it. Be patient. Once you evolve, you will be able to join the fight. He felt the urgency radiating from the rocky sphere. Having nurtured it thus far, the number of actual battles it had participated in was remarkably few. Most of the time, it had acted in a supportive role. It was no wonder it yearned for combat. Turning his attention back to the flying mantis and Mighty Rooster, he mused that high potential not only indicated energy capacity but also denoted a greater ability to learn compared to those with lower potential. Of course, this did not mean that energy potential was entirely fixed. Sprites with champion-level potential could excel in skill comprehension, surpassing even some elite champions. Just then, Mighty Rooster spun around, and Ja sensed a surge in its energy. This is Swords Dance. He was taken aback. While the enhancement appeared minimal, it was indeed Swords Dance. Even with abundant confidence in Mighty Rooster, Ja had not anticipated it would learn this technique so swiftly, especially since it had been rated as a 4-star difficulty by the researchers, 5 stars being the highest, and he found it hard to believe the flying mantis could teach it at this moment. The flying mantis blinked, astonished by Mighty Rooster's rapid comprehension. It had only casually mentioned the technique while guiding the combat. Is this how it is, Master? Mighty Rooster respectfully inquired. Indeed, precisely so. This skill is relatively straightforward. Among the sprites I have seen learn it, your understanding speed is above average. The flying mantis tempered its demeanor, offering a slight compliment to Mighty Rooster. Mighty Rooster stood in awe, recognizing the wisdom and experience of its mentor. Suddenly, the rocky sphere unleashed a rock slide towards the nearby brush. Ja, perplexed, turned his head. Pidgeot had not provided any warning. So why had the rocky sphere suddenly attacked the undergrowth? Chapter 76. An unexpected encounter. Philosopher held 2 small fossils in his hand, his expression peculiar. The 4 monkey creatures that had just been attacked by the stone ball had stealthily retreated, only to return again. The reason the Pidgeot did not issue a warning was that, having effortlessly dispatched these monkeys, they no longer posed a threat worthy of alarm. Their weakness rendered them inconsequential. Should they indeed choose to attack, the Pidgeot was confident in its ability to respond. Moreover, it had faith in the stone ball, which had proven to be quite adept at sensing danger, as evidenced by its timely reaction. After the stone ball's assault, the monkeys, initially poised to retaliate, were met with the Pidgeot's icy gaze, which swiftly quelled their burgeoning fury. leaving them as docile as if nothing had transpired. They were indeed masters of preying on the weak. The fury of the monkey creatures was not easily quelled, but it was contingent upon the strength of their opponent. Wild Pokémon were acutely aware of the importance of assessing the situation. The Pidgeot had vanquished them with apparent ease, and the lingering pain and fear from their defeat still haunted the four monkeys. Had it been a fiery monkey, perhaps its temperament would have been more volatile. Charging recklessly into battle, however, the monkeys were not so foolish. One, seemingly the leader, hesitated for a moment under the urging of the others before approaching slowly. It raised its hands, presenting an offering to the Pidgeot, signaling for it to inspect. The Pidgeot glanced dismissively at the mundane stones, feeling no interest. Philosopher's eyes, however, narrowed. These were ancient fossils, albeit small. The monkeys chattered excitedly, expressing their desire for the Pidgeot to become their leader. They deemed the Pidgeot the strongest they had ever encountered and believed that under its leadership, they could dominate the forest. They offered their most treasured possessions, hoping the Pidgeot would accept their fealty. Casting a glance at its trainer, who remained nonchalant, the Pidgeot understood the unspoken message. It spread its wings, indicating the monkeys should place the fossils on the ground beside them. The monkeys beamed with anthropomorphic delight, believing they had secured the Pidgeot's allegiance. With such a formidable ally, they felt reassured against potential threats. The Pidgeot then flapped its wings forcefully, unleashing a gust of wind that swept the four monkeys into the air, carrying them far into the distant forest. The Pidgeot felt merciful, having spared them from being blown into rocky terrain, where the remnants of fallen Pokémon lay scattered. Descending into the trees would allow the monkeys to land safely, cushioned by the branches, and with their agility, they would likely emerge unscathed. Philosopher was momentarily taken aback by the Pidgeot's actions, questioning where it had learned such behavior. As it preened its feathers, the Pidgeot called out, shaking its body as if to admonish its trainer for his distraction. Philosopher, bemused, lightly tapped the Pidgeot on the head. It was undeniable that the Pidgeot's current demeanor was somewhat reflective of his influence. In this reality, a Pokémon's personality did not wield the exaggerated effect seen in games, where percentages would dictate outcomes. Yet, there was indeed a subtle influence. For instance, courageous Pokémon adapted to battle more readily, while impetuous ones could easily be led astray during skirmishes. Fortunately, trainers often provided guidance, mitigating the potential repercussions of a Pokémon's temperament during combat. The traits of a Pokémon are predominantly shaped by their upbringing, with their trainer being the most significant influence. Philosopher reflected on his own experience, recalling how he had cared for the Pidgeot since it hatched. At that time, he had few friends to converse with, the only other being a small Rattata that had tragically perished at the claws of a sparrow. Thus, the Pidgeot became his confidant, free from the worry of its words being shared with others. Their communication was a convoluted process, translating human language into Pokémon language and back again, leading to misinterpretations. Throughout their dialogues, the Pidgeot's personality evolved into its current chatty and somewhat cheeky self. Remarkably, the sturdy chicken Pokémon seemed to be influenced by the Pidgeot as well. Fortunately, the stone ball remained unaffected. Suddenly, the sturdy chicken faltered in its training, drawing the ire of its companion, the Scyther. "What is the matter with you? You seem distracted," it chided. The sturdy chicken quickly apologized and resumed its practice, puzzled by the fleeting sensation that its trainer had called for it. Philosopher examined the two small fossils once more, confirming their unfamiliarity, and placed them at the bottom of his backpack. They were free gifts, after all, and he reasoned they might appreciate in value over time. He then left some food for the Scyther as a reward and, glancing at the time, bid farewell to his 3 Pokémon. Eager to complete his tasks for the day. Time to earn some money. Philosopher motivated himself internally. The Scyther watched the departing figure of the trainer and his Pokémon, hoping that they would indeed return as promised. The solitary silhouette of the departing trainer appeared particularly lonely. As the door swung open, Philosopher stepped into the Pokémon Center, greeted by the setting sun outside. Fortune smiled upon him. After completing the sturdy chicken's training, he had quickly located his task objective, defeating it to acquire materials for submission, yielding a modest profit. After healing his 3 Pokémon, an impulsive thought struck him. Perhaps he would visit the quaint seaside cottage atop the White Cliff. Curious as to why so many couples frequented the area. Having spent several days there without exploring, he had heard that the sunset views were splendid. After retrieving his electric bike, Philosopher set off toward the cliff. Speeding along, he observed couples riding tandem bicycles and a small dog showcasing its talents by the roadside. Upon reaching the cliff, he noticed an area cordoned off, guarded by a rare Clawitzer. It seemed a child from a prominent family was visiting. A small figure with orange hair sat beside the Clawitzer's massive claws, partially obscured from view. Chapter 77. trainers also need 007. The presence of the steel cannon arm shrimp is so rare that it is almost non-existent in the Kanto region. Only 2 trainers have records related to it, both of whom are formidable elite trainers. One of them is rumored to possess the strength of a near champion. A revelation I stumbled upon during a conversation with Dr. Yamanashi. Perhaps one of them is a favored descendant, though I paid little heed to it, as it could also be a visitor from afar. Cape Cottage, being one of Kanto's tourist hotspots, attracts many visitors. It is also relatively safe, as even within the dark organizations, few would dare to provoke the wrath of the Kanto League by launching an attack here. Moreover, the adjacent White Cape is a gathering place for trainers. Should an attack occur, I find it difficult to ascertain who would be the aggressor. Unless one reaches the championship level, the strategy of overwhelming numbers remains effective. Upon reaching the cliff's summit, I took in the breathtaking scenery. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the clouds, casting shimmering golden spots upon the sea. In the distance, the horizon melded with the sky, enveloped in a veil of crimson fabric under the sunset's glow, creating an enchanting sight. Gazing at such beauty lifted my spirits, and I couldn't help but shout towards the ocean. The nearby figure with orange hair turned upon hearing my call, only to swiftly retreat in surprise. The steel cannon arm shrimp shifted its body, shielding its young, while its yellow, squinting eyes scrutinized the boy beside me. Noticing the shrimp's gaze, I expressed a smile after releasing my pent-up fatigue and immediately summoned my Pidgeot to soar down the cliff. Upon landing, my face turned slightly pale from the height, but I quickly retrieved my electric bike and made my way toward the Pokémon Center. It was time to feed my 3 Pokémon, lest they become restless later. I was in a hurry, a night without conversation. In the following days, the town's elders noticed a peculiar and strikingly handsome boy on a summer morning. Just as dawn broke and before the sun had fully risen, he began jogging around the town, accompanied by a sturdy Torchic clad in black weighted clothing. Every other day, he could be seen heading to the beach in the forest, spending the entire day there. It was not until around 6 or 7 in the evening, with the sun nearly set, that he would hurriedly return to the town's Pokémon Center, covered in dust. For the elders, he became an intriguing topic of conversation. Witnessing yet another diligent young individual, even speculating on how long he could maintain this routine. One day turned into 2, then a week, half a month, and eventually a month. More than 30 days passed, and the elders were astonished to see that regardless of the weather, the boy remained steadfast until, one day, he inexplicably vanished. They surmised that he had likely left this place. Mantle rock, gravity, distortion. A steady male voice echoed through the forest. Dengoro. The responding sound was deep and resonant. Across from it, a green scyther maneuvered within the gravitational field, occasionally displaying a fleeting expression of pain. The crux of the matter lay in its fluctuating speed, leaving one to wonder whether it stemmed from its own control or some other cause. All right, stop. I clapped my hands, signaling the conclusion of this experiment. Mantle Rock silently retracted the gravitational field, and the scyther exhaled a sigh of relief. It had been quite taxing, especially for its aging body. Were it not for the promise of compensation, it would have been reluctant to engage in such activities. I nodded in satisfaction. The progress of my evolved Mantle Rock over the past 10 days was quite remarkable. Indeed, after 30 days of continuous nourishment, my stone ball had finally reached that critical threshold and successfully evolved into a Mantle Rock. Mantle Rock. Category: Rock Pokémon Type: Rock Height 1. 1m. Average 0. 9m. Weight 144 kilograms. Average 102 kilograms. Ability: Shattered Armor. Defense decreases when damaged by physical attacks, while speed increases significantly. Hidden ability: Sand Force and Sandstorm Weather. The power of Rock, Ground, and Steel-type moves is enhanced. Moves: Tackle, Sand Attack, Harden, Stealth Rock, Gravity, Inherited, Wide Guard Inherited, Rock Slide, Mud Slap, Rock Smash, Iron Defense, Headbutt, Rest, Snore, Sleep Talk, Sandstorm, Endure, Sand Tomb. Level: 26, Normal, Potential, Elite Breeding Method. Due to the Pokémon's unique characteristics, it is nourished with high-energy nutrient solutions until evolution synthesis method, supplemented with various special rocks. It can produce different effects on its exterior rocky surface. Specifics. This is the detailed information provided by Zero regarding Mantle Rock. In comparison to similarly sized Pokémon, Mantle Rock's height is not particularly outstanding. However, due to my nurturing emphasis, its weight appears somewhat exaggerated. In terms of moves, the ordinary level Mantle Rock boasts a quantity not inferior to many Pokémon that have just entered the elite tier, thanks to an increased breadth of knowledge that has allowed it to learn numerous skill principles. Compared to its prior form as a stone ball, its breeding method post-evolution has not changed significantly. The reason lies in the fact that the orange protrusions on mantle rock and the energy core within its body are composed of the same material. A portion of energy crystallizes into orange energy crystals distributed across its body. Moreover, when the energy within mantle rock surges, the existing orange crystals emit a brilliant glow, indicating that the opportune moment for its evolution into a golem has arrived. However, many trainers remain unaware that mantle rock can still evolve, thus failing to optimize its potential. This is Uncle Brock's explanation. Prior to this, through continuous nourishment, mantle rock's energy crystals would periodically shed. According to the data, if energy crystals do not shed after approximately 15 days of consistent feeding, it is a sign of potential evolution. Following its transformation into golem, it can actively expend energy to create crystals. It is worth noting that these crystals serve as excellent energy-rich solids, with many rock-type Pokémon considering them a valuable source of nutrition. The formula utilized for Stoneball before its evolution primarily consisted of these crystals. Sighing with relief, I recalled Uncle Brock's words. The energy crystals shed during this period could be valued at nearly $1 million, which would help offset costs. Even though its daily consumption had increased significantly, after evolving into Golem, producing crystals would, in fact, be counterproductive, as it is quite taxing on its energy and could easily lead to weakness if overdone. Reflecting on these past 40 days, I felt a deep sense of fulfillment. I had truly become a diligent practitioner. While the average trainer adheres to the 996 work schedule, I had transformed into a 007. Were it not for the visible progress of my 3 Pokémon each day, I might not have persevered. I turned my gaze towards the nearby Torchic, which was holding its breath in anticipation. Chapter 78. The marvelous evolution and exaggerated figures. The current level of the robust chicken has reached level 36. Ja also believes that it should be comparable to the evolution level of the majestic eagle. The reason it has yet to evolve may be akin to the majestic eagle's situation, lacking a battle that fulfills all the necessary conditions. Even he is uncertain about the specific conditions that enabled the majestic eagle to evolve so suddenly. It must have been a vigorous battle, as the genuine confrontations the robust chicken has faced in the past 40 days have been remarkably scarce. In the small town near White Cape, although there are many Pokémon and trainers of considerable strength, and the battle arena in the Pokémon Center is sufficiently spacious, there are still few battles taking place. After an entire day of exhausting training, who among ordinary people and their Pokémon would still have the spirit to engage in battle? This holds true both physically and mentally. When it comes to completing tasks, Ja usually sends all 3 Pokémon into battle together. It is not a formal confrontation or capture battle, so there is no need for one-on-one duels. Evolution is a wondrous phenomenon. Aside from some artificially induced methods, such as communication evolution, naturally occurring evolutions of Pokémon lack consistent patterns. Thus, he remains clueless regarding the conditions required for the robust chicken to evolve. However, today is the day of departure. Otherwise, there may not be enough time to challenge the gym, and he must reserve some time for emergencies. Ja thinks to himself that there is no rush. He does not believe that the evolution of the robust chicken can obstruct its qualification for the championship. Suddenly, he finds himself momentarily stunned as the robust chicken is enveloped in a radiant white light. Is it preparing to evolve while standing in meditation? Or is this a new skill it has comprehended? As the white light gradually envelopes the robust chicken's entire body, it becomes difficult for Ja to see clearly. It dawns on him that the robust chicken is truly evolving into a fiery chicken. Could it be his own thoughts that have brought about such a miraculous occurrence? This leaves him feeling rather embarrassed. As time passes and the white light dissipates, a striking fiery chicken stands before Ja. With its white feathers, V-shaped comb, bandaged sharp claws, and powerful legs, the contrast between its blue eyes and its overall coloration accentuates its extraordinary presence. Flames sporadically flicker from its arms and legs, a result of the fiery chicken's struggle to control the energy surging within it post-evolution. Oh wow. The fiery chicken opens its tightly shut eyes, lifts its claws and feet, relishing the formidable strength and energy coursing through its muscles, and emits an excited cry. Ja promptly encourages the fiery chicken to regain control over its slightly unbalanced body caused by the evolution, and he calls forth its information, skipping the unnecessary details. He quickly scans through the data. First, the physique. Standing at 2.25 meters tall and weighing 65 kilograms, it appears average compared to the species average of 1.9 meters and 52 kilograms. In fact, the majestic eagle now measures 1.95 meters and weighs 50 kilograms, surpassing the average of its peers by nearly a quarter, making its data look more impressive. However, the two species are distinct and cannot be compared directly. The majestic eagle as a bird of prey is naturally larger and stronger. In contrast, the fiery chicken, as a fighting-type Pokémon, requires a balanced physique. excessive height or weight, regardless of which, would hinder its combat effectiveness, especially if it cannot master its own body. According to Zero's analysis, the fiery chicken's current physique is, for itself, a relatively perfect condition. It is likely that only upon breaking through to the Elite Four or achieving greater strength will its size experience a slight increase, but the change will not be substantial. Overall, this aligns well with Zhi's expectations, appearing quite reasonable. Next, its level has risen from 36 to 39. At last, the resources invested in its nourishment have not gone to waste. It seems that if the majestic eagle does not step up its efforts, it will soon be surpassed by its younger sibling. In terms of skills, the robust chicken has become the most well-rounded Pokémon Zhi has encountered thus far. It possesses a perfect array of offensive and status-altering skills, providing numerous strategies for battles. Now, it is time to address the most pressing aspect, the training plan. Although he has already theorized a plan beforehand, he still harbors some doubts. What if he makes a mistake? He needs to confirm it through Zero. After a careful reading, Zhi rolls his eyes, already anticipating what he would find. This is a bit exaggerated. According to the current calculations, the training expenses for the fiery chicken amount to 12 million per month, averaging about 400,000 daily, an increase of 50% compared to before. It is worth noting that even a standard B-level task only rewards around 200,000 to 300,000. He would need to complete 2 B-level tasks daily to break even. He clicks his tongue in disbelief, realizing this is a veritable money pit. Coupled with the ongoing special period for Mantle Rock and the high training costs for the Majestic Eagle, a quick calculation reveals that he spends approximately 900,000 daily on training alone. No wonder most trainers encounter a prolonged bottleneck when raising 3 Pokémon to elite levels. Zhi is about to face a similar predicament. Without sufficient funds, how could one sustain such expenditures? Moreover, Zhi benefits from Miss Joy's preferential treatment, allowing for a slightly higher earning efficiency. Considering training issues, he can manage a maximum of 3 B-level tasks every 2 days, yielding a meager daily income of about 450,000. If one accounts for incidental earnings during the process, he might just barely keep up with this consumption rate. An average civilian trainer could never achieve such figures, even if they found themselves in a similar situation. They would have to be among the elite of the elite within their ranks. Of course, their Pokémon training needs could not compare to just 3 high-potential Pokémon. However, their costs to achieve the same results would be higher, while their lower strength translates to slower earning capacity. Thus, they must rely on time to gradually improve. Zhi's thoughts drift. The fiery chicken's call jolts him back to reality, and he sees that it has successfully extinguished all the flames enveloping its body. Well done. Zhi praises the fiery chicken with a smile. Instinctively, he reaches out to pat its head as a gesture of encouragement, reminiscent of his interactions during the robust chicken's earlier days. However, upon gazing at the imposing figure before him, he suddenly realizes that reaching it might not be feasible. He certainly cannot jump to do so. Perceiving her trainer's awkwardness, the fiery chicken kneels slightly, lowering its stature and bringing its head closer to Zhi's hand. You've grown as well, Zhi reflects, gently stroking the white feathers atop its head. The fiery chicken beams and emits a joyous call. Beat. Dangaro. The Majestic Eagle and Mantle Rock join in celebrating the fiery chicken's evolution. Zhi then turns his attention to the side, where the mantis is leaning against a tree. Chapter 79. Departure. The mantis, fully aware of what was to be discussed, had formed a harmonious bond with its human companion over the past 20 days. It recognized that this human was quite commendable and that the suggestions put forth were indeed reasonable. However, the mantis could not acquiesce. Thus, before Zhi could articulate his thoughts, it shook its head decisively to convey its refusal. Zhi, equally resigned, shook his head in response, relinquishing his intentions. Prior to this moment, he had been communicating with the mantis, hoping it would accompany him for a while longer, continuing its role as a mentor to his newly evolved Blaziken. Despite having learned from the mantis for a time, Blaziken had yet to fully master numerous skills. Zhi had even arranged for its subsequent placement. Nevertheless, the mantis held firm to its convictions and pride, resolutely declining his proposal. Even now, as Blaziken had evolved, the mantis's stance remained unchanged. Zhi understood and respected the mantis's choice, feeling a profound sense of regret but refraining from imposing his will. After all, compelling the mantis to submit would have been a simple task for him, yet it was not his desire, nor did it bear any advantage. Blaziken turned its gaze toward the mantis, which firmly shook its head. With a resounding flap of its blade-like wings, it leapt into the air, preparing to soar into the distance. Wait, Zhi called out, quickly retrieving a bag of energy cubes he had prepared in advance. Here, take this. Consume sparingly. It should last you quite a while. In silence, the mantis used its feet to grasp the bag from the ground. crossing its scythe-like arms in front of it. It offered a slight bow to Jie and his 3 Pokémon before turning and flying off into the horizon. Watching the mantis depart, Jie clapped his hands together. All right, it's time for us to leave as well. The 3 Pokémon reluctantly shifted their gazes away. During the past 20 days of guidance, the mantis had not merely served as a mentor to Blaziken. While it had not specialized in combat skills, the mantis's lineage as natural warriors endowed it with remarkable talent. Even without a fighting-type designation, coupled with its vast experience, it exhibited an impressive prowess. Its true mastery lay in the art of flight. Though its physical decline had hindered its ability to demonstrate many techniques, the mantis imparted all its flying skills to Pidgeot. Although many techniques were less applicable due to size and habitual differences, Pidgeot's flying abilities undeniably improved under the mantis's tutelage. For a flying-type Pokémon, this signified a substantial enhancement in strength. As for Golem, during the final 10 days, the mantis primarily functioned as Golem's sparring partner. The disparity in strength between Blaziken and Pidgeot compared to Golem was vast, rendering their skill applications indistinguishable. Although the mantis possessed elite capabilities, its age constrained its performance, making it a perfect match for Golem. Take, for instance, the gravity technique recently tested. Jie hoped Golem could achieve a variable control of gravity. To simplify, this meant that within the gravitational field of the skill, different areas would experience varying levels of gravity, which could be manipulated at will. One moment, an opposing Pokémon might be enjoying normal gravity, and the next, they could find themselves subjected to tenfold or 1/10 of that gravity. Such sudden shifts would undoubtedly catch adversaries off guard. It is essential to note that even elite Pokémon require time to adapt to changes in gravity. Whether through weighted training or in a gravity chamber, excessive or insufficient gravitational forces could lead to a loss of bodily control. Initially, Golem's progress was quite slow. While the concept seemed straightforward, executing it proved exceedingly complex. A comprehensive understanding of the skill was necessary, alongside a high degree of control over energy attributes. Moreover, one had to learn to multitask, or it would be impossible to manage effectively. Finally, extensive practice was required until the response became instinctual. Golem, possessing commendable aptitude, rapidly accomplished the first step, a tiered distribution of gravitational fields. This meant that the outermost ring would experience 0.5 times gravity, the next ring would have 1 times, followed by 2 times, and so forth. This setup offered an excellent training ground for Blaziken, facilitating its acclimatization to gravity, thus preventing wasted time. However, in battle, this tiered gravitational skill might prove less effective than its original form. Such a structured distribution could allow opponents to adapt more swiftly, necessitating further refinement. Today, within just 10 days, Golem, through the mantis's first-hand insights, had quickly developed a gravity field with practical combat significance, one that featured a primarily chaotic distribution of gravity. The chaos stemmed from Golem's own arrangements, which retained certain habitual elements. It was only through Jie's close guidance alongside Zero that a semblance of order could be discerned, imperceptible to outsiders. Of course, further improvements were still required until Jie's envisioned ideal was realized. Returning to the present, Jie found all 3 Pokémon gazing at him. He slapped his cheeks and raised both hands. All right, everyone, we are ready to depart. Our next destination is Hualan City. Oh yeah? Pidgeot. Dengoro. Blaziken, Pidgeot. And Golem responded with enthusiasm, their excitement palpable. Though saddened by the mantis's departure, they understood that the forest was the mantis's true home. Likewise, they recognized that their best place was beside their trainer. Forward, onward. Jie led the charge towards Hualan City. The 3 Pokémon paused, surprised by the prospect of running. Golem quickly waved its 3 arms to hasten after Jie, lest they fall behind. Blaziken crouched slightly, preparing to sprint, and with a powerful push off the ground, it became a fiery blur, darting through the forest to Jie's side. Lastly, Pidgeot lazily spread its wings, gliding through the dense trees and branches with the ease of a leisurely stroll, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 80, Hualan City at last. He arrived in Hualan City. Jie stretched lazily, sipping his coffee and speaking to himself. After having been set down by his majestic Pidgeot at the city's designated landing point, he now found himself at the Pokémon Center, where he had secured accommodations and booked a gym challenge. He had long since conquered his fear of heights. After all, he was no coward. The truth was, a traumatic fall from a great height in his previous life had left him with lingering psychological scars. Although his physical condition in this life was excellent, he still hesitated to test whether a drop from several hundred meters would pose a problem for him, as he was not a fighter-type Pokémon. However, with the continued growth of Pidgeot and his newfound confidence in its capabilities, he felt assured that should he fall from such heights, Pidgeot would have ample time to catch him. It felt akin to bungee jumping. So he began to travel directly on Pidgeot's back. As he sat there, he realized how exhilarating it truly was. When gazing down from several hundred meters in the air, the breathtaking landscapes of mountains, forests, and lakes unfolded beneath him, filling his heart with joy. The only inconvenience was the necessity of wearing windproof goggles and securing his position, as Pidgeot's speed could easily leave him teary-eyed and swaying, though for Pidgeot, this was merely a leisurely stroll. Nevertheless, the advantages outweighed the drawbacks. Not only did this mode of transport save time, but he had also sold his electric bike in exchange for a bicycle. Occasionally, he still required a terrestrial means of transport, as there were places where Pidgeot could not operate effectively. He mused about riding atop a Garchomp next time. It might be a bit uncomfortable, but it was worth a try. Gia held the cold coffee cup in his hands, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. He could not remain in a state of constant training, as neither he nor his Pokémon could endure such relentless pressure. Balance was the essence of training. He dismissed the notion that cycling was of no use. On the contrary, it held some merit in the future. He could ride his bicycle to warm up alongside his Blaziken, which would be preferable to running alone. A flurry of thoughts danced through Gia's mind. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I headed? He began to feel like a philosopher. At that moment, his Blaziken, more humanoid in appearance, sat beside him at the table. The final form of this impressive starter Pokémon inevitably attracted many envious and admiring glances. Picking up a delicious fruit salad that served no practical purpose, Blaziken squinted its eyes in delight, savoring the exquisite flavors that were undoubtedly a specialty of Nurse Joy at the Hualon City Pokémon Center. As for the trainer sitting across from it, who appeared dazed and lethargic, Blaziken was accustomed to seeing him in such a state. It was merely a phase that every boy went through occasionally. Ding dong. The distinctive sound of a gym reservation notification chimed. Yet Gia remained in a daze. Blaziken discreetly reached for his coffee cup, quickly withdrawing its claw and tossing a piece of fruit into its mouth. Ouch, that's hot, Gia exclaimed as the cup shattered on the ground. Drawing a flurry of curious stares, Nurse Joy promptly approached, reprimanding him for his clumsiness before cleaning up the mess and leaving. Apologizing to Nurse Joy, Gia felt perplexed. It was summer, and he had ordered iced coffee. How had it suddenly turned hot? Once Nurse Joy departed, Gia squinted at Blaziken, who maintained its usual expression while continuing to enjoy its fruit salad. Sensing Gia's gaze, Blaziken tilted its head in curiosity, as if to ask, "What's up, boss?" Gia could clearly read this expression. If it was Blaziken's doing, then who was responsible? Surely, it couldn't be a prank from you messing with him. Shaking his head, he thought it might not be such a bad thing after all. Perhaps he could exploit it later. Oh right. The gym reservation information had just come through. Gia quickly accessed the information on his wristwatch. After reading it, he scratched his head in confusion. Why was the Hualon gym battle scheduled for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning when he had made his reservation for around 1 in the afternoon? Normally, it should have been set for around 4 o'clock. During his previous challenge at the Nibby gym, it had been about the same. According to league regulations, unless the number of challengers was overwhelming, such a long wait was unusual. Was the Hualon gym really that popular? There was no mention of it on the forums. He found himself puzzled but resigned. Tomorrow would come regardless, and it wasn't a significant difference. It was fortunate that he still had the afternoon to explore, as he had feared he would have no time. Let's go out for a stroll, he said to Blaziken once it finished the last bite of salad. Sure, Blaziken nodded, though it recalled that its boss despised high temperatures. While 30 degrees Celsius was nothing for Blaziken, it might be considered quite warm for a human. Indeed. As the automatic doors of the Pokémon Center opened, a wave of heat washed over them. Gia instinctively withdrew his foot. After some contemplation, he wandered over to the ice cream shop and decisively chose a large vanilla ice cream cone topped with strawberries. Satisfied, he nodded. It was perfect. Then, donning a sun hat, he strolled out of the center, the cold ice cream instantly alleviating the oppressive heat of the summer afternoon. Just as Gia stepped outside, a peculiar customer entered the ice cream shop. Madam, you've been selecting for nearly an hour. Please make your decision. The attendant pleaded desperately. The durian flavor is tempting, but I really want to try the strawberry too. Vanilla is a classic flavor that should never go out of style, right? The girl murmured to herself, nearly bringing the attendant to tears. Meanwhile, Gia's mood was buoyant as he walked through the water city of Hualon, feeling invigorated. He found a boatman to take him on a leisurely tour. You trainer, look strong. A Blaziken is quite rare. In my years, I haven't seen many. The boatman said cheerfully. Haha, not at all. I still have much to learn. Could you tell me about Hualon City? Gia responded with a laugh. Absolutely. Let me share some places you trainers would love. First, over there is the Berry Powder House, a renowned local specialty known for its drinks that are perfect for nurturing young Pokémon. Then, there's the Move Tutors Academy over there. Rumor has it that the gym leader sometimes appears there as well. And over there is. Chapter 81. Entering the Wobble Pavilion, listening attentively to the detailed explanations from the ferryman, Jia found the experience both intriguing and novel. As these were sights he had never witnessed firsthand, only heard whispers of. It is often said that every city possesses its own unique charm. And one of the greatest joys and rewards of travel is to savor these distinctions. Each time he arrived at a new locale, Jia would take the opportunity to explore a bit. Before long, having completed his leisurely boat ride, he bid farewell to the ferryman and disembarked, pleased with the economical fare. Glancing at the time, which was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, he promptly returned to his room with his fiery chicken. "Oh, it's you, Jia. You've arrived in Wobble City." A robust male voice resonated from his wrist communicator. "Yes, Dr. Yamabira, I've been well. How have you been?" Jia greeted with a smile. The figure projected on the screen was none other than Dr. Yamabira, who was simultaneously savoring instant noodles while holding a lollipop. As a close friend and chief assistant to Professor Okido, Dr. Yamabira's schedule was quite demanding, typically only allowing him a brief respite before meals. He often chose to dine early, finishing his meal before immersing himself in his work, or, like Professor Okido, would work while eating. "Things are going well. The young ones at the lab are bursting with energy. I was terribly bored during that week on the boat." It was far less enjoyable than being at the lab. Move over a bit. Before Dr. Yamabira could finish, a cheerful voice interrupted. "You must be Jia. A spirited young man indeed. Quite impressive. Ah, and this must be your fiery chicken. Oh my, exceptionally well-bred." An elderly man with a robust frame, clad in a white lab coat over a purple t-shirt, squeezed past Dr. Yamabira while clutching a bucket of instant noodles. "Good day, Professor Okido," Jia respectfully greeted, inclining his body slightly and about to show his esteem. It was none other than Professor Okido, arguably the most distinguished Pokémon researcher in the entire Pokémon world, renowned for his expertise in the relationship between Pokémon and humans. He was the proponent of classifying Pokémon by their attributes. At the age of 25, he secured a lifelong professorship at Rainbow University with his work on the nature of Pokémon, laying the groundwork for Pokémon studies as an independent discipline, effectively distinguishing Pokémon from ordinary biological classifications. Without Professor Okido's contributions, humanity's understanding of Pokémon may still lack a cohesive framework. No amount of respect shown towards Professor Okido could be deemed excessive. Only Count Taki-Lin, who studied the origins of Pokémon, and Nishino Mori, the inventor of the Pokeball, could be considered his equals. Haha, no need for such formality. Yamabira mentioned you. "It's clear you are indeed a remarkable trainer," Professor Okido said, slurping his noodles with an indistinct mumble. "Professor, you flatter me. You are the paragon in both Pokémon research and battles that I aspire to emulate," Jia replied, humbled, aware that in terms of prowess, Professor Okido was unrivaled. "Do not be deceived by my age. I was once a formidable trainer in my youth. It's a pity that those days are long gone. Focusing on creating the Pokédex feels like a misstep to me." This was a sentiment voiced by champion Kikuko during an interview when asked about her views on Professor Okido. Historically, during the Kanto era, Professor Okido had once claimed first place in the Pokémon League, with Kikuko herself as the runner-up. It is worth noting that the prestige of that league surpassed that of today, employing a battle format that closely mirrored wild encounters, with trainers and Pokémon battling side by side. Though many records have been lost over time, it is evident that Professor Okido possessed extraordinary strength in his youth. It is widely believed that he had already reached the level of a champion trainer, and had he not pursued a career as a Pokémon researcher, he would undoubtedly have been the champion of the Kanto region. Of course, many now argue that the true loss would be if we were to overlook Professor Okido's contributions to Pokémon studies. There are also speculations that, despite his prolonged absence from battles, his current strength is still at the champion level. For his inherent talent could lead him to attain such heights even with minimal focus on training. After a brief exchange with both Professor Okido and Dr. Yamabira, Jia noticed they were preparing to delve into their next research project. He wisely suggested ending the call, reminding Dr. Yamabira to take care of his health and not to indulge in too many sweets or instant noodles, as it could be detrimental to his well-being. With a chuckle, Dr. Yamabira acknowledged his advice. Once the call ended, Jia took out his teaching board, densely filled with his thoughts regarding his upcoming instruction at the Pokémon school. The recent conversation had sparked new ideas within him. Taking the time to prepare dinner for his 3 Pokémon and himself, Jia swiftly transitioned into revising his plans. The night passed without incident. At 20 minutes past 9 the following morning, it was unusual for Jia to forego his routine exercise. He secured 3 resized luxury Pokeballs to his belt and checked his own readiness before embarking towards the Wobble Pavilion. He was well aware that warming up could influence his Pokemon's condition, and it was unwise to expend his energy before a battle. Although he felt immense confidence in his 3 Pokémon, under the exigencies of the gym battle, they were all highly advantageous, even in the face of unfavorable attributes. However, he understood the importance of remaining vigilant. Upon arriving at the Wobblu Pavilion, situated in the heart of the city, Jie gazed in awe at the magnificent structure before him. Unlike the dilapidated version he had witnessed in his previous life, this Wobblu Pavilion appeared resplendent. Its exterior resembling a grand dome adorned with a mural of a white sea lion, housing an aquarium and swimming pool alongside a battle arena. The present Wobblu Pavilion was impressively opulent, encircled by a small river, with several quaint bridges leading to its grand entrance. Flanking the entrance stood several pristine white columns, exuding an air of affluence. The pavilion's roof, crafted from 2 triangular forms of varying sizes, was composed of glass panels that sparkled under the sun, creating a dazzling spectacle. Taking a leisurely stride across the small bridge, Jie peered into the flowing river, where kinglers and goldfish meandered gracefully. Exhaling deeply, he pushed open the grand doors before him. Chapter 82, The Battle at the Hualan Gym. After a brief wait in the lounge, Tetsuya was about to engage in his second official gym battle. Welcome to the Hualan Gym, Trainer Tetsuya Tamaki. The young woman opposite him gracefully lifted her skirt, crossing her legs in a slight bow, exuding the elegance of a refined lady. I am your opponent for this gym battle, Sakura. Tetsuya returned the bow. Hello, Miss Sakura. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Truly, you are the jewel of the Hualan Gym. Meeting you in person is a delight. You are even more beautiful than the legends suggest. Sakura, playfully covering half her face with a fan, replied with a smile, You are too kind. I hardly consider myself renowned. However, I have heard much about you as well. My younger sisters and Brock often speak of you. Now that I see you in person, you truly are impressive. Would you be interested in joining our Hualan Gym? Tetsuya could only respond with a polite smile. Knowing that while the Nibi Gym had a decent relationship with the Hualan Gym, he had no intention of complicating matters. After all, if the portrayal of the Hualan Gym in the anime of his past life was accurate, it had indeed suffered significant setbacks in recent years, losing much of its former glory. If not for Misty eventually becoming a water-type master and reviving the Hualan Gym, it might have been expelled from the league altogether. It is worth noting that in informal discussions on Pokémon forums, the 3 sisters of the Hualan Gym share a unanimous reputation. They are beautiful. As for their talents and abilities as trainers, many knowledgeable trainers have remarked that the heavens are fair. They grant certain gifts while taking away others. Currently, many are curious about the youngest sister's potential, with some ill-intentioned individuals secretly hoping she is just like her 3 elder sisters. After exchanging pleasantries for some time, Sakura, sensing Tetsuya's disinterest, succinctly explained the battle rules. It would be a standard 2v2 gym match. Once their conversation seemed to reach an end, the referee, who had been standing by, waved a flag. Now, the battle between Hualan Gym Sakura and Tetsuya Tamaki from Tokiwa City begins. Go, Goldeen. Sakura sent out her Pokémon first. Go, Blaziken. Tetsuya countered with his choice. He had registered Golurk and Blaziken for this battle, which placed him at a significant disadvantage against the water-type specialized Hualan Gym. However, in gym battles, the Pokémon deployed are typically reflective of the challenger's strength. With certain limitations, it would be unreasonable for a quasi-champion level trainer to face off against a gym using equally formidable Pokémon. The requirement of 8 official gym badges to participate in tournaments is primarily to filter out trainers lacking sufficient skill. If a trainer's abilities are commendable, the gym has no reason to hinder their progress in obtaining badges. The Pokémon used by the gym typically cap around level 37. Which is the level at which most Pokémon evolve into their final forms. Following this pattern, Tetsuya's registered Pokémon were level 26 and 39. While the Hualan Gym's Pokémon would likely be around levels 29 and 37, adhering to the standard of 1 average and 1 elite Pokémon, ensuring the challenge remains manageable. In such circumstances, the victory odds for the champion-level Blaziken and the quasi-champion Golurk remain high. Given that gym battle Pokémon are generally of diminished potential, even if energy levels are comparable, differences in skills, physical attributes, and control abilities starkly highlight the disparities in talent and strength. Flamethrower. Tetsuya initiated with a standard opening move. Dive underwater, Sakura commanded, her expression unwavering. Although trainers rarely challenged the Hualan Gym with fire-type Pokémon, it was not unheard of. Moreover, in this naturally advantageous water-type arena, evading such an attack was rather straightforward. As the flames approached, Goldeen adeptly submerged beneath the surface, escaping unscathed. The arena of the Hualan Gym's first battle stage resembled a vast pool. A fixed platform was available for land-based Pokémon, while floating boards bobbed on the water surface. This terrain inherently placed both Golurk and Blaziken at a disadvantage, particularly Galaric. Nevertheless, Tetsuya remained unfazed. Keep the flamethrowers coming. Blaziken unleashed a barrage of flames upon the water's surface, the intense heat hissing as it met the water, enveloping the arena in a veil of mist. Under these conditions, Sakura dared not allow Goldeen to surface, knowing it would be easily targeted. Even though fire-type moves typically inflict minimal damage on water types, the disparity in strength could still yield notable effects. Observing the high temperature of Blaziken's flames, Sakura surmised that Goldeen's damage would exceed her expectations. However, she recognized that prolonging the battle was detrimental to her chances. Use Water Pulse to create waves and attack. Sakura decisively commanded, aware that failure to act promptly would result in the referee declaring her defeat for lack of combat desire. Deep beneath the water, Goldeen felt uncomfortable under the heat generated by the flames. Were it not for its ability, Water Veil, it might have felt as though it were being boiled alive. Upon hearing Sakura's command, it hastily conjured a water pulse. A small sphere of energy formed between its horn and mouth, which it then launched upward, creating ripples in the water that surged toward Blaziken. Sakura watched proudly, believing her strategy unique. Unlike typical water pulse attacks, Goldeen was leveraging the arena's advantages to maximize its strike with minimal energy expenditure. At least, that was her perspective. Heat Wave. Tetsuya expertly directed Blaziken to counter the incoming waves. During training at the White Cape, Blaziken had already begun experimenting with skills to disrupt smaller waves, and these ripples were merely splashes in comparison. One could only wonder what Sakura was thinking. Her approach to utilizing Water Pulse was ineffective. It would have been more efficient to expend greater energy to generate larger waves, which might have had some impact. The most direct strategy remained to attack with Water Pulse, as Pokémon skills are the culmination of natural development over time. They cannot simply be altered at will. Chapter 83. An incomprehensible command even with Jaya possessing the zero number and having spent considerable time acquiring skill knowledge. He still traversed from an era of information explosion in his previous life, rich in imaginative insights and whimsical ideas. Yet, he had scarcely improved a few skills, rendering them more efficient and powerful. Indeed, there were numerous creative notions, some of which proved useful on occasion, but Sakura's modification was particularly well-suited for watering. The concept of skill enhancement might seem deceptively simple, but in reality, achieving results that surpass the original skill's effectiveness is profoundly challenging, and success is not guaranteed. It may well lead to a waste of time. After all, Pokémon are not simple-minded creatures relying solely on instinct. They possess their own reasoning capabilities, comparable to humans. If skill modifications were so effortless, they could accomplish it themselves. Returning to the battlefield, Blaziken unleashed a heat wave, the scorching gust of wind visibly igniting the air ahead with a crimson glow. Upon just a slight encounter with the approaching wave of water, a fierce dissolution ensued between the two forces. Many remnants of the heat wave remained, striking the water's surface and further elevating its temperature, creating an even thicker mist. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Sakura pondered how to command her Phoeba to attack Blaziken. At this rate, it would be difficult to exhaust its energy. Jia, on the other hand, found the scene somewhat simplistic. Given the severe type disadvantages and various unfavorable factors, he had prepared extensively. Yet, was this all? While he somewhat anticipated this, he was surprised that Sakura displayed no reaction whatsoever. In light of this, he decided to proceed without hesitation. Thunder Punch. Jia commanded Blaziken to launch an offensive. Sakura was taken aback. Phoeba had not surfaced, so how could Blaziken employ Thunder Punch against it? If the attack involved submerging a hand into the water to conduct electricity, Blaziken would inevitably sustain injuries as well, and Phoeba could exploit this opportunity to inflict significant damage. Electricity crackled around Blaziken's claws before he swung them forward with force. The electric current, astonishingly, broke free from his claws and surged toward the mist-laden arena. Upon contact with the fog, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a brilliant yellow electric light. Jia, exhibiting foresight, donned sunglasses, and the experienced referee, momentarily blinded, followed suit. Only Sakura was left in a daze, her vision obscured by the blinding light, rendering her unable to see clearly amidst the cacophony of electricity. Faintly, the anguished cries of Phoeba echoed within. Blaziken, however, showed no signs of pausing, striking out claw after claw, causing Phoeba's cries to grow increasingly desperate. Then, at a certain moment, it all abruptly ceased. Jia signaled for Blaziken to halt. After all, this was a gym battle, not a wild encounter, and it would be unwise to continue under such circumstances. Sakura let out a sigh of relief, her anxious gaze fixed on the battlefield. With the exhaust fan activated, the mist quickly dissipated, revealing a Phoeba, belly up, floating serenely, its eyes swirling with dizziness. Phoeba has lost its fighting capability. Blaziken is victorious. Please send out your next Pokémon. Sakura, the referee, announced promptly. Reluctantly, Sakura recalled her Fiba, bewildered by such a sudden defeat. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired of Jia, "How did you manage to make Blaziken's Thunder Punch release electricity externally? It is not an electric-type Pokémon, so that should not be possible." Jia glanced at the referee nearby. Was it not best to avoid unnecessary chatter during battles? Shouldn't he intervene? The referee, maintaining a stoic expression, seemed oblivious to Jia's gaze. It was a jest. Although he was there to oversee the battle and make rulings, his salary came from the Hualan Gym, and the opposing player was the gym's young mistress. This simple question was not explicitly prohibited as interference. Rather, the league discouraged excessive meaningless dialogue during tournaments. Moreover, this was a gym battle, a semi-guided format, making communication quite normal. With his sunglasses firmly in place, the referee maintained an impassive demeanor, revealing no emotional fluctuations. Resembling a robot. Observing Sakura's obstinate refusal to release a new Pokémon without an answer, Jia felt compelled to explain. Actually, it's not too difficult. It merely appears grandiose, but its power is rather minimal. If the original Thunder Punch's strength is rated at 1, then the external electricity's power is at most 0. 2. The method involves practicing with Blaze Kick, a fire-type move, to control the flames away from its claws for long-range attacks. Using the same technique on Thunder Punch allows for external discharge of electricity. However, it is not widely applicable. If it weren't for the mist and water conducting electricity, Fiba would be lacking vitality in the high-temperature water, having already lost some stamina. Even if electricity is particularly effective against it, it would still take considerable time to wear it down. Moreover, under normal circumstances, had Fiba not submerged so deeply, Blaziken would not have had the opportunity to unleash so many Thunder Punches. Sakura nodded slightly, realization dawning upon her that it seemed rather simple. Of course, Jia was merely speaking casually. Mastering the control of different elemental energies for external discharge is a daunting task for Pokémon of varying types. Were it not for Blaziken's exceptional talent and the applicability of Blaze Kick, achieving this feat would be exceedingly difficult. Had it been otherwise, Blaziken could have long since mastered the Grass-type Solar Beam, making battles against Hualan Gym significantly easier. My next Pokémon is this one. Go forth, White Sea Lion. With a commanding call, a pristine white sea lion adorned with sharp horns and 2 downward curving fangs appeared in the arena. Utilize Water Gun and charge forward. Sakura regained her confidence. As for Jia, he refrained from expressing his thoughts on Sakura's commands. Let it be, a lighter approach would suffice. Were he in her position, even if charging forward, he would opt for a combination of Surf and Waterfall rather than Water Gun. Moreover, why charge in? As a dual Water-Ice-type Pokémon, White Sea Lion would be at a disadvantage in close combat against a firefighting type like Blaziken. Skills like Water Tail and Sharp Horn were unnecessary in such a scenario. Commanding Blaziken to employ Fire Spin in response, the White Sea Lion, imbued with water currents, surged toward Blaziken with great vigor. The conflagration of red flames intertwined with the blue water and the White Sea Lion, culminating in a dramatic clash. Chapter 84. The Azure Badge. The White Sea Lion plunged heavily into the water, creating a colossal splash. The fiery chicken retreated subtly, raising its body temperature to fend off the oncoming spray. Cherry Blossom gasped in astonishment as the White Sea Lion's water jets were effortlessly evaporated by the fiery whirlpool. Without propulsion, the sea lion succumbed to gravity and began to fall. Jia, however, was unfazed by this turn of events. The recent battle had already elevated the temperature of the battlefield, rendering the water warm enough to evaporate with relative ease. Moreover, the sea lion's water jets were rather straightforward, completely ensnared by the fiery vortex. Rock Slide. Naturally, he opted to continue the offensive. It was still unclear whether the White Sea Lion possessed the Thick Fat ability, having damage from fire and ice-type moves, or the Hydration trait, which healed status conditions in rainy weather. Thus, prudence dictated the use of rock-type moves, which would be particularly effective against the sea lion from a distance. Although the fiery chicken's fire-type attacks were formidable, its mastery of rock moves was exceptional. With a concentration of energy, the fiery chicken hurled stones into the water, aware that the considerable depth of the battlefield would prevent any immediate inundation. Yet, should the bombardment persist without pause, the still water would eventually rise. However, the sea lion would not have the luxury of waiting that long, lest it be deemed defeated by the referee. Thud, thud, thud. The fiery chicken targeted the area where the sea lion had recently landed, relentlessly launching stones. Execute the dive attack, Cherry Blossom commanded. Hoping that the gradual onslaught would inflict some damage on the sea lion, it was essential to maintain the initiative. Stay alert and evade, Jia instructed, prompting the fiery chicken to halt its assault and maintain a steady position on a fixed platform. The fiery chicken stood resolutely still, focusing intently on the vibrations around it. With a swift motion, a white figure burst forth from the water, prompting the fiery chicken to leap into the air with a slight push from its foot, showcasing its remarkable agility and leaping prowess. Furious at having missed its target, the white sea lion struck the ground with its flippers, expressing its frustration. "Get down here." It seemed to implore, annoyed at having to engage in aerial combat with an opponent that could soar above. "Sharpen, then fire kick." Cherry Blossom directed, and the fiery chicken, now controlling its descent, focused intently, demonstrating the use of the sharpening skill. As it descended rapidly, flames enveloped its feet, transforming from mere sparks into a blazing inferno. With ferocious intensity, the fiery chicken charged towards the white sea lion. In response, the sea lion spun, encircling its tail with a swirling column of water, striking upward in a tumultuous wave aimed at the fiery chicken. As the two creatures' limbs were poised to collide, the fiery chicken executed a nimble somersault, a testament to its rigorous training. The timing was impeccable, as the sea lion's water tail narrowly missed the fiery chicken. "Roar!" The white sea lion cried out in alarm, sensing the impending danger. Utilizing the momentum from its turn, it lashed out with its tail, enhancing its attack power. However, its earlier miss left it struggling to evade the fiery chicken's counterattack. With a powerful kick, the fiery chicken struck the white sea lion's neck, eliciting a pain cry as the sea lion crashed down onto the platform. Brick break, low kick, double kick, then thunder punch. Following Gia's commands, the fiery chicken executed a synchronized series of moves with remarkable precision. One claw, charged with white energy, struck the sea lion, sending it crashing back down just as it attempted to rise. A swift low kick propelled the sea lion slightly off the ground, followed by a double kick that sent it soaring forward. The white sea lion, caught in a whirlwind of pain, struggled to maintain its balance midair, only to find itself increasingly unsteady. The fiery chicken positioned itself in a classic combat stance, its claws crackling with electricity. With a resounding crack, two rapid punches landed on the still airborne sea lion. This seemingly simple combination belied the extensive training the fiery chicken had undergone to achieve such fluidity. Any lapse in timing could disrupt the sequence. The overwhelming force of the fiery chicken sent the white sea lion careening out of the battlefield, its eyes swirling in confusion. With a decisive flourish, the referee raised the flag, declaring the white sea lion unable to continue. The fiery chicken emerged victorious. The winner of this gym battle was the challenger, Gia Tamaki. Cherry Blossom, her expression somber, recalled the white sea lion, while she acknowledged her trainer's tactical shortcomings. She couldn't fathom how a one-on-two situation, where she held a type advantage, had resulted in the depletion of only a fraction of Gia's fiery chicken stamina. Throughout the encounter, she had scarcely landed a hit. Naturally, her spirits were low. With a forced smile, she offered her congratulations to Gia, informing him that he could now collect the Azure badge from the front desk before departing the battlefield. Gia shrugged in resignation. He had not intended for things to unfold this way, but Cherry Blossom's tactical errors had undeniably contributed to the outcome. He had prepared numerous backup strategies that had gone unused. Yet, he reflected, he had been somewhat petty. After all, Brock had shown considerable grace when he had been defeated. Upon reaching the front desk of the Azure Gym, Gia presented his identification card. After confirmation, he received his second badge, the Azure Badge, which took the form of a solid water droplet, strikingly beautiful. In a ceremonial manner, he celebrated by flicking the badge into the air like a coin, catching it with flair as he turned to leave. Gia felt undeniably cool. Just then, he noticed a silver-haired man standing before him. They exchanged silent nods, and Gia casually placed the badge into its case before stepping out of the gym's entrance. In the distance, he faintly heard the staff's voice. Trainer Tetsu Suzuki. Congratulations on obtaining the Azure Badge. Tetsu Suzuki? He mused, sensing a familiar aura that suggested they were both competitors in this realm. Chapter 85. Call upon others. When defeated, the man from earlier could easily be discerned as a seasoned bounty hunter, accustomed to the wilds. This was an instinct unique to those of his ilk. He was also in pursuit of badges, wondering if he might encounter them at the tournament. Dismissing the thought, Jaya returned to the Pokémon Center, entrusting his Blaziken to Nurse Joy for a brief recovery. It wasn't long before Blaziken was fully restored, having sustained no injuries in the gym battle, thus avoiding the usual waiting time. Upon returning to his room, just as he was about to commence his lunch, the alert on his wristwatch chimed. He glanced at it and promptly answered the call. Hello, this is Yuki Gia. How may I assist you? Good afternoon, Gia. It's Brock, came the cheerful greeting from the other end. I see. What is the urgent matter that prompts you to call me? Shouldn't you be tending to your younger siblings right now? Gia reclined on the sofa, his tone languid. Brock, shifting from his previous demeanor, chuckled wryly. Actually, I wanted to ask about Sakura. She just called me in tears, claiming you bullied her. Jia raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Is that so? Is this the equivalent of calling for backup when one is defeated? But even Brock cannot contend with me. Brock sensed an undercurrent of mischief in Jia's voice just as he was about to respond. I merely participated in a gym match. Perhaps she found her defeat too overwhelming to bear? Jia stated nonchalantly, interrupting Brock's train of thought. Surely not. The eldest of the Hualon Gym successors possesses such fragile emotional resilience? Besides, she was sent to face Raichi precisely because her skills are rather average, Brock sighed. Accustomed to Sakura's temperament. Well, it is what it is. That is her character, and I have grown accustomed to it, Brock sighed again, acknowledging that the three sisters shared a similar disposition. Yet, why does it seem that you have a decent rapport with them? Jia placed his wristwatch on the table, rising to pour himself a cup of coffee before taking a sip. It primarily stems from the close friendship between my father and the Hualon Gym's elder. They traveled together in their youth. Oh, so it's the Tyrant and Giant Wave seniors. I've watched their battle videos. Their styles indeed match their titles. They exchanged casual banter. Through Brock's words, Jia gleaned insights into the current state of the Hualon Gym. It appeared that none of the elder's descendants, including his grandchildren, had emerged as particularly exceptional trainers. Nor did they view training as their primary vocation. For instance, the Sakura sisters preferred traveling and performing aquatic displays, lacking significant talent in training. After all, nurturing Pokémon and commanding them in battle are two distinct endeavors. Initially, the elder had been in good spirits, allowing them the freedom to pursue their interests. However, as age took its toll, he began to worry about the lack of a successor for the Hualon Gym. Previously, the interactions between Brock and the Sakura sisters were limited to sporadic pleasantries, but in recent years, they had become more frequent. In Brock's grandfather's words, it was to foster connections among the younger generation, a gesture to assure his old friend that, should any issues arise, his descendants would offer support. However, the elder of the Hualon Gym mentioned that his youngest granddaughter had considerable talent, and he had been personally instructing her. She seemed genuinely interested in becoming a trainer and was named Kasumi. She had only recently begun learning the fundamentals. Oh, that sounds promising, Jia responded coolly. Upon hearing of yet another character from his previous life's animation, he shrugged it off, acknowledging that not everything could be taken at face value. For instance, judging by the animation, Brock and Kasumi appeared to be of similar ages, yet there was now a 10-year difference. Does this imply that the Hualon Gym may not evolve as depicted? He pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought, realizing it was not his concern to gamble on. Indeed, it's promising, though my relationship with them is rather tenuous, Brock admitted, indicating that had it not been for his grandfather's influence, he would not have engaged with them, as their encounters had been infrequent, primarily consisting of text messages or phone calls. Brock, possessing a gentle nature, had always been considerate towards them. By the way, are you heading to the Pokémon Academy in the next few days? It seemed he suddenly recalled something, directing his inquiry at Jia. Yes, what's it to you? Jia replied, puzzled, as he had assumed Brock was already aware. He had mentioned it to Brock previously, and since the task originated from Professor Oak, it was only natural for the Nibby Gym to be informed ahead of time. Just curious, Brock chuckled lightly, and after chatting for a while, Jia excused himself. Ending the call, he resumed his efforts to prepare lunch for his three Pokémon, who had been silently urging him to conclude his conversation with Brock. Blaziken and Pidgeot were already plotting to teach that Onix and Geodude a lesson for delaying their mealtime, a transgression they deemed unforgivable. Observing their frenzied attempts to consume their food, Jia felt as though his heart was similarly constrained. The truth is, they are simply too adorable, nothing more. No need for wild assumptions. After finishing his meal, Jia strolled leisurely out of his room and into the battle arena in the Pokémon Center's backyard. He had no pressing engagements for the afternoon, nor was he in a rush to tackle tasks. The earnings from his previous assignments were sufficient for the time being. With his departure to the Pokémon Academy scheduled for tomorrow, as per Dr. Yamabuki's assertion, his week of instruction there would include meals and accommodation, which would save him quite a bit of money. Upon entering the arena, Jia spotted a brash youth boasting loudly, I won again. My apologies, haha. A gathering of trainers surrounded him. He paid little mind, as such individuals were common. Winning once often led to boastful proclamations. Indeed, I, the young master, am invincible among my peers, haha. Who else dares to challenge me? Defeat me, and this check is yours. I am 17. So only challengers aged 18 and above need apply. The boy's arrogance was palpable, yet he retained a modicum of caution. Jia raised an eyebrow, thinking, a generous offer has arrived, I understand. However, he opted to observe the situation before taking action. Before long, someone could no longer tolerate the boy's incessant chatter and, intrigued by the check, volunteered to challenge him. Chapter 86. Attention. The surrounding young trainers stood motionless, as if they were aware that they could not match the prowess of this boy. A few newcomers, like Tetsuya, chose to step onto the platform to engage in one-on-one battles with the youth, but inevitably, they were swiftly defeated. After a prolonged silence with no challengers, the boy named Yezong displayed a look of disappointment, preparing to leave. Tetsuya rose from his seat nearby, asking, "May I step in?" He confirmed his age with Miss Joy, who was observing the match, and Yezong nodded nonchalantly, saying, "Sure, go ahead." The two took their positions at the edge of the arena. And as the referee from the Pokémon Center waved the flag, they released their Pokémon simultaneously. "Go, Mantle Rock. Come forth, Zubat." Despite the disadvantage in type, Yezong remained unfazed. Although he had not previously used Zubat, he had always relied on Poison-type Pokémon, so encountering Rock-type opponents was to be expected. His last challenger had used Geodude. However, type advantage alone does not guarantee victory. Gravity Field. Absorb. A brown gravitational force expanded, enveloping a significant portion of the arena. Zubat, engaged in the Absorb attack, wobbled in the air, caught off guard by the sudden gravity. Yet, having trained frequently in the gravity chamber, it quickly regained its composure. Launching a green energy ball toward Mantle Rock. Rock Blast. Tetsuya paid no mind to the energy ball representing the Absorb move, commanding Mantle Rock to initiate its assault. Humph. Yezong scoffed, finding this battle yet another tiresome affair. He knew that Mantle Rock's slow speed did not imply a sluggish execution of its moves. But Zubat's agility in the air was formidable. Even within the gravity's influence, it could easily evade straightforward attacks like Rock Blast, even if it were hit. Zubat would quickly recover its stamina if the opponent failed to dodge the Absorb move. Silently, he trusted that Zubat would evade on its own. Training was not in vain. Indeed, even without a command to dodge, Zubat began to maneuver erratically. Everything unfolded just as Yezong had anticipated. The boulders from Rock Blast soared through the air, about to be dodged by Zubat. At that moment, however, Zubat abruptly halted in mid-flight, though it quickly regained its speed. That momentary pause allowed the first rock to strike Zubat, followed by the second, the third. All 5 boulders successfully hit Zubat, and given the overwhelming damage, Zubat, not known for its defensive or stamina capabilities, immediately succumbed. Although the Absorb move had struck Mantle Rock, inflicting notable damage, the recovery effect was rendered moot. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How could this young boy's string of victories be so easily halted? The newcomer was impressively skilled. Yezong, taken aback, wore an expression of disbelief. "No, how could this happen? What was that strange pause with Zubat? Was it imitating me?" No, he shook his head vigorously, dismissing the bizarre thought. It was unrealistic. According to his grandmother, Zubat was on the verge of evolution, so such an occurrence was impossible. He nodded firmly to himself. This could not happen. Tetsuya recalled Mantle Rock into its Pokeball, a dissatisfied smirk on his face. Still lacking in finesse, otherwise, gravity should have affected the energy ball's manifestation, pressing it down to the ground, thus avoiding damage. He glanced at the boy named Yezong, who was alternating between shaking his head and nodding. How peculiar. He must be a bit dim-witted. He called out, "Hey, you lost. Hand over the check." Yezong instinctively handed over the check he held. Tetsuya took it and turned to leave, while Yezong, regaining his senses, was about to inquire about the peculiar behavior of his Pokémon, only to find Tetsuya disappearing into the crowd. It was a joke. He had to seize the opportunity while the opponent was dazed, lest they suddenly retract their decision. Holding the check in one hand and flicking it with the other, Tetsuya gazed at the sum of 800,000, quite pleased. That was enough to cover his meals for the day, at the very least equivalent to 2 B-rank missions. He wished for more wealthy fools like this to appear. Tetsuya was well aware that he had also benefited from skill modifications. In this world, people had grown accustomed to their Pokémon using skills in a standardized manner, and it seemed that the notion of modifying skills had not crossed most minds. Thus, only a handful of trainers dared to train and experiment with skill alterations. Of course, most of the modifications resulted in effects like those of Cherry Blossom, which were not advantageous, leading to fewer willing to pursue skill changes, as the costs outweighed the benefits. Skills like gravity could be exaggerated into concepts of attraction and repulsion. Tetsuya had not wasted his elementary physics lessons in his past life, yet this world lacked such concepts. Subjects were entirely Pokémon-related. It was worth noting that aerospace development here was confined to the atmosphere. Attempting to break free would lead to encounters with the large green caterpillars that ruled this realm. No one could succeed. Even the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza was formidable, having a temperament that was equally challenging. Even if powerful humans attempted to intervene, it was difficult to persuade them physically. In essence, Pokémon were animals. Getting them to relinquish territory was more likely to require their demise. Furthermore, much of the knowledge from his previous life did not apply to the laws of this world. Upon returning to his room, Tetsuya began organizing the course materials for the upcoming week. Initially, he had intended to linger at the battle site, but the unexpected turn of events had disrupted his plans. So be it. I can use this time for further preparation. I certainly cannot afford to embarrass myself in class. During this period of seclusion, Tetsuya was entirely unaware that, due to his swift defeat of Yazong, a true power within the league had begun to take notice of him. Is this the trainer invested by that old man Wubwa? He seems promising. A voice emerged from a shadowy room, belonging to an elderly woman. A respectful young male voice replied, yes, he defeated the young master Zabat directly. According to the analysis from the data department, it appears the irregular pressure from the gravity skill was the cause. The elderly woman pondered for a moment. Do not inform that young man. Let him figure it out for himself. Losing a few times among peers is not detrimental. Understood. The young man bowed and exited the room. Tetsuya Demoki, Chapter 87. Leaving Hualan on the following morning, after completing his daily warm-up, Jie departed from Hualan City with 3 Pokémon, as he had matters to attend to. As he walked through the forest, he noticed a small river ahead where a pink Pokémon was dipping its tail into the water, seemingly fishing. Oh, is that not a Psyduck? Jie's face lit up with joy. It seemed he would be able to indulge in a delightful meal at noon. Psyduck's tail is renowned alongside that of the Farfetch'd as one of the 2 most delectable delicacies in the world. Unlike Farfetch'd, however, Psyduck's tail is permissible for consumption. Farfetch'd, when paired with the specific plant it carries, is known for its exquisite flavor. Before any protective legislation was enacted by the Alliance, humans cruelly hunted many for food, resulting in the current scarcity of Farfetch'd. The Alliance designates Farfetch'd as a protected species, and anyone caught consuming it faces severe penalties, with investigations launched to trace those responsible for capturing and selling it. In contrast, Psyduck's tail naturally sheds, and only this particular part is considered delicious. Thus, humans do not need to treat Psyduck with the same caution as Farfetch'd. They can simply consume the tails that have fallen off. Even if one were to forcibly sever a Psyduck's tail, it would not possess the same exquisite flavor, potentially due to the physiological structure of the Pokémon itself. Psyduck's tail often gets tugged off, and its sluggish nature renders it oblivious to pain, while its rapid regeneration allows it to grow back swiftly. If one encounters a Psyduck in the wild, following the path it took could lead to discovering its community and finding numerous fallen tails. After all, this Pokémon is quite dull-witted and pays no heed to its discarded tails. However, luck does not always favor one. The frequency at which Psyduck's tails naturally fall off is not particularly high. If someone has already discovered the group before you, they may have taken the tails. As for farmed Psyducks, the tails they shed are of inferior quality compared to those found in the wild. The taste is significantly lacking, and while they are still affordable, they do not command a high price. Approaching the Psyduck, Jie observed it as it turned its head to gaze at its tail, waiting for the sweet aroma to attract food. Ignoring it, he followed the trail left by the Psyduck and soon reached the vicinity of its group. Parting a small patch of bushes, he quietly observed. Directly entering the area would be unwise. While Psyduck may be dim-witted, it does not spare those who invade its territory. Fortune smiled upon him. This was a small group of only 4 Psyducks, and he could vaguely see 3 intact tails that had naturally shed on the grassy ground, distinctly different from the tattered remnants nearby. Stepping back, he released his Fearow, patting its head. The Fearow lowered itself slightly, listening to its trainer's commands. With a nod, it soared into the sky, returning within a minute, proudly carrying 3 tails. Well done, Jie praised with a smile. These tails will be just enough for me, you. And Blaziken. You may wonder about the mag cargo. Please, it lacks a mouth. The 2 holes in its center are its energy cores, and it feeds solely by absorbing minerals. Checking the time, Jie noted it was now 11 a.m. Unbeknownst to him, he had been wandering in the forest for the entire morning. Fortunately, the Alliance had cleared this area of powerful Pokémon, considering its proximity to the Pokémon school, allowing him to traverse it with ease. Finding a suitable spot, Jie took out his cooking utensils to prepare the Psyduck tails, opting for a simple boiling method, as other cooking techniques would ruin their natural flavor. After preparing each Pokémon's main dish, he brewed himself a cup of coffee using his portable coffee maker, then settled down to wait patiently. When it comes to food, Jie never skimped on himself or his Pokémon. As long as he had the means, he believed in savoring the finest. This was why he had not opted to sell Psyduck's tails for money. It was his first time obtaining such a delicacy, and surely he ought to share it with his Pokémon. With that thought, Jie hastily retrieved a palm-sized silver ore. This silver, while delicious for Magargo, offered no benefits for its cultivation. It was merely tasty. Since he had treated the other 2 Pokémon, he decided to give Magcargo a little something delightful as well. However, he did not prepare too much, intending it to be a rare treat. Dangaro. Magcargo expressed satisfaction after absorbing the silver ore, aware that it should not overindulge. It was merely a snack. After vocalizing that it had finished, Magcargo squatted to the side, curling up to take on the role of sentinel. GF felt a sense of relief. Among his 3 Pokémon, he worried least about Magcargo, whose calm and obedient demeanor contrasted sharply with the other 2. As time passed, the aroma of the boiling Psyduck tail began to waft through the air. Jaya, Blaziken, and Fiero twitched their noses, savoring the delightful scent. Noticing it was nearly ready, Jia eagerly retrieved 3 bowls and plated the Psyduck tails. Blaziken and Fiero hurried over to join him at the makeshift dining area. Taking a bite, Jia exclaimed, "Mmm, tender and springy, bursting with flavor, and the aftertaste is truly remarkable. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation." The 2 Pokémon emitted sounds of bliss, clearly enjoying the delectable meal, and soon buried their faces in their dishes. Rapidly finishing their food, Jia felt as though everything else paled in comparison. He was utterly satisfied. Smacking his lips and reminiscing about the taste, he silently vowed never to sell Psyduck tails again. Why would anyone part with such a delightful treat? No wonder they are not commonly traded, despite not being rare. Having cleaned up the remnants of their meal, Jia called Magcargo to his side and began making his way to the Pokémon school. He had previously informed the principal that he would arrive before 3 p.m., and there was still some distance to cover. 2 figures darted through the woods, Jia and Blaziken. After a considerable time, they finally halted outside a towering gate, approximately 7 or 8 meters high. Looking up, Jia was once again filled with emotion. Chapter 88. The Pokémon Research Academy. Truly deserving of its reputation as an elite institution, the Pokémon Research Academy exuded opulence, as Tetsuya remarked in awe. According to the information provided by Dr. Yamanashi and his own understanding, the sprawling grounds encompassed thousands of acres, dedicated entirely to this esteemed academy. Within, one could find a myriad of simulated environments designed to mimic the wilderness, along with a comprehensive array of research and training facilities. Even the dormitories resembled standalone villas, a luxury Tetsuya had only recently experienced in his lifetime. It is no wonder that the Pokémon Research Academy is situated in Kanto, nestled between the cities of Hualan and Koreha. Graduates of this institution are granted the privilege of directly participating in Pokémon League competitions, bypassing the traditional route of challenging various gyms for badges. The entry-level students possess the strength equivalent to 2 badges, intermediates to 4, and advanced students to 8, after which they may opt for graduation. This truly is a prestigious academy, virtually inaccessible to the average individual. And even those who manage to gain entry encounter exorbitant tuition fees. Coupled with the generous financial allocations from the League, it is undeniably affluent, ensuring that the facilities are impeccably constructed. This academy does not reflect the lowly portrayal often depicted in animations. Rather, it is genuinely substantial. Many formidable trainers, including Dato, have emerged from its halls. Numerous alumni consistently rank among the top 32 or even the top 16 in competitions, with several having reached the prestigious top 4 and achieved the status of Elite 4. As he pressed the doorbell beside the entrance, a melodious female voice resonated shortly thereafter. "Hello, you have reached the Kanto Pokémon Research Academy. Do you have a relevant appointment? If not, we kindly ask that you refrain from approaching, for outside visitors are not permitted." "I am Tetsuya Tamaki, a temporary instructor dispatched by Professor Okido," Tetsuya replied courteously. "I spoke with the principal yesterday." "Very well. Please hold for a moment while I confirm your identity." A brief silence ensued, and Tetsuya remained patient, aware that appointments and identity verification were necessary. Though it was a school, it existed within a wilderness area, primarily populated by the wealthy offspring of notable families. Safety was paramount, especially considering that most of the students lacked significant combat abilities. Nevertheless, the security forces, which included intermediate and advanced students as well as faculty and their respective Pokémon, were estimated to possess combat capabilities rivaling that of 7 or 8 elite trainers, making them quite formidable. If a dark organization were to launch an attack, and the League failed to respond to such a significant threat, it would suggest that the League's demise was imminent. As Tetsuya lost himself in thought, the female voice returned. "We have confirmed your identity. A representative will come to escort you shortly. Please wait a moment after entering the main gate. We wish you a pleasant teaching journey, and thank you for your support." "Thank you very much," Tetsuya responded, feeling impressed by the courteous demeanor. The voice replied with a polite farewell before the call ended. The automatic iron gate slowly opened, revealing a passage wide enough for both him and his Blaziken to enter. As he stepped inside, what appeared unclear from a distance now unfolded into a truly splendid environment. The entrance resembled a garden, adorned with a magnificent fountain, radiating beauty. A pathway extended from either side of the fountain, leading towards various buildings with distinct architectural styles in the distance. A tour cart approached leisurely, driven by a robust young man. "Hey there, you must be Tetsuya Tamaki, the breeder." The young man greeted from afar, his booming voice almost overwhelming Tetsuya's ears. "Yes, that is correct. Thank you for your assistance." Tetsuya instinctively raised his voice in response. The cart came to a precise halt before him. "Hop on." The young man beckoned. Tetsuya expressed his gratitude and boarded the cart with Blaziken. As they traveled, the young man introduced himself as Chun, a temporary instructor like Tetsuya. He was merely curious about the new teachers, as he was soon departing. "Your Blaziken is impressive, quite the contender for a champion, I would say." "Haha. Its calf muscles are remarkably developed, around 60 to 70% stronger than average. The energy intensity appears commendable as well. I presume it has utilized quite a bit of Choco fruit, has it? Very impressive. Oh, its reflexes are quite remarkable too, showcasing well-developed fighting capabilities," Chun observed, deftly maneuvering the cart with one hand while scrutinizing Blaziken. Tetsuya felt a bit stiffened. What an extraordinary individual. Were these observations something a mere human could discern with the naked eye? Have the standards for temporary instructors risen so high? He himself required instruments to gauge such traits. And it took time. If not for the absence of malevolence in Chun's demeanor, Tetsuya would have wanted to flee. Blaziken sensed its trainer's unease but remained composed, sitting still in its seat. "Here we are. You can take the stairs to the 3rd floor for the principal's office. I'll be on my way now. Perhaps our paths will cross again, young man." Soon they arrived at the destination, and after dropping off Tetsuya and Blaziken, Chun waved goodbye and drove away. The duo exchanged glances at the entrance, momentarily dumbfounded. Blaziken spoke first. "You sense that man's strength. You could not defeat him, correct? Are you certain? He is human, not a Pokémon." Tetsuya was taken aback. "Are you joking? How could you possibly think that?" Blaziken shook its head seriously, indicating it was no jest. "That man was powerful, exceedingly so." Rubbing his temples, Tetsuya pondered the rarity of such strength even within the league. What was such a figure doing here, instructing children? He and Blaziken ascended the stairs, and even as he knocked on the principal's office door, he remained perplexed. Fortunately, it seemed unlikely that any dangerous individuals would appear in such a place. From the looks of that man, he posed no threat, and even if he had intentions, Tetsuya felt ill-equipped to resist. "Come in," came a frail voice from within, and Tetsuya pushed the door open and entered. "Hello, I am Tetsuya Tamaki, sent by Professor Okido." He respectfully greeted the elderly gentleman seated before him. "Ah, Tetsuya, no need for such formality, we are not strangers." The elder replied with a warm smile as he rose to greet Tetsuya. "That would not do, esteemed teacher. One must maintain proper decorum, especially given your prior kindness towards me." Tetsuya gazed at the kind old man, his eyes reflecting genuine warmth. Chapter 89. The Identity of Chun. Additional Update 17. Before him sat an elderly man, his former teacher from the Elven School in J-Ban City. At that time, the old gentleman also held the position of principal, yet he continued to impart knowledge on courses related to Elven studies. In his own words, he had devoted his entire life to teaching. Even as principal, he could not bring himself to rest. It was he who had recommended that Jie pursue a path as an Elven scholar. "Upon hearing Dr. Okido's recommendation of you, I was momentarily taken aback upon seeing your name, wondering if it was merely a coincidence of identical names. However, upon contacting you, it indeed turned out to be you. It seems you have been thriving, even becoming acquainted with Dr. Okido. It is a pity, though. I have always believed you were more suited to becoming a scholar, striving toward a doctorate, while you seem to prefer the life of a trainer. What merits does being a trainer hold? The wilderness is fraught with danger, and there remain countless uncharted territories for humanity. Nonetheless, since this is your own aspiration, I, as an old man, cannot impose my views upon you. Just be sure to exercise caution, all right?" The old man rambled on, guiding Jie to a nearby sofa, his words flowing incessantly. Jie listened with a smile, displaying no signs of impatience, fully aware that this was merely the old man's concern. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so much, whether in the past or present. His teacher had always shown him great care. After a good 7 to 8 minutes of continuous chatter, the old man finally paused to sip his tea and chuckled at himself, remarking on how age had turned him into a garrulous individual. His gaze then shifted to the fiery chicken standing nearby. "Ah, this must be your Pokémon. You have nurtured it remarkably well. Its feathers are lush and gleaming, and its eyes are sharp. Its physique is well within the expected range, exhibiting a harmonious build. Most importantly, it possesses an admirable temperament, very impressive indeed." The old man nodded repeatedly. A seasoned expert in Elven studies and a formidable breeder himself, he could easily discern the exceptional quality of this fiery chicken. "By the way, Teacher, who is that temporary instructor named Chun who came to pick me up earlier? Jie inquired hastily, intrigued by the fact that this robust man could perceive details that even his own teacher could not. Chun. The old man paused, taken aback. Why was he the one to pick you up? He mentioned he was about to leave and, curious about the new instructor, came to take a look. Which is how I ended up with him, Jie replied honestly. The old man chuckled lightly. That fellow is quite nonchalant. Did he compliment your fiery chicken and speak of it with great accuracy? Jie nodded in agreement. Chun is the chief instructor of the Alliance. He is responsible for training all the Junsha, Rangers, and detectives, as well as various combat-related professions within the Alliance. He oversees the internal teams as well. His initial Pokémon was a fiery chick, provided by the Alliance, and it has become one of his trump cards, quite strong, likely possessing the strength of a champion. He also wields the aura. You know about aura, right? I taught you about it before, so it is only natural for him to discern those details without surprise. The old man casually divulged Chin's identity. By the way, he is somewhat of a disciple of Shiba, though his prowess is nearly on par with his master. This time, our school has only managed to invite him for a single day to guide those advanced students about to graduate. He is quite busy. Jie nodded, understanding why Chun, with his fiery chicken and aura, could observe so much detail. Now, let me familiarize you with the place where you will be working for the upcoming week. The old man declared with authority. Wait, teacher, you have your own responsibilities. It would suffice to find someone else, Jie quickly interjected, wishing for his aged teacher to rest rather than burden him with additional tasks. Very well, since you will be residing at the school for the next week. I shall find you later when I have the time. Wait a moment, I will call someone to assist you. The old man decisively picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Yazong. Please come to my office. I have something for you. Hurry. He hung up the phone with a swift motion, while Jie stood by, smiling. His teacher's personality had remained unchanged. During this brief interlude, they engaged in conversation, with Jie recounting his experiences over the past few years. The old man listened intently. As Jie had previously refrained from discussing many aspects, considering various circumstances. Of course, he withheld numerous details, only sharing the more favorable ones, such as acquiring Bobo, obtaining the Firestone, evolving it into a fiery chick, and winning the championship at the St. Anna Gym Exchange Tournament, among other achievements. He preferred to share good news rather than burdens, wishing to spare his elders from worry. The old man was well aware that Jie's journey was far from as mundane as he portrayed. The more subdued the narrative, the more one could sense the challenges endured. However, as it was the child's own choice, he felt it inappropriate to intervene, despite his fondness for Jie. Knock, knock. Just as they were conversing, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, called Principal Sasaki Kotai, beckoning the visitor. A gray-haired youth entered, initially about to inquire why the principal had summoned him. But his gaze fell upon Jie, standing aside. It's you? What are you doing here? Yazong exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that the person who had defeated him the previous day had come to flaunt his victory. After being instructed by Teacher Chen that morning, he had slipped away to the Pokémon Center in Hualan City, eager to showcase his new Pokémon. Yet, he had been bested by Jie with a single move. Although he had come to understand the situation through his interactions with his Zubat, he was still taken aback to find Jie here. While Jie was drinking water, he heard the commotion and lifted his head, recognition dawning as he recalled their previous encounter. Oh, you are the Yazong from yesterday. Your Zubat is quite impressive. Jie genuinely complimented, noting how well-trained Yazong's Zubat was. However, Yazong interpreted the praise as mockery, feeling a flush of embarrassment creep onto his face. Principal Kotai observed the two young men with a smile, his wealth of experience enabling him to grasp the dynamics between them. Indeed, it was wonderful for young people to have rivals. Perfect. Since you two are acquainted, Yazong, Jie is here to serve as a temporary instructor for your younger classmates. Please show him around the campus, as he will be staying here for a week. Chapter 90. Familiarity with the campus. Two young men strolled along the path. The atmosphere remarkably tense. Nearby, several female students observed the two stoic and handsome boys walking together, feigning nonchalance as they adjusted their postures, with some even breaking into dreamy smiles. Those dressed in the same color as Yazong greeted him, while several younger students in different hues also politely acknowledged him, indicating his considerable reputation within the school. Indeed, it was no surprise. This individual possessed formidable strength and likely held a significant status, as evidenced by the teacher's specific invitations to him. Why does your school have 4 different colors of uniforms? Aren't there only 3 tiers of students? Jie was the first to shatter the uncomfortable silence, curious about the 4 distinct colors he had observed throughout their journey. Those are prospective students, Yazong replied, calming his emotions as he began his explanation. However, had he been aware of Jie's inner thoughts, he might have erupted in frustration. Our school differs from typical Pokémon academies, which start teaching foundational knowledge at 6, advanced knowledge at 11, and graduate students by 16. Here, students enroll at 12, after which they undergo assessments. If they pass, they become junior students, donning red and white uniforms. If they fail, they are temporarily classified as prospective students, wearing gray uniforms. Upon advancing, the uniforms for intermediate students are blue-green, while advanced students, like myself, wear black. Nonetheless, the number of prospective students is not substantial, as most have already undergone prior education, resulting in a high pass rate. Those who fail are either struggling students from humble backgrounds or the unmotivated offspring of affluent families. Zhi nodded in understanding and continued. So according to the classification, junior students possess the strength of 2 badges, intermediate 4, and advanced 8. Does that mean your students have the strength of 2 badges by the age of 12? This had long piqued his curiosity, as it seemed utterly unrealistic. Not at all. Yizong shook his head, explaining, this classification is merely an external categorization of our school. In truth, before reaching the advanced student stage, this so-called strength is not genuine. It merely indicates that they have acquired a certain level of knowledge and some battling ability, but their actual combat skills do not reflect true prowess. After all, many junior students do not yet possess their own Pokémon and rely on the educational Pokémon provided by the school. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly earn badges? That would be akin to serving up easy victories. Typically, a student enrolls at 12, advances to intermediate status by 15, begins nurturing their first Pokémon at 16, and ascends to advanced status, like myself, by 18, after which they may choose to graduate. Most opt to remain for an additional year or 2 for further studies, graduating around 20 years of age, at which point their abilities are quite commendable. You must be teaching junior students. You should be cautious, as although this strength classification may not be entirely accurate, some children are likely to believe they possess genuine strength, which may lead to troublesome encounters. After all, they are often children from wealthy families, who tend to be quite competitive, and every temporary teacher faces challenges. Yizong offered a final warning to Zhi. Raising an eyebrow, Zhi remarked, "Oh, how adept you are. It seems you've done this before." Yizong clenched his fist, feeling a strong urge to retaliate against this cheeky individual. Why is that older-looking student still wearing blue-green? Are they an intermediate student? Zhi inquired in a lowered voice. Yizong glanced over with disdain, responding, that type typically lacks talent or has not applied themselves diligently. They have simply spent much longer in their studies than others. What I just mentioned applies to those of my caliber. Many are slower in their progress. Come to think of it, this classification of student strength also stems from them. They remain stagnant at one stage and, upon reaching 22, are compelled to graduate, boasting 2 or 3 badges as if they were of the same level as others. The external perception is that our junior and intermediate students possess that level of ability. But in reality, they are merely unfortunate students who have been held back, without even a graduation certificate. Then it seems the assessments for your intermediate and advanced students are quite challenging, Zhi remarked. Not really. It's a combination of practical and theoretical assessments. Anyone with hands can manage it. You would too, Yizong replied, his tone sardonic. Zhi shot him a curious look. Contemplating how someone so young could exhibit such cynicism, feeling a twinge of pity. After all, it was not particularly difficult. The two continued walking, with Zhi further critiquing Yizong's explanations. Your explanations lack professionalism. Must I ask you each time for a response? Can't you demonstrate some associative thinking and convey it all at once? This is exhausting. Yizong remained silent, guiding him towards the area adjacent to the teaching building, preparing for a brief introduction before taking his leave. He had discerned that this younger companion was a sharp-tongued chatterbox, quite deserving of a good scolding. This is our teaching building, with 3 corresponding uniform colors. Prospective students do not have a teaching building. Their classes are conducted outdoors, or they may choose to study at home and return for examinations, yet tuition fees must still be paid. Over there is the training ground, which includes wind pressure rooms, gravity rooms, etc. If you wish to access the simulation area, just proceed straight through the entrance of the training ground, and someone will guide you afterwards. Beyond that is the activity room and nurturing chamber for juvenile Pokémon. Having swiftly completed the tour, Yizong led you to the teacher's dormitory area. Well, this is your dormitory. The principal just handed you the key. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for a reply, Yizong vanished in a flash, scratching his head. Zhi wondered if his overly enthusiastic demeanor had startled Yizong. It appeared he needed to exercise more caution in his interactions. Upon entering the room, he marveled at the luxurious amenities, as if encountering the unfamiliar for the first time. He released 3 Pokémon, allowing them to rest. Outside, a tall, blonde-haired woman Savoring an ice cream cone, observed the entrance of a newcomer in the adjoining room. Has Chen left? It seems a new temporary teacher has arrived. Chapter 91. The beginning of classes. On the second day of arriving at the Elven school, Tetsuya paused before a classroom door marked with the number 201. A slight twitch of his lips betraying his satisfaction. The spacious floor above, nearly 300 square meters, housed 2 classrooms, providing ample teaching space. The roster of his class, which he had received the previous day, revealed a meager number of students, merely a handful of new recruits in their initial stages of training. After gathering his composure, he stepped into the classroom, his heart fluttering with a hint of nervousness, only to be met by a dozen curious gazes. Counting the students discreetly, he noted there were 16 in total, an encouraging turnout. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, he greeted them. Hello, welcome to the Pokémon Research School. I am your teacher for the coming week, Tetsuya Yamaki. I hope we will have a pleasant time together. A girl raised her hand, and Tetsuya acknowledged her. What is it, dear student? Teacher, do you have a girlfriend? She inquired, her cheeks flushed. Tetsuya's perfect smile faltered momentarily. He was taken aback by the directness of such a question from a child. Not at the moment, but please refrain from asking questions unrelated to our lessons during class. Another robust boy raised his hand, seeking clarification. With Tetsuya's permission, he asked, why just a week? Your official teacher is currently occupied in the Sinnoh region and will soon return to conduct your classes. In the meantime, I have been invited by Professor Oak to substitute for her, Tetsuya explained patiently. He found these children surprisingly obedient, dispelling the notion that the troublesome ones Yezu had mentioned the previous day would be among them. In a battle arena, a character sneezed, prompting a frown from a blonde woman taking notes nearby. Tetsuya, embellishing his words a tad, continued, I understand. It's akin to how teacher Shina instructs my brother and others. Exactly. But during class, please keep your voices down and raise your hands when speaking. Tetsuya gently reminded them, pondering the presence of substitute teachers from other grades. That surname, Shina, sparked a recollection. Wasn't he also the surname of Cynthia? Perhaps she was a relative, given that Granny Mustard was a renowned Pokémon historian, and her family was known for their prowess in that field. Not dwelling on the thought, Tetsuya retrieved the attendance sheet to commence roll call. Now, let us begin with attendance. I need to familiarize myself with you, as some of you might be meeting for the first time. When I call your name, please stand and introduce yourself. He was informed that he would also assume a role akin to a homeroom teacher during this week, as the future instructor would be the primary teacher. Most of these students aspired to become breeding masters, and this being their first class, familiarity among them was minimal. Tetsuya had to conjure an image of how he envisioned this moment, feeling somewhat burdened as a child of just over 10 years. First up, Sayaka Yudo. He was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the name of the girl who had previously been teased in the original Pokémon Research School. The one who captivated both Brock and Ash. Seeing her name evoked surprise and admiration, for it was evident she was a diligent student. The girl who had inquired about his relationship status stood, beginning her introduction. My name is Sayaka Yudo, from the Kanto region, Leaf Town. My Pokémon motto is training for my love. As she spoke somewhat bashfully, the remaining 15 students gazed at her with admiration, making Tetsuya acutely aware of the generational gap between them. Once Sayaka concluded her introduction, he responded, what a vibrant young lady. I hope you bring that same energy to your studies. Blushing, Sayaka nodded politely and took her seat. Tetsuya maintained his composure, moving on to the next student, Kiyu. This time, it was the boy who had mentioned his brother. Hello, my name is Kiyu. My brother is the advanced student, Yuyezu, and my grandmother is Kiku. I hope we can get along well. The young lad was quick to adapt. Just as Tetsuya was about to respond, Kiyu continued, my brother said you defeated him, so he told me to give you a taste of your own medicine, but I refused. You seem like a good person, teacher. My brother always acts like a dead fish and bullies me by not sharing his treats. You must teach him well. With a gentle nod, Tetsuya commended him and gestured for him to sit down. Next, we have Ariakiyama. As the students introduced themselves, Tetsuya found himself distracted, contemplating the implications of Kiyu-Yezu's words. Ah, so it's Yuyezu, is it? No wonder he warned me yesterday. Observing that fellow with his dead fish eyes, it's clear he harbors no good intentions. Adjusting his non-prescription glasses, which he had donned to enhance his demeanor for this occasion, he noted the reflection obscuring the depths of his gaze. Closing the attendance sheet, Tetsuya announced, let us now commence today's lesson. Our first topic will focus on the cultivation techniques for common grass-type Pokémon. As we know, grass types possess unique physiological structures that primarily require. At that moment, in the battle arena, Kiyu-Yezu sneezed again, resulting in another misstep in his command. The blonde woman on the sidelines interjected, Kiyu-Yezu, are you feeling unwell? I have emphasized multiple times that when the strengths of both trainers are equal, The determining factor in battle lies not with the Pokémon, but with the trainer's performance under pressure. If you're unwell, we shall pause your training. Otherwise, we cannot identify your issues for adjustment. His opponent also halted their actions. Yes, Teacher Cynthia, I sincerely apologize, but I am not unwell. It was merely an accident. Rubbing his nose, Kiyu Yeza respectfully addressed his instructor, though he was puzzled as to why he kept sneezing. However, he knew that crossing this teacher was not an option. Chapter 92. Instant defeat at the outset. When Yizong learned that his class had 2 instructors, one of whom was the esteemed Alliance chief instructor, Chin, he was overwhelmed with excitement, even bordering on fanaticism. He held Chin in high regard, despite his relatively low profile. Those within the Alliance's inner circle were well aware of his extraordinary strength. As for the other instructor, he had never heard of her, likely a minor figure, which was not unusual, as she was merely an assistant. At that moment, Sharona was still traveling and conducting archaeological research, having scarcely participated in many major conferences, and naturally, she lacked any significant fame. Yizong, however, was elated by Chen's presence. Different trainers focused on various aspects, and for Yizong, he preferred to engage in battle as Chen did, rather than adhering to the fighting style of his grandmother. He aspired to become a Dark-type champion, not a Ghost-type one. Nevertheless, due to his own choices, he could not request Chen to provide him with one-on-one battle guidance. So this opportunity was indeed rare. In the past, Pokémon research schools typically arranged for champion trainers to mentor students for a week only when they advanced to senior students or were nearing graduation. While this might be deemed satisfactory by many, Yizong did not place much value on it. The prospect of having Chief Instructor Chen was a delightful surprise. Little did he know that Chen would only teach them for a single day before departing, leaving them in the hands of the woman before him, Sharona. When this announcement was made before their first class, not only was Yizong discontent, but many of his classmates shared his sentiments. After all, based on the introduction, this girl named Sharona had just turned 20, only 2 years older than them. Why should she be entrusted with instructing them, who were perceived by outsiders as the CR Midalasi army? Even though they understood that the faculty they engaged would be formidable, it was difficult for them to accept that someone of such youth could possess significant strength. Their pride naturally led to reluctance. The discontent stemming from their pride escalated into contemptuous anger when Sharona, in a calm tone, proclaimed that each of the 10 of them could send forth their Pokémon to battle together. What a joke. At 20, did she believe herself to be a champion? Did she consider herself a Dragon Master? She was merely 2 years older. The 10 individuals led by Yizong were all exceptionally talented trainers, each possessing 3 or 4 Pokémon, many of which had attained elite levels. They could not fathom that this woman could truly take on 10 of their best Pokémon simultaneously. Their refined upbringing restrained them from openly expressing their anger. The atmosphere became palpably tense. It was Chun who broke the silence, noting the urgency of the situation. You 10, release your ace Pokémon quickly. Let's gauge your strength. The 10 exchanged glances, nodded, and unleashed their champions. Go, Charizard. Come forth, Feraligatr. Superior, prepare for battle. Various large Pokémon appeared on the field, 9 of which were the final forms of the traditional starter trio. Among them, one stood out, appearing somewhat childlike, donned in armor with sharp blade-like appendages for arms, resembling a small soldier. This was Yizang's ace Pokémon, the Blade. Sharona placed one hand on her hip, her right hand brushing through her golden hair, and retrieved a luxury ball from her waist. Flying to the sky, Garchomp, a Pokémon resembling a shark, with a deep blue body and red underbelly, emerged. Garchomp's wings sprouted from its forearms, akin to a shark's pectoral fins, and it bore 2 prominent spikes on its head, giving it the appearance of a hammerhead shark. Its snout featured a star-shaped yellow mark, and its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Upon its release, Garchomp let out a powerful roar, retracting its body and extending its wings, resembling a jet fighter. The expressions of the 10 varied. It was indeed true that Garchomp was a quasi-legendary Pokémon, and its appearance suggested it was at least a near champion. However, that did not guarantee victory over their 10 aces. For instance, Yizang's Blade was currently at level 48, merely 2 levels shy of the Alliance's stipulated level for quasi-champions. While the remaining 9 Pokémon were slightly lower in level, they all surpassed level 40. In this context, even a quasi-champion like Garchomp could not hope to triumph over them all simultaneously, unless it were a true champion. As they gradually regained composure, they began to contemplate what Sharona's advantage might be. Yet, Sharona would not grant them ample time for reflection. Let us resolve this elegantly in one decisive move, Garchomp. Draco Meteor. Garchomp crouched low, enveloped in a radiant yellow light. A yellow energy sphere began to coalesce in its mouth. With a mighty roar, it unleashed the sphere into the sky, producing powerful energy waves and distinct ripples. The orb exploded, transforming into numerous yellow meteor-like beams that descended upon the tin Pokémon. The overwhelming force caused the expressions of the tin to shift dramatically. Flamethrower, Water Gun, Leaf Storm. Each trainer called forth their respective moves, launching an array of colorful attacks toward the Draco Meteor. However, without exception, the yellow energy of the Draco Meteor obliterated their Pokémon's assaults and subsequently struck their Pokémon directly. As the smoke cleared, the tin Pokémon lay incapacitated on the ground, their trainers staring in disbelief. 10 against 1? Utterly annihilated? Shen shook his head and tossed a luxury ball. Galade. Heal Pulse. Life Dew. A wondrous wave enveloped the tin Pokémon, and with the droplets of water released by Galade, they soon regained consciousness. Galade, cool and composed, strode to Chen's side and returned to its Pokeball upon pressing the button. Clapping his hands together to attract the attention of the 10 students, Chen began. I am disappointed. His first statement made them bow their heads in shame. I am not disillusioned by your lack of strength. Indeed, your abilities are commendable among your peers. Otherwise, you would not have reached the level of senior students. Students at the Pokémon Research School are certainly not incompetent. So, do you know where my disappointment lies?